And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of two men forced to live together in the frozen north. We call it A Study in Wax. So now, starring Mr. William Conrad and Mr. Stacey Harris, here is tonight's suspense play, A Study in Wax.
It was late October when the radio shack burned down. We never did decide whose fault it was. Maybe Cabell with his cigarettes, maybe me. Anyway, I guess the whole thing began when we lost the phone transmitter and receiver. Cabell and I had been sent up to the Northwest Territory by the Canadian Geodetic Survey people. It was a long job, and the biggest part of it for Cabell was the loneliness. It wasn't that he was moody or anything like that. I think he wasn't used to being out of touch with people and things he was accustomed to in the cities. I was the opposite. I kind of liked the loneliness. As a matter of fact, now that I think about it, we were a strange couple to hit it off the way we did. And when you got 7 months to spend alone with another man, well, you got to be sure of each other. And we thought we were. Until after the radio was gone. That day it burned, we stood in the snow watching the embers glowing and the wisps of smoke rising into the cold sky.
It's gone.
Well, we still got the code sender, just in case.
I'm going to miss the programs, though, and music.
You know, I tell you, we could send a message to the base, if you like, and ask them to fly out another receiver.
Oh, no. You know, McLeod. He'd boil, waste the money, probably take it out of our pay. We'd do without it.
That's all right with me.
Oh, well, you're a hardy soul. You know, I don't think you'd mind if you had to stay alone for 7 months.
It'd be dull. I wouldn't have anybody to beat at chess.
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
If it was my cigarette that burned the shack, I'm sorry.
Forget it. I may have done it myself. Forget it. By the end of November, we'd done pretty well, as far as work was concerned. But Cabell was getting jittery. We had a week stretch where we couldn't move out of the camp. It was around 30 below outside and blowing 60 miles an hour. Cabell had read most of the things that we'd brought along and was sitting at the table trying to beat a solitaire game. I was all in my gun. The odds are against you every time.
Don't I know it? Oh, how I wish this weather would ease off.
Yeah, well.
Hey, I got an idea.
Now, what?
What do you say we open our Christmas presents tonight?
Our Christmas presents? It's November.
I know, but I bet there'll be some books in there. I told my folks to pack some books.
Oh, well, what'll you do when you finish them? Huh?
I don't know, but I got to do something. I wish we had the radio.
Look, we can send a message. If McLeod wants to cut our heads off for burning up his property, he'll have to come up here to do it. If not, well, maybe he'll be feeling good and send it.
No, it's worth a try. It's not you, Jack. We talk and play chess, and it's swell, but I just miss the outside. I feel...
Yeah, I know. Okay, how would this sound? Radio shack burned to ground. Can you send new receiver? Have only small set on fixed channel.
Well, couldn't you say emergency?
Oh, that'd go over big with McLeod. We miss Canadian and U.S. mystery shows, must continue to hear them in order to keep up our work. We better leave it as it is.
All right.
Well, here we go. Oh, McLeod's gonna love this. reply from McLeod came back the following day. It was long, involved, and said what could have been said in one word: no. You know, our chief was a very careful man and believed in others following his example. Therefore, if our radio was gone, it was our fault, and the next time we should be more careful. And that was that. The weather let up a bit, and we got some work done. It was still terribly cold, but it didn't bother us now that the wind had gone. I noticed that Cabell was much quieter after our request for the radio had been turned on. I began to get a feeling as though he blamed me for it. So a week before Christmas, we'd just finished supper. I said, Larry, about those Christmas presents.
What about them?
What do you say we open them, huh?
Well, I thought you didn't want to until Christmas.
Well, I've changed my mind.
Huh? What's the matter? You trying to be nice to me? I can take this as well as you can, you know. I don't need you feeling sorry for me.
I'm not sorry. I don't give a good stink one way or the other. I'm just saying if you want to open the packages now, it's all right with me. They're yours. It's not my business. Oh, forget it. Do what you want to do.
Will you open yours up too?
Sure.
Okay.
He got a hammer and started to pry open the case. Our families and friends had done their shopping in August, and we'd put their gifts together in the case. And at the sight of those colorful wrappings, Cabell began to smile. He was back in touch again. There were little things, but a label, a scratch of handwriting, the feel of something different was blotting out his loneliness, that great far coldness outside.
Come on over.
Okay.
It doesn't feel like books. They wouldn't pack them like this, would they?
I don't mind.
Hey, look! Hey, look what we got!
What is it?
It's a phonograph.
Hey, here, I'll take it.
And there's a whole stack of records. There must be... Oh, of all the lousy, crummy luck.
Oh, what's the matter?
Look, they're broken.
Oh, that's a shame. All of them?
No, wait a minute. There's one. There's two of them, okay?
Oh, well, that's good.
Listen to this, will you? A variety of bugle calls.
What?
No, I mean it. A variety of bugle calls. Look, it belonged to my father. I remember him playing it for me when I was a kid.
Oh, well, what's the other one?
Oh, that's great. Saber Dance, Cacciatorian. It's one of my favorites.
Oh. No less brown or anything like that, huh?
No, just the... Oh, that's right, I forgot you. You don't much like classical music, do you?
No, not much. Oh, that's okay. Come on. Let's take a listen to that bugle call thing, huh? That ought to be something.
Okay. Oh, wait till I tell my sister about that fancy packing job of hers. I've heard that one 1,000 times.
Oh, those good old Army days.
No, really hear the next one.
They got a lot of laughs out of the old record. Played it a couple of times and then had a couple of drinks. You know, I tell you, that phonograph, even with only 2 records, it made a lot of difference to us. The strain seemed to be gone. Then Cabell put on his Saber Dance and got lost in it. Well, to me, it wasn't much. It was all cluttered up with a lot of noise that hurt your ears. He must have played it a half a dozen times while we unwrapped the rest of the things. There were a lot of books and magazines, and that was good. Well, I figured we could stretch them out for at least 3 months, which would take us into March. But the next day turned bad again. A blizzard came down. And we stayed inside until the day after Christmas. And Cabell, he was like a kid. He smoked cigars, drank brandy, listened to his record, and read. In 10 days, he'd read every single thing. And then he had nothing to do but listen to his record.
Oh, that's great.
Look, you're not going to play it again.
Just this one part.
Look,
yeah.
I don't mind not listening to it for a while, huh? Try the bugle calls. They're quieter.
You ought to learn to appreciate good music, Jack. You're missing something.
Well, maybe I will, but not from that.
No, this is beautiful.
Well, not to me. Now, will you let it go for a while?
Sure. Sure, if you feel that way about it. How about a game?
No, not right now. Thanks. I want to finish this article I'm reading.
You're reading? Oh, yeah, I read that. It's not much. That guy never could write.
Oh? Well, I think it's pretty good.
Well, depends on what you're used to reading, I guess.
And what kind of a crack is that?
Nothing. It just depends on what you're used to reading, that's all.
Does that make me a lowbrow?
All right, you said it. I didn't.
You, better check the oil outside.
I did it yesterday. It's your turn.
I did it this morning. In this weather, we do it twice a day, remember?
Yes, sir.
Are you trying to be funny?
No, I don't like the way you said it, that's all. We're both in charge, not you or me. Nobody gives orders here. We share the responsibility.
Okay, then do your share.
All right! All right, I'm going out to check the oil, but not because you say to do it, you know, but because I want to.
Well, good for you. When I think of it now, we sounded like a couple of kids. And I can't even remember what it was that set us off. But I'll never forget what happened because of that day. You don't easily forget a thing like death.
You are listening to A Study in Wax, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
This is a new sound in the history of mankind, the sound of atomic energy. The crackling comes from a model atom smasher, similar to large models used in treating deep-seated cancer and sterilizing foods and drugs. Sounds like this one, and the stories behind the sounds, are the subject of CBS Radio's current program series called The Age of the Atom. The peaceful uses of atomic energy open endless possibilities for us all. Hear them discussed by leading atomic scientists and specialists from all over the world on CBS Radio's Age of the Atom program series, now being broadcast by most of these stations. Consult your local listings.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. William Conrad and Mr. Stacey Harris, starring in tonight's production, A Study in Wax, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Cabell and I didn't talk to each other for the next few days. Not the way we used to, I mean. Just conversation that was necessary to do our work, and that was it. He didn't play his record, either. New Year's Eve day, we got a couple of messages through in code from our families, and I guess we both felt pretty bad. Cabell was trimming the oil stove when I decided to try to make things up. Say, Larry.
Yeah?
Look, about that business the other night. I'm sorry.
It was my fault. We were both kind of silly, you know?
Yeah.
Probably just as well we had to bust up then. There's still 3 months to go. 3 long months before the ship comes back.
Yeah, no. Oh, well, thanks for not playing the record.
It's okay. Oh, I wish that wind had stopped. It gets on my nerves.
You know, I got something good for that.
Oh, what's that?
Something to toast the new year.
Champagne!
Yeah.
Hey, what an idea. That's wonderful, Jack.
We'll stick him outside for a couple of minutes and cool him off.
Here, go to me. I'll do it. Oh, that's cold out there. You know, the best thing for you and me to do tonight is to get roaring, stinking drunk.
Champagne with brandy chases.
Right.
Happy New Year, Larry.
Same to you, Jack.
We got drunk. We got red-eyed drunk. And we talked about women and ourselves and our dreams. And it was sloppy and it was great. The kind of haze you get when it doesn't matter and you're feeling good about everything. It was fine. Until Cabell decided it was time to hear some music.
Jack, I want you to really listen to this. Really listen. That's Cacciatore. Now, he makes them all look sick with this stuff. Now, I want you to listen to it.
No, I don't want to hear that thing. Now, don't put it on for me. I don't want to hear it.
I know, but if you just listen once, give it a chance. So you never listen now. Come on. There. See the rhythm? That's great. That's great music. That's really great.
That's not music's a lot of noise.
Shut up. You're not listening.
Don't tell me to shut up.
Look, you don't understand good music. That's what's the matter with you. You just don't understand.
I understand. I don't want to listen to that.
Well, I want to hear it. Now, don't take it off, Jack.
Look, you take your hands off me or you're going to get hurt.
Just stay away from the machine, Jack. You hear? Just come on.
Way.
Hey, don't get pushy, friend, huh?
No.
I'm going to kick your brains out for that.
I'm sick of you and your filthy music.
Don't touch that record!
No, you take a good listen. Because you're not going to hear any more of this again. Not as long as I'm here.
Put it down, Jack. I mean it. Now put it down or I'll shoot you. Put it down. If you don't, I'll shoot you. Now put the record down.
I got sober. I might never have had a drink. I was so sober. Cabell had reached up for one of the holsters that hung near the door, and he wobbled to his feet, the gun held tightly in his hand. There was blood running out of his mouth and down his chin. I just stood there. I put the record down on the turntable.
You were going to break, weren't you? Weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I knew you. Just because it gives me pleasure to listen to it, and you don't like that. Well, I want to listen to it, and you don't. All right? You get outside.
You're crazy, Cabell.
Go on. I'll kill you if I don't. Now get outside.
It's 40 below out there. I'd freeze
I don't care. It'll do you good. Now go on. Get outside.
All right, let me get my things.
No.
Listen to me. You're drunk. You don't know what you're doing.
Open that door. You hear me? Now go on. Open it. Now go on out.
Harry! Let me in, Harry! Do you hear me? Let me in, Larry! And inside, I thought I heard the music again. He was crazy. Crazy drunk. I went around to the back trying to get away from the wind, but it wasn't any good. There wasn't anywhere to get away from it. I've seen what happened to men caught out in the open this way, and I knew how quickly it could happen. So I ran, and I jumped. Anything to keep moving. And all the time, I couldn't believe it was happening. I don't know how much time went on. Maybe it was a minute. Maybe it was 10. I heard him calling. Then through the flurries of powdered snow blowing off the roof, I saw Cabell standing in the doorway. And I saw the gun still in his hand, hanging by his side.
Jack! Jack, come on in, Jack!
I forgot the cold. I only knew that Cabell had gone mad. He was going to kill me. Somehow I had to get him away from the cabin, get him outside where I'd have a chance. I waited for a minute and then... Larry! Larry, over here, Larry!
Jack!
Over here! I knew he'd heard me, and I saw him move out from the doorway.
Where are you? Can you hear me? Where are you?
Over this way! Here! And I moved back behind a hummock. I thought I might be able to make a wide circle and then double back to the cabin before he knew what was happening.
I can't hear you, Jack! Jack, are you hurt? Where are you?
Larry! Larry! And the wind burned my eyes so that I couldn't see. And I tripped and fell, and my hands bare didn't feel the coldness of snow any longer.
Jack! Jack, can you hear me? I'm over here!
He must have seen me.
Jack!
He was closer now, close enough to shoot. And I tried to run, stumbling, falling. And then it was easier. I was going downhill, but he was behind me.
Jack! Jack, come on!
And then there was something different in the feel of the ground under me. It wasn't ground anymore. Not snow. It was ice. I'd reached the shore, and I was going out into the frozen sea. I began to imagine I could feel the movement of the sea under me. And suddenly it didn't matter anymore. I didn't care. I couldn't run. I wanted to lie down. I wanted to lie down.
Jack, take it easy. It's all right. Jack, it's going to be all right. You don't have to be afraid. Look, you can have the gun you want. Jack!
When it happened, Cabell was no more than 8 feet away from me. I just lay there, watching, waiting for him to shoot. And the dark ribbon that split the ice grew wider and wider. A semicircle of ice had cracked away. It wasn't very big, and it was drifting out away. And the ribbon was no longer a ribbon. And in that moment, I knew that he hadn't wanted to kill me. I'd been wrong. Jump! Larry, jump in and swim! Now, come on, you can make it. Come on, Larry. Come on. Try, you gotta try. Now, come on and hurry. Larry. He moved away faster after that. And then I couldn't see him anymore. He was lost in the blackness. But I couldn't hear him. Oh, Lord, I couldn't hear him. Somehow I got back to the cabin. And I remember getting the transmitter switched on, sending a message through. I got the flashlight and my furs on. I don't know how long I was down there on the ice, shouting, looking. But I knew he was gone. I'd never see him again. But in the gray morning, the planes came. And for 2 days, they searched until the weather forced them back. And that was all. They flew me back to the hospital. Maybe I'll lose my hands. Maybe not. They're not sure yet. Doesn't matter anyway.
Suspense, in which Mr. William Conrad and Mr. Stacy Harris starred in tonight's presentation of A Study in Wax. Next week, the story of a man who found that murder was not the only way out of his problem. We call it The Beetle and Mr. Bottle. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis, who wrote tonight's script. The music was composed by Leith Stevens and Rene Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
Listen while you work. Perry Mason is here on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a killer and the family which he held in a night of fear. We call it Strange for a Killer. So now, starring Mr. John Daner, here is tonight's suspense play, Strange for a Killer.
How's this, Henry?
Oh, swell. Anywhere along here. Thanks, Buck. So you're sure you don't want to stop in for a minute? You haven't seen the kid yet, have you?
Gee, I'd like to, but I have to get home early myself tonight. The wife's got some kind of meeting, and I'll have to take care of my own.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Night, Hank.
Night.
All right. Hold it right there.
Oh, I didn't see you, officer. What's wrong?
You'll have to wait a while. You can't go down that street.
But that's where I live. My wife's waiting for me.
You'll be a little late.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Look, will you keep your voice down and stay back? You'll get hurt if you don't.
Oh, you after someone?
Roy Gillespie.
Gillespie?
That's right.
And he's been living in this neighborhood? Where?
Right across the street, down 3 doors. There's a cop every 10 feet from here to the river. You better go back in that drugstore and wait. Call your wife if you want.
Yeah, I think I'd better. Where'd you say he was?
Cross and down 3 doors.
Yeah. We're in the apartment house right next to her. You don't think there'll be any shooting?
Just tell her to stay inside and keep her door locked. She'll be all right.
Oh. Thanks.
Henry!
Hi, Charlie.
Hey, that Gillespie guy they're after, you know. Been living in the boarding house right next to you.
Yeah, I know. How long has it been going on?
They've been here almost half hour now.
A half hour? What are they waiting for?
Don't ask me. I got here about 5:30 when the police were just coming in. It only took about 5 minutes to cover the whole block. And a party of 6 or 7 of them went in after them.
And they haven't come out?
No, I've been watching.
Why, I wonder? You haven't heard any shooting?
No.
We ought to hear something by now.
Does seem funny, doesn't it? Unless he got out of his room. He couldn't get far.
Oh. Well, I want to get Jessie on the phone. She'll be wondering why I'm late.
Yeah, sure.
Funny.
Hello?
What's the matter, honey? I thought you weren't going to answer.
I was looking after Johnny.
Are you okay?
Just getting hungry.
Well, go ahead with this supper. I'm going to be late. Jess, I don't want to scare you, but there's going to be a little trouble next door. Now, I don't want you to leave our apartment.
Yes.
The police are after someone who's been hiding out in the boarding house next to us. Now, the whole block is surrounded, and I won't be able to get home till it's over, and you're not to come out.
Yes.
Now, there's nothing to be afraid of, Jessie.
All right.
Just stay inside. Keep the door locked.
There's no need for that now. Goodbye, dear.
What? Jessie? Hello? Hello? Hey, Charlie.
Yeah?
How high is that boarding house? Is it 3 stories?
Yeah, that's right. Just like your place.
And that alley between them, how wide is it?
It's pretty narrow, I guess. But there's a cop on both ends.
And the roof. Charlie, could anyone make the jump across? Is it too wide for that?
I don't know. Why?
She didn't sound right, Charlie.
Yeah?
Like there was someone with her, Charlie. I tell you, I spoke to her on the phone about 10 minutes ago, and I'm sure there's something wrong up there, Captain.
What makes you sure?
Well, she was afraid of something. I know she was. Something right there in the room with her.
Where do you live? In the boarding house?
No, the apartment house next door on the 3rd floor.
Reader?
Yes, sir.
Farrell's got some men going to the apartment house next to Jaleska. Stop him.
Yeah.
He's in there with her, isn't he? He's in with my wife.
I don't know, fella. He could be anywhere now.
Oh, you didn't find him in his room?
No, he's not in the boarding house.
I knew it. He's with Jesse and my son.
Take it easy, Hayden.
Well, he got across the roof, didn't he? Our apartment is on the top floor. He could get in easy enough.
Maybe.
Look, let me go up there, Captain. Please, let me go up there. No, I want to be with my wife and kid.
I'm sorry, Hayden. If it's true he'll use them as hostages to make us hold our fire, it's better that there are only 2.
What difference does it make?
Look, we're not even sure he's there. You haven't given us any real proof.
It's the only way you can make sure. Look, if everything's all right, if he isn't there, I'll call the drugstore and have them tell you so. If he is, I'll let you know somehow. We can think of some kind of signal. You can't stop me anyway. It's my home. My wife that's in danger. I have a right to be there.
I could stop you, mister. I should stop you.
But you won't. I can go?
All right. Listen to me.
Yeah?
You may be wrong about this,
No,
but
what do you want me to do?
go straight to your wife. Don't do any investigating on the way. No looking down the alley or around corners. Get in your apartment. Lock the door behind you. He's trapped, Hayden, and he's scared now, and he'll kill you if he thinks you're onto him.
I know it.
If he's not in your place when you get there, call headquarters and ask for Grimes. I'll have him standing by. He'll flash the message to my car.
Yeah.
If he is there, well, there's nothing I can tell you. You'll be on your own. But don't try to signal. Now, if I don't get your call 10 minutes after you go in, we'll know.
Yes, sir.
I can say this, Hayden. If he's there, don't try anything brave. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's about all. Just be careful. We want this man, Hayden. We want him badly. But we don't want anyone hurt getting him. You understand?
I do. Thanks.
Okay, Captain. Farrell's holding up his men, but he wants to know the score.
Get over to my car, Reader. Have his men surround the apartment house, block every exit, put someone on the fire escape and on the first floor, but no noise. Do it quietly. Okay, Hayden. You can get going.
Yep.
If he's not there, get the call in right away.
Sure. Jesse? Jesse? It's me. Jess! Oh, honey. Honey, is everything okay? Is it?
Come in, Henry.
You sounded funny over the phone. I thought there was something wrong. It's okay, isn't it? Why don't you answer me, Jess?
Henry.
Where? Where?
Get your hands over your head. Get up against the wall. Don't make any noise or I'll kill you.
You are listening to Strange for a Killer, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
The money you meant to save but never actually did will never see you through an emergency. Start immediately to put regular sums aside through your bank's bond-a-month plan or through weekly payroll savings deductions. United States savings bonds are safe to invest in because they're as sure as Uncle Sam. And when you need them, you've got them.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. John Daner, starring in tonight's production, Strange for a Killer, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
what you're thinking, but don't you try it, mister. This is a 45.
I'm not afraid of your gun.
That's because you've never been hit. You're bigger than me, and I know what you're thinking, but don't you try it, I'm warning you. You won't ever know what it means to wish you could die till you get a slug in the stomach.
Henry.
That's all right. I know he means it.
I mean it.
It won't do any good, you know. No matter what happens to us, no matter how long you stay here, they'll get you.
Listen, they guys, just like me, those blue suits don't make them Supermen. They make mistakes like everyone else. They've already made a big one.
How?
They shouldn't have sent you.
My wife didn't sound right when I spoke to her over the phone. I came up to find out why.
Yeah. She gave it away. She's sorry about that.
Jesse.
It's all right, Henry. Please. It's all right.
Did he hurt you, Jess?
Never mind that.
She just got out of the hospital.
Would you like to see her go back?
I hope they kill you.
They might. I thought about it. I guess maybe you better start thinking about it, too, because it's going to happen the next time you make a crack like that.
Henry, don't.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. And you're going to give me the right answers. The right answers, mister. The first time you get hurt bad.
What do you want to know?
Where were you when you made that phone call?
Drugstore. Across the street.
And your wife don't sound right. You think maybe something is wrong.
Yes.
You want to get up here, you want to find out why.
Yes.
What takes you so long?
What?
We don't hear you coming up the stairs till almost 15 minutes after she hangs up. What are you doing all that time, huh?
Oh, no. At first, I wasn't sure she did sound like there was something wrong. It was only after I hung up and got to thinking about it that I started to worry, and then I made up my mind to come up. But that was later.
You don't stop to talk it over with the cops?
Why should I? How could I know it was you in here?
Cops all over the block looking for me, searching every building. Streets probably closed off, and your wife sounds scared over the phone, but you won't say why. Sounds like someone's with her. She don't say who. But you don't think it might be me?
Well, yes. Maybe I began to.
Yeah, but you don't say nothing to the cops, though.
No.
Just come up all by yourself.
Yes.
You sure of that?
Yes, I'd...
Okay.
No, please. Please don't. Leave him alone. Oh, Henry. Henry.
It's all right. I'm all right, Jesse.
All right. What's the big plan with you and the cops?
I don't know. I don't know about their plan. I don't know what they're going to do. But they know you're in here.
Don't stop, mister.
I did go to the police when I thought it was you here with my wife. I don't think they believed me at first, but I talked the captain into letting me come anyway. If you weren't here, I was supposed to call him right away.
If I was?
Nothing. Just wait, and if they didn't hear in 10 minutes, it meant I couldn't call. You were in this room.
You old lady. Go get the kid.
No.
Why do you want him? We'll do anything you say. You don't need to touch our kid. You look okay. You don't want to hurt the kid.
Get him, lady.
Henry.
It's all right. I'm sure of it. You haven't got much time, Jaleska. You know it. Killing our baby is something you wouldn't do. You can bring him in, Jesse.
If you say so.
You're so sure this is the end of the line for me. And those cops down there, they're so sure. Well, I'm telling you, I got lots of time, and you're going to help me take it.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'll back up to the wall and peel off that jacket.
What?
Come on, take off the jacket, throw it on the floor.
Sure. Why not? What are you going to do?
I'm not going to do anything. You're going to take it for a while.
What do you mean?
You don't see it, huh? I'm kind of surprised.
Well, I don't see any way out for you. That's what you mean. They know you're here.
Yeah, they know I'm here. You made sure of that, didn't you? So they're covering every way out. Doors, windows, alleys. What do you suppose would happen if I tried one of them?
I think they'd kill you.
Yeah.
I start out that window, and every cop down there comes to make sure I don't finish the trip. Maybe a couple come running up here. That leaves lots of cops down on the bottom of the fire escape and a couple of cops up here in the room. But not many anywhere else, huh? In the alley or in the streets or down near the river. They'll all be watching the guy in the fire escape, won't they? And the guy in the fire escape, he don't need to be me, does he?
No, it won't work. You're crazy to think that'll work.
I gotta take that chance now. You're going out on that window, mister. And you're gonna take your time doing it.
They've seen me. They know what I look.
They saw a guy in a leather jacket right close up. Now you're a guy in a white shirt 3 stories over the street coming down a fire escape. That makes you a different guy. That makes you Roy Juleska. Little guy. Bring him in.
He's asleep. You won't. He's asleep.
What's his name?
Johnny.
Johnny. It's a nice original name. It's a cute little kid, too. I don't guess you're going to put up any arguments, huh, mister?
No. No arguments.
Yeah. I'll be right here with the wife and the kid until I see our little scheme is working, so don't you try no tricks on the way down.
No.
What does he mean? Henry, what's going to happen?
You can read about it in the papers, lady. Now go turn out the light.
The light?
Turn it off. But don't you try nothing, neither one of you. You got your kid in here now, and there's no telling who'd get hit if I had to shoot wild.
Turn it out, Jesse.
Henry,
Come on. Now you. The window. Okay. They're all waiting. Get going.
You can't let him go out there.
Jesse. It's all right. Hold on to Johnny. And wait for me. It'll be all right.
Henry.
I stepped out onto the iron platform. Below on the street, I could feel every eye on me.
Hold up, Gillespie! We see you! Don't take another step!
And then I knew there was a part of the plan he hadn't told me. I jumped back against the wall. But it was already too late. From the window behind me, Gillespie fired down into the police. Their guns flew up automatically, and every one was aimed at me.
There's pain. Pain. It went everywhere. There were waves of pain. Voices. Voices I knew.
Don't touch him. Let him alone.
He's losing blood. I've got to get a doctor.
You'll get a doctor, lady.
Well, why don't you go? What are you waiting for? Haven't you done enough? He's been shot. He's hurt, and you just stand there. I thought you wanted to get out. Well, get out. Get out.
Jesse.
Henry, it'll be all right. Don't try to move, darling. You'll be all right.
Is he gone?
Please.
No, mister. No, I ain't gone. Our little scheme. Don't look like it's going to work. It should have. No reason it shouldn't. But they're moving up on the stairs right now.
Oh, don't move, Henry. We'll get a doctor. It'll all be over in a minute.
Yeah, you're glad, huh?
No. No, I'm not glad. It's ugly, all of this. I feel sorry for you.
Don't, lady. I've been running for a long time. I think it's going to feel good to stop. It's a funny thing when they're after you, when you're running away. You look the same, you act the same as you always did, but it's different on the inside. You're tight, twisted. No matter what you're doing, you can't relax. You can't get a good deep breath. Yeah, I think I'm glad.
Gillespie! Roy Gillespie!
Those guys gonna do a lot of bragging tomorrow.
We know you're in there. Come out with your hands up, or we're coming in after you.
So they finally get me.
You killed a man.
Yeah. But one day you're just a guy, and something happens, and you're a killer.
Won't you go now, please?
Sure, I'll go. Why not? Don't make much difference now, huh? Buddy, listen to me. You know what I mean, don't you? You're just a guy.
Yeah. Put your gun down. Maybe they'll give you a chance.
What chance? I've been waiting for a chance all my life.
Give her the gun. It'll be better.
Look, forget it. Will you get out of the way, lady? I'm going out.
You wouldn't try. Oh, why don't you let me have your gun?
Get back, kid. Way back.
Jesse?
It's all right, Henry. It's all right.
That's it. Stay there. You'll stay. Just like that.
Oh, Henry.
Okay, son. Hold it right there. Don't come any farther. There are 6 guns on you, Jaliska. You haven't got a chance. Now drop that thing and come down with your hands over your head.
Jesse.
Yes.
Why didn't it work? They shot at me. And then there was at least a half minute when he could have got out that door. Why didn't he? What made him wait?
Oh, don't talk, darling. It's all over now.
No. What happened? Tell me.
When the police fired, he started for the door. But he came back, Henry. He went out into the fire escape and lifted you in the room. Then he started for the door again, but it was too late.
Is he all right?
I don't know. I think so. Will you get a doctor, please?
Well, one's on his way. All right, take it easy, mister. You're going to be okay. Just lie easy.
Yeah. Sure. It's funny.
Huh?
No. It's not funny. Strange. Strange. For a killer.
Suspense, in which Mr. John Daner starred in tonight's presentation of Strange for a Killer. Next week, tune in again for radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Robert Essen. The music was composed by René Guéraguin and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Tony Barrett, Eve McVeigh, Jack Crucian, Leonard Weinrib, Charles Seal, and Tom McKee.
Tomorrow night on CBS Radio, hear The Scientific Touch on the FBI in Peace and War. A new wrinkle in criminology and an exciting wrinkle in countermeasures. Remember, on most of these stations, every Wednesday night, the FBI in Peace and War. Stay tuned now for Douglas Edwards with the news, followed by Disc Derby. Thursday night, The Whistler brings mystery on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of one of the most notorious murderers in the annals of crime. It is based upon police and court records. We call it A Story of Poison. So now, starring Mr. Joseph Kearns, here is tonight's suspense play, A Story of Poison.
Dr. Cream, there was nothing I could do. I'm sorry, terribly sorry. I tried everything.
You tried everything? Sorry?
I did what I could. It was too late. Don't go in now.
Oh, but I must. Oh, yes, I must see her.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Emily. Emily, baby girl. Emily. Emily. Why, Doctor, she's dead.
Come away. I'll attend to things.
You don't understand. She's dead. I wasn't with her. I didn't know. Oh, Emily, my love, my girl.
Dr. Cream, please.
Oh,
Get her.
no, she can't be. My life, my all. Emily. That was Emily. She left me with an income of £400 a year. It's rather extraordinary how long it took her to die. To look at the girl, you'd never have thought it. She was thin, sickly, but in possession of what must have been the constitution of an ox. I'd been poisoning her steadily for 6 months, and certainly expected her to die within 3. Oh, it was a case history for the medical journal. And so I wrote them a paper about it. Anonymously, of course.
Inspector Waring.
Sergeant Dean, sir. We got a letter here from the editor of the medical journal.
Oh, why did they forward it to the yard?
There's a manuscript that came with the letter. Just a moment, sir. Resistance to physiological action of alkaloid poisoning. Case history ED by Anonymous.
Oh, what's the matter with that?
The medical journal people seem to feel that the man who wrote it did the job too.
Oh. I'll put it on my desk. I'll be there in half an hour.
Right, sir.
3 weeks after Emily died, I made arrangements to move to London. There was no trouble, but then I hadn't thought there would be. The good doctor had made out a certificate based upon the history, which I supplied. I had decided upon a refined intestinal disorder which bore a magnificent Latin name and closely paralleled the symptoms brought about by the poison administered. So much for the late and unlamented Emily.
Oh, I'm sure as how you found this room most suitable, sir.
Dr. Cream, Dr. Neil Cream, ma'am.
Oh, how nice. I've another board who's a doctor. Well, very nearly. A medical student, don't you know? Mr. Bridgman, ever such a nice gentleman.
Really?
You find a very refined atmosphere in my house, Doctor, and scrupulously clean. Very scrupulous.
I'm sure of it, Mrs. Min. I think this will do quite nicely.
May I ask, Doctor, how long you plan to allow us the pleasure of your company?
Oh, I'm afraid I have no idea, Mrs. Min. You see, I've only just arrived from Hull. My wife died there a month ago.
Oh, how sad. How terribly sad.
I thought that here in London I might forget. Oh, you look understanding. You do understand, don't you?
Oh, poor dear man, of course. Oh, my, how I understand. I'm a widow myself. Only my daughter Daisy and me. Oh, I do feel for you.
You're so kind.
Not at all, I'm sure. You will join us for tea, won't you?
Oh, I should be delighted. Thank you so much. I'd found a boarding house in Bloomsbury off Tottenham Court Road. The proprietress, Mrs. Minns, was a tall, bony sort of woman, a type that I particularly despise. Not at all nourishing to a man of my disposition. Now, the daughter she'd mentioned I hoped would be a better prospect, but I knew that I would have to be careful there. After unpacking, I went down to tea. Oh, I say, I'm awfully sorry. I mean, I didn't mean to...
that's quite all right, I'm sure. You must be the new boarder, Dr. Cream.
Yes, I was just coming in for tea.
Oh, they're waiting for you.
Oh, really?
Oh, excuse me, I've got to put the kettle on. I'd stay off you now.
Oh, may I help?
Oh, that's very nice of you, I'm sure. All right, come on.
Daisy Minns was not a beauty by any means, but there was a spark, an honesty, good humor that I found most enjoyable. Oh, we got on famously, but it was too soon to think about Daisy. Perhaps later. It was the evening of the fourth day after my arrival in London that I met Mildred Vickers. It was at a pub in Hammersmith. She was a sweet little thing. Large brown eyes, rosy cheeks. Oh, perhaps encouraged by a touch of rouge, but altogether delightful. I must say that I flattered her with attentions not usually received. Flowers, dinner, the theater. She was very grateful. Grateful until one night, 2 weeks later. Oh, I'm tired. You?
Yes. Goodbye. Thanks very much.
Goodbye.
I wanted to tell you earlier tonight. I can't see you anymore.
You can't... Oh, no, you're joking.
I'm not. You've been a duck. We've had a lovely time, but it's finished. My young man's coming home tomorrow. He phoned me this morning from Southampton. His boat's come in.
Your young man? Your young man!
You'd like to stay all out.
Oh, Millie, you'll be the death of me. Come on, let's go inside.
You can't. I'm serious. So what you said. Laughs and all sorts of fun. It's over. Be a good
Come on,
boy.
get inside.
Stop it. Don't you go pushing me.
Oh, Millie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper, but the way you told me, it's such a shocker. I thought you were joking.
I'm sorry. There I am.
Oh, no, I'm very, very fond of you, Millie. I'm very fond. A chap gets fond, and then... Oh, well. One last kiss, Millie, One last kiss.
Of course. I knew you'd be a sport about it.
Oh, Millie, I can't let you go. I can't.
Oh, crikey.
Millie, let's talk it over.
There's nothing to talk.
We'll sit quietly and talk. I promise I'll make no trouble with you. I just want you to understand.
I'm tired.
Oh, please, is it too much to ask? One drink, and you listen to me, and then if you want me to go, I'll go. I'll go quietly, no bother, all serene.
I'm sorry. It all sounds ever so sad. But my young man's coming in.
Oh, will you stop talking about your young man? Oh, Millie, no, I didn't mean that. I'm not angry. Oh, now, please, look here. Now, there's so much I can give you. Oh, I'm not young anymore, but you find me attractive, don't you? Don't you? Now, what are you smiling about? Why are you laughing? Millie! Millie!
Oh, stop your shouting and think about the police on me.
No. You want me to go?
That's right.
Well, I'll be as good as my word then, Millie. No hard feelings.
Of course not, silly.
Farewell drink.
Not for me, thanks.
Oh, just a splash. Yeah, we'll drink to your young man.
Wouldn't he just laugh if he knew?
Yes, wouldn't he just?
You ought to find yourself a nice widow. Someone like you. And settle down. I mean...
Yes, I know what you mean, Millie. Here we are.
Oh, thanks. Do. Now, up it like a good boy.
Millie, I suppose I really should tell you that I don't care about you at all. That nonsense I was saying before, I didn't mean it, you know. I don't quite understand why I said anything. You're not worth it, you nasty... Oh, yes, it burns, doesn't it? But it doesn't hurt for long, though. You annoyed me terribly, chucking me over. Not that I cared because of you, but me.
Oh, I do.
It won't be long. I just want you to know... Can you hear me? I just want you to know that every time we've gone to a public place together, I was ashamed. Ashamed to be seen with something like you. Good night! For the next 2 or 3 nights, I stayed in at the boarding house. I don't think that I felt well. At least I couldn't sleep at all. My sleep was not at all restful. I had dreams, frightening dreams. I remember just before I dropped off to sleep one night, soon after Millie was taken, that I thought to myself, oh dear, I must speak to Mrs. Minns about that cooking, all that heavy stuff.
Dr. Cream! Doctor! Dr. Cream, will you wake up, sir? Wake up, Doctor. It's all right.
Is anything the matter?
Oh, I hope you'll forgive the liberty, sir. I'm afraid you were having a nightmare. It sounded as though you were being murdered.
Murdered? You thought I was... Oh. Did I, say anything?
You screamed.
Oh, is that all?
Well, it sounded... Well, I'm awfully sorry.
Oh, no, it's quite all right. It's very good of you to be concerned. Oh, yes, you're that young medical student Mrs. Minns told me about, aren't you, Mr...
Bridgman.
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Bridgman. Well, we shall have to have a chat one day soon, lunch perhaps. Are you specializing?
I haven't made up my mind yet, Doctor.
Oh, yes, good. Lots of time for that, eh?
Yes. Well, I think I'd better get back to bed.
Well, I'm awfully sorry to have troubled you.
Oh, not at all, sir. Good night.
Good night. Oh, dear. Oh, I wonder, is he lying? Did I say something? Did he hear it? I wonder. Oh, blast! 2 weeks had passed. I was safe. Nobody knew, nobody. Unless Mr. Edward Bridgman, the medical student. I'd taken him to luncheon 2 or 3 times. We'd talked, medicine for the most part, but I don't know, he had a way of looking curious, knowing. I decided to write the letter to Scotland Yard.
Commissioner, Inspector Waring here. I think we've got something more on that poison case in Hull and Millie Vickers. No, a letter. It reads, to whom it may concern, I have information which can lead to the arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Millie Vickers in Hammersmith. Is it worth £3,000? If so, leave the money at the pillar box on the corner of Kensington and Earl's Court Road. A plain wrapper would do. And it's signed A. O'Brien, private detective. Yes, sir. Yes, we'll see to it right away.
It was aggravating not to be able to learn whether the police had accepted my offer. I could have used the money, but other more important things were occupying my time. Mr. Bridgman, oh, how I loathe bright young men. And I had a feeling that he was watching me, cleverly and carefully. I had to put a stop to that. He knew. That was certain. So I took to following him. As far as I could make out, he didn't voice his suspicions to the police. But there was a girl. He met her from time to time, and one day when they were having tea together, I think he saw me, because from where I stood outside the tea shop, I saw Mr. Bridgman lean across the table and talk rapidly to his sweetheart. That would have to be taken care of. It was, a week later. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Yes?
You must think me awfully rude, but aren't you Edward Bridgman's young lady?
Why, yes, but I don't...
No, we haven't met. But Edward's told me so much about you, though. I saw you together as I went by on the bus last week. You were coming out of a tea shop.
That's right, in Oxford Street.
Yes. Well, look here, I've wanted to meet you for so long to talk about Edward.
Oh?
Well, I mean, you are going together.
Well, I suppose so, in a way.
Exactly. I'm frightfully fond of him, you know. As a matter of fact, I've spoken to some colleagues of mine in the profession, you understand. Your Edward has a future, I think.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Mr.
Dr. Cream.
Oh, of course he's spoken of you. You're staying at the same boarding house.
Yes. Well, I hope he said nice things.
Yes, but, you know Edward, he doesn't talk much about anybody, does he?
Yes, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Look, do you think we could go somewhere? I mean, a spot of tea, care for a drink?
Well, I don't know. You see, I was
please, it's really important. To Edward. Clever little devil, but a rotten actress. You know Edward, he doesn't talk much about anybody, does he? Of course, I could see through her plan perfectly well. Trap me into an admission of guilt and then call the police. But I was ready for that. It was a little sad. I didn't even know her name. She had a pretty face, pretty figure, but no name. Just Mr. Bridgman's young lady. It was dark when we walked along the quiet road leading to her house. I'd been the perfect gentleman and had escorted her home. She died behind a hedge, convulsively, within 3 minutes. I made sure that there was no outcry. Nobody heard, nobody saw, and nobody cared, except perhaps for a medical student. To whom it may concern. Ask Mr. Edward Bridgman, who lives in Mrs. Minns' boarding house off Tottenham Court Road, what he knows about the murders of Millie Vickers and Joyce Hamilton. He killed them both. I offer this information gratis. A. O'Brien, private detective. Yes?
Evening, Dr. Cream.
Oh, hello, Daisy. Come in for a chat, or is it a sore throat?
Neither. Mum asked me to ask you something.
Oh?
She wonders how long you'll be staying.
Oh, I'm perfectly happy. I hadn't thought of moving. Why?
I don't know.
Oh, Daisy, I want to talk to you. Tell me, have you read about the murders, the poisoner?
Well, who hasn't?
What do you think, huh?
I don't. Mum says he's one of those... Yeah, well, you know.
Oh. Well, shall I tell you a secret?
What?
Now, you won't tell.
Oh, of course not. What?
Well, I think I know who the murderer is.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Have you told the police?
Well, yes, I wrote them a letter. I told them who it was.
No. Oh.
Come here. Edward Bridgman.
Oh, you're pulling my leg.
And it's a pretty leg, too, Daisy, but no, I'm not.
But how do you know? No, it's balmy.
No, but I know I do.
Oh, Dr. Cream, you are a one. I should know better than to listen to you. You're always joking.
Darn, I could have killed her. She thought it was a joke. Oh, there'd been so many things to tell her. Clues, proof, everything to help to get rid of the medical student, and she wouldn't listen. And then after she'd gone, I was afraid. I was afraid she might remember. Darn, I could have killed her. It was Saturday, 2 days after I'd posted the letter to Scotland Yard. I thought I'd take a walk to Hyde Park and was leaving my room to go downstairs when the front doorbell rang.
Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Mrs. Minns?
Yes?
We're from Scotland Yard. I should like to have a word with a Mr. Edward Bridgman. Does he live here?
Why, yes. Won't you come in? Is anything wrong?
Is he at home?
In the drawing room, I think. Shall I call him?
If you don't mind.
Oh, not at all, I'm sure. Oh, Mr. Bridgman!
Yes, Mrs. Minns? Mr. Bridgman? Yes. I'd like to speak to you, if you don't mind. Oh, what about? Is there somewhere that...
Oh, afternoon, everybody.
Oh, hello, Doctor.
Nice day. I thought I'd take a walk.
Mum! Mum, is it all right if I go to the cinema with Agnes? Lummy lubber duck. Police.
Now, run along, Daisy. Don't be home late.
Mr. Bridgman.
Come along, Daisy. I'll walk along with you.
You were right all the time, Doctor, and to think I didn't believe you.
What did you say, miss?
It's a little joke of ours. Nothing at all. Come along, Daisy. I can't wait, you know.
Just
Daisy.
a minute, sir. Miss, you know something about this?
Of course I do. Dr. Cream told me. He wrote a letter to you about Mr. Bridgman here. He told me, didn't you, Doctor?
Dr. Cream, you wrote a letter to us, signed A. O'Brien.
Bridgman's your man, sir. I wanted to spare him the humiliation. That is your man. I told Daisy. I thought he might try to harm me, and
What do you say? It's all right, Mr. Bridgman. I don't think we shall need to trouble you. Come along, Doctor, if you don't mind. There are a few questions we'd like to ask you at the yard.
Oh, of course. Of course. Having set down his case history, my own, let all know that what I did in honor and right. No human power has the right to condemn me. Those that died because of their own misdeeds. I have been merely the instrument of justice. For this, I cannot hang. Neil Cream, M.D.
Dr. Neil Cream, it's time.
Oh, it won't hurt, will it? I can't stand pain. It won't hurt, will it?
Suspense, in which Mr. Joseph Kern starred in tonight's presentation of A Story of Poison. Next week, the story of betrayal and retribution on Devil's Island. We call it The Stool Pigeon. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis, who wrote tonight's script. The music was composed by Rennie Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, Tita Purdom, Virginia Gregg, Herb Butterfield, Ben Wright, Raymond Lawrence, and Ellen Morgan.
Thursday night on most of these same stations, listen for the haunting sound of the Whistler as he once again walks by night. Your reward will be mystery fare well off the beaten track. Your reward will be another rattling good Thursday thriller on The Whistler at the Star's address. Stay tuned now for George Herman with the news, followed by Disc Derby. Join the FBI in Peace and War Wednesday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of betrayal and retribution on Devil's Island. We call it The Stool Pigeon. So now, starring Mr. John Daner, here is tonight's suspense play, The Stool Pigeon.
It was hot that afternoon, which in itself, you understand, should not have been surprising. On that Devil's Island, it was always hot, unless there were the rains, and then it was a different, more steaming heat. There were 4 of us racing cockroaches in Cano's hut. Nakil, Thibault, Cano, and myself. We were what the authorities generously called libres. That is to say, we were free to roam within the confines of the island, but never to leave it. As I say, we were racing cockroaches, and Thibault had already won 3 races. His animal was a huge red beast, fully 3.5 inches in length, and possessing a remarkable stamina. She was named Marie. Made me think of a filly I used to bet on in Paris.
It's hot. My friends, it is hot.
You never get tired of saying that, do you, Thibault?
Yeah.
Does he? Yesterday you said the same thing, last month, last year.
You owe me 5 francs from the last race. Pay.
Oh, I always lose. Here.
Shall we have another?
No, it's too hot.
Oh, there. Now, who says it's hot? Who said it?
Oh, shut up.
You little maggot. I could break your shell with my nail if I felt like it. But I like you, Makil, so I allow you to speak to me thus.
I heard there's a ship coming next week.
Oh?
Where'd you hear that?
Cano hears everything and knows nothing.
I heard from a guard.
And it's a lie, because I hear everything first.
Did you call me a liar?
I call you a liar.
Stop it. Put away the knife, Cano. We'll all be put in solitary if you're seen.
Hey, a knife. Knife! Where did you get a knife, Cano?
Never mind.
Oh, but I do mind. That's interesting that you have a knife. Are you thinking of escape, perhaps?
Never mind.
I'd like to buy your knife, Cano.
Not for sale.
100 franc?
I'm not selling.
150?
No.
Ah, well, some other time.
I've got half a bottle of wine. Let's go and drink it. I don't feel like quarreling.
Oh, Makil, you have a divine soul. Come, my little maggot. You too, Cano, Exil.
Makil, he of the divine soul, had been on Devil's Island for 8 years. In Marseille, he had been, among other things, an habitual thief and arsonist. He stood 5'6" and had long been befriended by Thibault. Thibault was, by his very stature and past, the king of the libres on the island. A huge and gross man, towering over 6 feet. In Paris, he left behind him a series of syndicate murders for which he'd escaped the guillotine only by underground and political pressures. In spite of his terrible reputation and physical appearance, he was not an unfair man, and on the whole, well-liked by the rest of us. Cano was slim and dark, volatile as benzene. In a fit of jealous anger, he'd slit his wife's throat. A handy man with a knife, a moody, uncertain fellow, Cano. I was there because I was caught embezzling from the bank. A stupid thing to do, more stupid to be caught. I looked forward to 6 more years before release.
Gone. Every last mortal drop. Half a bottle doesn't go far.
Not for one with the mouth of a hippopotamus.
I remember a wine in Paris, Monche.
Think of Emile. He might be tasting your wine soon. Away from this pest hole. How long has it been now?
9 days. No, 10. He escaped on the 14th.
I give odds he never reaches Maribor. 5-1.
Why not? Why shouldn't he?
Well, the sharks, Cano. The sharks. Very bad this year, I've heard. And his boat wasn't much good either.
Any other reason?
Well, let's wish him luck by not talking about it.
I'd like to talk about it. Makil, why else shouldn't he reach Maribor?
You know how many have tried in the past 5 years and been caught.
We all know, don't we, Thibault?
Huh.
Someone informs. Someone tells that swine of a governor.
Yeah?
We only think that. It's only a guess. Nobody's sure. Only a suspicion. Now, isn't that so, Exil?
Someone who knows everything that's happening before anyone else.
He's right. My friends, he's absolutely right. It's true. I've long suspected it myself, and it's wise that it should be brought out into the open. Someone on the island is an informer, making himself fat on the sufferings of others. I shouldn't want Emile to be caught. He was a friend, a good friend.
Terrible thing if he were caught.
The question is, who?
Who not? It could be any one of 100, if it's true.
That pig Louis Dodin, possibly Grosjean. Oh, one could imagine anything from him. What about Grosjean?
Oh, Barret, oh, Proust, Galena, Munch.
Makil, Exil, Thibault.
Any one of us, even yourself, Cano.
Oh, no, that is a dreadful thing to contemplate, Thibault. No, not one of us. Over here.
Oh, have you seen Thibault? Oh,
here you are. Godin, huh? We were speaking of you a minute ago. What's the matter?
It's Emile.
What about Emile?
He's been caught. They were waiting for him in a patrol boat off Maribor. They took him.
Oh, sacre. Now the question is, how did they know he was going to Maribor? I wonder. How did they know?
2 days later, Emile was back on the island, in solitary. We heard that he was in bad shape. Thibault managed to smuggle in some cigarettes through a friendly guard, and that was the best he could do. Things were very bad, worse than usual. The governor, Monsieur Planche, was angry, and restrictions even for Libres became more intolerable. He seemed determined to make us all pay for Emile's attempted escape. There was a lot of grumbling. Even Thibault felt the pinch. Then Emile died. We heard from the beating he received when he was captured. Thibault was very quiet. For a week after, too quiet. Then one day he said,
I'm fed up.
Why don't you take a petition to the governor?
No, there's no joke. I repeat, I'm fed up. Something must be done.
Escape, Thibault?
That or what?
Yes, what?
A stand. A stand for better conditions. No more oppressions. We're prisoners, but there's still rights, human rights, to stand against tyranny and inhumanity.
Bravo. You've just been elected to the Chamber of Deputies.
I'm losing patience with you, Canu.
Don't be a fool. We have no rights. Even animals. The governor's dog has more rights than we.
And you know why? Shall I tell you why? Because the governor's dog is clever. We are not clever. The governor's dog sits up prettily and begs for a morsel. He has no other dogs to contend with, no competition, while we fight and snarl among ourselves for the garbage in the street.
It's true what he says. What does he say? What do you mean, Thibault?
If we no longer fought among ourselves, but banded together, a unit of strength, a solid front, we could force the governor and the authorities in France to better our conditions.
Then what do we do? Present a petition as Canot puts it?
No, perhaps not. Something more forceful, eh?
No good would come of it. If I suppose the governor is just too smart for us. How many choices do we have, anyway? Brazil, they turn us back. Dutch Guiana, Emile tried it. They're always watching. The West Indies, Venezuela, in an open boat? Not much chance there. Or do you want the jungle? An informer doesn't lessen our chances too much, it seems to me.
But it does lessen them.
I have been thinking hard, my friends. We're agreed on one thing. Conditions could not be worse, huh?
Agree.
If we could escape, we would do so and take our chances.
If.
Therefore, there are two choices, it seems. Better conditions on the island or escape.
And both impossible, I would say.
You're a pessimist, Exil. That's why you'll never be a success.
He's right, Exil. You'll never be a success. Go on, Thibault.
I think that we may accept both choices, one dependent on the other.
What do you mean?
If we had better conditions, we might be able to escape.
Can't you ever talk in a straight line?
Now, which of us has the greatest opportunity to see the governor?
Well, you have. You have, Thibault. You do his garden work.
Exactly.
Come on.
Patience, my friend. Monsieur Planche strolls in his garden. Thibault, he says. Thibault, the roses are not looking very well today. He stands next to me and he says this. And for the indignity this petty official heaps on my head and for what he allowed done to Emile, I could stretch out my hands and strangle him in 5 seconds. You understand? 5 seconds. But if I chose, I would not strangle. I would hold him as a hostage.
A hostage?
You follow me. Now, let us suppose that a revolt were begun, the guards overthrown.
Oh, la. It's a thought. Nobody's ever tried it.
But the guards would shoot us down.
They would have to shoot the governor if they tried.
And if we succeed in what you say, then what? Huh? What happens? What do we do? What?
That remains in my head. You must trust me there.
I trust no one.
Exil?
If there were a chance, I'd be with you. I don't look forward to 6 more years of this.
Maki.
I'm at your side, my friend, as always. As always.
That leaves you, Canu.
All right.
Excellent. Then we must start to make our plans carefully, very carefully. Canu, stand by the door and warn us if anyone approaches. We don't want the informer to overhear us, do we?
are listening to The Stool Pigeon, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
If you're interested in spreading the truth about America to others, CBS Radio suggests you contact Letters Abroad, 695 Park Avenue, New York 17, New York. Letters Abroad, once you've given them a few facts about yourself, job interests, hobbies, age, will furnish you with the name of a correspondent who lives overseas. Send a stamped, self-addressed envelope to Letters Abroad at 695 Park Avenue, New York 17, New York.
And now, we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. John Daner, starring in tonight's production, The Stool Pigeon, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
We made our plans in Thibault's hut. Up to a point, they were simple. Thibault, on the next day, was to await the governor's presence. If he appeared, Thibault would grab him and take him to the greenhouse. We three, Cano, Maquille, and I, would be in the vicinity. I to stand guard over Monsieur Planche with Thibault, Maquille and Cano to spread word among the other libres that the moment had come. If, on the other hand, the governor did not put in an appearance, we would wait for our chance on the next day or the next. As it happened, it wasn't until the fifth day that the thing happened. It was well timed. The island was stifling, the prisoners restless, smarting under the still harsh restrictions which had followed Emile's escape and arrest. We were like a time bomb ready to explode, and the explosion came. We joined Thibault in the greenhouse. He held the struggling governor in his massive arms.
All right, Mikey Canoe. Get the others quietly, but hurry. Tell them to gather at the governor's house.
Let me go, you fools. You'll suffer.
Do not speak of suffering, Monsieur Blanche. It is dangerous talk for you. Go on, Canoe, Maquille. And remember, the guards mustn't suspect. Do everything quietly.
Yes, Thibault. Come on.
Now, if you continue to struggle, Monsieur Blanche, I shall be forced to break open your head.
What can you gain by this, Thibault? It will mean a life sentence. You know it.
And for you, possibly a death sentence. Do you know that, Governor?
What are you going to do?
Hold you as a hostage. We demand our rights as men. You understand? As men.
You have no civil rights.
Human rights. My friend Emile died. He took his chance in escaping, but he wasn't shot. He was beaten to death.
An accident. He resisted.
Things must change.
I can change nothing. The regulations are set in Paris. I simply carry them out.
You overdo your authority. You must apply for better conditions for the men.
I can do nothing.
We shall see. Stay quietly now. We'll wait until the others come back.
We waited. It seemed a long time, and the silence was more terrible than the heat in that place. The governor's hobby was raising orchids, and the greenhouse was full of them. I've always hated the things. Then, suddenly, it was too quiet, as it might be on a summer's day, a moment before a thunderstorm.
What the devil's keeping them?
I don't know. Maybe the guards know what's happened. Maybe they've been caught.
Listen.
They're shooting them. Thibault, they're shooting them. Shut up!
Someone get the alarm.
Where's Maquille?
Coming, he's coming.
What happened?
We got word to about a dozen. And word must have got to the guards about him.
I told you. Now, before it's too late, release me. It'll be better for you if you do.
What happened to the others?
Last I saw, they were coming his way.
Oh, Thibault, it's horrible. I saw four of them fall.
All right, come on.
Where?
To his office. Monsieur Blanche, we are taking you to your office. If any guards try to stop us, you know what happens.
You can do nothing, Thibault. Now, give yourself up now. All of you.
Walk. Slowly.
You in there! Come out with your hands up!
The guards, Thibault.
Tell them, Governor, tell them that we're coming out. With you. Now tell them.
This is the governor speaking. These men are holding me. They're coming out.
Tell them not to shoot.
Don't shoot.
Now, calmly, nicely, we walk out. Stay very close to them, my friends. That way you'll be safe.
As bees clustered around a honeypot, we sidled along the path, past the guards who stood no more than 20 feet from us. It must have been a ridiculous sight, but the honeypot was the governor and our protection from bullets. Then we were in his office.
There were no others to join us. The door closed. It was a strange thing. We none of us thought beyond the moment. And for that moment we were superior beings. Prisoners no longer, because we were now the captors. But when I glanced into the courtyard and saw the ring of guards looking up, rifles cradled in their arms, it was then another moment, and one, this time, of fear.
What now? First, the siren must stop. It offends my ears. Governor, give the order.
This is the governor. Turn off the siren.
Good. You're cooperative. It's better that way.
I repeat, what now?
Now, I think we go to the next part of my plan. Makil, little maggot, stay by the window and observe. Report if there is an attempt by the guards to move into the building.
Yes. What do you think you can accomplish? Escape? Impossible. You know that.
It's been done. When there's been no informer, it's been done.
I don't know what you're talking about.
First things first. Now we come to the matter of conditions here.
I have told you.
I know what you've told me, and I say to you, it is within your power to ease the suffering of the men. Give them better food, better medical care.
Your concern for your fellow man touches me, Thibault. Did you have as much conscience over those you murdered?
That is an entirely different matter.
Enough of this, Thibault. What happens to us?
My dear Canu, it is happening to us now. You'll see. Trust me.
The devil with that talk. When do we get out of here?
All in good time. Therefore, Governor, you will sign your pledge to do these things of which I have spoken.
If I don't?
I'll kill you. Slowly. I can. I've had practice.
Let us suppose that I agree to this. What then?
Then you don't die. Now, the second point. We have a chance to escape.
No.
A fair chance. Not the chance that poor Emil had, but then he had no chance at all, did he?
There will be no escape.
In order to escape, there must be secrecy. And there can be no secrecy when you know beforehand of the plan.
You will not have a chance to escape. If you let me go, I warn you, I will deal with you all. There will be no escape.
My dear Governor, I said nothing about when we attempt to make this escape.
What are you talking about? Escape now, Thibault.
Yes, of course, now.
Each to his own desire for me. It may be now or sometime later, but the opportunity, if it comes, must at least allow a reasonable margin of success. That is up to you, Monsieur Blanche.
What do you mean?
Here now, the third point. I wish to know the name of your informer. The one who has, for what must be at least 5 years, supplied you with information concerning every thought and deed of the prisoners.
There is no informer.
You are lying, Governor.
No, I have no need.
You have a great need if you wish to go on living.
What are you up to, Thibault?
Don't interrupt His Excellency Carnot. He is about to tell us something.
If I tell you, will you give yourselves up?
I cannot speak for the others. For myself, yes.
You pig. You sell us out?
No, my dear Carnot. You're free to do as you will. Who is the informer, Monsieur Blanche? I'm getting impatient. Who?
Him.
That is what I wanted to know. Then I ask you one favor, Governor. Do not be hard on these two. All this was done to gain what you've just told me, nothing more.
I don't understand you.
My friend Emile. I have other friends. I should not want to see them go as he went. You had better escape now, Makil.
No, Thibault. It's not true. He's lying to you.
Run, Makil, run. Or I'll throw you out of the window.
On my honor, Thibault, I'm your friend. You know me.
I know you. Run.
Gilles, Cano, you don't believe it, do you?
Run, little maggot, outside. Quickly.
Don't, Thibault, don't.
Hope that the guards shoot you.
Please.
Run.
I would have cut his throat.
That is murder, my friend. You wouldn't want that. I hope that your guards will shoot first and inquire later, Monsieur Blanche.
We all went to solitary. It was expected, but somehow things were different, a little better on the island. How do you explain it?
Perhaps the governor was ashamed. Perhaps he admired something about Thibault that none of us understood. How does one know these things? There's not much else to tell. A year after we were released from solitary, Thibault tried to escape. And this time it wasn't a prison informer who turned him in. It was the native from whom he bought the boat. How do you explain these things?
Suspense, which Mr. John Daner starred in tonight's presentation of The Stool Pigeon. Next week, the story of a man who returned home to find his people in the grip of a strange disease. We call it The Frightened City. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis, who wrote tonight's script. The music was composed by René Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Joe Kearns, Tony Barrett, Jim Nusser, and Edgar Barrier.
Tomorrow night on the FBI in Peace and War, a criminal comes up against a determined socialite who doesn't scare easy. And it isn't long before the G-men move in on the ex-con's new racket. Remember, the FBI in Peace and War, tomorrow evening over most of these same stations. Stay tuned now for George Herman in the news, followed by Disc Derby. Thursday nights, The Whistler brings mystery on the CBS Radio Network.
Transcribe tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a man who returned home to find his people in the grip of a strange disease. We call it The Frightened City. So now, starring Mr. Harry Bartell, here is tonight's suspense play, The Frightened City.
The train pulled out of Easton at 1:20 in the afternoon. It had pulled in 3 minutes earlier. It was a simple thing I had to do then. Watch it cross the bridge over the Wabash, watch it grow smaller, and when it was out of sight, I was finally home. And home was pick up the barracks bag and walk up the small hill from the depot, down into Main Street on an autumn afternoon. Turn left on Sycamore down 3 blocks, where the houses are painted white and there's rockers on the porches and wide elm trees in November color, and the far-off sound of a dog barking, and smell of smoldering leaves, and 595 Sycamore Street. Up the path, up the steps. Jane! Janie!
Who is it?
Janie! Sis!
Nick! Nick! Oh, Nicky.
How's the baby, sis?
Oh, fine.
He was teething, but he's all right now.
Haven't seen him yet.
Oh, he's beautiful.
How's Johnny? Well, how's Johnny, sis?
What?
Johnny, how is he? Your husband, my brother-in-law, Johnny, how... What's the matter with you?
Didn't you get my letter?
I was aboard ship the last 2 weeks, so
Johnny's dead. Johnny went walking one night, and he's dead. One night, Johnny said he was going to walk down to Main Street. Told me he wanted to stop in the police station. He had something to tell the chief of
listen.
police. He went out, and he was walking along.
Janie!
Walking along.
Oh, baby.
A car drove by, and someone shot a gun at Johnny. And Johnny's dead.
Who? Who shot Johnny, sis? Janie, I'm talking to you. Who shot Johnny? Janie.
Nick, you've got a nephew. He's sleeping, and he's my son. He's a good baby, and I love him as much as a mother can love a child. Now, I want to show you something. I've had it here in my apron, and I've been wondering what to do about it. I found it under my door about a week ago, the day after Johnny was shot. I'll read it to you. Don't talk to strangers. What happened to Daddy can happen to Sonny.
Give it to me.
My little boy is going to grow up. He's going to play with other boys and laugh and cry when he scrapes his knee on the sidewalk and go to school.
Give me the note, Janie.
And live a life. No note, Nicky. These pieces get burned, get forgotten. Gets forgotten like everything else that's happened.
Who did it, Janie?
You're back home. Let everything be peaceful now. Let's keep it that way.
Outside it was November. The long, quiet avenue. And the glimpse of the coat-sweatered woman in her backyard, gathering in a wash, feeling in it the starch of cold autumn wind. Walk to a cross street, then 3 blocks east. Police headquarters. Give a murdered man's name and yours. Ask for the chief of police. And in less than an hour, be shown into it.
Hello, Mr. Crawford. Have a seat.
You know I am here.
Yes, I do.
I just came from my sister. She's scared. She gets threatening notes and burns them up. Why?
I don't know.
Who killed her husband?
I don't know.
Look, this happened to my sister. Now it's happening to me. A week ago, a man walked down the street. He was on his way to see you, and he got murdered.
Easy, kid, easy. I got some things to tell you.
Tell me.
4 people saw it happen to your brother-in-law. That night, one of them, a woman, was brutally beaten, tossed into a vacant lot. A kid playing in the trash found her there. 2 days later, another witness got a bomb thrown through his nice new house. It almost killed his wife. That's 2. The other 2 won't talk either, like your own sister won't talk. I'm tired, Mr. Crawford. I got lots of things to clear away.
I want their names and addresses.
They'll talk to you, huh?
They'll talk to me. I want those names.
Tell the sergeant in the next office I said you could have them. Mr. Crawford.
What?
Things have changed in this town. It's different. Hang around, you'll see.
Hello?
Evening.
Mr. Osborne?
I'm Mr. Osborne. Something I can do for you?
He told me down at your place of business that you'd be home. It's about Johnny Stewart. You mind if I sit down?
Not at all. Johnny Stewart. Friend of yours?
He was married to my sister.
Your sister? Oh, then you must be Nick. Heard a lot about you from Johnny. How you were soldiering in Korea. Welcome home, Nick.
Johnny worked for you, didn't he?
Good accountant. Nice guy, Johnny. One of the best.
You were with him the night he was killed?
That's right. I was with him.
You want to tell me about it?
Johnny was walking by my store just as I was closing up. I told him to wait a minute. I'd walk with him. We walked. We talked. We got to a corner. I told Johnny to wait for me while I went into the drugstore to buy some cigarettes. Just as I came out, a car turned the corner, shot him down, drove away. That's how it was.
What kind of a car?
I wouldn't know.
Well, a sedan, convertible, old, new?
A week ago they put me through this. I didn't know then. I don't know now.
He worked for you. He was your friend. You knew all about him and me and his wife.
Nick, I like it here on my porch swing. It reminds me I'm alive. Don't spoil it for me, Nick.
Mrs. Mason, you were sitting right here at your window, and you saw it happen. You saw Johnny killed.
I didn't see it.
What kind of a car? Just tell me that.
Nothing.
The men who beat you up, could you identify them?
There were weeds and dirty old tin cans.
Please.
And they threw me down, kicked me, my throat. Go away. What are you doing at my house?
You listen to me, Nick. I can remember when Johnny Stewart was a kid and he stole penny candy from me right here in the same drugstore.
And he grew up to be shot down right on this corner, right outside this store. What happened that night, Mr. Nolan?
Nick, I built up a nice business here. 20 years...
What did you see?
Nicky, it was me had to scrub his blood off the sidewalk.
What did you see?
Nothing. Nothing. That's what I saw, Nick. Nothing.
Hi.
Hello there.
You're Tom Ruxton, aren't you?
That's right.
I'm Nick Crawford.
Glad to know you.
Johnny Stewart was my brother-in-law.
Oh, really?
I understand your wife was almost killed when they tossed a bomb into your house.
That's right. Hazel was out back. Lucky.
That bomb was because you were a witness to a murder, wasn't it?
House looks okay now. I got nice neighbors. Help me. We fixed it up ourselves.
Who killed Johnny? You're scared to death, aren't you?
I got a pretty good house here, mister. A tract house, GI loan. Once I had a nice uniform just like you. Now what I've got's a wonderful wife. Anybody asks me, I'll say Hazel's a wonderful wife and I love her.
Like I said, scared.
Right now, mostly of you. Whatever you're carrying around with you, I don't want to rub off on me or Hazel. So I'll tell you something. Leave me alone.
When I went outside, it was evening in Easton. The air was chill, and the dew was turning to light frost on the lawns. I walked for a while, and I noticed a thing. The people on the streets, they all had the same disease. Their stares, their looks over the shoulder at me. The whispers, the turning aside to let me pass. The word had gotten around that Johnny Stewart's brother-in-law was back in town and was asking questions. Was being pointed out, walked away from. I'd come home. And I'd come home to a frightened city.
You are listening to The Frightened City, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Harry Bartell, starring in tonight's production, The Frightened City. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The next morning in Easton, clear, bright. Look out the window of an upstairs room where you've slept in an almost forgotten bed. In the glint of sunlight is autumn leaves wet with melting frost.
Nicky, you up?
Yeah, come on in.
Hi.
Hi.
You sleep good?
Yeah. I heard the kid bawling a little while ago. Woke me up. Sit down, honey.
He was hungry. It's all right now. Nicky.
What?
You got home real late last night. I waited up a long time. Then I got tired and went to sleep. My brother's first night home in 3 years. You'd think you could have managed to get home early enough for us to talk.
What do we talk about, Jane?
Oh, you. What's happened to you in 3 years?
But Johnny. Dead Johnny. Murdered Johnny. Your husband, the man you had the kid with. That we don't talk about.
Shut up, Nick.
Janie.
I told you, shut up.
You're going to yell me into keeping quiet?
I told you I don't want my baby killed. Johnny was enough.
You hate me for wanting to know why Johnny's dead. You hate me for that, Janie?
My baby gets hurt, I'll hate you to your grave.
You got lots of new things in the house, Jane. New furniture, new carpets. Looks nice. Looks expensive.
You coming down for breakfast?
How much did Johnny make working as accountant for Osborne? 50, 60 a week? How much?
Nick, leave me alone.
New sofa, big green leather chair, new carpet. That costs a lot of money. How'd you get him, Jane? Installment plan? Somebody give you a birthday present? How'd you do it, Jane? You got a home hobby? You take telephone subscriptions for ladies' magazines? Or did Johnny do it? Is that it? How? Did he steal? Did he rob? Did he kill?
Nicky.
Tell me.
Ask Osborne.
Osborne. Ask him what?
How we suddenly became rich. How Johnny left a bank account with $30,000 in it.
What are you talking about?
Well, you said you walked the town last night. Didn't you see what's happened to us?
See what?
People walking into back rooms, shops with no customers open late. People walking into back rooms, card rooms, dice tables, numbers.
And Johnny was part of it.
Johnny worked for Osborne.
And he got sick of it and was on his way to tell the cop.
Doesn't matter. If you tell anybody what I said, I'll swear you're lying. That's what I'll do, Nick.
Hi, Nick. What are you doing? Hey, what's the matter with you, Nick?
I want you to look at me, Osborne. And I want you to say to yourself, here's a man who's angry. Say to yourself, here's a man who might reach across the desk and kill me. He hasn't made up his mind yet. On your feet, Osborne. On your feet! Why'd you kill Johnny?
You crazy?
Talk to me. Talk. Tell me why you killed Johnny.
I was walking with him, son. Walking with him. How
could you set him up as a pigeon? It's real simple. You walk with him and go into a drugstore and wait until he's killed. Now you know how. Now tell me why.
Been talking to your sister, son?
Osborne, you send your boys down to see my sister. They might live through what'll happen to them, but I doubt it.
Tough boy, soldier boy.
Now here's what else, Osborne. This town suddenly stinks. Dice rooms, card rooms, numbers, and everything that goes with it. My brother-in-law gets a shiny garbage disposal and a new grand piano, real fine rugs, and a large bank account. On how much a week? 75? Accountants make about that, don't they?
We could start you at about 300.
Polite, Mr. Osborne, to a guy who's talking.
500.
Polite, Mr. Osborne. That's the word for just now. I could kill you, Mr. Osborne. Just think about it. With me. Now, here we are in this room. You, the man who's got the whole town of Easton so scared that nobody has a friend anymore. It takes a powerful man to frighten almost 20,000 people, but you did it.
Anything happens to me, Nicky boy, you'd get 1 block from here. Let's think about that, too, huh?
That's what I was coming to. Then there's me in this room, and you're afraid of me. That makes me pretty big, too, but I'm not going to kill you, because this is my town, and it used to be a pretty good town.
The uniform and the flag in the fist. That's all you need.
And there's law. And there's people who need to know what's happening here, and I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do.
Got proof, Nicky? How?
About 8 o'clock this evening, I'm going to take a walk. I'm going to take the same walk that Johnny did. And I'm going into that drugstore and make a phone call. A long-distance call to St. Louis. To a newspaper guy I know. And then it's going to be in the papers about a frightened city. And reporters will come here and they'll find out. You getting real scared, Osborne?
You mean it? About taking that walk tonight, Nick?
I mean it.
Maybe we'll bump into each other.
We will. And on the way home, stop at Lane's sporting goods store. Buy a gun. Buy cartridges. And Mr. Lane is all business. No good evenings. No, how have you been, Nicky? Just ring it up on the cash register, not looking at you. Walk quickly away from you when it was done. And the walk home. A small town held in November twilight. Inside the house, the room where the baby is. Play with him. And Jane comes in, takes him away from you. Tells you there's supper in the kitchen if you want it. And eat alone. Paper propped against water pitcher. Alone. From now on, everything alone. Glance at the kitchen clock. And it's time.
You going out, Nick?
Yeah,
Where?
just for a walk.
Will you be late?
Maybe. Don't wait up for me.
Something for you, Nick?
Some change. I want to use your phone.
Sure, Nick. Here, Nick.
Thanks.
Long distance.
Long distance, what's the station-to-station charge to St. Louis?
One moment, please. The charge is $1.20, including tax. What number do you wish, please? What number are you calling in St. Louis, please?
Pick a number.
I'm sorry, sir.
Don't be sorry. Get anybody you want to talk to in St. Louis. Have a talk on me. There's somebody I want to call in St. Louis, but I can't think of who it is.
I will give you information.
No. Just talk to me.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't do that.
Operator, I've got to talk into this phone for just a little while longer. Just to let somebody think I'm not kidding. In case somebody's watching.
I don't understand, sir. Would you like information, sir?
About what?
Do you wish to talk to St. Louis, sir?
You think I should?
I'll connect you with my superior.
No, I got a number. Get me, Benton 64373 in St. Louis.
One moment, please.
Never mind, operator. Somebody's just driven up. He's waiting for me outside. Cancel call.
Nick. Nick. Oh, Nick. Sorry, soldier. And just think, you could have died on a battlefield, not in your hometown. Oh.
We both went to the same hospital. Osborne didn't die. He lived quite a long time. Hospital, trial, confession, sentence. Then it was spring in Easton. It was a good spring. And you know how people are. They react to the weather.
Hi, Nick. Trees starting to bud already, you notice?
They get friendly and they smile a lot like winter was a long time. A dark time. It was over.
Come on over to the house when you have a chance, Nick. You do that, you hear?
Grass grows in springtime, but babies grow all the time.
Did you see him? Did you see him, Nick? He walked. My son walked.
Sure, I saw him, sis.
He's growing up.
That happens.
And you know what? He's lucky. He's got a good town to grow up in.
Suspense, in which Mr. Harry Bartell starred in tonight's presentation of The Frightened City. Suspense is produced and transcribed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Music was composed by Rennie Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Charlotte Lawrence, Lou Merrill, Herb Butterfield, Vivi Janis, and Tom McKee. And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you transcribed a story of what might have happened in the famous Lizzie Borden case. We call it Goodbye, Miss Lizzie Borden. So now, starring Paula Winslow, Virginia Gregg, and Irene Tedrow, here is tonight's suspense play, Goodbye, Miss Lizzie Borden.
Oh, now, what did I do with my purse? Oh, there it is. Oh, dear, I know I've forgotten something. Something.
Is that everything, ma'am?
Huh? Oh, yes, just the 2 suitcases. What are you doing with the trunk, expressman? There isn't any trunk, only the 2 bags. I'm only going for a short visit.
It's my trunk, Miss Emma. I'm leaving.
Oh, Maggie.
It's all right, expressman. You can take the trunk out.
Yes, ma'am.
Maggie, you can't.
I can't help it. I'm sorry, I really am, but I can't stand it another minute.
Oh, dear. They all leave. They always do. What are we going...
I'm sorry, Miss Emma. I've only stayed this long for your sake. I couldn't bear to leave you alone with her.
Thank you, Maggie.
Now you'll be gone off on your little vacation, and she'll have somebody else in the kitchen maybe before you come back.
Oh, dear, Maggie. What shall we do? What are we going to do?
I can't stand it, Miss Emma. I never feel alone in this house. I'm cleaning about, thinking no evil, and then I get a shiver between my shoulder blades, and I turn around, and there she is, perfectly still, just looking at me, with that look she's had since the trial. More than a body can stand, and I'm leaving.
I know, Maggie. She's always spying. She knows every move I make. I know.
Never a party, no callers, not a friend to drop in of an evening. It's like a house of death.
It is a house of death. I can't stand it any more than you can. That's why I'm going down to Fairhaven. I can't stand being cooped up with her any longer.
Then you know what I mean, Miss Emma.
Have you told her?
No. If you want to know the truth, I was afraid to say anything. Thought I might get my trunk away with your things before she knew.
Where is she?
Upstairs.
Well, you'd better hurry then. Goodbye, Maggie.
Goodbye, miss. I'm sorry. And don't miss your train.
Oh, I won't. I have a half hour yet. And it isn't as if there wasn't another one soon after, you know.
Well, I know you, Miss Emma. Don't miss them both. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Maggie. Oh, what am I going to do?
Miss Lizzie? Miss Borden is out.
Oh, dear. Why can't they leave us in peace? Oh, now, what did I do with my gloves? Oh, I wonder what time it is. Maggie! Oh, she's gone. Oh, dear. Lizzie will be furious. Oh, who is it? Who is it?
Miss Borden.
Oh, no, you can't come in. My sister won't see you. Please, take your shoe out of the door.
So this is the scene of the crime.
Oh, please.
Corpse found over there.
Please, my
Blood
sister.
spattered all over the walls. Had them repapered, haven't you?
Oh.
Nice happy pattern, too. Oh, this is the picture, isn't it? The one that had 46 blood spots on it. You're Miss Lizzie Borden, I presume.
Oh, no,
I
I'm
must
not.
say you're not what I expected. Out west where I come from, when a woman's tough, she's tough. Now, Miss Lizzie,
I am not Miss Lizzie. I'm Miss Emma.
Oh, the sister. That accounts for it. Well, Miss Emma, this is the anniversary of the 2nd Street murders, isn't it? It's just a year since Mr. and Mrs. Borden were murdered by...
Since my father and stepmother died. We don't talk about it.
I missed your sister's trial. Some old girl, I heard.
She was acquitted. We don't talk about it.
Of course not. But the public is interested, you know. Now, I'm from Cripple Creek, Colorado, Miss Emma. Greatest town on earth. Pick up gold right on the streets. I represent the Cripple Creek Record, and I'm here to get some impressions for my paper. 2nd Street Revisited and all that.
Oh, you're one of those nasty female reporters. Oh, Lizzie hates reporters. I know she won't listen to you for a minute.
Oh, well. Hey, isn't that a picture of Pike's Peak on the wall?
Oh, yes. It's quite artistic, isn't it? Uncle Morse brought it back to me from the goldfields. It's all he brought back. He painted it himself.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? I'm from the Pikes Peak goldfields myself.
Oh.
Morse. Is your Uncle Morse an old codger, 60-ish maybe?
A droopy mustache?
That's it, a droopy mustache and a sort of...
Tall and thin. Oh, my goodness. Do you know Uncle Morse?
I should say I do. I knew him well in Cripple Creek. How is the old coyote? Put her there, Miss Emma. Any niece of old man Morse is a friend of mine.
Oh, how do you do? Won't you sit down, Miss...
Nellie Cutts. You just call me Nellie. Now, as I was saying... I represent the Cripple Creek Record, and I'm on kind of a roving commission to report how things are on this side of the range. And listen, this Borden story's got everything. New England old maid, Sunday school teacher, and all that. Just as a story, you know. Color? She ups and kills half the family with an axe. Interview with Miss Lizzie Borden a year after. Great stuff. They eat it up in Cripple Creek.
She won't see you. Lizzie won't see you. I know that.
Well, how about a word from you, the sister? How does it feel, Miss Emma, to live day in and day out within sight of the very bloodstains, as you might say? How does it feel to take meals with a woman who was tried for the crime?
Oh, I've stood it as long as I can. That's why I'm going to Fairhaven. I can be alone in Fairhaven.
Must have been pretty tough on the nerves this last year. I guess Miss Lizzie'd be difficult to live with, huh?
Shh. She hears. She's always listening and spying. She never leaves me alone. Oh, dear, I mustn't miss the 3:37. What time is it?
You won't miss it. It's only 1:15.
Oh, my watch says 10.
No, I set mine at the station. Just before...
Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks.
Oh.
And when she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41.
Go away, you naughty child. Go away.
What was that? She gave her father 41. Oh, how did it begin?
She gave her father 41.
You hear me?
This is a classic. Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her...
Please don't. She hears every word you say down here. Her room is right up there.
Right up there? But she wasn't up there when her father was being murdered, was she? She was in the barn eating pears, she says. Now, Miss Emma, just sit down a minute, please. Is it true that on the morning of the murder, the breakfast consisted of bananas, cookies, and cold mutton soup?
I don't know. I wasn't here. I was at Fairhaven.
Cold mutton soup in August. No wonder somebody committed murder. Well, now, Miss Emma, your stepmother was found upstairs with her head battered in with an axe.
That's right.
And your father's body was on the sofa here, like this.
Oh, don't!
Miss Lizzie spread the alarm. The front door was triple locked, and Miss Lizzie was watching the side door, so she says. She was watching from the upper barn window, just standing there, eating a pear and looking out, she says. How could anyone outside have done it? How could they escape right under her eyes if Miss Lizzie wasn't lying?
My sister was acquitted.
It beats me how they acquitted her.
Blood. Blood. Whoever did it was covered with blood.
Well, what about it?
Everybody saw Lizzie within 10 minutes of the crime, and she hadn't a spot of blood on her. The biggest professors at Harvard tried to find blood on her clothes. There wasn't any. That's why they had to acquit her.
Tell me, Miss Emma, did you look carefully at Miss Lizzie to see if there was any blood on her hair, perhaps, or her shoes?
Certainly not. My own sister. Besides, I didn't see Lizzie till I got back from Fairhaven that night.
Maybe she used an apron. One of those big coveralls.
They never found one.
Easy enough to hide a thing like that in your own house. They never found the axe either, did they?
No. They never found the axe. I often wondered where it got to.
They searched the house?
Yes. They searched.
They took up the carpets, didn't they? Did they search the chimney?
Of course they did.
Did they open the flue?
No. We wouldn't have them tearing up the house.
I'd tear it up. Loose brick here. It wouldn't be hard.
Oh, Lizzie wouldn't have it. Everything's Lizzie's now. Lizzie's and mine.
Miss Emma, excuse me, but is there any insanity in your family?
Certainly not. That's the first thing they started asking. Oh, they asked ever so many questions about Uncle Morse.
Good old Uncle Morse. He arrived for a visit, didn't he? Just the day before the murders.
Yes, and they were awful about Uncle Morse. They kept asking people if he was quite right in the head. Just because he doesn't work steady any place, but sort of drifts around. Oh, it made me terribly angry. Uncle Morse is as sane as I am.
Where was he the morning of the murders?
Visiting around. He had a perfect alibi. It was just humiliating the way they snooped around about everybody. Where was Uncle Morse? Where was I?
Miss Emma, tell me about the kitten. Oh, they say the kitten was found down in the cellar. Dead. It had been killed with an axe.
Oh, the kitten. The kitten was the hardest. I cried for a week. It brought on my neuralgia. I like kittens. Lizzie never cried at all. It was Lizzie's kitten. She's a hard woman.
Yes. Well, now, Miss Emma, let's get back to the fatal day. Mrs. Borden is lying in her blood upstairs. The servant is downstairs. She hears Mr. Borden at the front door trying to get in. She goes to let him in. She finds the door is triple locked. She lets him in, and upstairs on the landing she hears a horrible, gloating laugh. The murderer is standing up there, Miss Emma. And as she sees her second victim walk into her trap, she laughs.
It wasn't Lizzie. Lizzie was downstairs.
She changed her story. First she said she was downstairs, then upstairs. She was lying then. Well, in comes Mr. Borden and lies down for a nap, right here on the sofa. The murderer covers herself with something and creeps up on the old man with an axe from behind, like this. And brings down the axe again and again.
No.
Was it Miss Lizzie?
No, it wasn't Lizzie. It wasn't.
Emma.
Oh.
You talk too much, Emma.
Listening to Goodbye, Miss Lizzie Borden. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
CBS Radio reminds you to do as Sparky the firefighting dog says. Don't give fire a place to start. Be sure all cigarettes are out before discarding them. Clear your house of old newspapers, damaged furniture, and inflammable debris. Repair electrical wiring as soon as it shows signs of wear. These simple rules will help keep your valuables safe. They could even save your life. Don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you.
And now, we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Virginia Gregg, Irene Tedrow, and Paula Winslow, starring in tonight's production, Goodbye, Miss Lizzie Borden, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Lizzie, this lady's an old friend of Uncle Morse.
You're going to miss your train, Emma.
Oh, yes, Lizzie. Oh, dear, perhaps I should have called a cab. But it's only a step from here. Goodbye, Lizzie.
Goodbye. Emma?
Yes?
You forgot your gloves.
Oh, so I did. Thank you, Lizzie. Goodbye. Goodbye, Miss...
I represent the Cripple Creek Record, Miss Lizzie. A friend of Uncle Morse? What color hair has the old man got? Gray, bald as an egg. Good day, miss. But, Miss Borden, my paper wants an interview. I don't give interviews. Just one question, Miss Lizzie. The blood-stained apron, where did it get to? I have nothing to say. And the bloody axe. Why wasn't the chimney back searched? Good day, miss. If you just say a word for my paper... I'll have to hide them somewhere else now.
I missed the train.
You can catch the next one.
Lizzie, your apron and the axe. That's where they were all the time.
Lock the door, Emma.
You hid them there. After.
Yes. I was afraid Maggie would come down any minute. I hid them in the flue.
I always wondered where they got to. I wondered how they could search and search and never find them.
Father kept money behind that brick. He never knew I knew. And once he was dead, nobody knew about it but me.
Why did you do it?
There's a way, isn't there, to tell who's been handling a weapon?
I don't know. You've always been the clever one. I don't see any marks.
I don't either, but they say the police can. A Frenchman wrote a book about it. Besides, you bought the axe in Fairhaven. It has the store mark etched on the head.
Why, Lizzie, you knew all the time.
I saw you. I saw you from the barn window. You came out the side door and stood looking around. And I saw your face. It was all I needed. You ran to the street and I came in and found Father. It was my apron. And the blood. You needn't have used my apron, Emma.
It was the handiest, Lizzie.
And you brought the axe from Fairhaven. I only had a minute. I hid them in Father's hiding place. They were safe until that newspaper snooper began to get ideas.
Why did you hide them, Lizzie?
But what else could I do? I hated her too, Emma.
Oh, you don't remember our mother as I do. You couldn't have hated Mrs. Borden as I did.
But Father... Why, Father?
After what he did to Mother? Marrying that woman so soon after? You were always soft over Father, Lizzie.
It's a relief, I suppose. Oh, time after time I wanted to ask you about things when they were asking me questions, cross-examining, keeping after me. Oh, I wanted so badly to know so I would know what to say, but I never dared ask you. They had spies about me all the time. Oh, I made so many mistakes. When they asked if I'd seen anybody leave the house, I was on my guard not to mention you. I said no, nobody. So they decided it couldn't have been a stranger that did it. It must have been Lizzie. Oh, I ought to have said I saw the murderer leaving. A big bearded man with a bloody axe. But I wasn't used to lying.
And when I went on the stand and told the truth, that I hated her worse than you did, they were sure I was lying to cover you.
I had to lie about the laugh. I had to change my story and say I was up there laughing. Otherwise, they would have started asking who was laughing. Whose laugh sounds like Lizzie's?
Mine?
I haven't laughed since.
Neither have I.
I haven't laughed since I found my kitten dead.
Oh, Lizzie, having to kill the kitten was the hardest. It brought on my neuralgia. I cried for a week over the kitten.
I know you did.
I cried because I had to do it, Lizzie.
Oh, I should have understood then. After the kitten, I should have been on guard. You know, I was afraid at first they'd find out you'd been away from Fairhaven.
Oh, I prayed for guidance, Lizzie. All the time I was at Fairhaven, I stayed in my room and prayed for guidance.
What's that got to do with it?
Why, don't you see? When the answer came to me, I just got the axe and started for Fall River. They thought I was still in my room.
What a risk that was.
Oh, no risk, Lizzie. My prayers for guidance were answered, don't you see? I was protected.
I protected you.
Why? I wonder why.
Oh, I don't know. Because I've always protected you, I suppose. Because I enjoyed having the laugh on everybody, maybe.
I never guessed. You had the laugh on me, didn't you, Lizzie?
Didn't you know I knew? No, of course you didn't.
What would you have done if they'd found you guilty?
Oh, gone through with it, I suppose. I'd have gone through with it before I'd given in to them.
I guess you would. You were always a wicked, stubborn thing.
Oh, I used to get sick of it. The jail reporters examining, cross-examining. I'd get sick of it and think I'd had enough. I'd tell them now the truth. And then that prosecutor would come along with his pious face like a public statue. And the very thought of giving in and admitting I'd lie would make me say no. I'll face it. They won't break me. And they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Besides, would have been giving in for nothing. They wouldn't have believed me.
I suppose they wouldn't.
I used to wonder, if they found me guilty, what would you have done?
I used to wonder, too. But I had my guidance. I didn't let it worry me.
No, it didn't worry you. Me sitting there in court day after day. The crowd hating me.
I know, Lizzie.
Oh, how do you know? How do you know what I went through? The crowd staring, thinking I did it. The women who hiss at you at the courtroom door. They hate you. They want to see you dead. What do you know about it?
What do you know about it, Lizzie? You had the easy part. You didn't have to do it. I thought it would be like chopping wood. It isn't. Wood splits. The other strikes back. It stops you. Wood doesn't bleed, Lizzie. It doesn't fly. Jump at you. The air filled with it.
I saw the wall.
You don't know. You don't know anything. You didn't have to do it. I didn't want to. Listen, there she is. Mrs. Borden, going up the stairs. I'll have to hurry.
Mrs. Borden's gone, Emma. She's been gone for a year.
No, she's upstairs. Don't stop me.
Put down the axe, Emma, and come with me.
Where?
Just across the street to see Dr. Bowen.
Oh, so you can put me away. So you can shut me up. I'll not be shut up, Lizzie. I wasn't meant to be shut up.
Just come and see Dr. Bowen.
No, he'll put me away. I'll not have it, Lizzie. I'll die first. Oh, but I don't have to die, do I? Nobody knows but you. I'm not the one to die.
Emma, what are you doing?
I'm putting on my apron. I just explained to you, Lizzie. Blood spatters. You don't want me to spoil my best Bengaline, do you?
Emma, listen to me. You have to go to Fairhaven. You'll miss the train. Emma,
Emma. It won't take long. It's over in a minute, Lizzie.
Emma, think what you're doing. You can't escape twice.
Oh, yes, I can. I do what I have to do, and the rest takes care of itself. Oh, I don't want to. You must understand
Emma,
that.
You don't have to.
Oh, yes. I knew as soon as I saw the axe. What else did you keep it for? I knew there was to be another.
But I kept it to protect you, Emma.
Oh, Lizzie, don't talk. It only makes this harder. Now, Lizzie.
No. Here, give it to me. Oh, that's better.
Miss Lizzie, can't you change your mind and give me a statement now Miss Emma's gone? Oh, there you are, Miss Emma. You missed the train after all.
You don't have to talk through the window, miss. Take that thing off, Emma, and open the front door.
Well, good for you, Miss Lizzie.
Give me the apron, quick. I'll cover the axe with a newspaper. You be quiet. Now, open the door.
Oh, this is real nice of you, Miss Lizzie. It's a hot day. I hope we have rain. What's the weather forecast? What's the paper say?
Fair and warmer, fair and warmer.
Oh, fair and warmer.
Now then, young woman, what do you want to know? Quickly, please.
Tell me, Miss Lizzie, the murder weapon. Was it ever found? What's your opinion? Where did it get to?
I think the murderer carried it away with him.
That's all you think?
That's all, thank you very much.
But I'm not through.
I have nothing more to say. Miss Emma's leaving now. You can walk with her to the station.
Well, hey, isn't this the Providence Journal? I hear they put out a scorching editorial wanting to know why these murders are still unsolved.
Please don't. Emma, don't miss your train. Come along.
I'll send for my things, Lizzie.
Very well, Emma.
Goodbye, Lizzie.
Isn't she coming back?
What did you say?
Isn't she coming back?
No. She isn't coming back.
So that's the axe. Whole thing torn wide open now, Will you give me a statement?
Certainly not.
Miss Emma thinks now you killed them, doesn't she? Did you, Miss Lizzie?
No, I didn't kill them.
Come on, you've been acquitted. You can't be tried again.
I didn't do it.
Then who did it? It was somebody in the house. There's the murder weapon. If you didn't do it, who did? Maggie? Miss Emma? Miss Emma, that's it, Miss Emma Borden. Why didn't I see it before?
Stop talking rubbish, young woman. I'll make a statement for you. I did it.
You killed them? You killed them both with the axe?
Yes.
Why? Why did you?
I don't like cold mutton soup.
What a scoop.
It isn't a scoop.
Why not?
It isn't a scoop if you can't print it, and I'll sue you if you print it. I've been acquitted in open court, my girl. I'm innocent, and don't you forget it. You print a word and I'll sue. I've got $250,000 and I'll spend every cent of it defending my good name.
Good name. Everybody in Fall River knows you did it. You just admitted it yourself.
Never mind what I admitted. Just you keep your tongue between your teeth. You're not going to print that story so you can tear up those notes of yours.
I certainly will not tear it up. I have a duty to my paper.
I said tear it up.
You wouldn't.
Tear it up.
Of course, Miss Lizzie. I'm glad to oblige you. You can put down the axe. Thank you, Miss Lizzie, for your time. I'm just going.
Go on. Open the door. Go on.
Yes. Yes, of course. Thank you again. No wonder Miss Emma isn't coming back. Goodbye, Miss Lizzie.
Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. And when she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41.
Suspense, in which Irene Tedrow, Paula Winslow, and Virginia Gregg starred in tonight's presentation of Goodbye, Miss Lizzie Borden. Next week, be sure to listen to radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and transcribed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script is written by Lillian de la Torre. The music was composed by Rennie Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Helen Klebe, Leonard Weinrib, and Richard Beals.
It's here every weekday evening, the new Jack Carson Show. Tony Romano sings. The King Sisters, 4 in number, are, as you might expect, a quartet of highly vocal, tuneful gals. Roy Chamberlain's orchestra provides a gay musical backdrop to the proceedings, so listen to CBS Radio's Jack Carson Show Monday through Friday evenings. A new star attraction at the Star's address on most of these same stations.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you transcribed the story of a very ordinary family and what happens when a UFO lands in their backyard. We call it Heavens to Betsy. So now, starring Trude Marson and Hy Averback, here is tonight's suspense play, Heavens to Betsy.
A lot of people might call what happened to the Doyles a fantasy, or an allegory, or mass hysteria, or just about anything. But it happened, no matter what you call it. And you couldn't convince the government, a half-dozen army men, and the Doyles that it didn't. In particular, you couldn't convince Betsy Doyle. The day it started wasn't much different to any other day. It was about 5 o'clock in the evening, and there was a thunder and rainstorm hanging around the suburb where the Doyles lived. Henry Doyle was still at the bank, about to leave for home. Betsy Doyle was in the kitchen cooking dinner, and 8-year-old Dickie Doyle was listening to the radio.
So, Captain Spaceman, you are ready to tell us where you have hidden the galactic astroprism?
Never, Pathoth. With all your secret knowledge, if you're really so smart, you should be able to use your visio-autoscope and find out for yourself.
Unfortunately, while you put up such a tremendous, although useless struggle against the Royal Soldiers of Gramick, the visio-autoscope was smashed. It will take 2 days to repair it, and I cannot afford to wait.
That's too bad, Pathoth.
Then I am afraid I have no other alternative.
Darn it.
Are you all right, dear?
Oh, sure, Mom, but the darn
it must have been a thunderbolt. It was awfully close. I felt it. Shook the house. Frightened me to death.
Oh, Mom, it's an electrical storm, that's all.
Well, that's all it is to you, but I don't like it. Hope your father gets home early. I hate him being out in this.
Oh, radio. Well, maybe a tube's gone out. I'll take it.
No, you won't. Don't you touch that thing. You turn it off right now.
But, Captain...
I don't care. Dangerous having the radio on in a storm like this.
Oh, Mom, that's silly.
Please do as I ask you, Dickie. Makes me nervous.
Okay.
You can help me in the kitchen if you want.
Oh, I guess I'll read a book or something.
Why don't you bring it in the kitchen and read it? You can keep me company. I wish you would.
Okay, Mom.
Hello?
Hello, Beth. Are you all right over there?
Ella? Hi. Oh, sure, we're fine. Wasn't that something? I thought it was right on the house.
Oh, I was scared, too. I looked out the window and I saw the flash. It looked like it was in your backyard.
Oh, thank heavens it wasn't.
Must have been on the other side of the trees.
I guess so. Honey, I've got to get back to my dinner. I'll call you back.
Okay.
That's how it started. The great flash, the explosion, and there was only static to speak for the radio. Dickie took his latest space science comic book to the kitchen and became lost in willowy women of the future and their comrades in bravery, super ray gun-armed, invincible globe-headed, granite-jawed heroes. His mother prosaically made dumplings for the stew. It was 5 minutes to 6 when the phone rang again.
Will you get it, dear? My hand.
Sure, Mom.
Oh, hello, Beth.
This is Richard Doyle.
Oh, Dickie, this is Mrs. Gilbert, dear. Is everything all right over there? Can I talk to your mother?
Mom's making dumplings. She can't come to the phone.
Oh. Well, ask her what that funny glow is over your way. Is there a fire in the woods? Did the thunderbolts hit fire to something?
I don't see anything. No fire around here, Mrs. Gilbert. Besides, the rain would put out a fire.
Well, there is something glowing, Dickie. I can see it from my window. I don't know why you can't. It's right out there near your house.
Maybe it's out the back. I'll take a look, Mrs. Gilbert.
All right, dear.
Who is it, Dickie? Mrs. Gilbert, Mom. She says there's a glow around here somewhere.
Glow?
Yeah, she thought it was a fire. I'm going to take a look out back.
Oh, no, you're not. Pouring out there. You can pull up the shade and see out the window.
Okay.
I'll be glad when your father gets home. I don't like these storms. Dickie, will you... What's that?
I don't know, Mom. I guess it's what Mrs. Gilbert was talking about. Kind of a glow.
It's in the backyard. It's on fire.
No, it isn't. It's just something. Shining, like...
Pull down the shade. Pull down the shade. Hurry. Hurry. Oh, here.
Oh, Mom.
Now, don't you be scared. We've got to think. What would your father do? Maybe we'd better
You better give your old man a kiss. Hi, son.
Oh, Henry, darling. I didn't hear you come in.
No, I guess you didn't.
I'm so... Dear, there's something out there.
Where?
In the back. We saw it. No. Oh, you mustn't go out.
I don't get it. What?
Look.
See, Dad? All shining and glowy.
Where'd that come from?
I don't know. Ella called and said she saw it from her house, didn't she, Dickie?
Yeah. Oh, hey,
All
Mom.
right. Quiet, son. We've got to investigate this.
Yeah, but
Son,
Dad...
there's something out there, all right. No question about that. Can't see too well. The shrubs are in the way.
It's like neon lights rolling all over. You're going out there, Dad? Can I come with you?
Son, this is one of those times I was telling you about. Fools rush in where brave men fear to tread. Do you remember me telling you that?
Yes, Dad.
Well, this is one of those times.
Mr. Doyle turned back to the window and stood staring out into the wet night, softly radiant from the glow in his backyard. He was a man to whom the unusual rarely, if ever, happened. A man who in his teens dreamed of adventure and heroism, and his 20s dreamed of adventure and heroism, and now in his late 30s still dreamed of adventure. The heroism, at least, was tempered by knowledge of his own weaknesses. His life had been ordinary, and he could never completely forgive life for that. Now there was something out there in the night, and he knew that it was the beginning of a great moment. He thought,
I don't know what it is, but it's different. I can feel it. I know it. I'm a little afraid to go out and see, but I want to. It's my chance, whatever it is. It's come to me, to Betsy. It might even...
Dad? Dad, what do you think? What do you think it is?
Oh, yes, son, I was looking at it. This is a time for caution. Betsy, go up and get my pistol, will you?
No. No, I will not. You call the police, the fire department.
It's not a fire. It's a thing. Probably perfectly harmless, but I want to make sure.
Oh, Henry,
Dickie, get
please.
my pistol, will you?
Oh, boy, sure, Dad. Be right back.
I don't want you to go out. Henry, if you love me, you'll...
I love you, and I'm going to find out what it is.
Oh, here you are, Dad.
Thank you, son.
Well, if you're going, I'm going too.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Dickie, you get my raincoat in the hall.
Okay, Mom.
Honey.
There's no use talking. I'm going. What do you think it is in the yard?
I don't know. But I've got an idea.
Oh, here, Mom. Can I come too, Dad? Can I?
No, son, you stay here.
Oh. All right, Henry. I'm ready.
All right. Come on, and stay behind me. You understand?
I'll watch from the window.
Yes, you do that, son.
It's so bright. That light.
Well, we'll get a good look at it when we get past the shrubs.
Henry. Look.
If you wanted to know what it is, I'll tell you. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened in the world. I knew it would happen someday. It's a UFO, that's what it is. A flying saucer.
You are listening to Heavens to Betsy, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Driving tonight? CBS Radio hopes you're not taking any chances. It takes only a split second to turn a gambler into a corpse on today's highways. Keep in line when your vision ahead's obscured. Keep well back of the car in front of you. When you ride up on his tailpipe, you're assuming all his risks, too. Don't pass until you've got a clear lane for it with no opposing traffic in it for a safe distance and then some. Play it smart and survive.
And now, we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Truda Marson and Hy Averback, starring in tonight's production, Heavens to Betsy, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
That's what it was, all right. No longer an unidentified flying object, but a very real flying saucer. Henry Doyle believed in saucers, and this one had landed in their backyard and lay in the mud, glowing, a soft, rich, silvery glow. They were lost in excitement, and with it went their normal Earth-like fear. Together they walked around it.
Well, I figure 8 feet long and 3 wide and about 2 feet high. Wouldn't you say that, Bets?
I guess so. There's no door, no windows or anything. How are the people going to get out?
I don't know.
What's that? Siren. Somebody else must have seen it. I'll bet it's the police.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Come on, let's get inside.
What are you going to do?
If they come here, you let me do the talking. I don't want you or Dickie to say a word.
But Henry,
I want you to promise me this is the most important thing in our lives. I mean it, Bets. You promise?
What got into you, Henry? It's so funny.
All right, I'll tell you. This thing, this saucer, it doesn't surprise me, see? I've known this was going to happen. I'm not like those people who laugh and make jokes about it. I knew it was coming. Up there on some planet, it's been planned for a long time, a billion miles away. They didn't surprise Henry Doyle, though. No. This is big. Bigger than you can imagine. And maybe we're the first people in the world to know about it. That's why. From here on, no matter what happens, I want you to let me do the talking. Do you understand?
Yes, Henry.
Is something wrong, officer?
Well, that's what we want to find out. I got a call from a Mrs. Gilbert down the road. Said she called you a few minutes ago, and the kid answered and then went away and didn't come back.
Oh, gee, the phone. I forgot. Mom, Mrs. Gilbert.
Well, what's it all about?
What's what all about, officer?
Mrs. Gilbert says there's a light or a glow or something over here. Well, I don't know. You got a thing that glows here? I couldn't figure out what she was trying to say.
Well, nothing wrong here, is there, Bets?
No, nothing.
It beats me.
Well, Mrs. Gilbert is kind of nervous in storms. You know how it is.
Dad, aren't you going to tell
Son, you better get your hands washed for supper. Supper time, isn't it, dear?
Heavens, yes, and everything will be ruined.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry you had the trip for nothing, officer. Well, now, I'm glad everything's all right.
Maybe we better take a look out back just to be on the safe side, huh?
Why? I was just out there. It's fine.
All the same, can't take chances, you know. Back door through here?
Now, listen. This is my house. A man's house is his castle. If anything were wrong, I wouldn't be telling you everything's okay, would I?
We'll just take a minute.
Dinner's ready, dear.
Well, you go ahead, folks. I'll take a... Oh. What's that?
What?
That.
I don't see anything.
What you got out there? Something on fire?
Oh, that. Oh, nothing. Just a lighting arrangement. Kind of pretty, don't you think?
Lighting? That's no lighting. Both of you stay here. No funny business. I'm going to take a look.
The officer took a look. Didn't believe what he saw. Took another look, and the secret was out. He put in a call for the riot squad and waited. Henry thought for a while. Then a slow anger grew in him. It was his flying saucer, Betsy's flying saucer. It belonged to the Doyles. More than that, he knew it was his one chance for fame, to offset the dull obscurity of his daily life. Henry Doyle objected, and because she loved her husband, Betsy objected.
You've no right to do this, officer.
You're trespassing on my property, and you haven't got a warrant.
There's no good saying, My husband is right.
That saucer is mine. It's on my land. My land is paid for. It belongs to me.
Disturbing a peace.
Disturbing you. It isn't disturbing us. It isn't disturbing anybody. It's just sitting.
Well, there's enemies inside.
Who said they were enemies?
Well, it's a fake.
You just said it was full of enemies.
Now, look, lady. This thing's got me real upset. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm scared if you want to know. But I'm a police officer and I got a job to do, and I'm staying here until I'm told otherwise.
The riot squad came, the sergeant, followed by the inspector, followed by the chief of police. Henry Doyle said,
"This is my house, my property, my flying saucer. You have no warrant. Get out of my house. Get off my property."
Betsy agreed with every word. Then the FBI came, followed by some extremely important gentlemen in uniform. Henry was not impressed.
I don't care what you say. In the morning, I'm going to see a lawyer. No, I'm going to get the federal district attorney. A man's house is his castle. You're all trespassing.
Now, listen,
No,
Mr. Doyle.
you listen, General. Sure. I know you're real interested in my saucer. Of course, when a few other fellas like me were trying to convince you they existed, you laughed at us. Well, now I'm laughing. Ha ha. My wife's laughing, too. It's in our backyard. It stays there.
Have you any idea what kind of beings are in it? Did you ever stop to consider that they may be hostile to the earth?
Well, that's my tough luck, not yours. It's my bit of earth. You're not going to touch that saucer.
Right. A man's home is his castle.
Right. Castle.
The next morning, Henry Doyle proved it. He conferred with the U.S. District Attorney, who in turn conferred with Washington. And the upshot of all this was...
The object now resting in the backyard of Mr. Henry Doyle is, until proved a menace to public welfare, or hostile to these United States, his property, and shall remain inviolate.
The Army didn't agree. Neither did the police or any other law enforcement agency. A battery of heavy guns, 8 tanks, a machine gun unit, 2 flamethrowers, as well as a picked company of commandos were brought to the scene. The road was blocked off,
and the siege of the Doyles' residence began. 5 days later, the saucer lay, still glowing quietly, and Mr. and Mrs. Doyle stood by the incinerator watching it. Betsy surmised,
If they're afraid of us, you'd think they'd try and get away.
Well, maybe they're biding their time. Must all be as strange to them as it is to us. Fine welcome they must think they're getting. That is, if they've got some kind of instrument inside that can see what's out on the road.
You know, I still can't understand how the people inside the saucer get out.
It's funny. I've been over the thing 12 times. There isn't even a seam I can see.
Do you think maybe we ought to let those scientists take a look at it? They can't hurt us.
No. Now, don't you start. This is ours. You let one of those fellas get a hand on it, and the next thing you'll know, we won't have our flying saucer anymore. No.
Dad?
No, what is it, son?
Here's about 40 minutes at the front door. Here's some newspapers. They want to talk to you.
Oh. All right. Tell them to wait. I'll be there in a minute.
Okay, Dad.
Oh, Henry. It is wonderful, isn't it? Nothing like this has ever happened to us. I never thought it would.
You know, old Catacomb at the bank called me yesterday. Offered me the vice presidency.
No!
Yeah. I didn't tell you because that's nothing to what offers we'll get. Honey, this is our big moment. It's our big moment in history. History, Bets. I'm not going to let this get away from us. I've waited all my life for it.
What are you going to tell the newspaper men?
Whatever they want to know. Come on. We'll see them together. Gentlemen, you've asked my opinion of the object. Do I think it is a ship from out of space? Gentlemen, my answer is yes. In due time, as soon as the government and I come to terms and that ridiculous show of force outside my house is withdrawn, you will be allowed to see the thing and to take your pictures. Well, gentlemen, that's all I can say for the moment. I know you'll excuse me. There are many things to attend to.
Oh, Henry, you're wonderful. You sounded just like a senator, even a president.
Oh, no. I'm still plain old Henry Doyle, your loving husband, whose home is his castle.
A senatorial committee came to investigate. Henry was polite, allowed them to see his saucer, but no more. And the word spread until there wasn't a corner of the globe that didn't know about Henry Doyle and his flying saucer. A week later, the Supreme Court was in session debating the district attorney's decision. The country was divided. Half said the saucer belonged to Henry. The other half thought it was a shame. They never quite made clear what the shame was, but it was. The Doyles never budged. But it was the small Doyle, Dickie, who one evening, 3 weeks after the thing had landed, noticed what was taking place in the backyard.
Dad? Mom? The saucer.
What about it?
Something's happening to it.
What?
The light's going out.
Oh, that's silly. It couldn't.
It is.
He's right. It's not as bright as it was. You can almost see it getting dimmer.
What do you think's happening?
I don't know.
Maybe they're going to come out now.
I don't know.
Henry, I'm afraid.
Oh, no, you don't have to be.
Something's wrong with it. I can feel it.
Oh, no, that's silly. It's the people inside I'm worried about. Maybe it's the power supply or their own special air.
I'm
Maybe
afraid.
It's getting dark awful quickly, Dad.
We've got to do something.
What?
Maybe the scientists. Yeah, that's it. The scientists. You go and call them. They're at the Grand Hotel. All of them. Hurry, Betsy.
The scientists came. Grave and wise, they rapped on the thing, listened with super stethoscopes, took readings on wonderful electronic devices, and shook their heads. That night, at exactly 11:04 p.m., the glow went out. And as it did so, the saucer began to shrivel. grew smaller and smaller. The group watched silently.
Can't somebody help? It's just melting away.
What can you do?
It's dying. Henry, it's dying. We've got to help.
I don't know.
If we could get a sample of the substance, but we can't make a difference.
I won't have you banging on it like that when it's dying. Stop it! Stop it!
Hey, Beth.
I mean it. Let it alone.
It's no use anyway. It'll be gone soon. You can stop. It isn't any good.
It was alive, Henry. It was alive.
Honey, no. There were people in it. People from another planet. They couldn't live on Earth, that's all.
No, you're wrong. I feel as if I've lost... Oh, I don't know, like losing Dickie. I tell you, it was alive. There wasn't anyone inside. That's it. That thing is all of it.
You're tired, Mrs. Doyle. Why don't you go inside?
Oh, you're fools. A woman knows. It was an animal, or maybe like us, only made differently. It was alive. And now it's dying.
It's almost gone.
Yes. It's too bad we couldn't have examined it earlier.
Dad, listen.
It's gone. Yes. Did you hear that sound?
Yes. Almost like a voice sighing.
I wonder.
On the spot where the thing had rested, there was nothing, not a fragment. And although they didn't know why, the scientists and Henry Doyle stood for 5 minutes, just looking. Nobody spoke a word, and there was a great quiet, a sadness in the air.
I feel sad.
Strange. I do, too.
Dad, why are you crying?
Am I? It's funny.
Mom was crying, too. What's happened?
They all went away, silently. The scientists, the guns and tanks, the soldiers and police. And finally, only the Doyles were left in their house, which was their castle.
Do you really think it was alive?
Yes. I think it was hurt and fell down, and we didn't understand.
If I hadn't been so selfish, wanting to keep it to myself, we might have saved it.
No. No, it's probably better this way.
You know, everybody felt what you felt. Sad. Even the general. And the scientists.
I wonder what it was. Where it came from.
Somewhere up there. Perhaps one day, another will come.
Suspense, in which Trude Marson and Hy Averback starred in tonight's presentation of Heavens to Betsy. Be sure to be listening for next week's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and transcribed by Anthony Ellis, who wrote tonight's script. The music was composed by Rennie Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Victor Perrin, Byron Kane, Richard Beals, Virginia Eiler, Barney Phillips, and Howard McNear.
Dr. Jim Brent, A young, skillful doctor shows determination but little talent in caring for his family after the death of his wife. The problems that beset him on his road of life are yours to listen to Monday through Friday in the daytime on most of these same stations. It's Road of Life, another great daytime dramatic program in the family of daytime shows millions hear every day at the Star's address. On CBS Radio tomorrow, The Road of Life continues.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you transcribed the story of a prodigal son's return. We call it Life Ends at Midnight. So now, starring Paula Winslow and Stacey Harris, here is tonight's suspense play, Life Ends at Midnight.
Hi, Mom. You still remember my whistle, huh? Never know when I'll turn up, huh, Mom? Well, stand out in the hall?
No, come in. Come in, Johnny.
Same old crummy joint.
Well, I do my best to keep it clean.
Yeah, I know, Mom. Oh, boy, am I tired. Up all night in a stinking coach full of snoring jerks and squalling babies. Babies are the worst. All they do is bawl and slobber.
You left Pittsburgh last night?
Yeah, 1 a.m. I didn't sleep a wink all night. Boy, look at my collar, will you?
But tomorrow's Monday, and you have to be at work in the morning.
What's the matter? You worried?
Well, no, I just...
Don't just. Can't a guy come home to see his mother once in 6 months? What's a mother for? You break your back, sit up all night to see your mother for 1 day, and she tells you got to be at work in the morning. How do you like that?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear, but I just worried about...
I know, Ma, I know. Don't worry so much, huh? It makes me nervous.
Well, here, sit at the table, dear. You must be starved.
Oh, that's like coming home.
Oh, my baby. I'm so glad to see you. You did come just to see me, didn't you?
Why, sure, Ma. What do you think, Marilyn Monroe?
Of course you came to see me. It's just that I always worry so about you, I mean.
Forget it, Ma, huh? Well, what do you got to eat?
I was just going to fix a chop for my lunch.
Oh, that'll be enough for me.
Why don't you lie down and take a nap? I'll call you when it's ready.
No, that's okay. I can sleep later. Come here, sit down, Ma. Tell me how you're doing.
Well, I try not to complain, but things aren't easy, you know. Prices are high and rent's going up all the time, even on this old flat.
Well, you had some bonds Papa left you. You had about $2,000 in bonds that he left you.
Well, I'm trying to tell you that things haven't been easy, and...
Oh, he's a poor mouth. Every time I see you cry poor mouth, Mom.
Well, I'm just saying things aren't easy.
Oh, you think it's a picnic for me? I got enough trouble, and for what? For what? All year, I work like crazy, and for what?
A man must work, Johnny.
Oh, a man must work, Johnny.
A man must work and live like a person and not be afraid so he can sleep at night without worrying about...
Worrying about what, Ma?
About a bell ringing at night or a knock on the door in the morning or somebody touching you on the arm.
Oh, shut up, will you, Ma? Please, just shut up. I ain't in trouble again, so stop yapping at me. You're always yapping at me, Ma.
You haven't... Oh, you know what the judge said last time, Johnny? He was nice. He gave you another chance. He saw you were really a good boy, and he gave you another chance. He got you a nice job, and you promised... You mustn't... You're all right, Johnny.
Sure, I'm all right, Ma. Sure, I'm all right. I'm a meatball, a herring on a plate. All your life, you're a tomcat in the garbage. You find a fish head and say, thank you, mister. Well, that's not for me. You get one break and you're out of the garbage can for life. You're a mister then with a future. You hold your nose when you walk through the day coach to your compartment. You leave the stinks behind and the porters dust the air in front of you. Well, that's for me, Ma. That's what I want. And that's what I tried to get. I took another chance. I tried to run it up, but it was just no dice. Now I got to make it good. The books at the office will show it, and I got to make it good.
How much?
$1,500.
$1,500?
I gotta know where I can get it by midnight tonight. I gotta know, Ma. If I miss that 12:20 train for Pittsburgh, it's all over. If I don't show up at the office tomorrow, they'll suspect.
$1,500. By midnight tonight? Where am I going to get it, John?
The bonds, Ma. You got the bonds at par left.
The bonds? How do you think I got you out of your last trouble? Bribes and bail, paying back every penny. Where do you think I got it?
Don't give me that, Ma. You're just holding out. You gotta help me. I'll get 10 years. You heard what the judge said the last time?
Oh, what can I do?
Ma,
what?
10 years in stir. It won't be no reform school this time.
Oh, John.
Ma, please, huh?
John.
Ma, please give me the money. Will you get it for me? Ma, I'll be good. I'll work hard. I won't give you no more trouble. Ma, help me, please. I'm so tired. Help me. Maybe I can sleep then, Ma. Please. Ma, please.
Where can I get it, Johnny? I have nothing left.
I don't care where you get it, Ma. Look, it's your fault. You gotta help me. I only wanted to help you.
Yes. Yes, it is my fault. I always protected you, but I can't protect you anymore. Well, I'll give you the few dollars I have. Go away. It'll be enough to help you run away. That's all I can do.
Sure. Just run away and don't bother me.
Oh, please, Johnny.
I'm no dope. I know you're holding out on me, man. You're just worrying about your old age. You're making yourself a nice fat cushion that you can...
I'm sorry. I hope I'm not intruding.
Who's he, Ma?
Oh, Mr. Chalmers. This is Mr. Chalmers, Johnny. He has the back bedroom. This is my son, Mr. Chalmers.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Bates? I feel that I know you very well. Your mother and I sit here in the kitchen sometimes over a cup of tea, and she talks about you for hours and hours. She's very proud of you.
Yeah?
Mrs. Bates, you excuse me, I'm just going to the corner for my paper, and by the way, I think the insurance agent might call again to collect, and please tell him to go away, will you? You'll do that for me, Mrs. Bates?
Yes, Mr. Chalmers.
Oh, thank you. Tell him not to come back anymore. I don't want to pay anymore on the policy. You remember I told you my nephew was very sick in Spokane?
Yes, Mr. Chalmers.
Well, poor young man died. Yes. I was going to leave him a few dollars when I died, but now, well, I have no one left at all. $1 a week. You'll tell that to the insurance agent?
Yes, Mr. Chalmers.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Bates. Good day, Mr. Bates.
Bye.
I have $40 in the house for the rent. You can take that. Drop me a card when you get settled someplace. Let me know where you are. I'll send you some more as soon as I can get it. Maybe later I'll be able to straighten it out. Maybe later I'll be able to speak to your boss. I'll promise to pay back every cent. But now you must go away. You must. Johnny?
Ma, tell me something about Mr. Chalmers.
Johnny.
Don't be so nervous, Ma. We got plenty of time. We got till midnight.
You are listening to Life Ends at Midnight, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Have you heard from your United Community campaign this year? If you haven't, you soon will. CBS Radio urges that you remember your one annual check to the United Fund or community chest in your locale supports not one, but close to every worthwhile community service in your town. Your neighbor in difficulty has too much pride to come to you, but you can come to him, impersonally and effectively, through your check to the United Community campaigns. Be generous. The money has a long way to go. And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Stacey Harris and Paula Winslow, starring in tonight's production, Life Ends at Midnight, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Yes, I do think I'll have another cup, if you don't mind, Mrs. Bates.
Mr. Chalmers, suppose you look at it this way. You've been paying $1 a week for how many years now?
Oh, I'd say 20 years would be a conservative estimate.
All right, 20 years. That's, let's see, $50 a year. That's $1,000 you've paid in, right?
Yes, $1,000. Oh, this coffee cake, Mrs. Bates, it's excellent.
Oh, do you like it? I made it yesterday.
Hey, forget about the coffee cake. Let's figure percentages here. Now, how many more years do you figure to live?
Oh, Johnny.
Well, that's all right, Mrs. Bates. After all, I am an old man. My age, one rather... Well, he comes to terms with death. My policy is for $2,500, and in the days that are left to me, I certainly will not be required to pay in as much as I've already paid.
That's the exact point. Now, but say you live another couple of years. You only pay $100 or so more, and you can leave $2,500 to somebody.
Yes, I should like to think that when I'm gone, I've left something behind for someone. It's nice to live on in somebody's memory for a little while after we're dead. First, Mr. Bates, I have no one in this world. Secondly, I must be very, very frank and tell you that I can no longer afford to pay even $1 a week. You see, I live on a few...
Chalmers, that's a problem of the most minor importance. For anybody to invest in you now, $1 a week would be gilt-edged. Well, I mean, for instance, take my mother here. Now, suppose you made her the beneficiary. Mm-hmm. Suppose she continued to pay the $1 a week. Who could lose on such a deal? Who could lose? Nobody. You get your dearest wish to leave something behind, and my mother in later years says, Mr. Chalmers? Oh, yes, I'll always remember him for this. Hey, you get the point?
Oh, no, Mr. Chalmers, no.
Now, let Mr. Chalmers decide, Ma. Well, how about it, Mr. Chalmers? That makes good sense, doesn't it? And it makes everybody happy.
Oh, we're practically strangers. We're just...
What do you mean, strangers? Who's a stranger in this world, Mr. Chalmers? We're all just little people trying to make each other happy, huh? Ain't every man entitled to at least live in somebody's memory?
Oh, yes, but he doesn't have to do that. I'll think about him anyway. I promise I will.
Well, so let him say, Ma. Well, what do you say, Mr. Chalmers?
It must be the insurance agent. I'll tell him that I'm keeping the policy and changing the beneficiary. Could you let me have $1, Mr. Bates?
come on, hurry it up, will you? The old man's coming home in a minute or two. He takes his nap about this time. I want this to be ready for him.
Relax, sonny. I can't finish this job today.
Why not? What are you giving me?
It'll take a joint and another length of pipe.
Oh, come on, fix it up. You can fix it up for now, can't you?
The room's pretty small. Why do you want the heater so close to the bed?
Look, it's like I told you. He's got rheumatism. He needs plenty of heat.
Well, I'd run a rubber extension, but with gas, I don't like it.
All right, so with gas, you don't like it. But with gas, we gotta run the heater. Now, the old man's got rheumatics. He needs plenty of heat. Look, what are you doing now?
Tightening this
joint. It's tight enough for now, huh?
Okay, you're the boss.
Here. Here's your $3. You can bring the pipe back next time.
There won't be any next time, sonny. You can get somebody else to do your dirty work after this. So long, Skippy.
Skippy. Well, come on, Skippy. We got some work to do. Oh, hi, Pop.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, this used to be my room. The steam don't come up here so good, so I talked the old lady into fixing this heater up for you.
Well, that was very thoughtful of you, Johnny.
It's okay. I stuffed up the cracks in the window, too. This cold weather gets plenty drafty in this room.
You thought of everything, didn't you?
Huh? Oh, yeah, it ought to work out just fine.
Well, it'll do the job, I think. Oh, dear. I'm going to take a little nap before dinner. Would you think the heater...
No, you can just leave it on. I'll look in after a bit, see if it's okay.
Yeah. Well, now you needn't go to all that trouble.
No trouble, Mr. Chalmers, no trouble at all. When I do a thing, I like to do it right. Pop, you asleep?
Where are we going, Johnny?
Nowhere in particular, Ma. I just thought we'd stroll around the old neighborhood like old times.
Well, that's a nice idea, but, oh, my feet hurt.
All right, Ma, we're turning at the candy store in the corner. I'll buy you a dish of ice cream.
Oh, so close to dinner time, dear.
Trouble with you, Ma. You're in a rut. Come on.
Howdy, Mrs. Bates. Howdy, Johnny. When did you get back?
He came in on the train from Pittsburgh this morning just to see me.
Yeah, I thought I'd give the old girl a break.
Oh, Johnny.
Now, what can I mix up for you folks?
Mom will take a dish of vanilla ice cream and I'll make some coffee black.
Coming right on. Evening, Nick. Hello, Mike. Take a load off your feet. Do you folks know Officer Flanagan? Mrs. Bates from down the block and her son, John.
Pleased to meet you, officer.
How's business?
Oh, much the same. Vagrancy, petty larceny, once in a while a murder.
Murder?
That's what they start out to do, but it's harder to pull off a murder than most people think.
Yeah.
Case just last week over in the next precinct. Husband disconnected a gas heater in the wife's room while she was asleep. That's what we were pretty sure he did anyway. He took out a lot of insurance on her a few days before.
Oh, you couldn't prove anything, huh?
No, he didn't have to. They always bungled somewhere. Amateurs. The gas petered out. He forgot to put a quarter in the meter. 7 o'clock. Well, it's time to call in. I'll see you later, Nick.
Okay, Mike.
Ma.
Yes, Johnny?
When did you put a quarter in the meter at home?
Oh, well, I don't remember. Oh, goodness, I better get some change.
No, never mind, Ma. Come on. We're getting out of here.
Why, Johnny, what's the matter?
Nothing. Come on, will you?
Well, why did you ask about the gas meter?
What do you think?
You didn't. That isn't why you put the heater in Mr. Chalmers.
What do you think?
I don't think anything. I just pray that quarter ran out before he...
You save your prayers and get a move on, because if that didn't work, I'll just try another way. Either way, that old cluck is dead before midnight, before I have to go back. If he isn't, I'll have to spend 10 years in stir, and he's going to be dead before midnight, see? And if you try to make any trouble, you'll be dead right along with him. Will you stop sniffling? Now, we're going in there now. If it took, you scream your head off, or I'll give you a reason to scream. Now, go on.
The gas. I can smell it.
Come on.
Well, good evening, Johnny, Mrs. Bates. I was just on my way out.
Oh, Mr. Chalmers. Oh, you're all right. You're all
Of course
right.
he's all right, Ma. What's eating you?
Well, I have a slight headache, but a brisk walk in the open air will cure that, I'm quite sure.
Hey, look at this.
Oh, what is it, Johnny?
Well, the hose on the heater here, it's come unhitched. No wonder you got a headache.
You know, I thought I smelled gas.
Pop, it's lucky for you, Ma forgot to put a quarter in the meter.
Providence works in strange ways, doesn't it, Johnny? Well, I must be getting on, Mrs. Bates. I'll be coming home rather late, so I'll just let myself in.
Oh, how late?
Well, I thought I'd stop in the neighborhood picture house after dinner. That'll be around 9 o'clock, so I imagine I won't be home before 11.
Oh, Mr. Chalmers, there's something I...
Yes, Mrs. Bates, what is it?
Johnny's a good boy at heart, but he's been in some trouble lately.
Ma, is there anything I can do to help Johnny?
Yeah, there's plenty, but I'll tell you about it when you get back, Mr. Chalmers. You better run along now. You don't want to be late for that picture.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, good night, Mrs. Bates.
Oh, Mr.
Good night,
Chalmers.
Mr. Chalmers.
Oh, yeah, good night.
Oh, Johnny, Oh!
You were going to tell him, weren't you? You'd like to send me to the chair, wouldn't you?
Johnny, I'm your mother.
I'd have messed up your sad monkey face for good. It's all your fault I balled this thing up in the first place. Why didn't you remember to put a quarter in that gas meter? Why didn't you?
I'm glad I forgot. He wouldn't be alive.
I shouldn't have messed around with gas, trying to spare your feelings, making it look like an accident. That's the thanks I get for it. You want to blab the whole thing, turn me in, my own mother.
Oh, no, Johnny, no, it's
all right,
not
let's put it this way, huh? Now, look, it's either you or him. If it's you, I don't care whether they get me or not. Are you listening to me?
Yes, I'm listening.
All right, now listen. It's like I said, I got very little time to get this thing done. I'd have done it neat and clean in the first place. Just push him over on the bed, hold a pillow over his face for a few minutes, and the job's done.
Oh.
Nobody'll ask any questions. A guy that old.
Oh, Johnny, for the last time, I'm begging.
All right, just make sure it's the last time. Now, remember, Ma, it's you or him, like I said.
What are you going to do?
I'll be waiting in his room when he gets home. You wait up for him, tell him I've left to catch a train. That's in case he suspects anything. When he comes in his room, I'll take care of the rest of it.
How do you know I won't warn him?
Because it's him or you, like I told you. Now, I don't think you'll warn Mr. Chalmers, Ma. And don't try to stall him when he comes in. Now, don't, you hear? He's got to be dead by midnight or else.
Evening, Mr. Chalmers. Good evening, Joe. Well, I'll have the late edition of the Daily News, as usual.
Saved one out for you, Mr. Chalmers.
Thank you. Good night, Joe. Oh, Joe.
Yeah?
You give me the change of $1, huh?
Sure, Mr. Chalmers.
Thank you. Just had to think of something I need change for, and a little good deed for a friend of mine. Well, I didn't think you'd be up so late, Mrs. Bates.
Well, I waited up specially. I wanted to talk to you about Johnny.
Mrs. Bates, your eyes, they're all discolored.
Yes, the light burned out in the bathroom, and when I went to replace it, in the dark, that is, I bumped into the door.
Oh, well, I would have thought that Johnny would have done that for you.
Oh, no, Johnny didn't. I mean, Johnny's left already. He had to catch the 12:20 for Pittsburgh, you know.
No, but it's only a little after 11 now.
Well, perhaps he had some things to do on the way, I mean.
Oh, of course. Well, I'm afraid I must be getting on to bed.
Oh, no, not yet. I mean, won't you sit down for a minute and have a cup of tea with me?
Well, I'd like to, but tea keeps me awake, Mrs. Bates. So I'll be getting along to my room now, if you don't mind.
No, don't go into that room, Mr. Chalmers.
Mrs. Bates, what the hell was the trouble? What's the trouble? What is it?
My son, Johnny, there's something I must tell you.
Forgive me, Mrs. Bates, but I'm an old man, and I need my rest. I've got to have my rest now. If it could possibly wait until morning.
No, it can't wait till morning. It's got to be told before midnight.
What was that? Sounds like someone moving about in the back of the house.
One of the shutters is loose. The wind.
Oh. You were saying, Mrs. Bates?
Nothing. I can't tell you after all. I'm afraid. I'm afraid to tell it.
And then, now, Mrs. Bates, perhaps in the morning. Now, you try to get some rest, huh?
You going in there now?
I think that'll be the best thing to do all the way around. Don't you, Mrs. Bates? Good night.
No, wait.
Mrs. Bates, what is it, Mrs. Bates?
That smell. Gas. Johnny. Johnny!
Why don't you lie down for a few minutes, Mrs. Bates?
Listen. It's striking 12. Dead before midnight.
Poor lad. If only I hadn't remembered to go back for that change.
You did it. You put the quarter in the meter. That's what turned on the gas that killed him.
You mentioned the gas having gone off and forgetting to put a quarter in the meter. So on the way to the picture house, I just went round to the back entry and dropped the coin.
He kept saying that he was so tired, so sleepy. He must have fallen asleep while he was waiting.
Suppose I should have remembered about the connection being loose and the heater in my room, but I wanted to surprise you with my good deed, you see. I didn't mean to do anything wrong, Mrs. Bates. Honestly, I didn't.
You didn't do anything wrong, Mr. Chalmers. No. You didn't do anything wrong.
Suspense, in which Paula Winslow and Stacey Harris starred in tonight's presentation of Life Ends at Midnight. Next week, the story of a prescription filled in error. We call it To None a Deadly Drug. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and transcribed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Robert Tallman. The music was composed by Rennie Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Victor Rodman, Jim Nusser, Bob Easton, and Dick Ryan.
The stamp of realism is indelibly imprinted on CBS Radio's thrilling productions of the 21st Precinct. Hear another hard-hitting, true-to-life story of big city police at work, again this Friday night on most of these stations. Join Everett Sloan as Captain Kennelly in the station house. Follow the finest out into the city as they probe another human conflict, jam-packed with danger and action. Remember, it's now Friday evenings at the Star's address.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of man's assault against nature. We call it The Mountain. So now, starring Parley Bear and Ben Wright, here is tonight's suspense play, The Mountain.
We made Camp 4 on the East Glacier, 22,000 feet above sea level. In that cold, thin air we stood looking up, and in the great loneliness we saw it. For a few seconds as the mist cleared, we saw it. The mountain, the peak towering over us. It was beautiful and terrible. Then a swirling curtain moved round it, and it was gone again. There were 6 of us and the porters. Manton and Leeds had been sent back to Camp 3, some 4,000 feet below. Both had been badly frostbitten. So then there were 6 of us left to make the attempt. Nobody had done it before. No one had ever reached the top of that tremendous wind-swept place. And now we were ready for the assault. That night we held our last meeting in Camp 4. Thomas, Feldman, Eldridge, Gaines, Perucci, and myself.
It's the best way, the most practical. 3 of us stay and 3 of us try to make it.
No, we stand a better chance if we all do it together. What do you think, Bob?
I don't think so. Thomas is right. If 3 of us go and have to turn back, the other 3 will still be fresh, and they can have a go.
That's right.
All right?
I guess it has to be.
Okay, 2 parties. Thomas, you'll head out the second. Stay at the camp. I'll lead the first one up.
Right.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't we get a vote on this?
No, it's a waste of time. Start voting, and we'll start arguing again. Those monsoons aren't going to hold off forever.
Yeah, but...
How's your leg, Harry?
Oh, it's not bad, but I might hold you back. You better leave me down here.
All right. Perucci, you want me to go? Do you feel up to it?
Sure, you bet.
Gaines?
Okay. You're not acclimated.
Cough? Nothing.
It'd get a lot worse higher. You better not.
Well, look. Why not let me go with you and leave Harry in charge down here? That leg will be all right in a couple of days, don't you think, Harry?
It ought to be.
He hasn't had enough experience for a lead man.
Oh.
There's nothing wrong with me, or is there? Well?
I don't know, John. It's going to be pretty tough.
Well?
Listen, John.
You keep out of this, Thomas. What about it, Bob? I'm in good shape.
Well, I guess so. Okay, you, Perucci, and myself. That'll be it. We'll start at daybreak. And that's the way we decided. There was no other possibility. It wasn't that we didn't like Eldridge. It was just that he was always flying off the handle. And because of that, he wasn't a good risk. Nerves don't go so well with mountain climbing. Not that mountain. Cold and dangerous. Its never-gain peak hidden in mist. Later that evening, Thomas and I were going over the equipment before turning in.
You know, someday they'll invent an oxygen tank that's light. I'll bet these things weigh over 30 pounds.
Yeah.
Say, about Eldridge.
What about him?
You think he ought to go?
Well, it's the only way, I guess.
You're taking a big chance.
He'll be all right.
we could only wait just a couple of days, Harry'd be all right.
We're late now. If the monsoon starts, none of us will be able to do it.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Well, you'll have Ferrucci along. He gets on pretty well with Eldridge. That'll help.
Yeah, it'll be fine. We're all in good shape. I think we're going to make it.
No way, I hope you don't. I'd like a crack at it myself. Wouldn't that be something? The first man to get to the top.
You understand why I didn't take you, don't you?
Of course. Wishful thinking, that's all. Well, you better turn in. I'll finish checking this stuff.
Okay. See you in the morning. On May the 18th, we started to climb the Northwest Ridge. We were at 23,000 feet. Each of us carried a 30-pound oxygen tank besides the equipment we needed for our next camp. For 3 or 4 hours, it wasn't bad, but as we went higher, the wind started to take it out of us. We felt the cold more.
Take 10, huh?
Yeah.
Boy, when you look at it up there, that's it. You almost feel like you could jump and touch the top.
Yeah, it'd be a big jump, Ferrucci.
What do you figure, about 3,500 feet more?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, if the weather holds, we might make it by tomorrow. That's what I thought.
Not a cloud in the sky. When you look at that thing, why, what can you say when you see a mountain like that?
Save your breath. We'll move in a few minutes. Then we hit patches of snow, and the pace slowed down. We spelled each other as leader, and it was my turn up ahead. Ferrucci was bringing up the rear when I heard him yell.
Bob! Ferrucci's gone down. Dig in.
All right. What is it? Crevasse?
Yeah. Shoot the ice axe.
It won't hold. The snow's too soft here.
I'm slipping. Bob, I'm slipping.
I saw the snow crumbling away from beneath Eldridge's feet. I saw it, and I thought of a man I knew who slipped from an aerial ladder 100 feet up. And as he fell to the ground, his legs raced wildly, arms waving, trying to find the rungs to pull himself back up. And Eldridge was doing it now, his heels churning into the soft snow at the edge of the crevasse. And then he found solid ice.
Bob?
Yeah.
Can you pull me back? I can't get Ferrucci out from here. I'm afraid I'll go over too. I'm right on the edge.
Well, can't he get a hold of this axe?
No, he's hanging free. The wall cloak's in. Hurry!
I'll try. You'll have to, John. I can't do it alone. There's too much weight.
I can't. I'm afraid to move. I can feel it going under me, all around me.
There's solid ice a couple of feet back. I can grab it with my axe.
Don't let go! Don't let it go slack, Father. I'll go over.
I won't. You just hang on. I knew that if I slipped behind me, it was the end. I looked at the figure of Eldridge, his body bent backwards away from the drop beneath him. Closed my eyes, reached behind with my pick, and dug into the ice.
I can't! I'm slipping! I can't!
And as Eldridge shouted, I thought I heard another cry. And then suddenly the rope's weight was lighter. I saw Eldridge get up on hands and knees, crawl away from the crevasse toward me. Norman! Where's Norman?
He's gone. He fell. He's gone.
He can't be. How?
I don't know. Perhaps the rope frayed on some ice at the edge. Suddenly it went slack. I heard him. Bob, I heard it.
Well, maybe it's not deep. He might have fallen into a drift at the bottom. You stay here. I've got to see. I belayed the rope about the ice axe and paid out the rest of it as I slid down the slope to the crevasse. But when I looked over the edge, I knew that dark, blue, almost black emptiness below. I knew there'd be no snowdrift for Norman Ferrucci's body unless it was perhaps 10,000 feet below us.
We bypassed that place, found a shelter from the wind, and pitched our tent. For a long time, neither one of us spoke. I think we were too exhausted to say anything. Exhausted and shocked. There were only two of us now.
I keep hearing him.
Yeah, I know.
No, you don't. Not the way I do.
He was a nice kid.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem as cold.
How high do you think we are?
24,000.
Yeah, I wondered. A little hard to breathe.
You better use the oxygen.
No, not yet.
We won't need it tomorrow.
Yes, we will. Better save it.
We're going down in the morning.
No.
We've got to. You and I couldn't make it up there alone. There's 2,500 feet to go, maybe more. No, we've got to go back. We'll let the others try.
Just because he's gone, is that why?
Look, I've done more climbing than you out here. What happened today is bad for the nerves. We couldn't make it. We'll go back and try again later.
The monsoons will be here later. We've got to do it now.
Thomas and the others can do it.
No, we'll keep going. Look, I've got to. I'm not going back.
What's the matter with you? You're talking like a kid.
Look, I was the last one on your list when you got the party together, wasn't I?
Yes, but...
Why? Why was I last?
I don't know. Somebody had to be. It was you, that's all.
You're a liar. You didn't want me along. None of you did.
You're here, aren't you?
You know I'm afraid of climbing, don't you?
Isn't everybody a little? Isn't that why we do it? Isn't that part of it?
No, I mean really scared. I'm really scared. You know that.
No, I don't.
Well, something happened when Something happened to me today, and I've got to go on to the top now.
You think I'll call you a coward if we don't?
No.
All right, then, forget it. We'll try again. Maybe next year you'll be along, too.
I'll do it alone, then. I'm going on alone. You want to come along with me? All right. If not, it doesn't matter anyway. I'm going. So long.
John! John! He didn't stop. Just moved up the ice slab and around a hummock out of sight. I went back inside the tent to get my pack. I couldn't let him do it alone, and I was trapped into going with him. Then I saw that the fool hadn't even taken his rope. It was neatly coiled in the corner. I grabbed it up, and as I did so, I saw the end of it. The end which had broken when Ferrucci hung over the crevasse. The rope which Eldridge had said was parted by the ice. But there were no frayed ends. The break was clean. It had been cut through, and the oil of Eldridge's knife blade was still on it. When Eldridge had thought he was going over the crevasse, he'd cut the rope which had held Norman Ferrucci's body some 20 feet into the chasm. To save his own life, he'd done this. I pulled the coil through the straps of my pack and left the tent. I caught up with Eldridge about 100 feet higher. He was standing on a shallow ledge, catching his breath, and his head was tilted back, eyes fixed on that mountain.
Nasty pit back there. I was cutting steps up the cliff. I nearly fell.
You didn't, though.
No, I didn't. You're coming with me, huh?
I want to see that you get down. Alive. You forgot your rope. I found it in the tent.
I didn't think I'd need it.
You might. Here.
Thanks.
We better tie on together.
All right. You want to go first?
No. It's your party now. You lead. Hey? He had a funny look on his face as we roped together. I think he must have known then that I'd found out what he'd done. He didn't say anything, though, but turned and began to move upwards. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, we were at about 25,000 feet. It was hard to breathe now. Terribly hard. We decided to rest for a few minutes. I remember looking down from the ridge, looking down into the incredible scene below, and then up, and the peak which loomed over us, clear against the sky, perhaps 1,500, 2,000 feet over us. I remembered Ferrucci's excitement as he'd seen it further down, and even then, I thought it could be beaten. That we might do it.
We'll use the oxygen from here as soon as we start again.
We can't do any more today.
Yes, we can. Go higher.
Then what?
When it gets dark, camp. Finish it tomorrow if we don't today.
If the storm comes up, we'll be in trouble.
It won't. We're gonna make it, I know. I know we are.
Then what?
It doesn't matter after that.
We'll have to go down to the others.
Yeah. I suppose so.
We'll have to tell them about Ferrucci.
Yes?
Are we going to tell the same story?
I think we will.
Do you know why I followed you? Why I came along?
Yes.
Just like that. Yes.
You murdered a man, and that's all there is to it. No. It wasn't murder. I was afraid. I knew if I went over, we'd all go. Oh, it was the only way.
If you'd waited, we could have got him out.
I didn't know it then. I felt myself going. I had to do it.
And what's all this for? To wipe out the sin? Get to the peak and be a man again?
In a way, perhaps.
You won't be. You'll never be. When this gets out, and it's going to, there'll be no place for you to hide. No place to go.
Well, we better get moving.
We began to use the oxygen, sparingly, and kept moving up, slower and slower. Our hearts pounding with the effort. 100 feet, 200, 3. And I began to feel lightheaded. I couldn't. Not another step. I couldn't. And then it was 400 feet. Eldridge collapsed in front of me. Lay in the fine snow, sobbing. And he stopped. Stop here.
Oh, we gotta go on.
Oh,
got to.
And sobbed like a child. His mind willed him to keep going, but his body wouldn't allow it. We lay there using our precious oxygen because I think had we not done so, we'd have died of fatigue. The wind had disappeared completely. And there was a silence so complete that you could almost imagine it bore a sound in itself. Deadening. Awful. We made camp and tried to sleep. We were too tired to think of food. And then with the night came a heavy mist. They began to grow much colder. The morning of May 20th was gray. The peak of the mountain was shrouded. And I knew it was going to snow. Directly ahead of us was an ice wall. There was no way around it. We had to climb almost vertically, cut our own steps with ice axes one by one, and climb. This time, I took the lead. And as I knotted the rope, Eldridge said,
You don't trust me, do you? You're afraid if I'm leading and you fall, I'll cut the rope again.
You might. Let's go. At that point, we had ascended 25,400 feet. The ice wall would take us another 100 higher. The wind began to blow again when we were halfway up. We'll move around to the right after this step. There's a bit of a ledge. All right? Okay. Come on.
No, we can't stop. The oxygen won't hold out.
We'll go back.
This is it. The snow might keep up for days.
I'm going on.
You can't see 6 feet ahead of you.
That's enough. I'm not going to give up now. We're too close.
You're crazy.
Yeah, I guess so. You coming?
Yes, I am. I want to get you back alive. The snow on the pyramid was solid. Even with the blizzard, it was comparatively easy going. And then the slope seemed to lurch, and I had a split second to see the wave of snow pouring down on me. An avalanche swept us down, smothering, killing. I'd stopped falling. My first thought when I came to, I wasn't dead. Then I saw a pair of legs crouched next to me.
I didn't think that you were going to make it.
Where'd I land?
Hanging over the ice wall.
Yeah, but you were behind me. You didn't go over.
No. Don't ask me why. It must have been a corner of the avalanche that hit us. You ended up pulling me down. My axe caught in one of the steps and it held us both.
Then you pulled me up.
Yeah, looks like it.
Thanks. How long have I been out?
About an hour. A little more.
Blizzard's letting up?
Yeah. You feel like going on?
I think so.
All right.
Could you tell me something?
What?
Why did you pull me out of it? Why didn't you just let me go over the edge? Then you wouldn't have had me around to tell.
I'm not a murderer, Bob. I cut Norman's rope because I was afraid. If I thought there was even a chance of us not falling, I wouldn't have done it. But I didn't know. Now, it doesn't excuse me, but it doesn't mean that I'd kill you to get out of it. Well, we've got to save the talk. We'll need our breath. Now, do you want to lead? Or shall I?
I'll do it. The storm had passed, and although we could see the cold sky again, the peak was still only occasionally visible through patches of mist. We went up. Higher. Higher. Then my oxygen tank gave out, and we had to share altitude. We'd nearly reached 26,000 feet, and we could see the top. For a moment, it stood out clear. And it looked so easy, the last lap. But by now, we could move only a few steps at a time, till we had to rest. And I couldn't get up again.
It looks pretty easy. By that ridge,
I had to wait.
All right. You wait for me. I'll go on.
No, we'll do it together. Just wait. A couple minutes.
It'll be getting dark. I'll be back for you.
John. A minute.
Here, you take the oxygen. I don't need it.
No, John, no.
I won't need it. Here. Wait here. Now, I'll get down again.
Oh, wait.
I'm sorry I was afraid. I still am afraid. Now, that's why I've got to do it. You understand? Yeah. So long, Bob.
I didn't have the strength to stop him as he untied the rope which held us together. Then he was gone. And after a while, I felt stronger, and I sat up. I could see him, a dark blob against the mountain snow. Smaller, smaller,
and he was climbing upward. He'd reached the final pinnacle and become a dot that was lost in the mist. I saw Eldridge once more. He couldn't have been more than 250 feet below the peak. For perhaps 10 seconds I saw him, and then he disappeared. I waited into the night, and the next morning I began to look for him. But the oxygen was gone. I knew that if I had to climb another foot, I'd die. And so I turned back. There was no wind anymore. It was almost warm. Somehow I got down to the base camp, and I told them the story. Almost the whole story, but not quite. I changed a rope which had been cut with a knife into a rope which had frayed and parted on the ice. I remember as we started down to the valley below, I turned and stood a minute, looking back, looking up. And then a cloud softly poured over the peak. And in a moment, the mountain was gone.
Suspense, in which Parley Bear and Ben Wright starred in tonight's presentation of The Mountain. Next week, the story of what might have happened to the first atomic-powered submarine. We call it X-915. That's next week on Suspense. And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story more amazing than any fiction. The dramatized court reports concerning a man who tried to clear himself of murder. A factual document we call Once a Murderer. So now, starring Ben Wright, here is tonight's suspense play, Once a Murderer.
Well, what'd you give it to him for?
I told you. He said he'd leased the place and to give him the keys. How was I to know?
Well, doesn't look like he's moved in yet, anyhow. Thought you said he'd be here.
It's open. Well, that's help. We can get our stuff out before he sneaks them. I'll take the ladder.
All right.
Tools and boxer in the corner.
You going to the races tonight?
Oh, I don't know, mate. You?
Oh, not me. I'll lose another farthing on those ruddy dogs and the old lady will bash me head in. Oh, well, that looks like the lot. Sure you didn't leave anything else?
No.
All right.
Hello? What?
Behind the counter. Looks like a shoe. Half a tick. Oh, lovely.
Oh.
It's murder, Tom. That's what? It's a murder. Look, Tom.
I know. Look, you stay here and I'll call the police.
Oh, crikey. Oh, crikey. Look at her poor face. Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah, Bert, you all right? Bert.
I don't know. I think I'm going to be...
No, you wait outside. You'll feel better in the air, and I'll get a copper. I won't be long. Bert Shin and I worked for a firm of signboard fixers. Bert was my foreman. And as I told Peggy later that night, I was surprised the way he turned soft all of a sudden. Funny what the look of a dead body can do to a chap. Well, I suppose it takes all kinds, though. Like the inspector at the police station asking me questions about finding the body. Funny way he had. Then looked. Fat. Sloppy.
A cigarette, Mr. Shaw?
Yes, I don't mind. Thanks.
Here.
Thanks.
Now, I'm sure you can help us, Mr. Shaw. Just answer these few questions, if you will. You are 31 years of age.
That's right.
Born in England?
Yes.
And you are a permanent resident of this city?
Yeah.
Now, sir, you and Mr. Birchin discovered the body of the young woman Anna Leeming this morning in an empty shop at number 75 Bond Road.
That's right.
You went to the shop in order to gather a ladder and some tools which you, Mr. Shaw, left yesterday?
Right.
Mr. Shin was not present yesterday?
He was not.
Ah. Now, at what time did you leave the shop yesterday?
Well, must have been about 5:30.
You had removed a to let sign on the premises.
Oh, I had, yes.
Will you tell me why you left the ladder and tools after you'd finished?
Yeah, well, I didn't have the car, and it was late, and the wife and I had a date.
Ah, yes, I see. Did you see the deceased at any time yesterday?
No, not yesterday or any other time.
Mr. Shin, in his evidence, testified that you had given the shop keys to an unidentified man. Will you tell me about that, please?
Well, it's the same thing I told Bert. This bloke come along and said he had leased a place. Did I know where the keys were?
Oh, this bloke, how was he dressed?
Well, pretty sporty. Plus 4s. Brown, I think.
Can you describe him?
A medium height. On the, fat side, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Go on.
Well, that's all.
He gave no name?
No.
Oh, would you mind using that ashtray, Mr. Shaw?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much. But, you gave this man a set of keys which had been entrusted to you by the owner.
Oh, that's right. He said he'd leased it. I took his word. So I'd just taken the sign down on order.
Oh, of course you thought that he had every right. What then?
Well, and the time was getting on, so I thought I'd leave and come back today for the tools.
Did the stranger stay in the shop after you'd gone?
Yes. He said he wanted to look round. He told me not to worry about my things. He'd lock up when he left.
Ah. Then didn't you wonder at the time how you'd managed to get in this morning if the door was going to be locked and you no longer had a key?
No, he said he'd be there early. He said he'd let me in.
Oh. What did you say was the colour of the man's trousers?
Plus 4s. Brown.
Oh, yes, of course. How silly of me to forget. And you'd never seen Anna Leeming before?
Never.
Ah. Well, you have been most helpful, Mr. Shaw. We may wish to get in touch with you again, particularly if, when we find the man who leased the shop. Identification, you know.
Yeah. Oh, well, anything I can do to help, Inspector, you just call on me, eh?
That's most kind of you. Good afternoon.
I thought that would be the end to it, but it wasn't. The owner of the shop said he hadn't leased the place at all. He decided to take it over for himself. Well, that left me with my story, the man in plus 4s, and no way to prove it. Well, they gave Peg and me a hard time. Police, newspaper reporters, neighbours, everybody. It kept on like that for over a month, and then one day I got a call from the police to go down to the station.
Oh, it's so good of you to come, Mr. Shaw. We've, found a man who seems to answer the description you gave.
Well, it's about time. Things have been pretty nasty, you know. I lost my job. I've got a wife and kid to think about.
Well, then your identification of this man will clear up any doubts concerning you, won't they, Mr. Shaw?
Has he confessed?
Unfortunately, no. He denies everything.
Well, I expect you won't have much trouble after I identify him, will you?
No, I expect not. Bring in the suspect, please.
Mind if I smoke?
Oh, no, not at all. Sure, match?
No, I've got one, thanks.
Oh. All right, Mr. Shaw. I want you to have a good look at this man and tell me if you've ever seen him before.
Hello.
Well, don't say hello to me. I've never seen you before in my life.
That will do, Mr. Cottle. Well, is this the man?
Yes.
You're absolutely certain?
I think so. Clothes look about the same. Would you ask him to say something again?
Mr. Cottle, already will say something, I will. You haven't got any right to warn me in here, like as what I was...
That's enough. You're not on trial.
Well, I've got my right, I have. Not fair.
I think so, Inspector. That's the way he sounded when he asked for the keys.
You'd be willing to swear to it on oath?
Yes, I think so. Yes, that's the man, all right. But he wasn't. He'd been out of town during the week the girl was killed, and he proved it. So it was an unsolved murder. And that's the way it stayed for 2 years. Oh, the papers forgot about me, the dead girl. You know, people who read the papers forget. But the police don't. And whenever I went looking for a job, there was always somebody who remembered the name Thomas Shaw.
That you, Tommy?
Yes.
Any luck?
Part-time work, but there's not enough in it to keep a fly alive.
Oh,
How's the kid?
asleep. You've been drinking?
Oh, a couple of beers at the corner.
Well, come on. Dinner's been on for an hour.
Fish?
No, filet mignon with caviar. What do you think?
Oh, no, look, there's no need to get funny. It's not my fault, you know.
I suppose so. Oh, Tommy, what are we going to do? Ever since that girl... Oh, Tom.
Oh, no, love, I know.
That old cat next door was talking to the postman. I heard her. She said it was a wonder they let a murderer walk about loose.
Oh, she did she? Well, the next time you see her, you give her a smack in the eye for me. Or perhaps I'll do it for myself.
Oh, what's the use?
Well, now, come on, kid. Things will get better. You'll see, Ducks. I couldn't get better, though, not until I did something about it. I made up my mind what to do a week later. I had to make it right, and there was only one way. I'd made arrangements for the wife and kids, so I knew they'd be all right, and then I called the police inspector.
Chief Inspector Osborne here.
Hello, Inspector. This is Tom Shaw. Remember me? 2 years ago?
Oh, I remember, Mr. Shaw.
Well, I just called because I want to make a confession.
A confession? Mr. Shaw, where are you?
Don't worry, I'm not going to run away or do myself in.
What is it you wish to confess, Mr. Shaw?
I want to confess the murder of Anna Leeming. That was in July, my confession. They didn't bring me to trial until September. You'd think that a man who'd made a confession would make it easy for him to get it over with. Well, it was raining cats and dogs the day they brought me up to the dock in criminal court. The judge was a nasty old devil, Sir William File, and he looked it.
Clark, read the charge. Members of the jury. The prisoner at the bar, Thomas Shaw, is charged with the murder of Anna Leeming.
Oh, that jury, silly-looking bunch. I've been on juries, I know what they were like. Somebody or other always grumbling, wanting to go home to baby or back to work. Call a man guilty so they can be home in time to go to the movies. I know, I did it myself once. Of course, it wasn't a murder trial.
By my learned friend, Mr. Shipshaft.
Proceed with your case, Mr. Beckett.
Now, Mr. Shaw, I have here a detailed statement describing how you inveigled the young woman into the shop that evening 2 years ago, strangled her, and then made off with the money in her purse.
Will you show the evidence to the prisoner, Mr. Beckett, so that he may see it for himself?
Certainly, my lord. I call to your attention, Mr. Shaw, an excerpt from your confession. Here. Yes? Would you be good enough to read it? Aloud, please. You're all right. I lost my temper and put my hands around her throat. She seemed to faint away and fell back out of my hands on the floor. She didn't scream or speak. I knew that something was seriously wrong when she fell back and lost control of myself and cannot remember exactly what happened afterwards.
Yes, thank you. That'll be enough, I think. And that is your confession, Mr. Shaw.
I wrote it?
Yes. Now, that will be all. And no more questions, my lord.
Any questions, Mr. Shakespeare?
If you please, my lord.
Mr. Shaw, will you tell us the story you first told the police concerning the men in +4s to whom you gave the keys of the shop?
Yes. Yeah. This fella in +4s come up and he said he'd leased the shop and to give him the keys.
You had never seen him before?
No, but I took his word.
You then left the premises, and this man within the confines of the shop.
That's right.
Did you see the girl, Anna Leeming, at all that night?
No.
Did you know her personally, or had you ever seen her?
No.
I put it to you plainly. Did you kill that girl?
I did not.
Why did you make that untrue statement, the confession?
Because I hadn't got a chance to prove I was innocent. I wanted the whole thing cleared up properly. I wanted to be arrested and put on trial so I could be proved innocent by law. Then people let me and my wife and kid alone.
Peculiar way of proving your innocence to say that you are guilty of murder, sir.
It was the only way, my lord.
That will be all.
Mr. Edward Beckett was at my throat for another hour. He made me dizzy with his questions. But when he was done, the judge leaned across and looked over his specs at him.
Mr. Beckett, do you think it possible to convict on the evidence?
I do not think so, my lord.
Quite so. Members of the jury, I've indicated to you through this trial the matters to which you should apply your minds. There is no evidence against the prisoner except for his own statement. It's quite obvious that he's a liar, but you can't find a man guilty of murder simply because he's a liar. I therefore direct you to find a verdict of not guilty.
Things were a little better after that. I got a job or two, the usual. That kept enough in the house with a kid, Peg, then a pint now and again for me. I was fed up. Men like me want money. Lots of money. What's the use of grubbing about all your life trying to save sixpence here, sixpence there? Now, I had to get hold of something worthwhile. I found it when I met Harriet Vaughan. But she was a widow who owned a flat near the motorworks. Middle-aged, but still pretty good-looking. We took to each other like a couple of lovebirds. Of course, I had to keep it dark from Peg, but that wasn't hard. I'd done it before. What time is it?
About 11. Yeah, especially for you. Oh. Not too weak, not too strong.
Oh, thanks. Oh, now I've got to go. Too many late nights for me. Peg's going to start wondering what kind of job I'm doing.
You're not going? Oh, now you're not going again?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Oh, by the way, could you spare a $5? You see, there's a dog running tomorrow.
No. I'm sick and tired of this. For the past month, it's been the same thing. Spend a couple of hours here and off you go. I'm not giving you any more money either.
Oh, come on now. I've told you, Peg.
I don't believe you. It's probably another woman.
Another woman? What do you take me for? Look, it's just a $5 tonight, and I promise tomorrow night...
I haven't got any money in the house.
Oh, I've got to have it, sweetheart. It's an emergency. You don't think I like asking you, do you?
No more.
All right, we'll make it £2.
No.
You're going to get nasty.
No more money. Oh, I'm onto your game. It's not me. It's me money, that's all. Well, you've seen the last of both of us.
All right. But for old time's sake, a few quid, a farewell present, eh?
Present? You? Oh, don't make me laugh.
I'll have to take it myself, then.
Don't you dare! I'll have the law on you! Keep away from my bag!
Now, you take it easy, Auntie. There's no need to get all excited.
You give that to me! You clear out of here. Now, shut your mouth! Oh. Right. I'll have the law on you, I will.
Yes, you do. You tell him what a naughty boy I've been. You tell him all about yourself, too, eh? That'll look nice in the papers.
I don't care. You can't make a fool of me. I'm calling the police.
You come back here.
Take your hands off of me!
I don't want to hurt you, but I'm going to have to unless you... Oh, I warned you, now it's your own fault.
All that row about a fiver.
It was spread all over the papers next day. Nobody seemed to know anything about it. The murderer hadn't left a clue. Police suspected a robbery motive, but that's as far as they were going. But I was pretty lucky myself. I took the £5, tripled them at the dog races. I thought I'd give the kid and Peg a present, so I bought a train for him and a new dress for her. Oh, it was a treat to see the tears in her eyes when I gave it to her. Pure silk.
Oh, Tommy.
Now, go on, take it easy. Go on and try it on. I'm going to set up the kid's train. It'll be all ready when he wakes up in the morning.
Tom,
well, put it on, eh? Right, you know something? I always wanted a set like this. Huh. I think I'll have as much fun as a kid working it. Of course, it's only clockwork, but it's a starter. Oh, you wait till you see the engine. Peg? Hey, what's all this? Why, you haven't put it on. Don't you like it? Listen, if the colour's no good, you can change it. There's no reason to try ducks. Come on now, try it on, see if the size is right. I like the colour. I thought you would. Peg.
Don't you touch me, don't.
What's the matter? What did I do?
Where did you get the money for those things?
What do you mean, where did I get the money?
Where? Tell me. Or shall I tell you?
Ah, no, you're upset. I'll tell you what.
I know about you. That woman who was murdered.
You put on the dress and we'll go out.
I know you've been seeing someone, and I followed you to her flat last night. I saw you go in. She was dead after that. That's where you got the money, isn't it?
You told anyone?
No.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you, Peg?
I haven't. Not because of you, but the kid. You did it, didn't you? Well, didn't you?
Now you listen to me. You don't know anything about anything, understand that? You didn't see anything, did you?
I'm afraid of you. That's two you've killed. You'll kill me next.
Don't be silly.
I should have told the police. I'll be next, or the kid.
Now, what I did or what I didn't do is none of your business. You attend to your housework. I'll take care of it. Well, I'm going out for a while, and don't you talk to anybody about anything, mind? Don't you forget what I say. Not a word. There was nothing else to do. Peg was right. There was the kid, and there was her. I didn't want to hurt her, and I knew that sooner or later she'd say something. She had to. Well, the man's got to protect his family, so I went to the police. I confessed to the murder of Harriet Vaughan. It was the same court, the same judge, and I had another shock when I saw the prosecutor. I knew him, and I could tell by the way he smiled that he knew me. It was Beckett, the same one who'd been down my throat last time. Ooh, he wasn't supposed to say anything about the other trial, but he had a funny smile as he come up to me.
Mr. Shaw, odd coincidence meeting you again. Now, you stated in your confession that you murdered Mrs. Vaughan because you did not have the fortitude to take your own life.
As far as I can remember, that's what I said, yeah.
And that by committing murder, you would, in that act, forfeit your life, thereby accomplishing your aim of suicide.
Yes.
Would you mind explaining to us your reason for contemplating the taking of your own life?
I said I'd quarrelled with her. She was finished with me. I knew I couldn't go on living without her. And I didn't have the nerve to kill myself.
Will the prisoner speak up?
I'm sorry. I said I didn't have the nerve to kill myself.
And that is what you stated in your confession?
Yes.
No more questions, my lord.
Mr. Lyons?
Thank you, my lord.
Now, Mr. Shaw, you have admitted to the writing of the confession?
I have.
Is it true?
Oh, but one thing. I did have a quarrel with her, but I didn't kill her.
Explain to the court, if you will.
I went back to the house to apologize, and when I got there, another man was just coming out of her flat. I went in and I found her lying dead.
And you knew then that the police suspicions would be upon you because there was no proof of the other man being there?
That's right.
I put it to you, Mr. Shaw. Did you kill that woman?
No, I did not.
Why then did you confess to the police?
Oh, because they wouldn't have believed me, and I wanted to have myself cleared by trial.
Thank you. No further questions, my lord.
Cross-examination, my lord. I understand, Mr. Shaw, that you repudiate your confession. Is that so?
That's right. It's all true about the quarrel, but I didn't kill her.
Yet, Mr. Shaw, you've painted an excellent picture of her death in your confession. Every detail, I might add.
I didn't kill her.
If you wanted to confess to a murder you had not committed, what could have been more convincing at the time than to have put your head out of the window and called the police?
Well, I hadn't exactly decided to confess to killing her then.
However, your description of the murder is graphic to the extreme. How do you account for that?
Oh, I could tell by looking at her what had happened. It was just good guesswork, that's all.
Were your fingerprints guesswork? On the glass of whiskey, on the knob of the door, on her handbag? Did you know, Mr. Shaw, that following your confession, your wife came to us of her own volition and substantiated your movements on the night in question?
No. I didn't know.
No. I didn't think that you did. I'm satisfied, my lord. No further questions.
Members of the jury, are you agreed upon your verdict?
We are.
Do you find the prisoner Thomas Shaw guilty or not guilty of murder?
Guilty, my lord.
I didn't really think it would work, but there hadn't been any harm in trying. It's the funny thing about a sure bet. If it works once, don't try it twice. Oh, well.
Thomas Shaw, the sentence is the sentence laid down by law.
I haven't been a good father or husband, I suppose.
It is.
How many of us are?
Placed to a lawful prison.
But what I get from these memoirs is for Peg and a kid.
Hanged by the neck.
The only thing is, I'm sorry I can't be around to spend some of it.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a cross-country bus and the safety of a nation that rode in it. We call it Classified Secret. So now, starring Parley Bear, here is tonight's suspense play, Classified Secret.
Nice day.
Yes.
Kid sure knows getting on to Christmas. Look at him.
I've been watching.
Yeah. Kind of glad, though, I haven't got any. Oh? Well, you know, world conditions, things the way they are. Who wants to bring a kid into it?
I suppose so. You have a match?
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Have you got it? What's the matter?
You don't look the type. I almost hoped you weren't.
Have you got it?
With me? No. But I'll take you to where it is.
All right. The money's in 10s, 20s, and 50s.
In the sack for the groceries?
Yes, I thought it would be safer that way.
Yeah, I guess so. How much?
10,000.
10.
Well, that's what you agreed to.
Mm-mm. I said 20.
I was told 10.
They made a mistake then, didn't they? Sorry.
Hey, what are you trying to do?
Nothing. Not a thing.
I was told you were with us.
I am. But I get paid for it, too, don't you?
I can't sit here any longer. We might be watched. Will you please give me...
Sorry, it was a misunderstanding.
But...
Unless you want to take me to the head man. Maybe he can straighten it out.
I haven't got any instructions for that. Where can I reach you?
Well, as of about 2 hours from now, you can't. I'm leaving town.
Will you give us 24 hours? It'll take that long.
I'm sorry. If you can't pay what I want, there's somebody else who will.
I'm going.
Okay. So long. I was sitting on a bench in a little park in North Hollywood, California. The late fall sun was warm, and for a change, there wasn't any smog in the air. I watched a woman I'd never seen before walk off down the path. She was headed for the avenue and some cars parked beyond the trees. I thought how nice it would have been if she were just a woman in the park, nothing else. I waited until she was out of sight, then I got up and walked away in the opposite direction. I got the bus at the Hollywood station. I had a train ticket in my pocket, but with a new development, it looked safer to ride the bus. Just before we pulled out, a girl climbed aboard and came down the aisle looking for a seat.
Excuse me, is this number...
18.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, let me put your case up.
Oh, thank you. I was afraid I was going to miss it.
Yeah, I know how it is. I settled back and watched the city drift away into desert country. As buses go, it was pretty quiet. There was a 6 or 7 year old kid with his mother a couple of seats forward, but he dozed off almost as soon as we got running. I took a look at the girl sitting next to me. Oh, not in the way you might think, but because in my business you get to learn to look at people. You never know who it might be. She must have felt me watching, and she lowered the magazine she was reading.
Would you care to look at one of these?
Oh, well, that's nice of you. I always forget to buy them.
This one's a mystery. I don't usually read them, but on a long trip, they kind of pass the time away.
Yeah, they do. How far are you going?
New York.
Oh, that is a long trip, all right.
I'll say. I haven't been back for 10 years. But it's changed.
I guess so. I read the mystery well into Arizona, and when I finished, it was beginning to get dark. The kid up ahead was awake and hungry. There was a feeling of expectation on the bus as we drove into the first night of travel.
Did you enjoy it?
Oh, yeah. It was fine. Thanks a lot.
What was it about?
Spies. Real exciting.
I like spy movies sometimes. But I think they do so many of them. You know, you read about it in the papers all the time. I don't know. You think people would get sick of it.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
They're exciting, like you say. But I bet it isn't really like that.
I doubt it. Well, say, my name's Charlie. Charlie Rader.
Oh, how do you do? I'm Julie Spaulding.
Hi.
That kid sounds as hungry as I am.
We ought to be stopping soon.
I hope so.
About 15 minutes later, we pulled up at a restaurant terminal and went in for food. I watched for any new passengers who might be getting on. I didn't see anybody, and as soon as I had finished my sandwich and coffee, I sent a telegram to New York, then got back on the bus. The girl, Julie, and I seemed to be hitting it off, and it was pleasant enough to pass the time. After we got rolling, the kid up ahead decided to sing himself to sleep. It was like a crooning over and over again, the same song, the same few notes. I guess it put everybody else to sleep except him.
Well, it makes you sleepy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Reminds me of when I was a kid. I used to do that. Kids are funny.
How?
I don't know. I'm going back to New York for my sister's wedding. She's getting married next week. She says she wants lots of kids. I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Mind if I ask you something?
I don't mind what.
Are you married?
No.
I don't mean it the way it sounds. I'm always interested in trying to guess about people. Now, I would have figured you were a married man with maybe 2 or 3 kids.
No, I'm not married.
I hope you don't think I'm nosy.
No.
Well, that kid singing fixed me. I'm taking a nap. Good night, Charlie.
Good night. I must have dropped off, too. And when I woke up, she had her head on my shoulder. A lock of her hair was falling over her closed eyes. And then I knew something was different on the bus. Somebody on the other side of the aisle, watching.
Excuse me, mister. Have you got a match? I'm clean out.
Oh, sure. Just a minute. Here.
Thank you.
No, keep them.
Oh, fine. Thanks a lot.
Hey, you got any idea where we are?
No, I'm not sure. I got on Flagstaff an hour or so back. Oh, boy, I envy her. Wish I could sleep like that. That's your wife?
No.
Oh. Say, that's rude. But taking the match is not offering you a cigarette.
That's okay. I don't want one now, thanks.
Say, I want to tell you something.
Oh?
There's a lady in the seat behind you. I think you've met her before in the park. Right? We brought her with us to identify you. But she gave us a pretty good description back in L.A.
Good for her.
Yeah, so it's going to be a nice trip. Nothing like traveling with people you know, is there?
Nothing like it.
Don't suppose you've got any reading material you could let me look at?
How about a mystery? It's a spy story. Pretty good.
No, I was thinking of something else. I think, something more, say, scientific. I'm very interested in airplanes. Jet motors.
Sorry. He looked across at me, smiling, pleasant. And to anybody watching, it was nothing more than the casual conversation of two strangers brought together by the night and sympathy of loneliness. Then he leaned back and, reaching inside his jacket, brought out a small automatic, which he kept very carefully hidden from any eyes but mine.
I always carry this with me on a trip. You never know.
Oh, I knew all right. If they couldn't buy what they wanted, there were other ways. That's what he was telling me. And I saw in the man's smiling face that I'd never reach New York unless I killed them before they killed me.
You're listening to Classified Secret, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Nine solid years of applause. That's the wonderful record of popularity that belongs to Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts, now in its 10th year. Enjoy the fun with the inimitable redhead this Monday night on most of these same stations. You'll hear promising young performers compete for a golden chance at fame. Enjoy the suspense as you wait to hear which entertainer will be singled out by the studio audience. Don't miss Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts this Monday night at the Star's Address.
Now, we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Parley Bear, starring in tonight's production, Classified Secret, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Julie and I had breakfast somewhere in New Mexico. The woman from the park and the man who carried the small automatic sat in a booth while we ate at the counter. I'd thought about things most of the night, and I decided to tell the girl, not too much, but enough so that she might be able to help. And I knew I'd need some help.
Coffee's pretty good here.
Yeah. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
I'd like another cup. Julie.
Yes?
I want to tell you something.
Oh?
Now, I don't want you to turn around or look. Just pretend we're talking about the weather, the coffee, anything, but listen.
Well, sure, Charlie.
There's a couple sitting in the booth behind us. They're spies.
Oh, you.
I'm not kidding. I can't tell you much, but as you love your life, you will believe me.
Oh, you're kidding. Spies?
Don't turn around. Smile and just listen.
But
They're trying to get hold of the plans for a new jet motor. It's faster than anything anybody else has got.
You are kidding.
No, I'm not.
How do you know? Well, how do you know about it?
I'm working for the government.
FBI?
Well, in a way. But now I need you to help me.
Me?
They think I've got the blueprints, the plans, and they're going to try and get them from me.
But can't we get the police?
No.
Well, but why?
Because we're trying to get the head man. And if those two are arrested, we'll have to start all over again. They think I'm working with them. But I got tough about the money profit, so now they're going to try and get rid of me and get the secret for nothing.
Did they follow you from L.A.?
Yeah, they got on during the night in Flagstaff.
All right, folks, let's go.
I don't see it. Well, what can I do?
Just stick with me. I'll explain at the next stop. We can't talk about it on the bus because she's sitting right behind and he's across the aisle.
Listen, are you pulling my... No. No, you're not, are you?
I'm not. We went on through New Mexico and the pink rock and desert. We talked a lot of nonsense, and after a while I could see she was getting back to the idea that I'd been kidding. Especially after the man with the gun introduced himself as Mr. Hutchinson and started to talk about fishing. It was about half an hour before our lunch stop.
Now, you take some of that Northern California country. Then you talk about trout and steelhead. Oh, boy, I tell you.
My dad used to take us up, my sister and me. He'd take us up to a place in Maine.
Oh,
Dad always wanted a couple of boys, I guess. When he saw what he got, well, he figured it wouldn't spoil his plans anyway, so he took us fishing every summer. You should have seen the fishing up there.
Oh, I'd like to someday. I'd like that. How about you, Mr. Raider? You like fishing?
No, not much.
Ever try it?
A little, when I was a kid.
You ought to take it up again, if you have time.
Well, I might do that.
You know, if a man had a little money put away, he could do a lot of fishing. Oh, boy, that's the way to live. Have about, say, $10,000. Go all over the country, fishing, no work, no worries. How's that sound, Miss Spaulding?
What a life.
It would take more than 10,000.
Oh, I don't know. 10's better than nothing. Say, give it enough of the rope.
They went on talking, and I did some thinking. He was smarter than I'd thought. Looked like a nice, average guy and behaved like one. That's one thing I've learned. The more ordinary you can be, the less you're going to be suspected. And these people had it down to a science. It wasn't going to be easy because I was going to have to convince Julie all over again. I could see that. My chance didn't come until that evening after our dinner stop. By that time, the woman in the park, who went by the name of Lisa Nyland, Hutchinson, the girl, and myself, all four of us were buddies. We pulled up over the Colorado border. There was some kind of trouble up ahead, a slide or a wreck. And the driver told us we'd have half an hour or so before we went on.
You want to take a walk for a while? There's a cafe a couple of 100 yards back. I'll give you a call when we're ready to move on.
Here, watch your step, Julie.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, it's kind of nice to have an extra leg stretch at that. How about some coffee?
Oh, that'd be nice. Charlie?
Oh, I don't know. I'd like to have a look at the valley down there. We might walk up the dirt road away, get a pretty good view, the sun setting off.
Oh, you're romantic, eh?
Sure, why not?
Oh, Charlie.
Okay with you, Lisa? You feel romantic? Want to see a valley and the sunset?
That'd be very nice.
Okay, then, let's go. There's women. Now, be careful. There's snakes.
We walked away from the bus and up a narrow ranch road. About 100 yards up, there was a curve, and around it a stand of trees. And when we got there, you couldn't hear the sound from the highway any longer. It was peaceful, and it was very pretty. I knew that Hutchinson was delighted about the suggestion. It was going to give him his chance. But he made the mistake of playing it a little too clever. Kept his game of small talk going a minute too long. We'd got to the top of a cliff overlooking the valley when I stumbled on a rock and fell a few steps behind before they had a chance to stop. And when they did,
You all right, Charlie?
I already had my gun out.
Hey, what are you going to do? Target practice?
No. You two stay where you are and keep your hands behind your head. Julie, get over here.
Charlie, are you sure? They seem...
I know what they seem. Now, look, I don't want to do this, but it's you or me. You should have made the right deal in the first place. I can't let you go, you know that.
We might still make a deal.
You had your chance.
We've got the 10,000. Now, how about waiting until we get to the next town? We'll have the rest of it telegraphed out.
I make mistakes, but not that kind.
If you told us what you wanted, we might have been able to get the 20,000 for you in Los Angeles.
Turn around, both of you.
Oh, wait a minute. We're all in this together. We all want the same thing. You figure you can get more money from the people in the East. Okay, give us a chance to get it for you. We're in contact with them.
Turn around.
Look, they give us our orders. What difference does it make? Look, you shoot us. What do you think they'll do? They won't let you get away with that. They'll kill you.
Charlie, you can't just shoot them. Turn them over to the police. You can't just shoot them.
Be quiet.
He can't tell the police, Julie. He's with us. Only he wants money out of it. And he thinks you'll get more from the head man in the East.
Turn around, and I'm not going to say it again.
Charlie, don't. I know you've got a duty, but you can arrest them, please. You could still.
I told you to be quiet.
Arrest? Arrest? Listen, Raider, you're not going to... Oh, you're not going to kill us over 10,000? Boy, that's murder. Even if...
Miss Nyland dropped instantly. Hutchinson held his middle for a second and tried to keep his balance. I shot him in the back of the head. I knew he was dead before his body slipped to the ground. The girl just stood next to me, her hands tightly covering her mouth. She was shivering. I took a look out across the wide valley. The sky was turning purple.
I've never seen anybody killed before.
I'm sorry.
Couldn't you have arrested them or something? Couldn't you? Did you have...
I had to. They wouldn't have stopped at killing both of us if they'd had the chance.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do now?
I've got to get the money for evidence.
What are you going to tell the driver? He'll ask where they are. Charlie? Driver's going to wonder where they are. Charlie, what are you doing?
I've got to put them over the cliff.
Oh, no! No!
I've got to.
Oh! What is that? No, you can't, Charlie, not her. No!
All right. Come on. We got back to the bus. Neither of us said anything about the two we'd walked off with. I guess nobody had seen us together, and after waiting around for another half hour, the driver gave up.
I'll drop that baggage in La Junta. Better notify the police, too.
Screwy, all right.
Okay, folks. Sorry for the delay. You better go back to your seat, mister.
Sure. I was starved when we pulled into the depot at La Junta. I'd already made up my mind to lay over and take a detour on another bus. The girl wasn't going to be able to keep quiet much longer, and I had to get rid of her. We got out of the bus. Two men were standing alongside, waiting.
Just a minute, please. We're special agents for the FBI. Search him, Larry. Just gun and money. Where are the other two?
The other two?
They're dead. He killed them.
Oh. We'll take those plans now, Mr. Rader, and don't do anything silly. There are 4 more men covering you.
Okay. It's in my shoe. You want me to take it off now?
Please.
All right. I've got terrible balance. Mind if I lean on you?
No.
Thank you. Here we are.
Thank you, Mr. Rader. This isn't worth anything, really, you know. We planted it in the factory in L.A. for someone to steal. What we wanted was to be led to the top man in New York, and when you sent that wire to him from Arizona, we got him. We were worried about you, Julie, when you didn't call us from Albuquerque.
I didn't get a chance. He was with me all the time.
Is she... Oh, my. Is she... Are you playing spy, too, Julie?
I'm working for the government, Mr. Rader.
She's been following you since you stole the plans.
Well, you fooled me. I bet you fooled Hutchinson and Nyland, too. It won't matter to them, though, will it?
Well, that's the way it goes.
Take him away, will you? I had to watch him murder those two. I don't want to hear him laugh about it.
Come on, Rita. We've got a car waiting.
Sure. So long, Julie. Nice to have met you.
Suspense, in which Parley Bear starred in tonight's presentation of Classified Secret. Be sure to listen next week for another presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis, who also wrote tonight's script. The music was composed by Lee Stevens and Lucian Morwick and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Virginia Eiler, Charlotte Lawrence, Richard Beals, Howard McNear, Charles Seal, and Jim Nesser.
Listen Friday night for the 21st Precinct. The hard-hitting 21st Precinct Police will give us another graphic view of big city protectors at work. There's danger every minute, human interest every second, when Metropolitan Police try to unsnarl personal problems, hunt the missing, solve the crimes, protect the public, sometimes from itself. Remember, Friday nights on most of these same stations. Hear the 21st Precinct. Gunsmoke every Saturday and Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a man's life and his defeat at the hands of his greatest enemy. We call it This Will Kill You. So now, starring Sam Edwards, here is tonight's suspense play, This Will Kill You.
Listen, get a load of this. This'll kill you. I got a story that should be written up by one of those big magazine writers. Only mine is true. Yeah, the whole thing is true, so help me. They say that truth is stranger than fiction, don't they? Well, get this. I was working down at Acme Engineering, an outfit making hydraulic valves for all the big airplane companies. We had a foreman named Charlie Harris, one of those big, good-looking guys who thought he was a big shot because he was boss. Well, this guy was always picking on me. Like, for instance, one morning I came to work a few minutes late, and this Harris says, "Well, Good afternoon, Jordan.
Oh, save those gags for Jack Benny. It's only 8:15.
Well, get here at 8 and you'll be spared my sense of humor.
Ain't a guy got a right to get here a couple of minutes late once in a while?
Sure, once in a while, Joe, but not every other day.
Oh, gee, Charlie, my alarm clock's on the bum.
Save that for the teacher. Come on, Joe, get on the ball.
Save that for the teacher, he said. Always throwing up to me that he graduated from engineering school. And I never even got a chance to go to high school. As if you need an education to be a smart guy. Why, I could tell you 100 guys who never even went to school. And they could buy and sell that guy. Now, but that's another story. Anyway, this Charlie Harris kept giving me the needle.
Joe, can I talk to you a minute?
What is it now, Chief?
Quit calling me Chief. Now, look, kid, I don't know what's wrong, but you're slowing up. The other boys are turning out 100 parts a day, and you're only averaging 80. Now, what's the trouble?
Oh, gee, I don't know. My eyes hurt. This work's tough on the peeps, and I gotta stop once in a while. My eyes hurt bad.
You complained last week, too, Joe, and the company doctor's report said there was nothing wrong.
Oh, what does that quack know?
Quit the complaints and get on the job.
Get on the job. Did you get that? Just because he's bucking for promotion by being the first one in and the last one to leave. So the big boss will think he's a hot shot. Could I help it if my eyes hurt bad? Oh, he had to make a big thing out of it. Just because I got in the habit of having a couple of drinks every night and he found out. Ain't a guy got a right to have a little fun once in a while? So my eyes hurt a little the next day. Is that so terrible? Well, anyway, he kept picking on me. One day I was knocking my brains out. Let me go, let me go, let me go, lover, let me go. Yeah?
You know there's oil and gasoline all over the place?
Yeah.
And that a cigarette could burn the plant down.
So what?
So read the sign beside your machine.
I can read it, Charlie.
Read it.
No smoking.
Put out that cigarette.
What cigarette? Why, you stupid. Give me that. I'll break your head. Come on, lay off, fella. Wait a minute. I would have murdered the guy, but he hit me a lucky punch. Never would have happened again in a million years, but he knocked me out. Charlie was standing by the cot when I came to, looking worried. He started to apologize, but I gave him a quick brush. The stinking rat. He was scared of me. That's why he didn't report me to the front office. He acted as if he was doing a big thing by not snitching. But it was because he was scared of me. He thought I'd forget. Oh, no. Joe Jordan never forgets nothing. Remember that. And Joe Jordan always gets even. But I played my cards right. I didn't let him know I was still sore. That was smart, wasn't it? I went on working as if nothing happened, even though the rest of the guys started picking on me, too, because he was boss, and they was trying to get in good with him. They kept after me every day until I thought my head would explode, always rubbing it in.
Hey, Rocky, still leading with your chin? Hey, Joe, quit using my tools all the time. You're not smoking again, buddy. You're asking for another one of those lucky punches from Charlie, you know. Quit throwing your shavings on my machine, Joe.
I used to get splitting headaches from the pounding on my brain. Oh, you would too, getting it from all sides like that, wouldn't you? It wasn't so bad during the day. The machine drowned out the noise in my head, but at night that pounding would start, steady, like my machine, banging away all the time, so I couldn't sleep. It might have got another guy, but not me. I'm too tough. Yeah, and I got plans for Joe Jordan. Be a big guy someday with my brains, no foreman of some small-time outfit. I'd be head man of the biggest shop in town with a classy car, big house with servants, and a beautiful wife. Yeah. A beautiful wife. And I had her all picked out. Her name was Harriet. She was a stenographer at Acme. All the guys was on the make for her. But she had a yen for me. Oh, not that she ever said anything, but I could tell. I know dames. Once we had a long talk at the water cooler, and I knew I could take her out whenever I got good and ready. When I heard about the company dance, I was good and ready. I didn't want her to think I was too anxious, so I just waited. And a week before the dance, I met her at the water cooler again and managed to bump her as I got a paper cup. Oh, pardonnez-moi.
Oh, you speak French?
Yeah, a little. I knew a guy from Paris, France once, and he taught me a couple of things. Cherchez la femme, comment allez-vous?
That's quite an accent. Excuse me, Joe, I gotta get back.
Oh, wait a minute. I got a lot of accomplishments. I'm a good dancer, too. Did you know I took second place in the bop contest at Ocean Park last year?
No, I didn't.
Do you do the New Yorker?
No, I'm sort of on the conservative side.
Oh, I can do the square stuff, too.
Well, we must dance sometime. Excuse me, Joe, really.
Wait. I just happened to think. How about going to the company dance with me Friday?
Well, I'm very sorry, but I can't.
Aren't you going?
Yes, I have a date with Charlie.
Charlie who?
Charlie Harris.
Charlie Harris. He moved into my life, then he moved into my head and started it banging. And now he moved in with my girl. That guy was doing everything he could to burn me up. He knew I was going to ask Harriet to the dance, and he beat me to it. Okay, I said to myself, okay, I can wait a week. But I'll get to dance with the little lady. Once I get her in my arms and show her a couple of steps, she won't want to dance with him again. Oh, it was a long week. I kept hearing reports that Charlie and Harriet were engaged. But that was just to burn me, see? And then came the dance.
Didn't you bring a girl, Joe?
I got a doll here, pal.
Where is she? Dancing with some other guy?
Yeah, dancing with some other guy.
Well, don't stand there with your teeth in your mouth. If my girl was dancing with another guy, you can bet I'd cut in.
That's a good idea. Pardon me, I'm cutting in.
No, you're not, Joe.
I wasn't asking the pleasure of you, Charlie. Now, if you don't mind.
This is our favorite number, Joe.
Why can't I cut in once? Just because he's a big foreman?
Because you're the little jerk.
Jerk. Did you get that? He called me a jerk. But he didn't know how smart I was. All good things aren't on the surface, you know. I went home and I tried to sleep, but the pounding on my brain was coming like a sledgehammer. Bang, bang, bang. And I could hear Harriet laughing at me. That dirty double-crossing dame laughing at me. The banging in my head coming louder and louder, crashing against my brain, exploded. And then the pounding stopped. For the first time in weeks, there was silence in my head. It's soft, cool, quiet. Like Sunday morning, when you were a kid and no one was awake in the house but you. Like Christmas night, after the excitement was over and you went to bed and thought about the new sled and the wonderful dinner you just ate. And outside, you heard the tinkling sleigh bells. And there was peace on earth. And then I got the idea. No more pounding in my head now. I was going to eliminate the cause of the pounding. Kill the root. Yeah, I was going to kill two birds with one stone. Charlie Harris was going to burn for murder. And the murder? The murder of Harriet Slate.
You are listening to This Will Kill You, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. This Thursday, December 1st, will be the second annual SD Day, Safe Driving Day. Its purpose very simple: to demonstrate that on any given day on which all motorists redouble their efforts to avoid accidents, there will be drastically fewer accidents. Doesn't this fact that last year's SD Day resulted in a great reduction in accidents suggest that everybody cooperate in every way to make SD Day a success again? This has been a public service reminder from CBS Radio. And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Sam Edwards, starring in tonight's production, This Will Kill You, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Are you still with me? Well, listen, like I was telling you, I decided to kill Harriet and pin the rap on Charlie. Fooled you, didn't I? You thought I was going to knock out Charlie myself, didn't you? Oh, no. No, the law was going to do the job. You get the switch? I planned it carefully so there'd be no slip-ups. I took plenty of time. I worked it all out to the smallest detail. And then I did a real smart thing. Now get this. I knew how I was going to knock off the dame and how to pin the blame on Charlie. But the only thing missing was the motive. Understand, the motive. So before I killed her, I started supplying the motive. Every day down at the plant, I'd drop something here and there to the guys. Hey, Marty, I just heard Charlie and Harriet an argument down the hall.
Love a spat, probably.
I understand things aren't so hot between those two.
You're crazy, Joe.
Well, that's what I heard. Charlie's been doing a lot of bowling these nights, hasn't he?
Yeah, he loves it.
He didn't seem to when he and Harriet were so palsy-walsy.
I heard something about that, but I don't believe it.
I do. I heard them arguing plenty in the hall the other day. Did you hear that Charlie and Harriet had a big blow-off last night? Something about another guy.
Yeah, I heard things weren't going so hot with those two lately. Say, listen, you hear that Harriet and Charlie had a big scrap the other night?
Old news, Marty, old news. I understand she's got a guy up north, and Charlie is burning.
He ought to bust her head wide open. It would serve her right for two-timing a nice guy like Charlie.
You said it, Marty. There was the motive. Signed, sealed, wrapped up in a big red ribbon and ready to be delivered. The next afternoon, I heard Charlie making a date with her for that night. He didn't know it, but it was going to be his last date. Well, when the 5 o'clock whistle blew and Charlie went in to wash his hands, I slipped over to his workbench. I grabbed the steel pipe he used on his drill press and slipped it under my coat. I wore gloves so my fingerprints wouldn't show on it. Smart, huh? Only Charlie's fingerprints were on the pipe. I waited outside the plant. In a little while, Charlie walked by. I walked alongside him and started to talk. Yeah, got a minute, Charlie?
Oh, sure. What's on your mind?
Well, there's an idea I've been working on that can speed production in our department. Can I talk to you tonight for an hour or so?
Sorry, Joe. Can't tonight. I got a date.
But with my idea, each man can turn out 150 barrels a day, easy. I got it all worked out in a model in my room. Can't you make it tonight?
I told you I've got a date.
You're always giving me that company spirit stuff when it doesn't cost you anything. Okay, Charlie, I took you up on it. I've been giving up my nights to work on this idea. I didn't expect nothing out of it. But when I asked you to give up a measly hour, you're too busy. Why can't you come over after your date?
Take it easy. I didn't know you were so hot about all this. Okay, if it means so much to you, suppose I leave my girl about 11 and get to your room a few minutes later.
Swell, Charlie. I'll be waiting for you. I may be out for a minute or two, but the door will be open, so wait for me, huh?
See you later.
You bet. Everything was working like I planned. Pretty good for a dumb guy, huh? Well, I grabbed a bite of dinner and then dropped over to Charlie's boarding house. He lived on the first floor in the back. I looked at his window. It was open a little. Perfect. I waited until dark, pushed up the window and dropped in. It took only a few seconds to find what I wanted. A handkerchief with Charlie's initials on it. I was outside and walking down the street before I even had time to get nervous. I killed time until about 10:30 and drove over to Harriet's house and waited across the street. In a little while, Harriet and Charlie walked up, talked for a little while, and then Charlie looked at his watch and kissed her good night. I waited for a few minutes after he left, and then I walked up to her room.
Who's there?
It's me, Harriet, Joe Jordan. I gotta tell you something about Charlie.
Joe, what is it?
No, don't get nervous. Nothing happened. I'm just playing a little trick on Charlie.
Oh, you had me scared for a second. Come on in, Joe. I was just making a little home recording of the song, singing along with the radio. I know Charlie will get a big kick out of it.
Yeah. That's your favorite song, isn't it?
Charlie's, too. We love it.
You really go for that guy, don't you?
Big question about it. Joe, we were going to tell everyone in a few days anyway, so you may as well know right now. Charlie and I are going to be married in 3 weeks when we get our vacation. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, that's wonderful. Only you're taking your vacation a little sooner than that, baby.
What do you mean?
You're not marrying him or anybody else, see?
Are you kidding? Get out of here, you little jerk.
I'm a little jerk, am I?
Joe! Joe, what are you going to do with that? Joe! No!
I did it. It was done. I looked at the clock. It was 11:10. He'd just be getting to my room now. 5 minutes to kill. I dropped Charlie's handkerchief on the floor, then messed up the joint to look like a struggle. I waited till 11:15, then smashed the clock. It stopped dead. I dropped the steel pipe on the floor, blew the place fast, and raced home. I ran up the stairs, worried maybe Charlie had left.
Well, where you been, Joe? I was just getting ready to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry, Charlie. I got stuck.
All right. Where's the model you were talking about?
Oh, gee, I'm sorry to have dragged you all the way over here for nothing. It's still at the welder's. I thought it would sure be here by tonight. Let's make it tomorrow.
You're a great one. You messed up my whole evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. I poured a couple of drinks into him so he wouldn't get home till late. And then I dropped off to a nice, restful sleep. The next morning, I was on the job at 8 on the dot. Charlie was there already, but that didn't worry me. It wouldn't be for long. About an hour later, the kid from the front office came up and said something to Charlie, and he left the shop. That was it. Those were the cops. And Charlie was a dead pigeon. Well, I went on with my work, not doing very much, just faking, because I knew I was next. And I was. The same kid came at lunchtime and told me I was wanted at the front gate. I got a little nervous when I saw the two big coppers, but as soon as they spoke, I felt it was going to be all right.
Joe Jordan?
Oh, yeah, that's me.
I'm Lieutenant Sullivan, Homicide Squad. Hope you don't mind coming down to headquarters with us. I want to ask you a couple of questions.
No, I don't mind. Well, what's it all about?
Where were you last night, Jordan?
Last night? I hit the hay early.
What time?
Well, I was awful tired, and I had a tough day at the shop yesterday. I guess about 9:30.
Did you see Charlie Harris last night?
No. I saw him when we left the plant yesterday, about 5, but... Hey, where's Charlie now? He left the shop about 10 this morning.
Oh, never mind. But he says he was in your room at 11:15.
Well, maybe he was. Charlie Harris is a nice guy, and he don't lie.
If he says so, then it's probably right.
Thought you said you went to bed about 9:30.
No, I did. Maybe I was asleep when he came in. Maybe I was talking in my sleep when he was there. I wouldn't want to louse up Charlie. So what are you guys trying to pin on me? If Charlie's in a jam, I gotta know what he said. I gotta back him up.
Save it, kid. Tell me, do you know Harriet Slate?
That no good two-timing dame double-crossing a good guy like Charlie. Why, he was just telling me when we left the plant yesterday that he was going to get it settled last night once and for all. So what are you smiling at? Did I say something? Smart, huh? I handled that smart, didn't I? Do you see now how I worked the whole thing out? Every little detail? Remember how I planned it that night in bed when the pounding stopped like I told you before? The trial was a cinch. The DA had all the evidence he needed and a little more. Charlie was with her that night. Proved. The steel pipe was his, wasn't it? Proved. It was his fingerprints, wasn't it? Proved. And the motive? The boys in the plant furnished that. They were perfect witnesses. They liked Charlie, tried to help him, but they had to admit the stories that were going around. And the piece de resistance, that's French, you know, was the way I knocked his alibi for a loop. Now you see why I smashed the clock at 11:15? Well, you should have seen that guy when the jury came in with a verdict.
Charles Harris, will you rise and come before the court? Charles Harris, a jury of your peers has found you guilty of murder in the first degree, and I hereby...
Oh, boy, what a day. You should have seen him. He stood there trying to put on that big shot stuff even then. Trying to act like he wasn't scared to die. Now, I could tell he was ready to faint right there and then. But the newspaper guys were taken in, and they said he stood straight and fine and brave in that courtroom. Like a soldier facing a firing squad. That's what they said, the dopes. But I knew he was yellow. Or else why wouldn't he have picked on me? Just because he was boss, huh? So you see, I was smarter than he thought. Than anybody thought. Even the DA and those cops. That was a funny situation, wasn't it? The real murderer was in court, furnishing the testimony that convicted that poor slob. And no one knew it. That's a good one, huh? That's a good one.
It's time, Joe.
Be brave now, Joseph. We must go.
All right, Father, but let me tell you the punchline.
Come on, Joe. It's time.
Oh, quit it. So we'll be a minute late, so you'll pay the guy who pulls the switch a minute overtime. The state can afford it. Yeah, I've been telling Father the whole story. I gotta tell him the snapper, don't I?
Let him finish. Go on, my son.
It was a fluke, Father. 1,000,000 to 1 shot. They never would have got me if not for one thing. One little mistake, Father. If not for that, it would have been a perfect crime. It would have been me walking around here free now, not Charlie. You see, the night I knocked the doll off, she up and told me she was making a recording of that song on the radio. She told me, you hear? And I forgot all about it. So all the time I was spilling my guts to Harriet, that machine was taking down every word, and I forgot all about it. If I'd smashed the record, if I'd only smashed it that night. But Harriet's old lady got her things, and a few weeks later decided to play the records. And she heard the whole thing, my whole confession, just as if I spilled to the cops.
Father.
We must go now, Joseph.
Okay, Father. I'm coming. Come on, and watch a real man walk down the last mile. You've seen plenty of guys walking down this road, didn't you, Warden? I bet none of them took it as good as me, did they?
The Lord is my shepherd.
They say guys crack up on this little walk, don't they? Not me. I got guts.
Down in green pasture.
I bet Charlie would have cracked up by now. He wouldn't. He'd be screaming his yellow head off. He wouldn't be taking it like me.
Restoreth my soul.
There's nothing to be scared of.
The paths of righteousness.
Guy pulls a little switch and it's all over. They say you don't feel a thing.
Though I walk through the...
You don't feel nothing, do you, Warden?
Death.
Oh, you should know. You've seen plenty get it. It doesn't hurt, does it?
Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort.
I could have been a big man in this town.
Thou prepare
a classy car
before me in the presence.
A big house with servants. And a beautiful wife.
Thou anointest my
Yeah, a beautiful wife. I got a tough break. 1 in a million, I tell you.
Surely goodness and mercy shares.
But it's all in the game, see? Come see, come saw. That's French, you know. I'm taking it pretty good, ain't I? Not many take like me, do the Warden. Do you think the papers will say I stood up straight and fine and brave, huh? Like the guy facing the firing squad? I'm taking it pretty good, ain't I, Warden? Ain't I, Father? I'm taking it pretty good, ain't I? I'm not afraid. You know that, don't you? Don't you? I'm not. I'm not afraid.
Suspense, in which Sam Edwards starred in tonight's presentation of This Will Kill You. Listen again next week when we again bring you another story in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Peter Ashley. The music was composed by Rene Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Charles Thiel, Leonard Weinrib, Lillian Baeff, and Barney Phillips. Don't reach for your holster. Reach for your CBS radio dial instead, and let Matt Dillon do the shooting on Gunsmoke. In the character of United States Marshal Matt Dillon, all the heroes of the old-time frontier days come to life. In Gunsmoke, CBS Radio has a widely applauded, widely followed program, power-packed with action, Saturdays in the daytime and Sunday nights. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. Friday nights, join us in the 21st Precinct on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a woman who holds death over her husband's head. We call it When the Bow Breaks. So now, starring Virginia Gregg with Stacey Harris, here is tonight's suspense play, When the Bow Breaks.
I remember when I was little. I remember how you used to swing in the garden, and the big maple tree and the rusty street as I went up and down, up and down. Grandfather, don't let me fall. I want you to hold me like you used to when I was hurt. I'm afraid because I'm dying. Just the way you died, Grandfather. Why should I die? How did it all happen?
This is it, baby.
Oh, it looks very nice. Oh, Gary, please be careful of my coat. You're dragging it.
Sorry. Sorry. Here, you hold it while I get the key out, will you? I'll get the suitcases later. Oh, no, wait a minute. Come on, let's do this right.
Harry. Oh, Harry, put me down. People...
Let him watch. We're married. This is the way it's done. You've got a lot to learn.
All right, now, put me down, Harry. Please, Harry. I ask you to...
All right. All right, baby. I'm sorry.
You're sweet. I'm tired. I didn't mean to be angry. I'm tired, that's all.
Sure, yeah. Well, you like it?
It's a very nice house, dear. I'm sure we'll be comfortable.
Oh, it's not bad for a short order deal. Take a look around. Come here. Open this door.
It's a closet.
Mm-hmm. Not bad. They're all like that. Nice and roomy. Living room, dining room through there, kitchen.
Harry, please. Can I sit down for a minute? My head's splitting.
Oh, sure, baby. Sure. Come here on the sofa. It's not bad, huh? Come on. Off with the shoes. Here, put your feet up.
Thank you, dear. It all looks very nice. You must have spent a lot of money, though.
Money? Nothing. As soon as the probate judge turns the real money loose, we'll get something that'll knock your eye out.
I don't want to talk about that, Harry. I don't even want to think about it. Never again.
Of course not, baby. I don't know what's the matter with me, but of course you don't.
I don't want to think about it, Grandfather. But I have to talk about it. To you. There'll be lawyers to pay and an inheritance tax. I never realized how very much you were worth. But you never spoke much about money. It was always there. Ever since I can remember. Funny, I never thought about it until after you'd gone. Harry did, though. I lied to you about Harry. I'm sorry. I didn't meet him the way I said I did. I picked him up, Grandfather, on the beach. I went looking for a man, and I found him. The men you chose for me were so weak. I wanted someone like you. Like Harry. It wasn't respectable for a woman in the late 30s to do that, was it? I'm sorry.
Honey, I guess you didn't know I had a feel for interior decorating, did you?
No, I didn't.
Well, maybe when we get the dough, we'll... Oh, I'm sorry, Eddie. Just that I was figuring maybe I'd go in the business.
Harry, how did you know they'd let me go? How did you know all this wouldn't be wasted? Or maybe you'd be here with another girl.
Now, you're the girl, Marcy. Only you. Besides, they couldn't have pinned it on you. I watched that jury. You're high class. No, they believed you.
Yesterday. I didn't think I'd be married now and in a new house.
Now, why don't you forget it, huh?
You've been acquitted, and that's it. From here on in...
Oh, Harry.
Baby. Baby, you're jumping.
Yes, I'm jumping.
Well, now, relax. I mean, married couples have callers. It's probably the next-door neighbors. You stay right there. I'll get rid of them.
Hi, Harry Stryker. Fancy meeting you here.
What do you want, Corcoran?
Oh, he doesn't say glad to see you. He doesn't say come in and have a drink. All he says, what do you want, Corcoran?
We're busy. No statements.
No statements? You just got married, didn't you? You moved into a new house. Your wife beat a murder rap yesterday. No statement. You're new.
Harry, make him go away. Harry, please.
Mr. Stryker, well, congratulations on all counts. Marriage, murder, and money.
All right, Corcoran. Get out.
Are you kidding? You and Evie are good for 5 or 6 more front pages. You're my babies, my story of the year.
Look, I'm going to bounce you, or you can beat me to it by walking out, but fast.
Why didn't you leave us alone? The trial's over. The state is finished with us. Why can't you...
Finished, Evie? You were acquitted, if that's what you mean. You can never be tried again for the same murder. Not even if you said to me it might amuse your readers to know, Mr. Cochran, that I really did murder my grandfather. They can't touch you.
Now, look, boy, I'm going to work you over so you'll never chew a steak again.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Well, then get out of here.
Okay. But first, I came here to tell you something.
Evie, go on in the next room.
No. What do you want, Mr. Corcoran?
Nothing much, Mrs. Stryker. I just want to tell you I'm going to do a Sunday feature on you. I'm going to call it She Hands Him in the Palm of Her Hand.
No. No, forget about us. Please. Harry, give him some money. Tell him to stop.
Oh, you couldn't pay me enough, Evie. The story of why you hold this guy's life in your hands is too good.
Now, what do you mean by that crack?
I knew your wife had beat the case the minute I laid eyes on her, Harry. That holier-than-thou look, grandfather known by one and all to be a wretched old man, Myosin as a lawyer.
You've already written about those things, Mr. Corcoran, don't you?
Now, wait a minute. I'm leading up to it. The autopsy showed your grandfather had a disease that had killed him anyway in a few months. Anyway, so verdict suicide, huh?
Why can't you understand that? He knew. He knew he was going to die.
I don't buy it, but I buy this. You were never brought to trial, Harry, because they couldn't tie you into it. You had an alibi for the night the old man drank that poison.
That's right. I wasn't there.
And the DA knew that you're a photographer, among other things, and had access to cyanide, but he couldn't hang anything on you, so you weren't tried for murder. She was. She can't be again. Not for that one.
Harry, I'm tired of this. Mr. Corcoran's trying to frighten us, that's all. Will you ask him to leave?
Hold it, baby. Go on, Corcoran. Get to the point.
Oh, sure. Like I say, you weren't indicted, but you could be if your wife talked.
Talked? But there's nothing for me to talk about. What should I say?
Oh, you could say that Harry got the cyanide for you, and you worked it out together to get the old man's money. And then they'd try Harry, but not you, Evie, because you've been acquitted.
I won't listen. I won't.
All right, Evie.
Hey, okay.
Come on, Corcoran. Come on.
Oh, sure, don't get sore. If you didn't do it, you haven't got a thing to worry about, Harry. But if you did, then you better be nice to Mrs. Stryker, because maybe someday she'll get mad, and if she talks, it's bye-bye, Harry.
Come on, Corcoran. So long.
Yeah, you got him in the palm of your hand, Evie. Remember, they can't touch you for it.
When Harry came back from the door, I knew what he was saying. What that horrible newspaper reporter had said. He wouldn't look at me. He just went to the bar and poured a drink. I was afraid of him. I wanted him to hold me and tell me it was all right. Like you used to. But he didn't. And then I wanted to run away. Anywhere. Get on a boat. Fly. Never see Harry Stryker again. Run.
Where are you going, baby?
I need some air. I thought
Don't be silly. You don't want to go out there. Corcoran's probably still hanging around.
Harry.
What? What is it, Mouse?
Harry, it's all right, isn't it? I mean, you don't believe what he said.
Of course not. He's just a snooper, that's all.
It wasn't the money, was it, Harry? You didn't want me just because of the money.
Baby,
I'm not pretty. I'm not clever. You don't love me, do you? Why should I attract a man like you? It was the money, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Look, baby, you're upset. Now, why don't you go lie down? It's okay. Everything's okay.
Say it! Say you love me. You never have. Please, Harry, look at me. Tell me you think I'm pretty. Harry, say nice things to me. Tell me you love me, Harry.
Keep your voice down, Evie. Listen, Corcoran's still outside. He's listening.
Keep my voice. That was it then. All the time. That's all you cared about, the money. It's never been me. All I wanted was to love you and have you.
Evie, you're all upset. I'll get you a drink.
No. I wish I were dead. I wish I'd told them the truth. I should have said I'm guilty. We both are. Harry and I did it. We murdered him. We murdered my grandfather.
Don't you ever say that again. Don't you even think it, not to yourself.
You are listening to When the Bow Breaks, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Have you some friends who are hard to please at Christmas? How'd you like to give that musician friend a couple of tickets for the New York Philharmonic Symphony, that sports fan, too, for the Orange Bowl game, and that teenager all the records she wants? How'd you like to do all this on your budget? It's as easy as buying a radio set and giving it for Christmas.
And now, we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Virginia Gregg, starring with Stacey Harris, in tonight's production, When the Bow Breaks, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I remember the scent of our garden. I remember when we used to swing in the evening before supper in the honeysuckle, sweet, drifting about us. We were happy, weren't we? Not like the sadness that came afterwards, and the bitter taste that isn't the taste of honeysuckle. Why am I dying? Grandfather, where are you? Hold my hand, then I shan't be afraid. Afraid of Harry standing there so close. His dark, angry face looking down at me.
Evie, you've got to get a hold of yourself. Do you hear me?
Yes, all right.
Now, this is no good. Evie, don't you see what Corcoran wants? If he can get us at each other's throats, he'll have us, and then his lousy story.
But I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. How can you think such a thing?
Well, then you've got to get straightened out. Now, the way you are now, you'll spill over the first time that anyone puts any pressure on.
I won't, Harry, honestly. I'll never say a word. I won't. I just want to be happy with you. I want you to love me.
Sure, baby. Sure, but you've got to understand, it's like Corcoran says, it's my neck now, not yours. You've got to be careful.
Harry, maybe if I went away somewhere, alone, maybe I could rest and forget the trial and just go somewhere and rest. I'd come back. You wouldn't have to worry about me saying anything.
No, Evie,
everything would be all right when I came back. You'll let me go, won't you, Harry? You wouldn't do anything to me, Harry.
Honey, I didn't mean to do that. You got to believe me, I didn't. But you see what you're like? I've got to watch you and take care of you.
You hit me. Nobody ever hit me. Ever.
It's all right. It's all right, Mouse.
Don't.
There. Now do you see? Look, all of a sudden you're afraid of me, and just because of that Corcoran guy. Mousy, you mustn't be afraid of me. We're in the clear, don't you see that? It's all downhill now, Effie. Your grandfather was already dying, only we didn't know it. So when we did what we did, luck was with us. We're in the clear. They couldn't prove anything against you then. They can't now.
I've always been afraid of you. I've always done what you wanted me to do. Part of it was because I loved you, but most of it because I'm afraid. You never let anything get in your way. Grandfather was in your way. Now maybe it's me.
What, are you saying it was all my idea? Are you saying you never asked me to help you get rid of the old man?
I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I'm tired.
You're tired? Sure. sure, Evie, that's it. You're tired. I'll get the bags out of the car, and then we'll fix something to eat, huh? Come on. You got to start getting domestic, Mousy. You're an old married woman now.
He went out to get the suitcases, but he left the front door open. It was too cold to leave the door open. He wanted it that way, so that he could see me, or hear me if I picked up the telephone. You mustn't laugh when I tell you that in the middle of the living room, standing there, I felt the same way that I did when you punished me. When you used to put me in the hall closet and make me stand in the dark with the door closed. I must have been a very naughty little girl sometimes. Is that why I killed your grandfather? That night I had a dream. It was a funny dream. There was an enormous alarm clock in the middle of the field. The sun was shining, and you and I were dancing in time to the clicking of the clock. Then Harry came along, and he tried to dance, too, but he was clumsy and tripped and fell down. He waved his arms, and his mouth went open and shut, but we couldn't hear him because of the kicking. And he laughed so hard.
What are you laughing at? What's so funny?
Harry. Nothing. It was just a dream.
Yeah? Well, tell me about it.
I can't. I don't remember. It was just funny.
You didn't sound like you were asleep.
I was. Really, I was.
Maybe you figured out a way to tip off Corcoran about me, huh? Maybe that's what's so funny?
No. No, Harry, it was a dream.
No, look, you haven't been kidding me. Why do you think I've watched you every minute? I know what's on your mind.
You're wrong. I thought we were happy.
With what you're holding over my head, with what you can do to me? Are you kidding? Listen to me. I haven't slept since the trial, and do you know why? Because I'm afraid of you. Every time we go to the store, every time we go out anywhere, I'm waiting for you to run calling the cops.
But I wouldn't. I never even thought of it. Not
since yesterday, huh? You thought of it plenty then, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yes, no.
Yes, and that's why you were laughing, because you figure you can get rid of me.
No.
Well, you know no. And look, don't you kid yourself. I figured out the whole thing. I'm the one that got us in the clear, and now you want to mess it up. Evie, I'm not going to let you.
What are you going to do to me?
That depends. That depends on whether or not you can keep your mouth shut.
Why did we do it? Why did we kill him?
Because you wanted the money.
No. You don't understand. I wanted you, and I wanted to get away from him. But I'm not away.
Mousy, look, it's all right. We've done it. Now we've got to follow it through.
You didn't want me without the money. You didn't want me at all. Just the money. You don't love me.
It happens, I do. That's something you can't understand. I've tried to make you believe me, and now something like this comes up, and I'm afraid of you. I keep remembering that if you want to, you can send me to the chair.
I wouldn't. I couldn't hurt you.
Well, don't worry. You won't. I'm going to watch and see that you don't. Now go on back to sleep.
The next day, he didn't talk to me at all. He didn't say a word. We just sat around the house, and I felt ugly. I prayed that I would suddenly be beautiful, because then he'd trust me, and he'd know that I wouldn't hurt him. It was after lunch that he went into the kitchen. I wanted to watch him now, just as he was watching me. I couldn't bear to have him out of my sight. Supposing he went out the back door, came around to the front, and quietly crept up behind me. I got up and stood behind the dining room door looking through the crack. He was taking down a vial from the closet where he kept his photographic things. I couldn't see a label, but I knew what it was. He put the vial in his jacket pocket and closed the closet. I was going to be murdered with cyanide the way you were, Grandfather.
You stay in here, Evie, and keep quiet. I'll answer the door, and I don't want to hear a sound out of you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm your Daily Times delivery boy, and I've come to welcome you into our community.
Sure. Okay, son. Some other time, huh?
As a service to you, so that you may keep abreast of world events, your newspaper...
Look, buddy, we don't need a paper. You go peddling someplace else.
Please, call
I'm sorry, kid. We're not interested. I should have known. Get back to the living room, you crazy. Ellie, I ought to kill you for trying that. I ought to kill you.
Kill me. That's what he was going to do. I had to get away, or use the phone. Call the police. I needed you, grandfather. I needed you to help me. He walked slowly back into the living room and took off his jacket. I thought how funny it was. Just like a man before a fight. Perhaps he thought I'd fight with him to save my life. What is it like to die, grandfather? I used to ask you when I was little, when Daddy died.
It's hot in here. I'm going to have a drink. Oh, I've fixed the phone so you can forget that. I'll only be in the kitchen so I can hear you. Don't try anything.
How was he going to use it? The cyanide. He hadn't taken it out of his jacket pocket. It was still there. I knew it was. I heard him open the refrigerator and get out some ice. I didn't even have to get up. I could reach his jacket from where I sat. I was very careful. Used my handkerchief to get the vial out. I'd learned about fingerprints during the trial. I knew just how much to put in a drink so that it wouldn't taste. Harry had taught me that. I was reaching for the cork in the whiskey bottle when I heard him coming back.
Debbie, why don't you keep some glasses in here?
He hadn't seen me. He hadn't. I took the cork out of the whiskey bottle and emptied the vial of cyanide into it. That was all. It was done. I was sitting in my chair when Harry came back with the glasses.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Are you sick?
No. No, I'm all right.
Well, you don't look all right. You better have a drink.
I don't want any.
Well, you better. We've got to talk.
Don't bother to pour it. I won't drink it.
Oh, yes, you will.
I'm not going to.
We'll fix you up. Here. Drink it straight. Come on, here.
No, Harry, I don't want it. I can't stand the taste of it. Please.
Don't go getting hysterical again, please. Now, come on. It'll settle you down.
No, I won't.
Come here, will you? Drink it.
Let go of me. It'll make me sick. Oh, please, Harry, don't make me. You know I never drink. I don't want it.
Evie, look, it won't kill you. Now, would you rather me slap you around? Now, come on, will you? Here. Drink it. Go on, drink it.
Harry, no. There was a terrible burning, Grandfather. I tried to fight, but I couldn't. And I saw Harry fade away. Further, until he was miles above me, leaning down and calling to me. I can see his face. So frightened. Then there was nothing. It was very quiet. Except for the swing. Quiet. You won't let me fall, will you? I can't see you. But you're there. Hold my hand, Grandfather. I don't want to be alone.
She's gone. Surprised you held on so long. Cyanide cases are usually faster.
Cyanide? Hey, now, wait a minute.
No telling.
Okay, come on, Stryker. We're going downtown.
What are you talking about? What's this about cyanide? What do you mean?
Didn't you know? There was an empty bottle in your jacket pocket. Your prints all over it. On the glass she drank from.
Well, sure there are. She was having hysterics. I made her drink from it.
Cyanide never cured hysterics, Harry.
I didn't do it. Listen, I didn't kill her.
Like you didn't have anything to do with her grandfather's murder. I know. What's the matter? She threatened to talk?
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't.
Okay, so you didn't do it. Come on.
No, don't you understand? I put that cyanide in my pocket because I was afraid she'd use it on me. I wasn't going to kill her. I was trying to quiet her down.
Brother, when you quiet them down, they stay quiet. Let's go.
Suspense, in which Virginia Gregg starred with Stacey Harris in tonight's presentation of When the Bough Breaks. Next week, the story of Christmas shopping and a present that went astray. We call it A Present for Benny. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Sheldon Leonard. The music was composed by Rene Garrigang and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Richard Beals, and Barney Phillips.
On CBS Radio, it's authentic, literate, and dramatic. It's Gunsmoke every Saturday and Sunday. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. Friday night, join us in the 21st Precinct on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of Christmas shopping and a present that went astray. We call it A Present for Benny. So now, starring Jack Crucian, here is tonight's suspense play, A Present for Benny.
Honey lamb. They got a gorgeous ermine on sale at Halgrim's. Just gorgeous. Look.
Later. Pay the rest of the mail. And not the bills.
Sure, baby doll. Oh, honey pot, it's gorgeous. Like the stuff you got in that big job last month.
I got it.
Something wrong, lover?
Shut up. Hey, you call me, boss?
Who called you? You want to get thrown out the window?
He's all upset, Swifty, on account of a letter.
Sure, I'm upset. Hey, you listen to this. Dear Ricky,
I'm sending you this letter like kind of a Xmas greeting. I got a holiday feeling in me, so I'm gonna give you the news straight. Me and my boys is the ones who hijacked that load of furs from you last month. Because you were a dirty, no-good fink, I'm stating to you that there ain't no room for the two of us in this town. So me and the boys is moving you out. You were a big chiseler, and if you don't drop dead when you read this, me and the boys will pump you full of lead next time we see you. Yours truly, and a Merry Xmas, Machine Gun Benny.
He's a dirty rat.
Baby, honey, you could give it to me for Christmas. It's only 2 G's, and it's just gorgeous.
But will you shut your trap? I got enough trouble.
Boss, what are you going to do?
What do you think? What do you think? Go call the boys.
Sure.
No, wait a minute. We got to do this careful. We don't want no open war, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, boss.
Just a couple of us. See, 2 good heads, and you and me. Yeah, that's the best.
Yeah, sure, that's the best.
Uh-huh. Artie the Grunt. Yeah, Artie. And No-Nose Firebush. That's it, just them.
Artie the Grunt and No-Nose Firebush. Okay, Rick.
That small-time thing. Sure, there's room for only one of us, and he's going to find out which one it is.
You tell him, honey lamb.
Didn't I tell you to make me a drink?
No.
You calling me a liar?
Honey lamb, I ain't calling you a liar. You never told me to make you a drink, did he, Swifty?
I told you to make me a drink a minute ago.
I got ears. You never
I'm
told
telling you again, go make me a drink.
Okay. Big thing. Giving orders like a general or something.
Hey, don't get so smart! Dumb dame. Okay, Swifty. To get the boys over here, we gotta have us a conference. All right, now, the way I see it, it's Machine Gun Benny or me, see? And it's gonna be me.
Yeah, sure.
He wants trouble. He found the right party.
You want we should go over and rub him out, boss?
What's the matter with you, No-Nose? He may be stupid, but he ain't dumb. Yeah, that's what he figures. We'll go gunning on him. That's what he figures, see?
Yeah.
So we ain't gonna. We're gonna play it smart. Artie. You got any ideas?
I do.
No-Nose?
Well, cheap, boss, you don't want to use no choppers. See, how about a good old ride?
Dope. How you gonna get at him for a ride? What a dope.
Honey love.
What? Look, don't bother me, will
I
you?
got just the present I'm going to buy you.
Good. That's good. Now shut up, boss.
I got a thought. Maybe we could send this bum a bomb, maybe, huh?
You can't send no bomb through the mail. You know that. It's against the law. Ain't you guys got any... Whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah?
I got something.
What, boss?
How's about we could send him a little present, huh?
What do you want? You should send him a present for?
Xmas present. See, all wrapped up with paper and ribbon and everything. Nice box about this big and this wide. And when he opens it, boom.
But, boss, you just said we couldn't send him...
Not through the mail. From the store. Hey, Mill, what's the name of that store you always buying at?
Halgrim's. Hey, you're going to buy me that almond?
Go make me a drink. Make for the boys, too.
Oh, gee whiz. Okay.
Halgrim's, yeah, that's the place. Real high class.
Yeah, I like that. Merry Christmas, Benny. Boom.
Yeah.
Boss, you figure he'll fall for this, you figure?
Sure he would. We get the store to deliver it. How's he going to suspect?
Well, how are we going to get him to deliver it, boss?
We don't worry about now. It gets delivered. Artie. You got the makers for a bomb.
Sure.
The old-fashioned kind. You know, a lot of broken glass and nails.
Sure.
What'd he say?
Yeah, he says you can make it.
Oh, okay. Now you take care of that, and I want it day after tomorrow.
All right.
And you make it a ticker, see, but don't set nothing till we're ready.
Rick, I gotta hand it to you. You're a genius.
Yeah.
You are a genius. Boys, ain't he a genius?
Yeah. Genius.
He's got the Christmas spirit, too. It's better to give than to receive.
Okay, now shut up. We gotta figure out a plan for the store to deliver it.
Yeah, we gotta figure.
Honey lamb, ain't you coming to bed?
No, I ain't coming to bed.
But it's 2:00 a.m. I'm tired.
Go make some coffee.
Honey.
Sandwiches, too. I'm hungry.
Why don't you finish thinking tomorrow so I can get some sleep?
Don't you never think about nothing else but sleeping?
Sure. I've been thinking all day about that ermine and Haugrams I was telling you of.
Baby, oh, baby. I love you, baby. I
love you too, honey lamb. So why don't we just go...
snap out of it, boys. All right, come on, wake up, Swifty. Hey, wake up.
Fellas, I got it.
What?
Mill is going to get an ermine from Haugrams.
Oh, baby doll, lover.
Get your claws off of me and make some coffee.
Now listen, boys. Here's how we do it.
Ain't it gorgeous, honey? Oh, just simply gorgeous.
Feel the pelt, sir. Notice the sheen.
I felt that I seen it. 2 G's is too much. I'll give you 1,500.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. It's been marked down from 32. We positively cannot sell it for under 2,000. Now, we have a nice mink for 1,500.
Oh, Ricky, honey, don't be chintzy. It's Christmas.
Will you shut your mouth and go buy your old lady something? I'll see you at the house.
Ain't you gonna buy it? It's so gorgeous.
For 1,500, I'll buy it. For 2, I ain't interested. Now beat it.
Oh, gee. Okay. But don't go buying me no lousy mink. You know it gives me the hives.
She'll live a doll. Okay, wrap it up.
You'll take the ermine, sir?
Sure, I'm taking. I want to surprise her. Here. 1, 2 G's.
Oh, well, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Would you like it wrapped as a gift for the lady?
Yeah, I want it in a box with lots of ribbon and Xmas junk all over, you know. And I want you should give me another box the same size, see, ribbons and everything. It's going to be kind of a Xmas joke on a pal. You get what I mean? Empty box, you know. Oh, and give me a couple of cards to write on.
Yes, sir. Will you have them sent?
No, I'll take them both with me.
Well, it'll just take a few minutes, sir.
So I'll wait. Hey, Artie, when you got the timer set for it to go off? What'd he say?
He says he got it set for 23 hours. It'll go off at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, what happens if he opens it before? What'd he say?
He says it'll go off anyway.
Oh, that's good. Nice work, Artie. Nice work. Hey, I bet you he opens it. Don't worry. I bet he ain't got no patience. For instance, he gets a big tree beginning of December. All the trimmings, his pals around him, a couple of cases of old stag. Christmas presents mean something to a guy like that.
It is going to this year, that is for sure.
Okay, here. All right, now you carry it, Swifty, and I'll take the ermine home.
Sure, boss. Yeah, I got it.
Now you know what you got to do.
I am to take the bomb back to the store. There, I'm to find a guy what sold you the ermine.
Yeah, Mr. Minchie.
Minchie?
Yeah.
And I give him the bomb, and I tell him that he's to send it on to Benny.
And you tell him it's the gag that I was talking about, and you give him a C-note for doing you the favor, right?
I got it.
Okay. Artie, when you get through cleaning up, come over to my place. We'll play some poker tonight, okay?
Yeah.
See you, Artie. He's a good boy, that Artie. You know, I'm going to get him one of the new 45s for Xmas.
Hey, that'd be nice, boss. He sure likes it. Me, I like a 38 better. It don't make as big a hole, but it don't weigh you down so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Here, will you hold my box a minute? I want to get a cigarette.
Sure, boss.
Boss, look out! It's Benny! Get out!
You are listening to A Present for Benny, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Let's look ahead to 1966.
and there you are in your beautiful new home. You've got automatic gadgets everywhere. There's a sparkling new dream car in your garage. The youngsters are in a fine college. All's right with the world. Is this just an idle dream? No, this is a real future that you can start building right now. A secure, carefree, prosperous future built with United States savings bonds. In 10 years, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you've invested. Join the payroll savings plan where you work or buy bonds where you bank. Start in 1956 to make 1966 the beginning of the golden years.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Jack Crucian, starring in tonight's production, A Present for Benny, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Boss, that was close.
Oh, that's no good, dirty, no...
Benny, he was not kidding about his getting you.
And me, I wasn't kidding about getting him. I wait 5 minutes, and you take the bomb down the store like I said.
Boss? Which one you got? You got the bomb or Mills Erman?
How should I know? You were holding them when we hit the dirt. I just picked one up and we come back in here.
They sure do look alike.
Listen, you stupid dope. You got them mixed up the packages?
Boss, what with that chopper going? I just didn't notice.
Oh, I ought to give you such a hit. What are we going to do now?
You got me, but I guess they weigh about the same, so we cannot tell that way. Boss, maybe we should have put different colored ribbons on them, so as we could tell.
No, now you're getting smart. Now he thinks of it. Oh, come on.
We're going back up to Artie's?
Yeah, he'll open them up, find them with the bomb, and then we'll wrap them up again.
Oh, sure, Rick. Sure.
That's Benny. I should have rubbed him out a long time ago.
You know, boss, I sure wish I could be there and see his face when he opens up the bomb.
Yeah.
You know, it's too bad he will not get time to read the card as to who it is from.
Artie, open up. It's Rick.
You got some trouble? Yeah, we had some trouble. Benny and some of his boys as we was walking out. They missed.
We ain't gonna. Jerky here got the packages mixed up, though. You gotta open up and see which is which. Huh? Well, come on.
Oh, you're wrong.
So open it up so it don't blow up.
You can't.
What do you mean you can't? What are you, nuts? How am I gonna know which one you send that rat?
Boss, maybe we could have thrown the bomb in the river. Then it would be okay.
Oh, sure. Oh, boy, what a schnook. We throw the Erman in the river, too. What? You know which is the bomb?
I forgot that.
On account of you, I'm going to be out 2 G's, and you know what? It comes out of your cut on the next job we do. We got to send both boxes to Benny now.
Boss, maybe the Erman won't blow up when he does, and then we can take it back from his tomato after he is buried.
Swifty, do me a favor. Stop making me feel so good before I kick your brains in. Now, look, you take them boxes back to the store, get them sent out right away, you hear? I don't want no innocent people hurt when it goes off.
You just leave it to me, boss.
Oh, good, go on. What'd he say?
He says you really got a heart, boss.
Oh. And don't neither of you say nothing about the Erman, the Mills, see, or I'll have to get her another one.
Oh, I won't say nothing.
Okay, Swifty, now get going. I'll see you both back at my place.
That you, honey, baby?
Yeah.
Oh, me and Nana was having a game with you, and I couldn't wait for you to get back. Gee, I love you. Did you get it?
What?
The Iman.
No. Go make me a drink.
Oh, baby lamb. You didn't really? Oh, you're kidding. You're going to make it a surprise.
It ain't going to be no surprise on account of I didn't get it. Now go make me a drink. Hey, no nose.
Yeah, boss.
Gee, I bought you a pretty... Oh, well, you're sure going to look like something in it. Oh, wait till you see.
Okay.
Guess what I got you, guess.
Look, I don't feel like no games. It's been a tough day. I'm tired. Do me a favor, make me a drink, then go to a movie or something, will you?
Gee.
Yeah, Rick?
Where was I? Oh, yeah. Look, you better call the rest of the boys and tell them that Benny's out gunning for us. Tell them to stay hid out until they hear from me, see, and I don't want no trouble with the DA. He's up for re-election.
You got Benny's presence and off okay, huh?
Yeah. Boy, when he croaks, he'll die laughing if he opens the other box first.
The other box?
Yeah, I'll tell you about it when Mill's gone out. Yeah.
Boss, this is Swifty.
Yeah?
You've got nothing to worry about. Everything is taken care of. The stuff goes off the first thing in the morning.
Okay, come on back.
Sure, Rick. I just thought that you should like to know. So long.
Artie, what do you call these?
Well, like what?
I asked for 3-minute boiled. These ain't even born yet.
Cook it, right?
Ain't you never gonna learn how to boil an egg?
I'll fix you some more.
I ain't hungry. Forget it. Artie, what time is it?
Look, huh? No, it ain't, Artie. It's 1:30, boss.
Benny should have got the bomb by now.
Boss, you want I should call him and kind of ask after his help?
No. If he ain't got it yet, he might get suspicious. Oh, boy, this waiting, it's making a nervous wretch out of me.
Take it easy. It'll go off.
If you don't want eggs, honey, how about some nice hot coffee, lover?
Okay.
You'll feel better when you see what I've got for you. They're sending it today.
Yeah, okay.
Should I open it, boss?
Yeah, I'll cover you.
Oh, you're so nervous all of a sudden this morning, honey.
All right, I'm nervous.
So who is it? No nose.
I'll let him in.
Yeah, what do you say, boss?
What's in the package?
Oh, this? Well, it just come up for you from Holgram's. Elevator was bringing it up.
Oh, now don't you spoil it, honey lamb. That's my present to you. You can take the wrapping paper off, but you can't open the box. We got to put it under the tree when we get the tree.
Hey, boss. That box looks awful familiar.
Yeah. Mill, you sure you bought this yesterday?
Sure, I'm sure.
Looks just like the ones we sent to Benny, don't it? Same size, same ribbon, same everything. It kind of makes you wonder.
Don't be silly. They got millions of boxes like this. Oh, it happens there's something very special in there for my sweetie lamb.
What's in it?
Go ahead and open it. Go ahead.
No, I'll wait. I ain't like Benny. I can wait.
Oh, honey, you open it. It's okay. I'll get you something else to open on Christmas.
Oh, sure. Why not, boss? You need something to make you feel good.
I feel good now. I don't want to feel no better.
Oh, and I thought you'd like it so much, you'd go with me and maybe buy a chinchilla they got on sale at Holgram's. It's only $1,500, just what you wanted to pay for the ointment. I like chinchilla.
Come on, boss, open it up. Open.
All right, I'll open it. Hey, Swifty, go get it.
Sure, boss.
Oh, I can't wait for the lid to come off.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah? Yeah, well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Boss? It's that guy at the store, Holgram.
Momenchi?
Yeah.
You want me to open it for you, honey?
No. Yeah?
Mr. McQueen?
Yeah?
This is Mr. Minch in the fur department at Halgram's.
So?
Mr. McQueen, I'm terribly sorry, but I think there's been a mistake.
What kind of mistake? What do you mean?
Well, a little confusion, but I'm sure it can be easily rectified. Your wife bought something for you yesterday, which was to be delivered this morning.
Yeah, it's already come.
Yes, well, there seems to have been an error made in the shipping department, a matter of mislaid address slips. Now, I wonder if you'd mind opening the package which you just received. Or perhaps, since it's a Christmas parcel and a surprise which you, no doubt, your wife would rather do it.
Well, why? What's wrong with it?
Well, you see, those two boxes which your man brought in yesterday afternoon haven't gone out yet. They were to be sent to Mr. Benjamin Mollusk, I believe it is.
Yeah?
I think the gift which you have is one of those, and, well, yours is his. That is, if you follow me. Now, if you'd open it, I'm sure...
Boss, there's something wrong?
Hey, you're pale. You sick?
What's the time?
It's 1:45.
Ain't you gonna open your present?
Don't nobody touch that box. It's loaded.
The bomb?
Yeah, the bomb.
Well, of course, it could have been. This
You shut up, Swifty. I got enough trouble without her hearing that.
Oh, yeah, I get you.
Are you talking about me?
Hey, get that thing out of here. Get it down to the store. I got to send a special messenger. Let him send all 3 boxes to that punk Benny. Well, what do I care? Maybe I should send him a Cadillac to go with it. You know what I think? I think it'd be cheaper to kill myself. Hey, what's the time?
10:04, baby.
Where's that Swifty?
Don't worry, he'll be here.
Maybe Benny got him.
Yeah, maybe I should have sent you and Artie with him. Get it, Artie. Don't know some meal cover you.
It's me, Artie. Swifty. Open up. Boss, I have got it all straightened out. Everything is okay. Boy, some dopes those guys down at the store.
What's that?
This? Oh, this is your present that Mill got for you. I told you they have got it all straightened out okay now. You know how this Christmas rush, everybody's meshuga, you know? So now they have found the right slips, wrapped up the boxes again, and Benny's presents have been delivered right now, and this is yours.
You're sure this time, are you sure?
Boss, would I make a lie out of myself? This box you can open, I guarantee it.
Yeah, 'cause you might not like the color I got you. So I wish you would open it. And if it ain't right, we can take it back this afternoon and you can change it and maybe take a look at chinchillas I was telling you about.
Yeah, this time I'm gonna wait. When Benny blows up, I open it. What's the time?
That's, 2 minutes to 4.
You sure? Is your watch right?
Well, boss, I just called the tomato on the telephone that gives you the time.
Honey Pot, you're too nervous. This ain't like you. Here, I'll open it for you.
Mill, you quit that.
Oh, boss.
Oh, sure. Take it easy, boss. You're all lost.
Oh, I bet you're just going to love it. I just bet.
It's about Benny. He opened it. What do you bet?
Bam! Right through the wall.
Yeah?
Rick, this is Machine Gun Benny.
Benny.
Listen, pal, I feel like a dirty rat. That's what I feel like, a dirty rat. When I think what I tried to do to you yesterday, and all the time you was making never-minds with the presents, which I and my girl are right now wearing. I tell you, I could eat mud.
Yeah.
She says she never seen such a hymen. And the robe, oh, it's the greatest. Oh, pal, I am a heel. But it ain't too late to change. Hey, what do you say we bury the hatchet, eh?
Yeah.
I'll split with you of them furs I hijacked from you. And we're partners, you and me. Run the town together. What do you say, eh?
Yeah.
All right. So, you and Mill and your boys come on over and partake of some Xmas cheer. You hear me, boy? You're a great guy, Rick. The greatest. So long, pal. Merry Xmas.
So long.
Benny, huh?
Yeah.
This one's the bomb?
Yeah.
Too bad.
What's the time?
It's 3 minutes after 4.
3 after. Artie, the time has come and gone. How come it didn't go off?
Look up over the cliff.
What do you say?
He says he did not want to blow nobody up so near to Christmas.
Then what's in the box?
I'll go show.
Huh?
He's going to show it.
which Jack Crucian starred in tonight's presentation of A Present for Benny. Next week, a charming fantasy about a small boy who discovered a new world and lived forever after in its enchantment. We call it The Cave. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis, who also wrote tonight's script. The music was composed by Rene Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Stacey Harris, Eve McVeigh, Benny Rubin, Junius Matthews, and Joseph Kearns.
Time's growing short for the youngsters to write to Bing Crosby. The deadline for postmarked letters is Thursday, December 15th, midnight. All your youngster has to do is write a letter to Bing telling what Christmas means to me. Then mail it to Bing Crosby, CBS Radio, Hollywood 28, California. The winner will read his letter in person when America Sings with Bing, Christmas Eve on CBS Radio. All youngsters 12 years of age and under are eligible. That address once again, Bing Crosby, CBS Radio, Hollywood 28, California. Be sure the young letter writer puts his name and address on the letter. Stay tuned now for 5 minutes of CBS Radio News, to be followed on most of these same stations by The Jack Carson Show. Thrill to Gunsmoke every Saturday and Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
Stan Freeberg here for When Radio Was, presenting the very best from the golden age of radio. This time, Dick Beals stars in The Cave, a tale of suspense. And then Bob Bailey stars once again as the insurance investigator with the action-packed expense account on Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. Stay tuned. All the thrills begin in a moment.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com. Welcome back. I'm Stan Freeberg. My friend Dick Beals began his radio career portraying juvenile roles on The Lone Ranger, Sergeant Preston of the Yukon, and also The Green Hornet. Moving to Hollywood, he quickly became a fixture on West Coast radio programs and portrayed Billy the Kid on the premiere broadcast of Gunsmoke. I've known Dick Beals for over 30 years. He was heard for decades as the voice of Speedy Alka-Seltzer, and also in hundreds of juvenile roles on television cartoons like The Flintstones and Davy and Goliath. Beals is still one of the busiest voice actors in Hollywood and can be heard regularly on Saturday morning cartoons. He recently starred in a special Radio Spirits audio production of Peter Absolute, which is available through the Radio Spirits catalog. Peter Absolute is a delightful children's story that I highly recommend that you hear, by the way. Okay, let's listen now as my buddy Dick Beals stars in The Cave, as originally broadcast December 20th, 1955.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, in answer to many requests, we bring back a charming fantasy about a small boy who discovered a new world and lived forever after in its enchantment. We call it The Cave.
It's on days like this that I remember how it used to be before I found the cave. This day in particular. Of course, it's hard to see everything as it really was. Time has a habit of distorting the memories. Memories. Christmas Day. What a long time ago that was. I was 10, and an unpopular uncle had distinguished himself by giving me a flashlight. It was enormous. 4 batteries, and a most incredible gleam to its metal case. I couldn't wait to try it out. And because it was still early afternoon, I could think of only one place that was dark enough for the exciting test. The cave. The big cave, whose mouth was near the sand dunes, and whose recess was rumored to be miles deep. George Fennell and I had never ventured more than 200 yards or so inside. But on that Christmas afternoon, I knew that the cool darkness of the cave would have no fears for George and me. We met near the dunes, as arranged, to compare notes on our respective Christmas presents. It was quite warm, and the snow was beginning to melt in patches. A few gulls were wheeling about nearby. It was as I have remembered it all my life.
That's keen. Listen, I'd better work like a searchlight tonight.
I guess it would, all right.
Maybe they'll let us stay up tonight if it doesn't get too cold, and we could play pirate. I could use my new gun.
I thought we might go in the cave this afternoon.
Hey, that's keen. Uh-oh. Maybe they'll get sore. I had to get all dressed up today.
We won't get dirty. Besides, we could go a real long way inside with this.
I wouldn't want to go in too far. They say the cave goes off in a lot of tunnels. We could get lost.
Maybe if you haven't got a flashlight.
Sure, that's right. And with my gun, sure, we can explore. Come on. I'll race you to the cave.
I won the race, and we stood at the entrance of the big cave. The arch had a span of about 25 feet, but just inside it widened until the walls were 70 feet apart and the ceiling over 50. As we passed from sunlight to shadow, I turned for a moment and looked down to the sea. At the water's edge, a gull stood motionless, looking up at us. Then, solemnly, as though with disapproval, it too turned about and gazed out over the water. The opening of the cave receded and became small, and we went deeper and deeper.
Hey, shine it up there, Dan. Way up.
Okay.
Gee, I'll bet that's high.
Oh, a mile, I guess.
You're silly. Maybe 100 feet. Boy, that's keen. Sounds like a real gun.
Come on. Looks like the cave turns down there, see?
Okay, but we better not go too far.
You scared?
Heck no, but, well, I gotta get back for dinner. They'll be awful sore if I'm late.
You won't be late. Come on. I want to see what's around there.
Okay, hold the light on my gun. I gotta reload. Fish? Whoever heard of fish in a stream like this? Where'd they come from? Where?
I don't know. They say there are fish in caves sometimes. Blind fish.
You're silly.
Well, what are you stopping for, George?
We gotta go back now.
Why?
Because it's late. Maybe we could get lost.
Listen, George, maybe if we kept on going, we'll find treasure in here.
Treasure?
Stands to reason. Maybe like in the pirate book. Somebody came here and buried treasure. Henry Morgan or somebody.
No.
Sure, stands to reason. Everybody's like you. They say no, but just suppose. If no one's looked, how would they know?
I think we better get back. Maybe tomorrow we can look. The cave's getting awful narrow.
We might even find old pirates' bones and swords.
You've got too much imagination. I don't want to go any further.
Well, I'm going to.
Okay, give me the flashlight.
No. You want to go back? You go back. In the dark.
Oh, I don't want to go back. You go back in the dark. They'll be mad. It's late.
Well, just for a little while. If we don't find anything, we'll go back.
All right, but only a little while.
Well, I'm thirsty.
You better not drink out of that water. It's probably poison.
Oh, why? Here, hold the light. I'm going to have a drink.
There you are. See? I told you. Now you'll probably die. It's poison.
No, it's salt. It's like the ocean.
Hey, look.
What?
There, coming down the stream. That white thing.
Yeah.
Looks like a piece of paper.
I'm going to get it. Hold on to my hand.
You'll fall in. What is it?
What? Looks like a handkerchief.
That's silly. It's too small. Who use a handkerchief like that?
Well, my mother does.
Gee, hate to blow my nose on that. You can almost see through it.
How'd it get down here?
Who cares?
Maybe it's a message.
Huh?
Like from someone in distress.
I'm going home.
Like a damsel in distress in the pirate book. We've got to find out. Give me my flashlight. We'll follow the stream.
We followed the stream. We walked by it as the cave twisted and curved. We didn't notice the passageway, which had been getting smaller all the time, suddenly widen out, and the stream, which was becoming a river, and the river.
Hey!
What?
Where's the other side of the water?
There isn't any. It keeps going. It's like a lake.
Or maybe a sea. There's little waves.
Dan?
Huh?
Turn the light around.
The walls have gone. There's no walls.
There must be. It's a cave.
Hey, there's no top to it either.
It's just too high to see, that's all. Let's go home. Let's go home right now.
Oh, what are you afraid of?
I'm not. What'd you do that for? Turn on the light. Turn it on.
Don't you notice something?
Turn that on. Give it to me.
Oh, wait a minute. I want you to see something.
Don't turn it. I'm not going to play with you. Give it.
See what you've done? You dropped it in the water.
It's all your fault. I didn't want to come here anyway. How are you going to get back? It's dark.
No, it isn't. That's what I wanted you to see. Look up there.
Oh, it's like stars. Way up there.
That's what it is. It's stars.
We stood there, George and I, 10 years old, and for a moment no longer afraid because of the wonder of the thing. There was light from a sky I knew I had never seen before. Yet I knew I was still in the big cave, because when I spoke, the echo of my voice returned.
It's beautiful.
I can't find the flashlight. The water's too deep.
That's funny.
You're always saying that. It's not going to be funny when you can't get home.
Listen. There. How can there be an echo when there's no cave anymore?
You're just trying to scare me. Well, I'm going. You can come too if you want. Dan, please?
I'll bet nobody's ever been in here ever. I'll bet we're the first. Except for pirates, maybe. Oh, I wish we could see more.
If my mother hadn't taken our matches away, we could find our way out. Gee, Dan, it's night. Come on, please. I'm hungry. Somebody's here. Somebody else.
Sounds like it's over there.
No, don't go, Dan. Dan, I'm scared. I don't like this place.
Well, go home if you want. I can see someone. Look.
Gee.
He's digging in the sand.
Don't. Let's not go any closer, Dan.
Let go of me. I want to see what he's doing.
No.
Look. There's some other people. They got swords.
Aha!
I caught you, Namby, you scurvy wretch. Look at him, bully.
I just wanted to see if the treasure was still there. Shoot, Doctor.
I'll show you what's there, you pot-bellied toad.
I wasn't touching the treasure. Don't kill me.
Kill you? I haven't started to kill you yet, Namby. Come on, bullies, lay on. We'll exercise our appetites for the feast.
Let's pause for just a moment. Dick Beals will return in this chilling tale of suspense right after these messages.
Richard Diamond, Private Detectives, Gangbusters, The Adventures of the Saints.
The preceding memories are brought to you by Radio Spirits, the leading supplier of classic radio programs and nostalgia merchandise. Hi, this is Fred Foley. For a free catalog listing thousands of classic radio programs available on cassettes and CDs, call toll-free 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
And now, let's return to Dick Beals, starring in The Cave, a tale of suspense.
In that faint light from the stars of another world, the world of the big cave, George and I watched. We could only see shadows until someone lit a lamp. And then I knew I'd been right.
Pirates! Pirates! I want to go home.
Pirates they were, the most glorious, gaudiest pirates to sail under the Jolly Roger. The leader was a huge man with a fine, bushy beard and a voice like the trombone in the village band.
How shall we cook him, bullies? Broil the steed.
No, Captain, no.
Now he's too tough a morsel for that, Captain. I says roast him. Roast it'll be.
There's nothing like roast Namby, I always say.
But we'll cut out his heart first and feed it to the dog. Namby, you lily-livered aggravation. Say your prayer.
He's going to come. I don't want to watch, Dan. Dan, shut up.
Who was that? I don't know, Captain.
Sounded like a boy.
A boy? A boy?
Mayhap it was the Lady Alicia.
Bill, she be in the dungeon, Gonfalon.
Aye, that's true.
Came from over there. Hold the lantern high, Sheriff. Aye, Captain.
They'll get us, Dan. We've got to run. Don't be afraid. If you're not afraid, nothing can happen.
Do you see anything, Gonfalon?
Oh, now, but... save us all. 'Tis a boy.
Nay, 'tis 2 on them. Scupper me. Boy. Boys. 2 small boys. And now what shall we do with him, Captain?
Hang him, I'll say. Hang him. They be after the treasure.
You! Were it not Christmas, Namby, I should have turned you inside out. Hold your blister blathering jaw, you.
Aye, Captain, sir. Aye.
Boy, what's your name?
Dan Embry, sir.
And that one?
Well, sure, he's my friend, George. George Fennel. His father's a policeman.
Where do you come from, boy?
Greenfield. That's outside the cave.
Cave? What cave? What do you do here? Whose spies be? Answer up now.
We were just exploring, and we got here, that's all.
Exploring? Where be your ship?
We didn't come in a ship.
No ship?
They're boys, Captain. What harm can they do? Come, it's Christmas. I say feed them and send them on their way.
What's Christmas got to do with it? If they be spies, it's the plank.
No, we're not spies, honest.
We'll look into this further. Meantime, the goose and suckling pig should be ready. I say it's time for the feast. How say you, buddy? Be a hungry boy.
Yes?
And him.
He's hungry, too.
Then join us on a Merry Christmas. For no man can say Captain Blackton lacks the Christian spirit. Am I right, Namby?
Oh, you're right, Captain. Right as a rail.
Ah, I'd have slit your gullet if you said me nay. Merry Christmas, and break out the rum.
I remember that day, that long ago. The great dining board set upon trestles, the fruits and wine, roast goose and pig, the pirates rough in their colorful patched clothing, the songs and drinking, stories of home and sea. Such Christmases I dreamt of, and I had dreamed it to come true. George sat next to me, eyes wide and unbelieving. After the plum pudding, we were called upon to sing a carol.
Silent night, holy night.
As we sang, they became quiet, and each sat lost with his own thoughts of sweetness and sadness. The little man, Namby, bird-like and asleep. Gonfalon, thin as a twig, a patch over one eye, the other kindly and wise. Schill and the captain, tears coursing down their cheeks. These were my pirates, my own.
Sleep in heavenly.
Well done, I say. Well done. A dollop of rum for the boy.
Captain, this been a happy day with us. Let's share it with those less fortunate.
Less fortunate? Who? We are all well met.
But that Lady Alicia.
Nay, she be our prisoner. And until ransom be paid, so she will remain.
Oh, what matter if she grace our table for the evening? It's been a long time since a woman has been with us.
Very well. Send the prisoner here. Fetch her from the dungeon.
Then I thought of the fine lace handkerchief we had found in the stream. Would this prisoner, the Lady Alicia, would she have sent a message of distress? And how? They brought her in, and to me, she looked as she should have looked. The most beautiful lady in the world, gowned in silks, with a pale but proud face. I fell in love with her, and I was 10. As the night wore on, the pirates grew drowsy, and one after another their heads drooped, and soon all were asleep. Even George, sitting small in his great chair, nodded. I went to the Lady Alicia's side.
It was your handkerchief we found in the stream, wasn't it?
Yes, I had not dared to hope.
But they have you locked in a dungeon.
Beyond my window is a running brook. I prayed that when I dropped the kerchief, it would by some happy chance be discovered.
Well, I found it all right.
You are very brave to have come here.
Well, how long have they kept you prisoner?
6 months now. We were sailing to the Indies. Our ship was taken, and I alone survived. Now they hold me for ransom.
Oh, it's terrible. Gosh, I wish I could do something to save you.
There is nothing.
Oh, I know I'm not very big, but maybe I could fight them.
They are too many for you.
Dad, they're all asleep. Come on, we can get away now. Let's go home. Home? Sure. Our folks are going to be mad. Oh, George, we've got to save her.
If you could but escape and deliver a message to my father.
Sure, okay. Where does he live?
London. Lord Basingstoke. He would reward you well.
Sure, but we gotta go now. I don't want to leave you. They'll be angry when they wake up.
My hope will rest in you. I shall pray for your safety and return.
Gee whiz, Dan, come on. You go ahead. I'll be right along. Okay, but hurry up. I'll wait by the water. Will you be all right?
Yes.
Suppose I come back and you're not here.
I shall try to leave a message.
I'm Dan.
I know.
When I get older, I shall marry you. You're beautiful.
I'll wait for you. No, you must go before they awake.
I don't want to go.
You will come back to me. Here.
I love you. Hurry up, Dan. Gee whiz. I want to get home. They'll be mad. Mother said not to be late for dinner. We've got to save Lady Alicia. Don't forget. Okay. But hurry up. It's kind of dark, but I know which way to go. I don't want to fall in the stream and get all wet. I've got my good clothes on. You won't. I'm sorry I dropped your flashlight in. I'll save up and get you another. I don't mind. I'll bet it's awful late. I'm glad it's Christmas. Maybe they won't mind.
We followed the tunnels one to the other. The stream flowed with us, urging us on. It was dark, but I knew the way. We felt along the damp walls of the cave, and at every step we moved further away from my world. Suddenly, from a great distance, we saw a tiny circle of light, a dot, which grew and grew until it was the size of a golden sovereign.
There it is, Dan. It's the entrance, and it's still light out. I won't be late for dinner.
And I was afraid. I was afraid because I knew that when I stepped out into that sunlight, I should never be able to find my way back again. Never.
Hey, what are you stopping for? Why? George? If we can run, we can make it home before the sun goes down. For Pete's sakes, Dan, what's the matter with you? I'm not coming with you. I've got to go back. Go back? What do you want to do that for? I've got to. I don't want to leave her. The pirates. I want to go back. Pirates? Who? The Lady Alicia. Gee whiz, Dan, come on. It's only a game. Come on. You've forgotten. I knew you would. I'm not going with you. You better. I'll tell your mother, and you get it. Goodbye, George. Dan? Dan, come back, Dan. What's the matter with you? Dan? You'll get lost, Dan. Dan, don't go in there. We played long enough. Come back. Come back, Dan. Dan. Hey, Dan.
I had turned away from George and the speck of light that was outside. His voice had followed me, plaintive and lonely. Then, as I found the stream again, there was no sound but that of gentle water and my own steps. And the stream became a river, and the river broadened, the walls of the cave fell away, and I'd found my pirates again. It's on days like this that I remember how it used to be before I found the cave. This day in particular. Sometimes I wonder what happened to George and what it's like outside the cave. But I don't really mind. After all, the Lady Alicia kept her promise and waited for me until I grew up. Now everything is as I'd always dreamed it in the books. Oh, Captain Blackton? He's still here. A little less ferocious, perhaps, than 20 years ago.
Captain?
Yes, Blackton.
If you and my lady are ready, sir, the turkeys be cooked and the men waiting your pleasure.
Very well, Blackton. Thank you. And a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, sir. And a Merry Christmas to you, sir.
Suspense, in which Richard Beals with Billy Chapin starred in tonight's presentation of The Cave.
And that was The Cave, a chilling tale of suspense starring my friend Dick Beals from December 20th, 1955.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, the story of two small boys who carry death in their pockets. We call it Two Platinum Capsules. So now, here is tonight's suspense play, Two Platinum Capsules.
The story you're about to hear is based on fact. It happened. It involved the lives of 6 people. That sound is being made by a Geiger counter, a device for detecting radioactivity. It plays an important part in the following events. The place, a city in Northern California. Population, 41,300. For Johnny Murphy, age 11, the day started like any other day. The time, 8:36 a.m.
Apple core. Oh, good morning. Who's your friend? The mailman. Here goes.
Hey, here you boy. You stop that.
You weren't even close. I could have hit him if I wanted to. Johnny Murphy. Yeah, Mom. Come here. I'll be right back, please. What do you want? Come up here.
I saw you throw that apple core at the mailman.
I didn't hit him, Mom. I didn't even try.
Don't ever let me catch you doing anything like that again. Now, come inside. Your father's home.
Yes? When did you get back?
Just a minute ago.
Hi, boy.
Did you find some uranium, Pop?
No, not this time.
We didn't expect you home until tonight, George.
Well, I woke up with a lousy cold yesterday. And on top of that, the water can sprung a leak. Didn't even have enough to make coffee before I left camp last night.
Oh, there's some on the stove.
Hey, Pop, let me listen to the Geiger counter.
Not now, Johnny. Your father's tired from driving all night.
Please, Pop, just for a second.
Sure. Okay. Now.
Oh, gee. Is that how it sounds when it's near uranium?
No, it clicks a lot faster. So they tell me.
I'll fix your breakfast, George.
Scramble 'em, huh, May?
Hey, Johnny, come on. Hey, Pete's waiting for me, Pop.
Okay, boy, you run along.
Johnny, you'll be home for lunch.
Okay, Mom. Where are we going?
I don't know. Where you want to go?
I don't know.
Hey, how about to my house?
Nah, nothing to do over there.
Well, what do you want to do?
I don't know. Something. Hey, I listened to my Pop's Geiger counter.
Yeah? What'd you hear? Uranium?
Aw, come on.
Where are we going?
I don't know.
Why don't we go down to that new dump?
Where?
The new dump the city opened. They're filling in that old gravel pit over near Afton High.
What do we do down there?
I don't know. Look around. See if we can find something, maybe.
Okay. But I gotta be home for lunch.
At 8:50, George Murphy, a part-time uranium prospector, sat down to eat his breakfast. 5 miles away, Miss Helen Webster, a registered nurse employed at the Middle Branch Hospital, entered the staff cafeteria. A few moments later, the administrator, Dr. Carl Hutter, stopped at her table.
Oh, how did you like working up in 222 yesterday, Miss Webster?
Fine, Doctor.
Burton didn't give you any trouble, did she?
Why, no.
Get along with her all right?
Yes, I think
I
so.
think she probably hates your guts.
Oh, but why?
Then she's leaving next week. We've asked her to retire. She knows you're taking her place.
Oh, I see.
Did she explain everything to you carefully?
very carefully,
Now,
Doctor.
we want you to take charge as soon as she's gone. Is that all right with you?
Yes, sir. It's very interesting work.
It could be dangerous. But if you're careful, there's no risk involved. Did Burton have you working with the real thing or the dummies?
For the dummies at first, and then she opened the safe. Those capsules certainly don't look dangerous.
They're killers, Miss Webster. Don't ever forget it.
Every large hospital has a room 222. Painted in bold letters across the lead-lined door are the words, Danger, Radioactive. When not occupied, the room is padlocked. At 9:14, Miss Elsie Burton, registered nurse, inserted the key in the padlock and entered the room. She opened the heavy safe and, using a pair of forceps, lifted a small metal box from it. She quickly placed the box on a table. Then, stepping behind a lead shield designed to protect her body from the contents of the box, she opened it. Inside the box were several platinum capsules, and each capsule was filled with radium. It was 9:27 when she picked up the phone to report 2 of the platinum capsules missing. 9:28. George Murphy had finished his second cup of coffee, glanced through the morning paper, and was watching his wife at the kitchen sink.
More coffee, George?
No, thanks.
You look awfully tired.
I am.
We got a notice from the bank today. The payment's overdue again
I know, May.
on that Geiger counter you had to buy. $160. When I think what I could have done with that
All
money.
right.
George, we can get along on your salary. We don't need $1 million. We can get along just fine on what you make at the gas station if you'd only work instead of taking 3 days a week away, traipsing off goodness knows where.
Let's talk about it some other time, huh? I'm going in and lie down.
You close the bedroom door. I want the radio on while I do the ironing.
9:30. The 2 boys, Johnny Murphy and Peter Cowan, were approaching the city dump.
Hey, Peter, wait up. Come on, we're almost there.
Look. See it?
Huh? Doesn't look like nothing but a big hole in the ground.
That's where they took all the gravel from. They're dumping all kinds of stuff in that old pit now.
Hey, who's that?
What?
Over by the shack.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe he's a watchman.
You crazy? What'd they have a watchman at a dump for? He'd steal junk.
Morning, boys.
You gonna answer him?
Are you the watchman?
That's right. You boys out exploring?
Well, kinda. If it's all right.
Oh, it's all right, providing you look out for the trucks.
Yes, sir. We'll be careful.
By 10:15, Dr. Hutter with Miss Burton and Miss Webster had made a preliminary search for the missing radio. It was not in room 222. A further check revealed that only 1 patient in the hospital was receiving radium therapy. According to the day chart, the radium used in the patient the day before had been returned to the safe. Nevertheless, the patient was examined, and the immediate area surrounding her bed carefully searched. The radium was not found. At 10:35, Dr. Hutter and the 2 nurses re-entered room 222.
I don't understand how it could have happened, Doctor. Could someone have taken it during the night?
No, even if they had a key to fit the padlock, Miss Burton is the only person in the hospital who has the combination to the safe.
You'll have all this responsibility next week, Miss Webster.
Burton, what time did you show the capsules to Miss Webster yesterday?
Just before lunch, Doctor.
Did you count the capsules before returning them to the safe?
Well, they weren't away from this table. I didn't think it was necessary to count them.
No, we've done all we can. I'll notify the insurance company. Let them send a radium hound up from San Francisco.
A radium hound?
Yes, a man who specializes in finding lost radium by using a scintillator or a Geiger counter. He'll go through the hospital carefully, and the counter will locate the radium.
Doctor, before you go, may I speak to you alone?
Certainly.
I'll be in the hall, Doctor. Doctor, you know I've never been one for carrying tales, but I refuse to take the responsibility for losing those capsules.
No one is blaming you, Burton. Accidents happen.
This was no accident.
Go on.
Doctor, I just happen to know that Miss Webster is engaged to a young doctor.
I don't see that has any bearing on the lost radio.
Let me finish. This doctor is setting up his own office, and I'm sure he'd be mighty grateful for a gift of 200 milligrams of radium.
Burton, you've been around here too long. You've soured.
Doctor, I just remembered something.
Yes, Miss Webster?
Well, the other night, Leonard, Dr. Terry, told me that one of his patients goes away every weekend to hunt uranium. Wouldn't he own a Geiger counter?
He might. Yes, see if you can reach him.
Yes, sir.
We'll take this building apart if we have to. Oh, Miss Webster.
Yes, sir?
Notify all hospital personnel of the loss immediately. If someone's picked up those capsules without realizing what they are, they're in trouble.
May Murphy had just tuned in the 11 a.m. news broadcast when the phone rang. Recognizing the urgency in Miss Webster's voice, she promised to wake her husband immediately.
George, you've got to wake up. George. George, they want you down at the hospital.
Well, what's the matter, Johnny? Something happened to Johnny?
No, not Johnny. They've lost some radium at Middle Branch Hospital. The nurse that called thought you might be able to find it.
Hand me a cigarette, will you?
Okay.
You got any hot coffee out there?
No, I'll heat it. Here.
Thanks.
Do you think you could find it, George?
I don't know. Maybe, if it's still in the hospital.
What does radium look like? You ever see any of it?
I wouldn't know radium if I tripped over it.
Atomic number 88. Atomic weight 226.05. Radium is an intensely radioactive element emitting strong gamma rays. It is used principally in the treatment of cancer to destroy malignant tissue. Unfortunately, the gamma rays cannot tell the difference between healthy and unhealthy tissue, making it extremely dangerous to handle. Unless caught in time, there is no cure for radium poisoning. Only a slow, lingering death.
Hey, mister, you know what time it is?
It's on? Well, let's see now. It's 11:30.
You see? I told you it wasn't more than that.
Hey, you boys are too young to be worrying about time.
Well, he's always worried about something.
I gotta be home for lunch.
Did you find anything valuable down in the dump?
No, nothing there I wanted.
I don't know if what I found is valuable or not.
Well, let's see it. Can't judge what it's worth if you don't let me take a look at it.
I got 'em in my pocket.
Then?
Yeah. 2 little pieces of metal. See?
Oh, yeah. Mighty nice. Looks like they might have been used for counterweights of some sort. Well, excuse me, boys. Gotta tell that fellow where to unload.
We'll see you, mister.
You be careful crossing the street, you boys. Don't want to get hurt.
It was 12:30 when George Murphy arrived at the hospital. He was quickly briefed by Dr. Hutter and the search started. Slowly, carefully, they walked through the sterile corridors, listening for any change in the normal count of the Geiger counter.
I understand you do quite a bit of uranium prospecting, Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, I guess I do. I usually take off from work at the gas station on Thursdays and come back Sundays.
You ever find any?
Not yet. I'm still hoping.
So am I. If you find this radium, I mean.
Is that valuable?
That deadly. There's always the chance someone has picked it up without realizing what it is. Something?
The background count was a little high, but it's gone down.
Oh. Say, just what do those capsules look like, Doctor? Oh, they're about 2 inches long, metal, approximately as big around as a thick lead pencil. Well, it doesn't look like it's up here. Come on, I'll buy you a cup of coffee.
Hey, Doctor, wait a minute.
I'm picking up some response on this thing. Oh, that's from 222. What? We keep our regular supply of radium in 222, just ahead.
Oh. Well, I'm glad to know this thing works. Sure like to see it act up like that out in the desert.
Time, 1:40. After having a cup of coffee, the men continued their search. Drain pipes were examined. Trash and waste chutes leading to the incinerator. The incinerator itself, and finally the grounds surrounding the entire hospital were checked. At 4:15, as far as they were able to determine, they agreed the radium was not in or near the hospital. Dr. Hutter then contacted the trucking service that removed the non-combustible rubbish. The driver reported he had taken a load to the new city dump yard the previous afternoon. He was also sure the watchman of the yard would remember where he had unloaded. The time, 4:59.
There's the watchman's shack.
Doesn't look like anybody's here.
He's probably gone for the day.
Well, you want to look around? Might get lucky.
Yep, you better.
Funny.
What's that?
Well, when I'm shaving in the morning, I can usually see myself later in the day. At the gas station working, you know what I mean?
I think so.
And I sure didn't see myself down here looking for a needle in a haystack. Well, I can't get anything on the Geiger, Doctor. The counter hasn't registered any change at all. You need a scintillator for this kind of job.
Well, might as well start back. I hate saying this, but I'm beginning to think Burton might be right.
Burton?
She's the nurse in charge of 222. She believes the radium was stolen.
Could be. I'd sure give $10 to know where it is.
I'd give a lot more just to know those capsules aren't poisoning someone.
Howdy. Help you fellas?
Oh, are you the watchman?
That's right.
We were looking for you about an hour ago.
I quit at 5, went to eat. Oh, I live out here. What do you want to see me about?
Do you remember a consolidated truck here yesterday afternoon?
Yes, I do. I had them dump out in Area 4.
Where's that?
Right where you fellas were standing when I first spotted you.
Oh. Well, thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. You still ain't said what you wanted to see me about.
Do you know what radium looks like?
No, can't say I do.
A couple of capsules containing radium were lost from the hospital. We thought they might have been carried out here.
Well, how would I know them if I did see them?
About 2 inches long, little capsules of metal.
Oh,
Where to now?
Would you mind dropping me off at the hospital?
Okay.
Say, hold on a minute.
Yes?
2 boys down here this morning. Should be something like that.
2 boys?
Yes, sir. I remember what they found. Looked like little counterweights.
Well, do you know the boys, either one of them?
No, never saw them before in my life.
Did they mention their names? Can you describe them?
No names, but I reckon I could give you an idea of what they look like.
Get in.
What for?
They're taking you down to the police station. We've got to find those boys fast.
By 7:30, the 2 radio stations in the city were broadcasting a description of the boys every half hour. An all-points bulletin had been relayed to the police substations and all patrol cars. The morning newspaper was setting up a story on the front page. There was nothing to do now but wait.
Hey, Mom.
Yes, Johnny?
Take a look at my leg, huh?
Your leg? What's the matter with it?
I don't know. Sort of burns.
You probably skinned it. Let's see. Well, there's nothing there.
Just a little red is all.
Feels like it's burned.
Oh, there's your father. Now you go get ready for bed.
Okay.
Hi, boy.
Hi, Pa.
George, I've kept your dinner warm. It's in the oven.
I didn't get a chance to call you.
I know. I heard all about it on the news. That poor kid. Now you sit down.
What'd you fix?
Lamb chops. Now heated up some of those frozen biscuits. Is that boy going to die from the radium?
I don't know. Dr. Hutter said something about the rays burning deeper and deeper as time went on.
Oh.
Something to do with the square root, and I don't know. Hand me the butter, will you?
The description they gave on the radio, that boy must be about Johnny's age.
Yeah.
Johnny, I told you to get ready for bed.
Oh, golly, Mom, I haven't hardly seen Pop in 3 days.
That's right. Well, boy, what have you been doing?
Nothing. Just taking it easy.
Taking it easy. You just wait, boy. You just wait a few years.
Hey, can I put your Geiger counter away for you?
Look, how many times do I have to tell you that it isn't a toy? It costs a lot of money.
That's the truth.
Can I listen to it, Pop, please?
Johnny, leave your father alone. He's dead tired. Go on, get ready for bed.
Aw, Mom.
Mind your mother, boy.
Yes, sir.
All right. Come back here.
Yes, sir?
Come here. Now, wait a minute.
What's wrong with it?
Oh, the switch is stuck. Okay, now. What the devil?
Pop, is it broken?
Wait a minute. Where'd you go to bed, boy?
What?
You went to the city dump, didn't you?
George, no! Pop, what are you looking at me like
Answer
that?
me, Johnny. You went to the city dump, didn't you?
Pop, what's wrong with you?
Give me the radium, Johnny.
I didn't do nothing wrong.
Give me the radium!
What did you take to the city dump, Johnny? That's all these little fools. Shut, Johnny. That's all. This ain't little good luck, Johnny.
The search was over. Fortunately, because of Johnny's normal activity, the radium capsules had bounced around in his pocket. The burns covered a wide area, but the rays had not penetrated as deeply as they could have done. The Murphys were told to consider themselves lucky. If the boy had carried the capsules another few hours, it would have been impossible to save him. On being informed of the boy's condition, Miss Burton, the nurse in charge of room 222, admitted to throwing the 2 capsules in with the non-combustible rubbish, hoping a replacement would receive the blame. She was immediately discharged and barred from any further practice in the nursing profession.
Suspense, in which we brought you tonight's presentation of 2 platinum capsules. Be sure to listen next week when we again bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. we bring you the story of a fantastic theft of $1 million pearl necklace. We call it The End of the String. So now, starring Stacey Harris, here is tonight's suspense play, The End of the String.
The necklace consisted of 61 perfectly matched pearls. It was insured for $650,000 and was probably worth about $1 million. I got to know about the deal because Sam liked me, I guess, because in Boston, I wasn't competition. Just a nice young fellow who was trying to get ahead in costume jewelry. That's why I happened to be in his private office when the parcel containing the pearls arrived.
I told you, young fella, you were going to see something this morning.
Yeah, that's what you said, Sam.
Yeah, I like you. You call me Sam. Since I've been a big high finance, I got to be Mr. Hyler. You're not impressed. I like that. I should have had a son like you to pass the business.
Go ahead. Pass it anyway. I'm up for adoption.
Hey, smart. Come over here. To the window. You ever see $1 million?
Like in the necklace you told me about? That it? In the package?
Yeah, the same.
How come you have it delivered by mail, Sam? Isn't that risky?
Sam Hyler's no dope. You get a messenger to carry it from Detroit to Boston, what happens? Somebody gives him a crack in the head. Registered mail, this they don't touch.
Yeah, I'm glad to know about that. I'm just liable to send myself $1 million.
Don't worry. Someday maybe you will. Hand me the scissors there, will you, on the desk?
Sure. Here you are.
Thank you.
Hey, fancy sealing wax, stamp. I'm very impressed.
Sam Hyler, S.H. Impresses the customers, and I don't get anybody fooling with the parcel. That's something you got to learn, Mark. In this business, you got to pick and choose your agents, in the other cities. Mine, I know like sons, all bonded.
What was the necklace doing in Detroit?
Customer. Couldn't make up his mind. So I had my boy there send it back to me. You see, tomorrow, the next day, the customer will be screaming for it.
I'm better off in costume jewelry. There's too much strain with that stuff.
Switch on the light, will you?
Okay.
Now, young man, what do you think of this? You are going to see something.
Oh, Sam. Sam! He keeled over. For a minute, I thought he was finished, but he'd only passed out from shock, and I knew why. Inside the box, wrapped in cotton and enclosed in part of a newspaper, were 8 cubes of sugar. $1 million worth of nothing. In half an hour, the office was alive with uniforms. Poor old Sam just sat on the couch, a wet towel on his head, staring over at the box on his desk. I felt really sorry for the old guy. I figured it was about time for me to go, but that's when Sam woke up a bit, and so did a Dartmouth-type cop from headquarters.
Mark, you going?
Well, unless there's something I can do, Sam.
Well, say, before you go...
Yeah?
What did you say your name was, sir?
Hendricks. Mark Hendricks.
Do you know anything about this?
No, not much. I was here when Mr. Hyler opened the box, and that's about it.
Uh-huh. You in this business, too?
Costume jewelry. I have the office downstairs in the front.
Oh. You were in here when the mail came?
No, I came up a couple of minutes later.
Didn't see anybody around in the hall?
No, I didn't.
Well, Mr. Hyler, you say that the same postman's been on the route for 5 years?
Every day.
Yeah.
Mark, you go ahead. Thanks for staying.
And I'll look,
Miss, will you
Sam,
come
if
in,
there's
please?
anything at all I can do, huh?
Well, maybe you could wait a little.
Sure, Sam, I'll stick around.
How do you feel now, Mr. Hyler?
I'm all right. I'm fine. I wish I was dead.
Okay, I want to get a couple of things straight. You took the mail, miss?
Miss Cummings. Yes, same as usual.
The mailman come into the office? Nobody with him?
That's right.
Nobody else in here?
Only Mr. Hyler. Mr. Hendricks arrived a few minutes later.
You'd already given the package to Mr. Hyler?
Yes.
Okay. I want the name and the address of the sender, and then when the postal inspector gets here, we'll go on from there.
The cop's name was Colley.
the postal inspector, Shearer. Between the two of them, they covered everything. I hung around because Sam wanted me there, and though nobody said anything, I had the feeling that until they got through, I was going to be around because they wanted it. About 12 o'clock, the mailman was brought in. He was really shaky. The kind of guy that looks guilty just for living.
I tell you, I don't know. I'm sorry. Listen, nothing like this has ever happened. Mr. Heiler, you tell him. I told him already. Mr. Hendricks.
Oh, sure, I'll give you a clean bill.
You see?
Look, sir, nobody said you switched packages. All we want to know is where you stopped between the office and here.
I made all my stops.
Okay. We'll start in this building. Did you put the mail bag down anywhere?
No.
How many offices?
4. No, 3. No, 4. 5, but next door is empty.
All right, it's 4. Where'd you stop first?
Mr. Hendricks. He's in the front.
Yes. Did you put your mail bag down?
Well, maybe just for a minute. We talked about the game last weekend, but nobody was around. Nobody touched the mail bag.
That went on for another half hour. They tried to catch him up on the point of leaving his mail bag unattended, but he swore up and down he hadn't taken his eyes off it. At 3 o'clock, they quit. I went back to my place and caught up on my own mail. A couple of bills, a free dog food coupon. I saw Sam a lot in the next couple of weeks. He took to dropping into the office before going home and taking me out for a drink.
No. You're my guest. I pay for the drinks.
Oh, now, look, Sam, it's embarrassing. You never let me
Please.
pick up a check.
In the hour of need, you were there. I can trust you. Oh, these are bad days for me, Mark. I need a friend.
Sure, Sam. I know.
The insurance company called today.
Huh?
Yeah, they're offering a reward. $50,000 for information. I added 10 of my own.
60,000.
Mm-hmm.
Still nothing on it, though, huh?
Nothing. The post office traced the package from the time it left Detroit. Nobody touched it.
What about while the necklace was in Detroit?
Well, like I told the police, I trust my boy there. He put my seal on it. He mailed it. We checked. I trust him, but we checked, too.
Sam, what about that seal? I mean, you sure the one on the fake package was yours?
It's my seal, the same. The police examined it. I don't know. Somebody got a hold of it, I guess. But yet they couldn't. There's only me and the Detroit firm that's got one, and they're kept in the safe. My boy, you know, I'm going to retire.
Come on, Sam. The insurance will cover the loss. You're not too badly off.
It'll take years. I know that company. Mark, years.
Funny thing about money. You don't have a lot, so you wish you had more. Then when you've got more, you want more than that, so you won't go back to not having any. Trouble is, where do you stop? The next day, I caught Sam's secretary as she was leaving the office. Oh, Jeannie.
Hi.
Hi.
Where have you been?
Oh, Brown. You in a rush?
No. Want to take me to dinner?
Yeah. Yeah.
I got a date, but I'll break it.
Great. You know, you must be one of the compensations for being broke.
Can I use your phone?
Sure. Come on in the office.
He's a Harvard boy. I've taken terrible advantage of him.
I'll just bet you have. Well, you tell him you've got homework tonight, huh?
I will. I will. Well, that's enough homework for a while.
Oh?
You know, I think you've got something on your mind. I mean, you haven't been concentrating at all.
I'm sorry, honey.
Ha.
I want to ask you something.
Yes?
This isn't a proposal.
Oh.
You want to make $100,000?
Well, you have got something on your mind.
If you say no, it's okay. But if you say yes, you can't back out.
I love to say yes.
Oh, come on, Ginny, I'm serious.
So am I.
It's about Sam Hyler's necklace.
Oh?
Who do you like more? Your boss or $100,000?
I'm loyal. You know that.
Yeah, I know. To which one?
Money. Sam, too, depending.
Okay, I'll take a chance. I want to show you something. Well?
How did you...
The deal's still on?
Mark, it's the necklace.
Yeah. Beautiful, isn't it? You are listening to The End of the String, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Chances are the average man in jail would be pleased and reassured to learn that his wife was safe at home, but not the gentleman in the pokey in this week's episode of 21st Precinct. Having jammed the lock on the door to his home prior to his arrest, he is startled and not a little dismayed to realize that his long-suffering wife cannot get out of the house to bail him out, even when she wants to. For engrossing drama with an extra good measure of human interest and humor, don't miss this diverting story on 21st Precinct, when it is broadcast this Friday night over most of these same stations.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Stacey Harris, starring in tonight's production, The End of the String, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. She sat looking at the necklace, and her mouth opened and shut like a beautiful blonde fish. Then she noticed me staring at her, and she got a hold of herself, reached for a cigarette and lit it.
Funny. Mr. Hyler's the only one I've ever seen hold that necklace.
Uh-huh. It's not heavy. Here. Are you interested?
What are you going to do?
What I've been trying to do ever since I got a hold of it. Peddle it.
Oh?
Trouble is, I don't know where to start, and that's where you come in.
Here, take it back. No.
What do you mean, no?
I couldn't help you. I mean, I don't know any more about where to get rid of it, well, than you.
But if you did know?
I couldn't. Wouldn't make any difference. I just couldn't.
It's worth $1 million. I figure we could get 200,000, maybe more. Split down the middle, that's $100,000, Gene. Tax-free.
But you'll be caught. So will I.
No. Worst of it's over.
How'd you do it, Mark?
Well, it seems to me I've told you an awful lot already. If we can't make a deal, let's forget it, huh?
Aren't you afraid I'll tell Mr. Hyler?
No, because if you did, you'd have to prove what I've told you. That wouldn't be easy. They wouldn't find the necklace around here, and besides, you wouldn't get $100,000.
Why'd you pick me?
Well, Sam works with people in the business. You get his phone calls, answer his mail. Wouldn't be hard to find out who handles this kind of stuff. You could even ask him if you're careful.
That's all I'd have to do? Find out where to sell the necklace?
Not another thing.
All right.
Good. Now, so I won't keep you up tonight. I'll tell you how I worked it. This wasn't done overnight. Sam's been telling me for a long time about that necklace.
But how'd you know he was sending it to Detroit? And when it'd come back?
Empty office next to yours. Did you ever hear of wall mics? Induction coils to pick up phone conversations?
Oh.
That's it. Now, let me turn that thing off.
But you couldn't have got a hold of his seal. All the packages have a seal on.
I didn't have to. I got friendly with the mailman. He always stops to gab when he brings my mail, and about a month ago I saw a package addressed to Sam.
That wasn't the necklace?
No, but it was an important package, had Sam's seal on it.
So I got the mailman interested in some costume pieces for his wife, and when he was looking at them, I took a wax impression of the seal. Had a stamp made from that.
Just like that?
Just like that. Heard Sam talking to his agent on the phone 2 days before the necklace was mailed from Detroit. I knew when it was going to arrive, so I made up my own package with the seal, switched them when the mailman stopped by.
Well, how'd you know what the box looked like?
I was in the office when you were wrapping it to mail out to Detroit, remember?
And I thought you hung around because of me.
Well, sure. Sure, you're prettier than Sam. We agreed not to make any contact with each other until she had some word for me. I'd worked it out pretty well. I hoped that she wouldn't be suspected if she did ask questions about fences in Boston or New York, and I hoped she wouldn't lose her nerve. For the next 5 days, I sweated it out alone. The necklace was safe. I didn't have to worry about that. But you're never really happy when $1 million is lying around and you got to borrow $100 to pay rent. Then one evening, just as I was getting home... Hello?
Hello, Mark.
Oh, hi. Where are you?
Downstairs.
Oh, well, come on up.
I wanted to see if it was all right. There's somebody with me.
No?
I thought I'd do a little work to earn the money. I found a man, called him myself.
Does he know what it is?
Not yet.
Are you sure he's all right?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, come on up. Hi, Jeannie.
Mark, this is Mr. Larkin. Mark Hendricks.
How are you?
Mr. Hendricks?
Well, can I fix your drink?
Never drink, thanks.
Oh, well, sit down. Jeannie, you want to give me a scotch and water?
Yeah, all right.
Thanks. Well, Jean tells me you're interested in jewelry.
I represent an outfit that buys and sells.
Mm-hmm. You in the market to buy right now?
Might be. Depends what's being sold.
Oh, sure.
From folks we don't know, we usually take stuff on consignment.
No, that's out. This is a cash proposition only.
Uh-huh.
You have much call for pearls?
Not much. Of course, for special customers, once in a while we buy them.
Mm-hmm. How about a pearl necklace?
Might be interested. You got it?
Not on me. I can get it, though.
How much you want?
$200,000.
For pearl?
It's worth $1 million.
You're crazy.
Well, it's insured for over $600,000.
The Highland necklace? You got that?
I might.
You're a pretty foolish boy.
What do you mean?
You're working backwards. You should figure how to get rid of it before you lift it. Nobody's going to touch that necklace.
Now, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
You didn't tell me what your boyfriend had, honey. You're wasting my time.
Well, just take a look at it, huh? Maybe you'll change your mind.
What do I want to look at it for? I wouldn't give you $1,000 for it. Nothing. You better get rid of that thing any way you can, I'm telling you. Nice to have met you, folks. And I'd like to ask you to please forget my name.
He was gone, just like that. Jeannie stood there holding a couple of glasses, looking at the door. There wasn't anything to say, so we didn't try. After a couple of drinks, though, we felt better. So one guy was afraid to handle a big item. There were others. We'd go after them. Jeannie and I got to know most of the fences in the East during the next month. We'd only have to say pearls and the door would slam. Word gets around. I was getting a little scared, so I decided on another plan. We had to be even more careful about getting together, so Jeannie met me on her lunch hour in the public library. We went to the reference room and walked down to a back aisle.
Listen, Mark, let's forget it, huh?
What do you mean?
We can't sell it. We've tried. Let's forget it.
What are you going to do with it? Just drop it in the bay?
I don't care, just so we get rid of it.
Now, look, we've gone this far. We can't just... Shh, be quiet. Excuse me.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. Now, you look. We've gone this far. We can't just get rid of it.
Then what do we do?
The reward.
What?
What happens if we find it? We get the reward, don't we? That's $30,000 apiece.
No, I won't do it.
Now, you listen to me. I'm not going back to those $1.98 earrings. I don't care about you. You do what you want. But I know we can get $30,000 each out of this. That's a lot better than nothing.
Is it better than prison?
We won't get caught, Jeannie. I promise you. I've got it all figured out.
Like you had it figured out to sell?
All right, I was wrong. I admit it. This time I'm right.
I'm afraid.
No, now, look, it's simple. There's nothing to it. They'll never know.
Are you sure?
Well, let me give you the idea, then you decide. Okay?
Okay.
I guess a deal like this is something like poker. It's hoping you'll pull an inside straight flush, which doesn't happen very often, and the stakes are a lot higher. I made it sound real easy to Jeannie, though. I was to go to Hyler, tell him I'd been doing a bit of private eyeing on my own, and that I'd had a tip. Some punk had seen a guy put a small package in one of the lockers at the South Station. That was what I was supposed to know. I'd paid said punk $50 for the information. We set it up like that. Jeannie took the necklace in a package to the station on her lunch hour. I thought it best not to see her after that, and I waited until the next morning before I went to Sam and told him the news. The college boy-type cop, Collie, was at the office 10 minutes later.
Who was this fellow, Hendricks?
Well, I told you, I don't know. I was snooping around. I made a couple of contacts.
Yeah, and the pearls are at the South Station?
Well, if they're not, I spent $50 for nothing.
Mr. Collie, why do you waste time? Mark is doing me a big favor, and you're asking questions. Let's get over there. And don't you worry, my boy. If I get my necklace back, you'll have your $50 and everything else that's coming to you.
Let's go.
Which locker is it, Mark, huh?
36, that's what the guy told me.
We'll find out.
Look, Collie, I don't like the way you talk. I'm just trying to help. If you didn't get the reward first, that's not my fault, you know.
36?
36.
I'll get the attendant over. He'll have a key.
No, wait a minute. Look. It ain't locked.
Well, Hendricks?
Mark, think. Maybe you forgot the number, huh?
No, I didn't forget. That's what he said, 36.
Yeah, but there's nothing in it. It's empty.
Well, Hendricks?
Well, I guess I'm out $50.
Yeah. Too bad.
What had she done with it? I couldn't get to the office. I couldn't be seen with her, but I had to know. What had she done with it? I waited all day until she finished work. Then I was waiting outside her apartment when she got home. Jane, now listen, I want to know...
Wait till we get inside.
Okay, where is it?
Here, take it.
Why didn't you do what I told you to do? Why didn't you put it in the locker?
I did.
Why didn't you put it in the locker?
I can't put it in. Yesterday. Then this morning I heard Mr. Hyler talking to Collie about you and me seeing so much of each other. I was afraid they were beginning to suspect, so I went back to the station and took it out again. I was trying to do you a favor. And you slapped me.
I'm sorry, Jeannie.
I'll bet you are. Go away. I don't want to see you again. And I don't want to see that necklace again. But you'd better get rid of it. Go throw it in the bay. And you go with it.
Get rid of it. Lose it. $1 million burning a hole in your pocket and you throw it away? No, don't throw it away. It's too beautiful. Put it back where you got it.
Give it back to Sam. Go back to Sam Hyler's office, and in the morning old Sam will be so happy to find it on his desk he won't ask any questions. And maybe Collie won't either. Ah, they're so beautiful. $1 million. And so beautiful. Huh.
That's a good boy, Mark.
Collie.
You know, I was getting awfully tired of following you around.
Well, it was a great idea anyway. Starting with $1 million, sure, you have to take a loss, so you settle for $200,000. But nobody buys, so then there's the reward, $60,000. It turns out nobody's going to get that. That takes care of the reward. Anybody got a dime for a lawyer?
Suspense, in which Stacey Harris starred in tonight's presentation of The End of the String. Next week, we bring you a story of a mother, a father, a locked door, and a baby. We call it The Cellar Door. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by David Williams. The music was composed by Lucien Morawick and Renee Garrigan, and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Benny Rubin, Mary Jane Croft, Larry Thor, Jim Nusser, and Jack Crucian.
There may be two sides to most stories, but where a story of crime is concerned, there's only one place to be, and that is on the right side of the law. Unfortunately for him, the nice-looking boy finds himself on the wrong side of the law when the FBI in Peace and War next goes into action to track down an impulsive killer. How they link the handsome youth to the ugly crime is a story in itself, a story you want to hear tomorrow night over most of these same CBS radio stations on the FBI in Peace and War. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by The Jack Carson Show. You hear America's favorite shows on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a transcribed story of a group of brave men who risked their lives in a desperate effort to save their fellow men. We call it Arctic Rescue. So now, starring Mr. John Stevenson, here is tonight's suspense play, Arctic Rescue.
Picture this if you can. Christmas night. Miles and miles of endless, empty, broken white ice. An ice floe drifting somewhere in the vicinity of the 73rd parallel, north of the Arctic Circle. Nothing but ice. That is, nearly nothing. If you look carefully through the winter night, you'll see two tiny dark blemishes, the figures of two men. One twisted in an unconscious heap is our skipper, Jonathan Blake. The other figure, Gerald Stewart, first mate. Me. It makes a sorry picture, eh? Civilized men in a primitive wilderness of ice, waiting helplessly for death. Aye, a sorry picture. It's a far different picture you'd have seen if you'd been part of the excited crowd standing at the battery of the New York waterfront on June morning, the year 1852.
Aye, Mrs. Stewart.
The moment of departure?
Aye, Lady Franklin. You must take the high tide.
May God in his great mercy protect you and your men from the perils which await you.
The men are prepared for hardships, Lady Franklin.
And we shall succeed where the others have failed in ending the mystery of the Erebus and terror.
Aye. Back to Aberdeen in time for a Christmas feast.
We'll prepare a Christmas celebration your men will never forget, Captain.
We're leaving for England next week. I shall pray for you, Mr. Stewart. For all of you.
Thank you, Miss Craycroft. I'll stand many a watch out at sea thinking of last night. The ball, dancing, and you. That is, all of us will, I mean.
What my first mate is trying to tell your niece, Lady Franklin, is how grateful the officers and crew are for the farewell ball you held in their honor last night.
I'm the grateful one, Captain Blake. Please bring them all home safely.
Come now, Lady Franklin, no need for worry. The Jessica is a sturdy ship, and the men are in good health and lofty spirits. We'll be back by Christmas, you'll see. The tide will change. We must be on our way.
Then goodbye and good luck, Captain.
Goodbye, Lady Franklin. Miss Craycroft.
Goodbye, Captain Blake. Goodbye, Mr. Stewart. Godspeed.
Thank you. We shall see you in Aberdeen Christmas week.
Let's get aboard, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye, Lady Franklin.
Starkey?
Yes, sir.
Drop the gangway.
Yes, sir. All hands at their mooring stations, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, sir.
And pass the orders to cast off.
Aye, sir.
All hands, prepare to cast off. All hands, prepare to cast off. Let go, 1 and 2. Let go, 1 and 2. Let go, 3 and 4. Let go, 3 and 4.
Ship's underway, sir.
Aye. Well, Mr. Stewart, fill your eyes with the sight of New York. It's the last of it you'll be seeing for some time to come. Aye, a good long time.
I am, sir. As the Jessica moved slowly to the outer harbor, I watched a tiny, delicate white dot in the crowd at the wharf. She stood there beside Lady Franklin, waving. And I watched until the morning fog erased the sight of the New York waterfront. Aside from the ship's log, I've decided to keep a running account of this voyage. This account will be transferred to a watertight jar and thrown to the currents, should any sudden disaster occur. The first 3 weeks of navigation north were merely a matter of settling down to ship's routine. On June 30th, after officers' mess, we sighted Point Farewell on the Greenland coast. The time had come for the captain to read a letter of instructions given to him by Lady Franklin.
Captain Blake, I am sure you will do all that any man can in discovering the fate of my husband, Sir John Franklin, and his 2 ships, the Erebus and Terror. But my only fear is that you might sacrifice your lives in the unknown regions of the Arctic. Therefore, let me state that above all else, the preservation of the lives of you and your heroic companions is more important to me than the purpose of your journey. May God in his great mercy preserve you all from harm amidst the perils which await, and restore you to us safely and in health, as well as honor. Your sincere and attached friend, Jane Franklin. These are the only written instructions I have, gentlemen. Now then, Mr. Stewart, the map, please.
Yes, sir.
There it is, gentlemen. The most recent Admiralty map of the Arctic regions that we are approaching.
Map? It's almost completely blank.
Aye, Mr. Halliday. Thousands of miles of uncharted wilderness.
And somewhere in that frozen tundra, Sir John Franklin and his men vanished.
Aye. And our search will begin tomorrow when we drop anchor in Goldhart. We'll pick up our ice pilot, Mr. Patrick Hansen's, some additional supplies, and then make for the Arctic Circle.
Arctic Circle sounds like the edge of the world, eh, Stuart?
Yes, a little frightening, too.
You frightened?
Mr. Halliday, if I were you, I would respect Mr. Stewart's fear of what lies before us.
Captain, I was just thinking. If Franklin was looking for the Northwest Passage, he'd probably make an approach through here, through Lancaster Sound.
Aye.
And he must have passed Ponds Bay here. And according to our information, there are Eskimos at Ponds Bay. They might have seen his ships enter Lancaster Sound.
If they did, then we'll have something to go by.
I hope Mr. Hansen understands the Eskimo dialects. They can tell us much.
I don't see how we can cover all this territory and get back by Christmas, Captain.
We have no choice, Mr. Stewart. If we get caught beyond the Arctic Circle after the summer months, we may never get back.
Never?
Aye. In the winter, the seas are covered with great ice floes, and once a ship is frozen in those latitudes, it will stay there until the summer thaw. And you can't imagine the horrors we'd endure in an Arctic winter, Mr. Halliday.
I suppose not.
Franklin and his men were probably frozen in for the winter,
And they were never heard from again?
Exactly. Well, that will give you a brief idea of what we're in for, gentlemen. We'll know more after Mr. Hansen comes aboard. Any questions?
I have nothing but questions, Captain.
I wish I had the answers, Stewart.
Noon the next day, we dropped anchor in the harbor of Godhav. Here we could take on coal, additional winter clothing, dogs, and Eskimo drivers. And Mr. Hansen, our ice pilot. Godhav was nothing more than a few huts of the Baffin Bay Trading Company. And as we prepared to go ashore, a longboat suddenly appeared alongside.
Captain Blake?
Aye?
I'm Patrick Hansen, your ice pilot, sir.
We were about to send a boat ashore for you, Mr. Hansen.
No time for that, Captain.
But we planned on picking up supplies and dogs.
I brought them. They're in the boat.
Well, what's the rush, Mr. Hansen?
This is Gerald Stewart, my first mate.
You never been to the Arctic before, Mr. Stewart?
No.
You'll take my word for it. We better get up there while we got the summer weather, you bet.
All right, so we run into a little summer ice. The Jessica's prepared for it.
Yeah. She looks like good, strong ship. We never seen an iron ship up here before. And steam engine, too.
Well, that's not all the Jessica has. There's an additional iron plates across her hull, as well as added bracing thwartship. And the forward 10 feet of the bow is solid iron and razor sharp at the edge. What do you think that will do to your ice, Mr. Hansen?
You wait and you see what the ice can do to a ship. Even an iron ship, Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Hansen, you received my letters?
Yeah.
And you made inquiries about the Erebus and Terror?
Yeah, they was here. They couldn't get dogs, so they headed for Ponds Bay.
Across Baffin Bay?
That's right.
Just as we thought. Mr. Halliday?
Yes, sir?
Get those supplies aboard, then prepare the ship for sea.
Aye, sir.
Stewart, you can chart a course for us. We'll cross the Arctic Circle next, and on to Ponds Bay.
We set a north by northwest course, leaving the last outpost of civilization behind us, and crossed the Great Baffin Bay. On July 4th, we crossed the Arctic Circle without ceremony. Then we had ice freezing on deck and in the rigging. A day later, we saw our first floating iceberg. For this time of the year, we should not have seen either one. From Godhav to Ponds Bay, 6.5 days. Perfect calm. Upon landing, we found a small contingent of Eskimos, but nothing else. They seemed hostile and would give us no information. Then, as we were preparing to return to the Jessica, one of the natives, a girl, rushed from one of the huts and down to the beach.
Who's there? Who's there?
What's she saying, Mr. Hansen?
I'm not sure.
Captain, look. She has something in her hand. She wants us to look at it.
It's a small brass button.
From a naval uniform.
Aye. See if she'll trade it for some sewing needles.
Joseph Gallagher?
What does she mean by that?
Joseph.
Joseph. She trying to say a man's name.
Joseph Gallagher?
Joseph Gallagher? Stewart, is that name on Sir John's crew list?
I'm looking, sir. Yes, sir, it's here. Quartermaster, Joseph Gallagher. They've been here.
Aye. Better get back to the ship, men. Looks like a gale brewing.
Oh, sir.
Let her keep the buttons to it. Give her the needles, too.
Yes, sir.
Oh, sir.
After leaving Ponds Bay, 2 months passed without incident. Then we entered Lancaster Sound and approached the scarcely charted islands along Bell Strait. Then we encountered great mountains of floating ice, and we had only a few hours of twilight each day. We crossed the 75th parallel and north into Wellington Channel to Bathurst Islands, the last of the charted islands on my maps. Then on September 10th, weather changed. Northwest gales, sleet, and heavy fogs that forced us to a bare crawl. And worse, mammoth ice floes that closed in all around us.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes, sir.
Keep an eye on the temperature.
I am, sir.
Ice! Dead ahead!
Quartermaster! Starboard! 6 degrees!
She's been getting smaller all the time.
Captain, the temperature's still dropping. 10 above zero.
What do you think of this lead, Henson?
I think maybe we better back out of here.
Back out? Take a look astern, Henson. Back out where?
Captain,
What is it, Halliday?
the rudder won't respond.
6 below, sir.
Ice! Dead ahead!
The lead is getting smaller, Captain.
Aye. Well, the Arctic seems to be closing down on us on all counts.
The walls of the lead moved in closer until a man could jump to the ice from either side of the ship. And then the Jessica was cutting through the ice, making her own lead. But slowly, we lost speed. And then, finally, the ship gave up to the ice.
We frozen in now.
Aye. Stop engines, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, sir.
Well, Captain Blake, looks like we can forget about looking for Sir John Franklin and his ships. Now that we're frozen in, we're going to have to look out for our own lives, you bet.
You are listening to Arctic Rescue, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
The precinct house, the hub of a policeman's life, is a world in itself. All the distorted, misguided emotions of humanity are channeled through its doors and dealt with by the men who work there, protecting us every hour of the day and night. You can get another authentic glimpse of this tense but tireless life Thursday on that brilliantly realistic CBS radio drama, 21st Precinct, heard every Thursday night over most of these same stations. Not only will you hear another exciting, incisive drama of police life, you will win a new knowledge of and respect for the men in precinct houses everywhere on 21st Precinct.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage John Stevenson, starring in tonight's production, Arctic Rescue, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
September 10th, 1852. Unless a miracle occurred, we were frozen in the Arctic for the rest of the winter months. A sea of ice surrounded us, and the ship took on a starboard list from the pressure of the floe. Rations were cut in food, water, and coal consumption. Furious gales came and went. There were more freezing temperatures, often as low as 35 below. The doctor was a busy man. Nearly all hands suffered from frostbite, many from gangrene. Conditions aboard the Jessica were deplorable. I thought they couldn't get any worse. October came. November. December. And we thought of home and the holidays. And of Lady Franklin. And Miss Craycroft sitting alone at the Christmas feast that was to be held in our honor. On Christmas Day, the cook outdid himself. We had a feast aboard the Jessica on the last of the salt pork and the beef. And with the last of the Allsop's ale and minced meat, the cook made pies. And we had a celebration. Christmas Day, 1852. Men, the captain has a word to say.
I drop below to offer you my greetings on this holiday and to wish you a much happier Christmas next year.
Christmas Eve, 1853. 1 year later. We're still frozen in. Summer came and passed without an appreciable rise in temperature, and the ice failed to break up. Men living on pemmican, occasionally bear meat and seal blubber. No more lime juice. This means scurvy. The year also saw the loss of 11 men. The doctor and the ice pilot Hansen among them. 2 in a chase with a polar bear, 3 from scurvy, and the rest from gangrene. Most of the men had frostbite. Our second Christmas in the Arctic. The floe that holds the ship is drifting south down Peel Sound. We saw the shores of King William Island, and the captain sent 3 men on a sledge to look for food depots, or a rock cairn, anything. They returned today.
Where did you find it, Halliday?
In a cairn. We also found empty pemmican cans and bits of ship's timber.
Stewart, listen to this. It was written by Franklin himself. 1851. Latitude 69 degrees, longitude 98 degrees west. HMS Terror sank when ice broke. Erebus still frozen in. Beset since April 12th, 1850. We are deserting the Erebus, attempting overland march to Backsfish River to Hudson Bay. If unheard from, when this found, we must be considered lost. Sir John Franklin, Captain, HMS Erebus.
We've found what we came for.
Aye.
Then they're all dead.
Aye.
If something doesn't happen pretty soon, we'll be dead too. Makes for a very Merry Christmas, eh, Captain? Captain.
I hear it. The ice. It's breaking.
Great cracks open in the ice, and then out of the water through the openings, another great mountain of ice would rise. Great slabs of surface 100 yards wide shattered, upended, and sank into the churning water. All around us, great jagged fingers of ice crashed up through the floe.
All hands abandon ship. All hands abandon ship. All hands abandon ship. Stewart, get your charts. We're going out on the ice, too.
I could feel the ship jarring loose under me. And suddenly the Jessica wrenched sharply, throwing me across the deck. The last sound in my ears was letting the Jessica tearing loose from the ice. Slowly, I became aware of a pain in my leg, then of movement. I opened my eyes. The captain was helping me walk. I looked into the winter darkness for the familiar sight of the Jessica. I saw nothing. Nothing but ice. Skipper.
Feeling better, lad?
What about the ship?
Gone down.
The rest of the men?
I don't know. Gone. The floe separated. Most of them are on the other side.
Where are we walking to?
I don't know. I don't know. Keep walking. Aye. We keep walking. We'll find a U-log, Stuart. What's Christmas without a U-log in the hearth?
Move, Skipper. Move. We walked on and on, Climbing jagged hummocks of ice, falling through thin spots, legs got wet, froze. We beat the ice off, walking in circles through the Arctic night. Endless circles. We'll rest a bit.
Rest. Sleep a bit in the ice. Warm, comforting ice.
No, don't sleep. Keep awake, Captain.
Sleep, Stuart. The fire in the hearth will keep us warm. And tomorrow, Christmas morning, it'll be there, Stuart, you'll see.
What will be there?
It'll be there. You'll see.
Don't go to sleep, Captain. Don't sleep. My eyes grew heavy. I craved sleep. But to sleep was to die. I was ready. In the sky over the horizon, a star. The night was overcast. There were no other stars. Just one. Bright. In the distance. I could see it. Stood. It was still there. A bright star. Over the horizon. Captain! Up! On your feet! Captain, we're going to keep walking! Captain! Captain, get up!
I want to sleep. I'm tired.
You've got to get up. Got to get up. Keep on walking.
Keep walking? Where?
There. That way. Towards that star. We walked on. Slowly. I carry the skipper. Unconscious now. What could it be? There are no lights in the Arctic. No stars through the overcast. But we kept moving. And the star came closer. I couldn't believe what suddenly appeared. Through the darkness, directly beneath the star, was the vague outline of a ship. A ship! Hey! Hey! Help! Help me!
He's coming out of it. Stuart? Stuart!
Ship. I saw Starkey. Halliday.
In the flesh.
I saw a ship.
Yes, I know. You're on it. See?
But where did it come from? It's not the Jessica.
I know. It's the Erebus, one of Franklin's ships.
The one they deserted.
The Erebus? But where did it come from?
Well, there we were, all of us, except you and the captain, lying on that floe after the Jessica went down. Ready to die, just as we thought you died. And then, just as graceful as you please, we see a ship drifting slowly out of the fog, through the broken ice, right to us.
The captain. I left him out on the ice.
No, he's all right. We brought him aboard. And pretty soon we'll be on our way home.
Home?
Yes, the ice is open. We can get out. The Erebus will take us back. How's that for a Christmas surprise?
I follow the star.
What?
He's sleeping. What was that he said? He followed a star?
Oh, he must have seen that lantern we hung on the mainmast. Mistook it for a star.
Oh.
And saved his life. And the captain. Well, being that it's still Christmas, I guess you could call it a miracle. Hey, Starkey?
Aye, I guess you could have that, sir.
Suspense, in which John Stevenson starred in tonight's presentation of Arctic Rescue. Next week, the story of a man who thought the best way to commit murder was to plan it first. We call it Variations on a Theme. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Gus Bays. The music was composed by Lucien Morawek and Rene Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Norma Barton, Lillian Bayef, Richard Peel, George Walsh, John Dodsworth, and Clayton Post.
Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by The Jack Parsons Show. You hear America's favorite shows on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, Suspense is dedicated to the crusade for freedom. It is a true story in which it has been necessary to change the names of all principal participants in order that their survivors, still imprisoned, may live. So now, starring Charlotte Lawrence and Sam Edwards, here is tonight's suspense play, Listen, Young Lovers.
It was in Czechoslovakia a year ago. A high vaulted room in a prison's turret, the city of Prague. There was a boy named Yenrik, and he was 21. And until this morning, he'd been a student at the communist-controlled university. And now he faced his inquisitors.
Go to the window, Yenrik. Go on, Yenrik. Go to the window. Now, down there. Do you see the automobiles? The automobiles. Do you see them? Yenrik? Yenrik?
Yes, I see them.
And the people?
Yes.
And the building of the Ministry of War?
Yes.
Therefore they exist. Because you see them. You understand, Yenrik?
Please.
Yes, what is it?
Comrades.
Of course, we are all comrades, Yenrik.
This comrade, for example.
Yes?
You see his medals?
Certainly, because they exist.
And his sword?
Yes.
His head?
Yes.
His mind? Comrade, his mind. Or this comrade's mind. Or this...
Oh, you should not have hit Yenrik, comrade.
Comrade Stefan.
Yes?
And why does he look out the window now? What is he searching for?
Shall we have you shot, Yenrik? Or is expulsion enough? What do you think, comrades?
Shoot him.
What was the book you were caught with, Yenrik?
Varieties of Religious Experiences by Henry James.
Western philosophy?
Have him shot.
Shoot him, have him shot. Blood and blood and blood. Yenrik.
Yes?
To kill you would be to fail. You are clever. You think. Therefore, if you are clever for us, thought for us, we could win. Therefore, did either of you comrades have a thing to say? Good. Therefore, Yenrik, for us to win you, the West will have lost you. Therefore, a victory for us for communism. So go home. Go home and purge your mind. In about a day, I think, come to me and say to me, I am ready. Teach me to think. Teach me what you want me to know. Go home, Yenrik.
And for this they expelled you? For daring to read, for daring to think, to taste of a knowledge
For
that...
this, Mulata.
But you are a student.
Student and violator. Scholar and heretic. Sinner who stood before his inquisitors and... You should have seen their faces, Mulata.
No.
No. Not gentle Mulata. No beautiful Mulata. No child Mulata.
Henrik,
Yes.
this that they have done to you,
Yes.
after it will come arrest and torture and imprisonment and the labor camp
Mulata.
and death, as it came to Miklos, who was also a student, who also read of alien philosophies, who also tasted
Mulata.
of death. Death.
Stop it. It will not be so. It will not.
You must go away from here.
I will not leave you, Mulata.
You must. You must.
Listen to me. Only to my voice, and to nothing else. Not to fear, nor to horror, nor to the madness around us. Only to me. I love you, and I will not go from you. And we will marry as we had planned.
When you finished your studies.
I will find something else to do here. Not a student, laborer then. Or shopkeeper, or beggar. There will be something else. We will make a life.
Out of what? Out of terror, out of darkness, out
No
of
more.
fear?
We speak of it no more, Mulata. What time is it?
It is almost the hour.
Turn on the radio, then. Lower. Turn it lower.
Henrik,
Yes?
come here to me. Close to me. Sit with me. Watch the fall of night. And hold me.
Mulata. Gentle Mulata.
This is the voice of Free Czechoslovakia and the voice of Radio Free Europe, bringing you the news of the free world, bringing you the knowledge that you are not forgotten and the hope of your future liberation. The voice now of Free Czechoslovakia. This is Password Little Garden. Dear Mother, we know these are the worst times you have ever lived through, but you must believe that one day we will see you again. This is Password Hephaistos, calling my friends from the Krumlov area. The border crossing was hard and exhausting, but it was a success. Now I am well, and I see true freedom. Tonight, as we promised, we're going to tell you about the Free Europe College in Strasbourg. Like Radio Free Europe, the college is maintained by the voluntary contributions of the American people. It is for students who have escaped from the Soviet orbit, from Soviet tyranny, from Soviet terror.
You hear, Henrik?
For students who
You
have
hear
fled
what they
across
say?
the border and
Yes.
come to Germany,
Yes.
where they have found a climate of freedom and of learning.
Henrik, why have you turned it off? Why?
I thought I heard a step on the stairs in the hall. Yes, I did hear. Turn on the light, Mulata, quickly.
Well, perhaps it is only the man who lives up...
Stepan.
Comrade Stepan, who was walking the streets in loneliness and in regret, and who thought to call on a friend, on a comrade. May I?
Come in. You know Mulata.
Of course. You brought her once to the university, and her sweet young face made such an impression amongst us. We talked of it, of you, of your lovely fiancée, Mulata.
Why are you here?
I told you. It was a night of loneliness and of regret. Oh, how harsh we were with him, Mulata. with your love. How almost brutal, what savage blows we struck against his sensitive brain. And I became concerned for him. But sure, young man, a man of intellect, of perception. And see his face. How he knows I lie. How he knows I have no concern for him, nor pity, nor rage. But you, Mulata, you have such emotions for him, and love also. Then tell him, convince him, take his hand, and lead him back to us with your young love. For this, that one day and soon your gentle arms will not have to cradle his corpse. Tomorrow, Yenrik, and we will welcome you back with such warmth and joy. Good night, Yenrik. Mulata?
Yenrik.
Yes?
What was said on the radio. The Free Europe College in Strasbourg. For those who escape.
I cannot.
You must. You will.
Not without you.
Then with me. If not alone, with me.
It is 300 miles. 300 miles of guards and border patrols. Informers and dogs. Wilderness, hunger, hiding.
With me. Yenrik.
Yes. Yes, but it must be now, immediately now. Get your coat, a scarf for your hair. If you have candy bars.
Yes.
Quickly, Mulata, quick.
Yes. My scarf, my coat, candy bars, and this. Take it, Yenrik.
What is it?
The same that I have for myself. A small bottle of liquid. A poison that is kept here for insects and vermin.
Mulata.
If we are caught, we will drink it. Together we will drink it. And this way they will never separate us. This way we need never leave each other.
Yes.
A thing they had talked about for a long time, now decided. But how to get to freedom? No passports, so they dare not trust trains nor other public conveyances. Nothing but their feet to carry them. Two sweethearts out for a casual stroll. So they walked. Prague to Kladno. Across the Vltava River, swollen by spring rains. To Kraslice, and close to the border now. Lonely paths through the mountain roads and across fields. To the young lovers, almost a pleasant adventure. Almost.
Run! Quickly, in.
I'm so tired.
Don't talk. See, there near the wall. The straw. We will rest.
Now go home. Back to the house, son. When the colt will be born, I will call you and you will name it.
No move.
Not yet, friend of mine? Then what shall we name your colt? My son wants to know. Ludmilla? And if a stallion, shall we name him? Out! Or with this pitchfork? Let me look at you. Step closer to the light. Two of you now.
We're not thieves.
No?
Truly, we're not thieves.
Then what?
Hikers.
Throw down your papers then, so I'll know it. Well?
There are no papers.
Refugees?
Yes.
From what?
Terror.
The government of Czechoslovakia?
Yes.
I throw down the pitchfork, or whatever symbol you wish to make of it. I am your friend.
Oh, how great.
Hush. Now, listen to me.
Yes?
Sleep. And at dawn I'll wake you with directions to the border which is nearby. And there is a guard I know who is there. And I will send you to him, and he is a friend. And he will show you how to get into Germany. I envy your courage.
Halt!
Raise your arms over your head.
Yenrik.
Do not fear. You are Radek? The guard?
I am Radek.
Come forward. And you are the two who slept in my friend's barn. The pretty young girl and her young man. The refugees.
Yes. He said you would be our friend. Radek, show us how we could get into Germany. And for this we are...
You are what?
Grateful. Because he was kind. As you are kind.
And the final act of kindness. You are under arrest.
No.
Yes, I say it. You are under arrest.
You are listening to Listen, Young Lovers. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
For 70 million captive people in Soviet satellite Europe, the only source of truth is news from the outside world. The powerful, dependable, truthful broadcasts of Radio Free Europe keep this lifeline open. Sponsor a minute of truth behind the Iron Curtain. Radio Free Europe broadcasts up to 20 hours of truth a day to Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Hungary, and Poland. 70 million people in the Soviet satellite countries who once knew and loved freedom are depending on you. Send your truth dollars to Crusade for Freedom in care of your local postmaster. Remember, truth is what the Kremlin fears most. Help wield the free world's strongest weapon.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Sam Edwards and Charlotte Lawrence, starring in tonight's production, Listen, Young Lovers, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Betrayal. Escape to freedom, which was a thing of loneliness and of sobbing and of storm, halted now and betrayed, made futile by a man who had given them a night's sleep in his barn and spoke gently of refugees and of courage and of help to be had from his friend, the guard. And while they slept, informed to the man of the automatic rifle who stood guard on the Czech-German border, who was communist, who was called Radek.
Lambs. Lost little lambs to have huddled in his barn from the storm, to have believed in such as him, to come so innocent to the slaughter, to Radek.
And you would kill?
You, if you try something. Her with a pretty young face. Not her, perhaps, if a tear fell on such soft cheek. Come, move.
Where do you take us?
To the hut there. Where there is phone. When I call the proper authorities, tell them Radek has snared two more.
Radek.
How you say my name, and without fright.
The thing you said.
What thing?
That you would kill him.
If he wants it, if he must pretend to you he is a hero.
He is no hero.
Good.
Not a hero. Something else.
Milana.
Something else you are. Coward and traitor. Student who is superior to all around him. And arrogant. And looks down upon those around him.
Upon you, little one. Upon such prettiness as you. Pretty one.
Henrik.
Run, Milana, run!
The trick and run. Run across the border into eastern Germany. And keep running. And behind them the shouts of clamor and the braying of dogs. And like animals hide. Run again into darkness. And under the shield of night, exhausted sleep. Dawn then, and the highlands of eastern Germany to walk, and the forests of Bomerwald. Dangerous to walk the roads because they spoke no German, therefore easily recognized as foreigners, easily arrested. And not dare ask for food, but walk where wilderness is, wander the bogs of Thuringerwald, and dig for food.
Henrik, I have found another.
Good. We will have a feast. Here, Milada, under the tree.
Shelter, warmth, food, and with my love. What more to ask?
Freedom. Eat.
I do not want to eat.
You must. These berries, and garnished with roots. And after, we will hunt for... Quite close to the ground. Very close, and do not utter a sound. Breathe into the earth.
Kaninchen. Kleine, wilde Kaninchen aus dem Wald. Und ich bin der Jäger, und ich habe euch gefunden und gefangen. Steht auf. Auf! Und ich töte euch.
We are refugees. We are not dangerous.
Sie sprechen. Der wilde Kaninchen.
He does not understand us, Milada.
Der wilde Kaninchen.
As if you were mad.
But his pistol, he holds it so close to your face. He will kill you. He will.
Ich habe euch vom Wald aus beobachtet.
What? I do not...
gerade. Essen. So. Hungrig.
Oh, he is hungry. The signs he makes.
Give them to him. Give him the roots and the berries.
Take them.
Nein.
Please take
Nein.
them. Oh, you are hungry. Take them. We will find others.
Oh. Danke. Danke.
By now, they'd lost all track of time. Some days they covered as much as 10 or 15 miles. Other days they knew they were lost and had to retrace their steps. And always there was the hunger, and always the feeling somehow that the trip would never end.
I can't go on. I can't.
Milada.
I can't.
Milada.
You go. You can make it.
No. No, listen.
What?
Listen. Can you hear it?
A car.
We must be near a highway. We'll ask someone for a ride.
Yes. No.
But we...
No. Suppose it is a communist who stops for us. Immediately there will be questions
And there are always the bottles, Milada. The bottles of poison. We'll die together, and that will be our victory.
Yes.
Then come.
Henrik?
Yes?
Pray.
Yes.
Was there ever such a prayer? That a vehicle should come by? That the driver of the vehicle be not a communist? That the driver be not a communist?
Please, will you give us a ride?
Oh, Sie sprechen nicht Deutsch?
Nein. We don't speak German. We're Czech.
Kinder, children. Get into the wagon. Quickly. The car is coming. Get down on the floor. The car approaching has a spotlight. It's a patrol car. Quickly, quickly. Over there. You see it? The bridge?
Yes.
Now is the best time to cross it. Dawn. We don't know how to thank you. Driving all night.
Oh, no, it is I who should thank you. To give me the opportunity to kill kindle whatever flame of protest. Now listen, children. Take advantage of the trees along the road. Go from one to the other. Then the bridge. Then the American zone. And then freedom. God bless you both and be at your side. Halloo! Halloo!
Quickly now, across the road. Now, as the woman said, from tree to tree.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now.
Look at the bridge. Guards. 2 guards. Russians.
Walking their post. And across the bridge is freedom. Across the bridge is life.
Yes.
While the guards are walking away.
Yes.
Milada, get up quickly before the guards see us.
My ankle. I turned.
I'll help you. Arm around my shoulder.
Oh, I can't. I must have broken it.
The Russian guards. They've seen us.
Henrik. Run, beloved, run.
Not without you.
Leave me.
The bottle.
Leave me.
I will drink of mine.
Oh, beloved. Beloved.
No separation, no torture.
Yes. And I will drink of mine.
We are Estonia. Пойдемте со мной. Hey, what's happened here? What's the matter?
2 young people. Too much whiskey.
What do you think, Sarge? They're on our side of the bridge.
Please?
We'll take care of them.
But they are old people.
Our side of the bridge, Commissar. See the marker? Our side.
But they
You
have
help
to...
the girl, Nolan. I'll take care of the guy.
But
Knock it off, Jack. Our side of the bridge. They belong to us. What's the matter, sis? Too much of the booze?
Poison.
What?
Poison.
Yeah. Poison, she said. Yeah. The guy, too. Come on, let's get a move on.
Radio Free Europe, brought to you by your friends in America. The voice now of Free Czechoslovakia.
This is Password Greenbauer, calling our friends in the area of Prague. My friend and I have married. We attend now the Free Europe College in Strasbourg. Students who escape the Russian orbit are welcome here. We wait for you with open arms.
There is freedom here, and the teaching of ideas. Free ideas for which millions have been and are still ready to die. I hold out my hand to all of you.
And this is Password Traviata, calling Yelava region. Greetings and remembrances to all our dear friends. We wait for you. We greet you from a free world.
Suspense, in which Charlotte Lawrence and Sam Edwards starred in tonight's presentation of Listen, Young Lovers. Next week, a story of a ghost town and a practical joke that wasn't. We call it Hollywood Hostages. That's next week on Suspense. Is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Listen, Young Lovers was adapted for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin from the report of David Camelin. The music was composed by Lucien Morawek and Rene Garrigan and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Edith Ann Gold, Victor Perrin, Frank Gost, Joseph Kearns, Jim Nusser, Herb Butterfield, Lou Merrill, Jack Crucian, Leonard Weinrib, and Joe Cranston.
You can find in your favorite newspaper full factual accounts of happenings from all over the world. But no such service waits for the 70 million captive people behind the Iron Curtain. Their papers, like their rulers, are puppets, top-heavy with red propaganda and distortions. To learn the truth, these people look to Free Europe Press, coming in by balloon from the outside world. You can help spread this truth and help these captive millions who once knew freedom. Send your truth dollars for Free Europe Press to Crusade for Freedom in care of your local postmaster. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed on most of these same stations by The Jack Carson Show. The Radio Workshop presents the new and unusual Friday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a ghost town and a practical joke that wasn't. We call it Hollywood Hostages. So now, starring Eve McVeigh and Tom Brown, here is tonight's suspense play, Hollywood Hostages.
Really strong.
Yeah, murder. No director in Hollywood except the boy genius would have sent us out here.
There must be a ghost town closer to Hollywood.
There is. Beverly Hills after midnight.
I don't get it.
Get what?
Why he has to come to the middle of the desert to shoot this stuff. I can design sets that look a lot more like desert than this.
Oh, realism, my dear.
Well, Murphy does make good pictures.
The peasants know the difference. A picture's a picture.
I'd settle right now for the picture of a drink.
Well, look out at the sand.
For what?
Maybe you'll see a mirage with a drive-in.
How come everything on this road is closed?
Same reason Potterville closed. Ghost Town used to be a tourist trap, and the new freeway bypassed it. No tourists. No trap, just this lousy road.
I wonder how Murphy found out about this place.
From another zombie.
What's your knock on Murphy?
I hate practical jokers. It's your first crack at a Murphy picture?
Mm-hmm.
You got 1 million laughs coming. If you live through.
He can't be that bad.
Oh, you don't know how far that guy goes. I know him good. Too good. You know what he did the day I got married? He had his lawyer file suit for divorce in my name.
That's not very funny.
And last year, I go to Florida to find an alligator farm. Murphy calls a pal who puts my picture in every post office.
Post office?
Sure, saying I'm wanted by the cops in Detroit. Oh, yeah. Hilarious when I got picked up, too. The cops down there wired Detroit. Detroit wired they were sending a detective to bring me back. I was in a can a week before Murphy had him let me out. I told that boy genius this morning, though. One more of his jokes this trip, and he gets himself a new location scout. I don't need him. I can always go back to being an unemployed comic.
Tommy?
Yeah.
Is that the ghost town out there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be. Potterville's 180 miles from Hollywood.
The speedometer says 170.
Oh, dandy. 10 more miles and we'll be no place.
Bad, Tex. Just hang on, partner. We get inside. You can lay down. Man, look at them cobwebs. Ain't nobody open that door for a spell. In we go, partner. Ain't no furniture, Fred. Just you lay down here. On the floor. I know, Fred. Them bullets hurt real bad.
Doc. I need a doc.
Fred, you seen for yourself. Ain't no doctor here. Ain't a living soul in this town except us.
But, Tex, I'll die.
Yeah. Guess you will at that. Too bad, but no sense in me waiting.
Tex, you can't just walk out.
Staying and dying with you ain't gonna be much help, is it? It's up to the others. Don't guess they'd be bust up splitting the bank money 2 ways instead of 4. Must have already got to my place. I can't keep waiting.
Tex, don't leave me.
But there ain't much else I can do, Fred. You just got a real bad piece of luck. That cop don't nick our gas tank, we'd have been at the cabin. So long, Fred.
Jack, no, please.
Grab your gun.
I knew you would walk out.
Grab your gun and drag yourself to this window. The car's covered.
Cops?
It's too far to tell. It must be. This road don't go nowhere else.
How'd they know we were here?
That cop who shot the gas tank. Maybe I didn't get him.
I don't see no car.
It's hidden now by one of them dunes. There.
Yeah.
Now be ready. They are cops. We both better be shooting.
Welcome to Powderville.
Well, at least you've got no trouble parking. Got your camera?
Mm-hmm.
Creepy looking, John, huh?
Yeah. Hold it, Tommy. I want to get a shot of this board sidewalk.
Oh, yeah. You can't hardly get them no more.
Step back a little.
You, like those Polaroid cameras?
Great. You get your picture in a minute. If it comes up wrong, you shoot another one. Now we pull the film through till it clicks. And the picture develops by itself.
Well, come on, let's case the joint while that shot's cooking, huh? Better get a shot of that Wells Fargo office.
Okay.
Sure. Leave Wells Fargo out of a Western, you can't get a seal of approval.
Tommy. Listen. You hear anything?
Sure. Boards in the sidewalk. They squeak like $3 shoes.
No, a voice.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, that's from inside that place, the hotel. It's Conrad Hilton buying the joint.
No, I heard a man's voice.
Well, that sounds stronger than it looks.
I mean it.
Sure. Okay, you did hear a man's voice. So come on, let's make for the snapshots and curl up with a good bartender, huh? Hey, how many are you going to take?
I'm just about finished.
Get one of that blacksmith shop?
Not yet. Let's go around the corner first so I can get...
Hey, kid, drop the other shoe.
Tommy, that car, those holes in the windshield.
Air conditioning.
They're bullet holes.
I now pronounce you J. Edgar Hoover.
Well, what are you supposed...
That car's a prop. It wouldn't be a kosher ghost town without a bullet-riddled car.
Oh?
Sure, you jumpy. Too much fresh air will do that.
Well, I'll get this shot at the hotel.
Another one in the hotel?
I need this angle.
Well, go ahead. I'll go look around. Back in a minute. Great. What is it?
A man.
A what?
I saw a man.
Oh, come on now.
No, honest, I got him.
You what?
In the picture.
What did he pose as?
He stuck his head out of the door just as I was taking the picture.
Yeah? Well, then what happened?
I looked up.
And he was gone?
Yes. But...
Oh, honey. The way you dramatize, you...
There he is.
Hey.
He's running to our car.
And I left the keys in it. Come on. Hey. Hey, you.
Oh, he's gone.
That dirty little... No good, conniving.
You know him?
No, not that guy in the car, but don't you get it? He was planted.
Planted?
Yeah, to grab our car and strand us in the middle of the desert. Oh, I can hear that Murphy laughing now.
Murphy?
Match.
This isn't funny.
No, it is to him. He's got no phone, no water, no food, and it's 23 miles to the nearest main highway.
Tommy,
Yeah.
another cigarette.
Uh-huh.
Oh, can I have one?
Well, as soon as Murph sends the car back, they're in the glove compartment.
Thanks loads.
Oh, I told you. Murphy's a million laughs.
Those clouds are coming this way.
That's all we need now. Rain.
How long do you think we'll be here?
Till Murphy stops laughing.
It's almost 4 o'clock now. Oh, Tommy, I felt a drop of rain.
Yeah, me too. On your feet. Come on.
Oh, where? Every roof is full of holes.
Well, the hotel's 2 stories. Maybe the water's not coming all the way down.
That's where Murphy's friend came from.
Come on, let's run. Careful on the steps.
Oh, I'm soaked.
Yeah, and if you get pneumonia, Murphy laughs all the time you're in the hospital. It's a tie-up with Blue Cross.
Oh, let's go inside.
Go ahead.
Oh, thanks.
Cheery little spot. Charles Adams does the decoration.
Well, at least it's dry in here. And
Now what?
by the window, on the floor, a man. There's blood on his shirt. He's alive.
Natch, don't you get it? It ain't blood, it's ketchup. He's another Murphy stooge from Central Casting.
You sure?
Look, kid, I'm a veteran. 6 pictures with Murphy. Now, come on, back to the porch. All right, keep groaning, kid. You'll win an Academy Award.
Tommy, I'm cold. Let's go inside.
You listen to that bum play Russian comedy?
We've got to do something.
Like to play a chucker polo?
How about walking to the highway?
Oh, not in that water. Not giving Murphy that satisfaction.
His conscience has to bother him sometimes.
He's got a cast iron heart.
Tommy,
What?
a car. That is a car, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
If it was on the main highway, we couldn't see it, could we?
No, it's headed here, all right.
Oh, he finally took pity.
All right. He's human.
Actually, now that it's over, it wasn't a bad joke.
Oh, he may not be through yet.
What else can he do once we get the car back?
Wait till he opens the door on this side. I'd hate to wait this long and then drown on the sidewalk. Well, I hope you called Murphy and he got a real big laugh. Oh, no, you don't have to come up here for us.
Tommy,
just open the car door.
He's got a gun.
Oh, brother, that Murphy keeps a joke going longer than he...
Get back.
Look, the joke is over. Let's go.
You ain't a-going no place.
Oh, yes, we are. Now, I've had enough of
I
this.
ain't never shot a lady yet. But, man, there's always a first time. Now, both of you, get back inside. Come on.
Say, pal.
Yeah?
How about itty-bitty buddy on the floor? How's he getting back? By camel?
Wish we could take Fred.
Well, there's plenty of room in the back. Fred!
Well, that's nice of you, man, but we better be going without him.
Wait here with him, Grace. I'll open the car doors. Come on.
I'm getting under the blanket back here.
Do we have to keep playing?
Lady, just you and him don't say nothing wrong when we get to that there roadblock.
Yeah, I know. Because you'll have that there shooting iron pointing at my head.
That's right.
Yeah, I know that whole bit.
Mister, I don't rightly know why, but I like you. Guess maybe it's because you don't scare easy.
Oh, I've been working for Murphy too long. But no more. I've had enough. The minute we hit Hollywood, I'm through.
That roadblock is right up ahead a piece.
I reckon so, partner.
Mister, I told you once, I don't like folks making fun of me.
Tommy, please.
Now, I'm getting under this here blanket again.
Mm-hmm. Sweet dreams.
You better slow down.
Now, don't you start giving me orders.
Shouldn't we get in that line?
Huh? Oh, I guess so.
What a night.
Murphy's probably having a party at Forest Lawn.
There's a police car.
Well, how do you think they blocked the road, with meatballs?
Remember what I said.
Oh, I'll never forget that. 407 years.
The policeman's waving his flashlight.
Okay. Oh, fine. Now the window's stuck.
Good evening.
No comment.
We're looking for two men. One about 5 feet 7 inches tall, black hair, around 30 years of age. He might be wounded. The other man's about 6 feet 1 inch tall, about 35 years old, blonde hair, and he's wearing blue jeans and cowboy boots.
Yes, officer.
We haven't seen them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tommy.
Lady, you almost just got killed.
Tommy, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you tell the
let
officer?
Murphy tell everybody at the Derby he scared me so much I copped a plea? No, ma'am.
But the policeman, he described this one, and the man on the floor back in Powderville.
Sure, I told you how far Murphy goes. He's even got the cops in on this one.
At least it stopped raining.
Bully, that makes my whole day.
Slow up, mister.
What for?
Turn off this here road just over the hill.
But that's not the way back to Hollywood.
We ain't a-going back to Hollywood, ma'am.
Where are we a-going?
Meet them other two fellas. They got the money. They threw it in their car when we run out of the bank.
Tommy, it's true.
Look, suppose I believe you. Now, mind you, I'm not
Don't
saying...
rightly seem to matter.
What happens after we get to their cabin?
Be crossing that bridge when we come to it, ma'am. Here, mister. Turn off here.
Okay.
That's fine. Now, just keep it driving up into them hills. There's the place.
Pretty little hovel.
Drive around to the side.
Oh, you only use the front way in formal clothes, huh?
Turn off the motor. Now, give me the keys.
Oh, now, come on, pal. How far do you want
Give
an
me
idiot?
the keys.
Tommy, please. Here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now what happens?
I'm a-going in the side here. You two go knock on the front door.
Why?
I just like to be sure my friends ain't a-planning no surprise for me.
You mean...
Just do like I say. Open the door. Now, go knock on the front door.
Look, why should we... Okay, I've seen more guns today than Gene Autry. Come on, Grace.
Tommy.
we run for it?
Where?
Any place.
Ah, too dark, too far to the highway.
Tommy.
Oh, now I'm sure this is a Murphy gag.
Are you crazy? Somebody inside's been
Honey,
shot.
in a minute that door will open and old Tex will say, I guess you folks can come in now.
But those were gunshots.
Sure. And inside we'll see two more guys playing dead.
It's him.
Hitch.
Guess you folks can come in now.
Hark, the evening coyotes.
Tommy.
What?
How can you?
Oh, stiff upper, old girl.
Tommy, I'm scared. What's he doing in that room?
Probably calling Murphy and giving him a blow-by-blow.
But those two men on the floor and the money, that was real money.
Murphy always goes for good props. Now, honey, use your head. Look, if those two guys were going to double-cross him, would they wait here till he got back? No, they just walk out with the loot.
Maybe it's like he said. They needed someplace to hide, but they didn't need him to take a share.
I can tell a Murphy story when I hear one. Oh, I'll get the gas chamber for killing Murphy, but it'll be worth it.
Okay. Come on. You too, ma'am.
Are we really going home?
Just part way. As far as the cliff.
Oh, that does it. If Murphy thinks he's throwing in a hokey bit like pushing the car off the cliff,
Shut up.
I'm not...
Tommy, he isn't fooling.
You're right, lady. Now, both of you turn and walk out that door. When we get to the car, we'll... Don't move! Huh? Don't move! I'll take that gun. This time, Parker, we got stronger cuffs. All right, hold him out. There. One of you own this camera?
Me? Where did you find it, officer?
One of our men found it in the hotel at the old ghost town. Looked inside, saw the last picture you took.
The last picture?
Mm-hmm.
The one where he stuck his head out of the door.
That's right. We recognized him, got a tip on his cabin, and made it here as quick as we could.
Did I tell you?
Tell me what?
In the nick of time, in popped the Marines.
Mister, I gotta hand it to you. You took this pretty calm.
Okay, now let's cut the clowning, huh?
But didn't you know he's Tex Parker, wanted for 3 murders, and from the looks of it, he's 2 more over there.
Those guys dead. Who are you kidding?
I'm not kidding, buddy.
Okay, so the gag's finished now, huh? All right. Okay, boys, wake up. Time for wakey. Don't call us, we'll call you.
Tommy, don't.
Come on. Hey, that's not ketchup. They are dead.
Tommy.
Okay, lady. We'll go as soon as we can bring him to.
Suspense, in which Eve McVeigh and Tom Brown starred in tonight's presentation of Hollywood Hostages. Next week, we bring you the true story of 5 polar explorers and their race against death. We call it The Diary of Captain Scott. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Jerry Lewis. The music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Don Diamond, Frank Gerstle, and John Larch.
A hot money racket proves to be a shortcut to the cooler once the FBI in Peace and War goes into action tomorrow night. Harassed by personal debt, the cashier at the $50 window at a large racetrack falls for a big-time racketeer's scheme for passing stolen money through the betting window. But before he can solve his personal financial problems, the FBI in Peace and War gets on his trail, and not long after that, another welcome mat appears. right outside the gate to the penitentiary. For a thrill-a-minute drama, don't miss the FBI in Peace and War at this same time tomorrow night. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. The Radio Workshop presents the new and unusual Friday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you the story of 3 convicts on a road gang in Florida who planned the perfect escape through the Everglades. We call it Quiet Night. So now, starring Stacey Harris, here is tonight's suspense play, Quiet Night.
We listened for it every night, right after lights out. Then it'd be there, passing over us, headed across the Everglades toward Miami. For a moment, it was like having somebody come and see you on Visitors' Day. Only when you're on a road gang, you don't get no visitors. There were 80 of us in that camp on the edge of the mangrove swamp. Every night we'd quiet down and listen to that airplane. Wondering about the people up there, where they'd been, where they were going, and wishing we were going with them. Then it'd be gone. But I'd feel good just knowing other people would hear it. People across the swamp over in Lakeland. They'd hear it about 6 minutes after we did.
George, Upshaw, wake up. George.
What? Oh, Mother.
Honestly, George, if you're so all-fired sleepy, why don't you take your clothes off and go to bed?
I can't yet. Haven't checked the jail.
Seems to me that'll be Bert's job. That's what a deputy's for, isn't it? Keep the sheriff from running himself to death?
Bert does his share.
When? If he wasn't your nephew, he'd starve to death.
Hand me my hat, Mother.
George, you know what Doc Lang told you. You gotta start taking it easy.
I will. So long.
George?
Why?
Remember how you used to kiss me whenever you left the house?
Well, we were younger then, Mother. People our age don't...
Never mind. Go on.
What's eating you, Martha?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was here in the plane coming over from Havana. Remember when we took it home from our vacation?
That was 9 years ago. They'd have a new plane by now.
We haven't had so much fun since. We ought to get away for a few days. Maybe go to St. Petersburg and just sit on the benches for a spell.
We will, one of these days.
One of these days. Well, if you're going to jail, hurry up about it so you can get home and get your rest.
It took the plane less than 4 minutes to cover the 12 miles between the sheriff's farm and the parking lot next to the county courthouse.
Lousy stinking mosquitoes.
Want to put the window up?
No, it's too hot.
Bert, we ought to get out of here.
Can't, honey. I'm on duty.
I don't mean tonight. I mean get away from Lakeland for good.
Where you figuring on going?
Oh, up to Jacksonville over in New Orleans.
Nah. Wouldn't work.
Now, what makes you talk like that?
You?
Me?
if you didn't settle down. I wouldn't do what your husband did, but I wouldn't stay around you for 2 seconds.
Honey, I never loved Harry.
And you shouldn't have married him.
I had to. I hated my folks. Harry got me away from him.
How old were you?
Almost 17. But I wrote Harry today.
Oh?
I told him I wanted a divorce so I could marry somebody else. You will marry me, won't you?
I'd like to see somebody try to stop me.
The night the plane didn't come over was the night that Harry showed Fats and me the letter. We figured the plane was late, held back by the wind or something, so we waited, listening. And while we waited, Harry had me read his letter.
You through, Joe?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
It's tough.
Let me read it, Harry. Later, Fats. Listen to this, Joe. He's a wonderful man. I'm sure he'll treat me good. How do you like that?
It's tough, Harry.
Now, what'd you expect, Harry? No woman can wait 10
Why,
years.
you
fuzzy
Quiet, you guys. Listen.
You hear it, Jeffers?
I thought I did. I guess not.
She sure turned out to be an ever-loving wife, didn't she? Makes me wonder if I did right killing Red Simmons. Maybe it should have been her.
But you could still do it, Harry. We get enough money, we're making a break. Ain't that right,
Fats, I told you before, don't talk about it, huh?
We'd sure surprise her. Any of you guys got the makings?
Yeah. Just don't forget where you got them, huh?
Thanks.
Hey, Harry. Yeah? You know that picture you got of her? You know, the one where she's wearing shorts? Yeah? Well, I was just thinking, you don't want it no more now. Why don't you give it to me, huh? Okay, Harry? What would you do with it, Fats? Oh, nothing. Just I ain't got no family, and I could sort of make like she's kinfolk. You know what I mean, Harry? I know what you mean. Well? No. Ah, you guys, you ain't got no feelings.
Here's your tobacco, Joe. Thanks.
That's okay, Jeffers.
Joe, that plane ever been late before?
Not since I've been here.
Man, I'm getting nervous. Where do you suppose it's at?
Alice Michaels, stewardess, Miami. John D. Erickson, Atlanta. Paul
Martha, why don't you turn that thing off?
Do they know what went down yet?
One of the CIA men spotted it about 30 miles this side of Sable Lake, right in the middle of that cypress swamp.
How are you going to get to it?
Walk, only way we can.
George!
Now, Martha, don't worry. Bert's going with me. We'll have plenty of help.
From where? Who's going to help?
We're taking 4 or 5 trustees from that road gang. They're closer to it than anybody else.
They're going to help you walk, George?
No, Martha.
You know what Doc Lang said? You aren't to exert yourself.
I'll be all right.
I swear I don't understand why it's your place to go at all.
Martha, as long as I'm the sheriff of this county, it's my job.
When'll you be back?
I don't know. Depends on how long it takes us to get in there. Yes, there's Bud with the truck. Bye, hon.
Be careful, George.
Oh, I will.
Before we'd finished our grits, we'd heard what had happened to the plane. By 9:30, we were sitting in the back of the county sheriff's truck, bumping over an oyster shell road headed west toward the Gulf. The sheriff and his deputy had picked Harry, Jeffers, Fats, and me because we knew the swamps, and because we were trustees. After about half an hour, they stopped the truck. We piled out. Just put something to back. Bring me in to sit on.
All right, you man. All right, knock it off. Sheriff wants to say something.
From now on, we'll walk, and as fast as we can. When we reach the plane, we'll clear the trees and brush so a helicopter can get in to carry out the bodies. Any question?
Sheriff, how far is that plane from here?
About 10 miles southeast.
Something bothering you, mister?
Just thinking.
10 miles of swamp can be a long way.
Sheriff, how we go about finding it?
The plane from Lakeland will drop a smoke pot on it in about 5 hours. It'll burn long enough to guide us in. Anything else?
What are we going to clear those trees out with?
There's a crosscut, a handsaw, and an axe in the truck. You want to say something, Bud?
Yeah. I'm not turning loose this shotgun at no time. First man even looks like he's thinking about a break gets it right in the gut. All right, grab the saw. Hey, you, fat boy.
Oh, yes, sir?
You tote the axe. Wear off some of that blubber.
Yes.
A little rough on them, weren't you, Bud? They are trusties.
Maybe 3 of them. I ain't seen their records. But not Harry Breyer. You know what he did.
Yeah, a lot of men might have done the same thing. We've never been in that kind of situation.
Well, I tell you this. The road boss can call him a trusty all he wants. It ain't gonna cut no ice with me.
We started then, single file, with the sheriff leading and the deputy behind us. Like he thought we'd be crazy enough to run. Even if we did get clean away, where'd we go without money? We really moved along until we hit swamp. Then every step we took, our boots went in up to our ankles. Getting our feet free out in front of us again was like walking up a hill.
Joe. Yeah? Look at the sheriff. What about him? He's gonna drop most any time. He's sick, Joe. Go on, Sheriff. Drop. Drop, Sheriff. Go on. Drop.
Well, that's right here, Sheriff. Here, take a break, you men. Fall out.
Fats. Harry. Bring your backs up against this tree. Sheriff's got the deputy worried. What guy's unloosening his collar for him?
Yeah. Hey, and you guys hungry yet?
No.
I think I'll eat one of them sandwiches.
Joe. You been thinking about that plane?
No, I don't like to think about things like that. I just hope I can forget them.
I've been thinking about it, Harry. You know, every night when he used to come over, I sort of imagined I was on it. And the stewardess was being nice to me, bringing me my food and all. Boy, she was sure pretty. I mean, at least I thought...
Shut up, Fats. Stop talking about it, will you?
Joe, that plane was carrying lots of things besides people.
Maybe.
No, maybe. That was a big plane. 4 motors. A plane like that carries mail, packages, sometimes real valuable stuff like money being shipped from one bank to another.
Yeah, Harry.
And what's been holding us up? Money.
It's no good, Harry.
You crazy? Why not?
How are we going to keep the sheriff or that deputy from seeing us?
Well, there are 4 of us. They can't watch all of us at the same time. Come on, Joe. It's what we've been waiting for, ain't it? Tell him it's what we've been waiting for, Harry.
He knows it. I don't need to tell him.
Well, I guess we got nothing to lose.
Okay, Harry, okay.
Knock it off. Comes the deputy.
You. What's your name?
Joseph McGuire.
What are you doing?
8 to 10, armed robbery, second offense.
You?
Henry Fats Carver.
Offense?
Oh, sir, it was a misunderstanding.
I know you're innocent.
Yes, sir. I'm sure glad...
Never mind. All right, I know you, Harry. You? What's your name?
Paul Jeffers, sir.
Offense?
Burglary, first offense.
You think you can find your way back to the truck?
Why, yes, sir, I think so.
All right. Go on over to the sheriff. He's sick. You're taking him back, and don't you rush. Do it easy, here?
Yes, sir.
The rest of us are going on. Fats, you're going to lead.
Well, how I know which way to go, sir?
I got the compass now, I'll tell you. Joe, you follow Fats. And Harry, you and me, we'll bring up the rear.
started again. And there are only 4 of us now. Fats, Harry, me, and the deputy. 3 of us against 1 of him. We didn't say anything. We didn't need to. But we were waiting. Waiting for that one moment when he'd take his hands off that shotgun. And then it came.
Okay, Fats, hold it up. You men see smoke rising off ahead?
No, not yet.
Hey, Mr. Deputy, can't somebody else carry this here axe?
No.
Joe.
Yeah, Harry.
Sir, are you sure we're headed in the right direction? I'm sure.
He's not so sure. Look at him, Joe.
Yeah, I know.
He's going to reach in his pocket for that compass.
Fats.
There he goes. Now, Fats, now!
The gun, Harry! Get the gun!
But Harry didn't need the shotgun. Fats had used the axe. I picked up the compass and we turned away to the southeast.
Something bothering you, Joe?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. I was just thinking.
About what's at the plane?
Oh. I was thinking about that deputy.
Don't feel bad about him. He was itching to use this here shotgun on us.
Yeah, that's right.
I just don't know. You suppose he had a family?
Him? Who'd marry something like him?
Hey, you guys, hey!
What's the matter?
Look at it.
Wait, what?
It's smoke. Black smoke. It's the plane.
Come on, it's the plane. Come on!
You are listening to Quiet Night, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
For a good time tomorrow during the day, don't miss the goings-on when it's Arthur Godfrey time. Remember, every Monday through Friday, you can join those gifted fun makers over most of these same stations.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Stacey Harris, starring in tonight's production, Quiet Night, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
We were heading for that thin stream of black smoke rising out of the swamp that marked the position of the fallen plane. Ahead of us in a straight line, about 200 yards long and 50 wide, the tops of the trees had been neatly sheared off by the wings. And then we saw it. Parts of the plane were scattered about in the mud as far as we could see. The wings had burned, but nothing else. The cabin was in 2 sections, with the larger section dead ahead of us. We climbed up into it.
Joe, you ever been in a plane like this one?
Once?
Yeah, when?
When I was trying to get out of the country.
You know where they'd keep mail and stuff like that?
I think so. I think it'll be up front, about where the pilot sits.
Oh, maybe in here somewhere, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Let's take a look at it.
Watch your head, Joe.
All right.
Boy, I haven't seen anything this bad since the Navy.
You in the Navy?
For you. Just for you.
Well, they wouldn't take me. I got a bad knee. I tried to get in, but on account of this bad knee of mine, they just didn't
Here it is, Harry. Come on, let's get it out of here.
Okay, come on, let's grab a hold of one of these here bags.
Boy, this thing's... Listen.
It's a helicopter. Come on.
Oh, what about this mailbag?
Get it later. Come on. Now grab the axe, Fats. Hurry over here. Now, Fats, get busy chopping on that tree. Go on.
All right.
Come on, Harry.
Where is he? Can you see him?
No, not yet. The tree's too thick. He's going to have to get right over us.
Here he comes.
Act natural. Cut out the jump, Fats, and smile. Wave to him. That's it. Now give it a smile. Smile. Hi. 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 Hey. That's it.
think he's looking for that deputy?
I hope not.
What are we so worried about? He can't land.
No, but he can use that radio of his. If he thinks something's wrong, they'll come after us before we get a chance to get out of the swamp.
Here he comes again.
Well, if he's planning on us making a clearing so he can land, he's got a long wait.
How much out of that mailbag, Joe?
482.
Not bad. Well, why don't we look in that other part? Maybe we'll find some more stuff. In a minute, Fats.
Altogether, we got about 1,500.
That'll get us to Cuba. From there, we can work our way down to South America. When do you think we'll get there, Harry? Couple of weeks, Fats. We can rent a boat in Lakeland. A friend of mine's got one.
Now, that's providing we get across to Lakeland tonight.
Yeah. How far is Lakeland from here? 15, 20 miles? I'm tired. How come we got to make it all in one night?
Because that helicopter will be back in the morning, and when there's no place for him to land, he's going to know what's happened.
Oh. We better leave in about an hour. Hey, we got any more of them sandwiches left? Nah, nothing.
You're so hungry, Fats, why don't you take a look in the galley?
In what?
The galley. Oh, over there, the tail section. The stewardess usually keeps the food back in there.
Okay, I'll go take a look. Cigarette, Joe?
No.
Tailor-made?
I don't want one, Harry.
Okay. Oh, here, let me give you your
You
share.
keep it.
What?
Keep it, I said. I don't want it.
What's the matter with you?
I don't know. I'm getting fed up with everything. Us, this place, Fats, you, everything.
Nah, you'll feel better when we get on that boat to Cuba. Hey, you guys!
Now what?
Yeah? Come here, quick!
What is it?
Take a look in here. Look, there's a young kid.
Got her. Let me see. This kid's alive.
You crazy. How could he be?
I don't know, but look at him.
Nah, he's probably so messed up inside he won't live long.
We can't tell. Kids like this are strong. They take a lot, bounce back hard.
What you reckon we should do about him? Nothing.
Just walk away from him, huh? Just forget he's here?
Well, what else can we do? You a doctor? Am I? You don't look like he's hurt so bad he ain't bleeding. If we're going to get to Lakeland before morning, we can't fool around with him.
Fats, take this rag outside, dip it in some water, will you?
So you put a cloth on his head. What are you, Joe? Some kind of healer? You got a magic
Go on,
cloth?
Fats, do it, huh?
Come on, Harry, help me straighten him out. Come on. Take it easy. Hand me that blanket behind you. Okay.
Joe.
I'm not leaving this kid, Harry.
What?
I told you how I felt about things before. I'm fed up. I would have gone, but not... Well, I can't now.
But, Joe, you're the one that's been talking escape. You stood by while we killed the deputy.
All right.
You watch.
All right.
Now, all of a sudden, you get religion. Why?
This kid, that's why. This kid dies, it'd be just the same as if he were with barrels of that shotgun right in his face and pulled the trigger.
Now, how do you figure that?
Because if that helicopter had a place to land, he'd be in a hospital by now, that's how.
Hey, guys. Sun's starting to go down.
Give me that rag.
Hey, maybe I can help, Joe. Let me see his
Get out of here, will you? Now, go on, both of you, get out!
I'll give you half an hour. Then you're coming with us. And, Joe.
What is it?
Don't you worry about it. That kid'll be dead by then.
But the kid didn't die. And in a few minutes, his breathing came easier, like he knew he wasn't alone anymore. I looked through his clothes for some kind of identification, but there wasn't any, not even his flight ticket stub or baggage check. He'd been traveling with somebody. His father or mother or both. But he would live. Yeah, I'd get him to a hospital in time, and someday he'd know what I'd done for him. A nice dream, and then the half hour was up.
Joe!
I'm over here, Harry.
You notice the sky? It's clouding up.
Yeah, I noticed it's going to rain.
We're leaving, Joe.
Well, go ahead.
you're coming with us. We can't let you stay, Joe. They'll be here in the morning. You'll tell them where we've gone.
Now, you know me better than that, Harry.
Sure. Not even if they promise you a pardon, huh?
I'm not going with you, Harry. Now, you and Fats can... Where's Fats? Where is he, Harry? Fats? Fats?
Hey, Joe, come on! He's doing it for you, Joe. For you!
Fats. What did you do to the kid?
Now, Joe, I didn't do nothing to him. Harry told me to, but I didn't. No, don't hit me, Joe. Please, don't.
That's enough, Joe. Cut it out.
You put him up to killing the kid, huh, Harry?
It's for your own good, Joe. For all our good. We gotta stick together.
No. Not now, not after this.
You got a choice?
I think so.
Against this shotgun.
It's clouding up outside, Harry. You can't make Lakeland without stars. Or without a compass.
Huh? Where's it at? What'd you do with it?
No soap, Harry. You want that compass? You give me the shotgun.
You hit it while you were outside just now.
That's right, Harry.
Tie him up, Harry. We can make him tell us where it is.
You want to try, fat boy? You go ahead. Well, go on. You got all night.
No, you know we haven't. Okay, Joe. You win.
Oh, Harry!
Shut up.
All right, Harry, break the shotgun. Come on. Give me the barrels, and I'll go get you the compass. They left a few minutes later. I didn't bother to wish them luck because I knew it wouldn't do any good. I put another blanket over the boy and went outside. It was just beginning to rain when I picked up the axe and started chopping away at one of the giant cypress trees. It might take all night. But tomorrow, that helicopter had a place to land. And I heard it. Like a ghost coming in from the Gulf. Heading across the Everglades toward Miami. People in Lakeland had heard about 6 minutes. Other people, too, clear across the state. And it was gone. For a moment, it was a real quiet night. Only for a moment.
Suspense, in which Stacey Harris starred in tonight's presentation of Quiet Night. Listen again next week when we bring you another presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Charles B. Smith. The music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Helen Klebe, Herb Butterfield, Charlotte Lawrence, Tony Barrett, William Forrester, Joseph Kearns, Joe Duval, and George Walsh.
For dramatic excitement, don't miss the next explosive episode of the FBI in Peace and War, tomorrow night over most of these same stations. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. The Radio Workshop presents the new and unusual Friday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you the story of 3 convicts on a road gang in Florida who planned the perfect escape through the Everglades. We call it Quiet Night. So now, starring Stacey Harris, here is tonight's suspense play, Quiet Night.
We listened for it every night, right after lights out. Then it'd be there. Passing over us, headed across the Everglades toward Miami. For a moment, it was like having somebody come and see you on Visitor's Day. Only when you're on a road gang, you don't get no visitors. There were 80 of us in that camp on the edge of the mangrove swamp. Every night we'd quiet down and listen to that airplane. Wondering about the people up there, where they'd been, where they were going, and wishing we were going with them. Then it'd be gone. But I'd feel good just knowing other people would hear it. People across the swamp over in Lakeland. They'd hear it about 6 minutes after we did.
George. George Upshaw, wake up. George.
What? Oh, Mother.
Honestly, George, if you're so all-fired sleepy, why don't you take your clothes off and go to bed?
I can't yet. Haven't checked the jail.
Seems to me that'll be Bert's job. That's what a deputy's for, isn't it? Keep the sheriff from running himself to death?
Bert does his share.
When? If he wasn't your nephew, he'd starve to death.
Hand me my hat, Mother.
George, you know what Doc Lang told you. You gotta start taking it easy.
I will. So long.
George?
Why?
Remember how you used to kiss me whenever you left the house?
Well, we were younger then, Martha. People our age don't...
Never mind. Go on.
What's eating you, Martha?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was here in the plane coming over from Havana. Remember when we took it home from our vacation?
That was 9 years ago. They'd have a new plane by now.
We haven't had so much fun since. We ought to get away for a few days. Maybe go to St. Petersburg and just sit on the benches for a spell.
We will, one of these days.
One of these days. Well, if you're going to jail, hurry up about it so you can get home and get your rest.
It took the plane less than 4 minutes to cover the 12 miles between the sheriff's farm and the parking lot next to the county courthouse.
Lousy stinking mosquitoes.
Want to put the window up?
No, it's too hot.
Bert, we ought to get out of here.
Can't, honey. I'm on duty.
I don't mean tonight. I mean get away from Lakeland for good.
Where you figuring on going?
Oh, up to Jacksonville over in New Orleans.
Nah. Wouldn't work.
Now, what makes you talk like that?
You?
Me?
If you didn't settle down. I wouldn't do what your husband did, but I wouldn't stay around you for 2 seconds.
Honey, I never loved Harry.
And you shouldn't have married him.
I had to. I hated my folks. Harry got me away from them.
How old were you?
Almost 17. Bert, I wrote Harry today.
Oh?
I told him I wanted a divorce so I could marry somebody else. You will marry me, won't you?
I'd like to see somebody try to stop me.
The night the plane didn't come over was the night that Harry showed Fats and me the letter. We figured the plane was late, held back by the wind or something, so we waited, listening. And while we waited, Harry had me read his letter.
You through, Joe?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
It's tough.
Let me read it, Harry.
Later, Fats. Listen to this, Joe. He's a wonderful man. I'm sure he'll treat me good. How do you like that?
It's tough, Harry.
Now, what'd you expect, Harry? No woman can wait 10
Why,
years.
you fuzzy
Quiet, you guys. Listen.
You hear it, Jeffers?
I thought I did. I guess not.
She sure turned out to be an ever-loving wife, didn't she? Makes me wonder if I did right killing Red Simmons. Maybe it should have been her.
But you could still do it, Harry. We get enough money, we're making a break. Ain't that right,
Bats, I told you before, don't talk about it, huh?
We'd sure surprise her.
Any of you guys got the makings?
Yeah. Just don't forget where you got 'em, huh?
Thanks.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah?
You know that picture you got of her? You know, the one where she's wearing shorts?
Yeah?
Well, I was just thinking, you don't want it no more now. Why don't you give it to me, huh? Okay, Harry?
What would you do with it, Fats?
Oh, nothing. Just I ain't got no family, and I could sort of make like she's kinfolk. You know what I mean, Harry?
I know what you mean.
Well?
No.
Ah, you guys, you ain't got no feelings.
Here's your tobacco, Joe. Thanks.
That's okay, Jeffers.
Joe, that plane ever been late before?
Not since I've been here.
Man, I'm getting nervous. Where do you suppose it's at?
Alice Michaels, stewardess, Miami. John D. Erickson, Atlanta. Paul
Martha,
R.
why
Brown,
don't you
Miami.
turn that thing off?
Do they know where it went down yet?
One of the CIA men spotted it about 30 miles this side of Sable Lake, right in the middle of that cypress swamp.
How are you going to get to it?
Walk, only way we can.
George!
Now, Martha, don't worry. Bert's going with me. We'll have plenty of help.
From where? Who's going to help?
We're taking 4 or 5 trustees from that road gang. They're closer to it than anybody else.
They going to help you walk, George?
Now, Martha.
You know what Doc Lang said? You aren't to exert yourself.
I'll be all right.
I swear I don't understand why it's your place to go at all.
Martha, as long as I'm the sheriff of this county, it's my job.
When you be back?
I don't know. Depends on how long it takes us to get in there. Yes, there's Bert with the truck. Bye, hon.
Be careful, George.
Oh, I will.
Before we'd finished our grits, we'd heard what had happened to the plane. By 9:30, we were sitting in the back of the county sheriff's truck, bumping over an oyster shell road, headed west toward the Gulf. The sheriff and his deputy had picked Harry, Jeffers, Fats, and me because we knew the swamps, and because we were trustees. After about half an hour, they stopped the truck. We piled out.
Just put some in the back. Bring me in to sit on. All right, you man. All right, knock it off. Sheriff wants to say something.
From now on, we'll walk, and as fast as we can. When we reach the plane, we'll clear the trees and brush so a helicopter can get in to carry out the bodies. Any question?
Sheriff, how far is that plane from here?
About 10 miles southeast.
Something bothering you, mister?
Just thinking. 10 miles of swamp can be a long way.
Sheriff, how we go about finding it?
The plane from Lakeland will drop a smoke pot on it in about 5 hours. It'll burn long enough to guide us in. Anything else?
What are we going to clear those trees out with?
There's a crosscut, a handsaw, and an axe in the truck. You want to say something, Bud?
Yeah. I'm not turning loose this shotgun at no time. First man even looks like he's thinking about a break gets it right in the gut. All right, grab the saw. Hey, you, fat boy.
Oh, yes, sir?
You tote the axe. Wear off some of that blubber.
Yes.
A little rough on them, weren't you, Bud? They are trustees.
Maybe 3 of them. I ain't seen their records. But not Harry Breyer. You know what he did.
Yeah, a lot of men might have done the same thing. We've never been in that kind of situation.
Well, I tell you this. The road boss can call him a trustee all he wants. It ain't gonna cut no ice with me.
We started then, single file. For the
the sheriff leading and the deputy behind us. Like he thought we'd be crazy enough to run. Even if we did get clean away, where'd we go without money? We really moved along until we hit swamp. Then every step we took, our boots went in up to our ankles. Getting our feet free out in front of us again was like walking up a hill.
Joe.
Yeah.
Look at the sheriff.
What about him?
He's gonna drop most any time. He's sick, Joe. Go on, Sheriff. Drop. Drop, Sheriff. Go on. Drop.
What happened? Right here, Sheriff. Here, take a break, you men. Fall out.
Fats. Harry. Bring your backs up against this tree. Sheriff's got the deputy worried. What guy's unloosening his collar for him?
Yeah. Hey, and you guys hungry yet?
No.
I think I'll eat one of them sandwiches.
Joe. You been thinking about that plane?
No, I don't like to think about things like that. I just hope I can forget them.
I've been thinking about it, Harry. You know, every night when it used to come over, I sort of imagined I was on it. And the stewardess was being nice to me, bringing me my food and all. Boy, she was sure pretty. I mean, at least I thought...
Shut up, Fats. Stop talking about it, will you?
Joe, that plane was carrying lots of things besides people.
Maybe.
No, maybe. That was a big plane. 4 motors. A plane like that carries mail, packages, sometimes real valuable stuff like money being shipped from one bank to another.
Yeah, Harry.
And what's been holding us up? Money.
It's no good, Harry.
You crazy? Why not?
How are we going to keep the sheriff or that deputy from seeing us?
Well, there are 4 of us. They can't watch all of us at the same time.
Come on, Joe. It's what we've been waiting for. Ain't it? Tell him it's what we've been waiting for, Harry.
He knows it. I don't need to tell him.
Well, I guess we got nothing to lose.
Okay, Harry, okay.
Knock it off. Comes the deputy.
You. What's your name?
Joseph McGuire.
What are you doing?
8 to 10, armed robbery, second offense.
You?
Henry Fats Carver.
Offense?
Oh, sir, it was a misunderstanding.
I know you're innocent.
Yes, sir. I'm sure glad...
Never mind. All right, I know you, Harry. You? What's your name?
Paul Jeffers, sir.
Offense?
Burglary, first offense.
You think you can find your way back to the truck?
Why, yes, sir, I think so.
All right. Go on over to the sheriff. He's sick. You're taking him back, and don't you rush. Do it easy, yeah?
Yes, sir.
The rest of us are going on. Fats, you're going to lead.
Well, how I know which way to go, sir?
I got the compass now, I'll tell you. Joe, you follow Fats. And Harry, you and me, we'll bring up the rear.
We started again. And there are only 4 of us now. Fats, Harry, me, and the deputy. 3 of us against 1 of him. We didn't say anything. We didn't need to. But we were waiting. Waiting for that one moment when he'd take his hands off that shotgun. And then it came.
Okay, Fats, hold it up. You men see smoke rising off ahead?
No, not yet.
Hey, Mr. Deputy, can't somebody else carry this here axe?
No.
Joe.
Yeah, Harry.
Sir, are you sure we're headed in the right direction? I'm sure. He's not so sure. Look at him, Joe.
Yeah, I know.
He's going to reach in his pocket for that compass.
Fats.
There he goes. Now, Fats, now.
The gun, Harry! Get the gun!
But Harry didn't need the shotgun. Fats had used the axe. I picked up the compass and we turned away to the southeast.
Something bothering you, Joe?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. I was just thinking.
About what's at the plane?
Oh. I was thinking about that deputy.
Don't feel bad about him. He was itching to use this here shotgun on us.
Yeah, that's right.
I just don't know. You suppose he had a family?
Him? Who'd marry something like him?
Hey, you guys, hey!
What's the matter?
Look at it!
Wait,
what?
It's smoke. Black smoke. It's the plane!
Come on, it's the plane, come on!
You are listening to Quiet Night, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
For a good time tomorrow during the day, don't miss the goings-on when it's Arthur Godfrey time. Remember, every Monday through Friday, you can join those gifted fun makers over most of these same stations.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood sound stage Stacey Harris, starring in tonight's production, Quiet Night, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
We were heading for that thin stream of black smoke rising out of the swamp that marked the position of the fallen plane. Ahead of us in a straight line, about 200 yards long and 50 wide, the tops of the trees have been neatly sheared off by the wings. And then we saw it. Parts of the plane were scattered about in the mud as far as we could see. The wings had burned, but nothing else. The cabin was in two sections, with the larger section dead ahead of us. We climbed up into it.
Joe, you ever been in a plane like this one?
Once?
Yeah, when?
When I was trying to get out of the country.
You know where they'd keep mail and stuff like that?
I think so. I think it'll be up front, about where the pilot sits.
Oh, maybe in here somewhere, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Let's take a look at it.
Watch your head, Joe.
All right.
Boy, I haven't seen anything this bad since the Navy.
You in the Navy?
For you. Just for you.
Well, they wouldn't take me. I got a bad knee. I tried to get in, but on account of this bad knee of mine, they just didn't
Here it is, Harry. Come on, let's get it out of here.
Okay, here, now, come on, let's grab a hold of one of these here bags.
Boy, this thing's... Listen.
It's a helicopter. Come on.
Oh, what about this mailbag?
Get it later. Come on. Now grab the axe, Fats. Hurry over here. Now, Fats, get busy chopping on that tree. Go on.
All right.
Come on, Harry.
Where is he? Can you see him?
No, not yet. The trees are too thick. He's going to have to get right over us.
Here he comes.
Act natural. Cut out the jump, Fats, and smile. Wave to him. That's it. Now give it a smile. Smile. Hi. Hey. That's it.
You think he's looking for that deputy?
I hope not.
What are we so worried about? He can't land.
No, but he can use that radio of his. If he thinks something's wrong, they'll come after us before we get a chance to get out of the swamp.
Here he comes again.
Well, if he's planning on us making a clearing so he can land, he's got a long wait.
How much out of that mailbag, Joe?
482.
Not bad.
Well, why don't we look in that other part? Maybe we'll find some more stuff.
In a minute, Fats.
Altogether, we got about 1,500.
That'll get us to Cuba. From there, we can work our way down to South America.
When do you think we'll get there, Harry?
Couple of weeks, Fats. We can rent a boat in Lakeland. A friend of mine's got one.
Now, that's providing we get across to Lakeland tonight.
Yeah.
How far is Lakeland from here?
15, 20 miles.
I'm tired. How come we got to make it all in one night?
Because that helicopter will be back in the morning, and when there's no place for him to land, he's going to know what's happened.
Oh. We better leave in about an hour.
Hey, we got any more of them sandwiches left?
Nah, nothing.
You're so hungry, Fats. Why don't you take a look in the galley?
And what?
The galley. Over there. The tail section. The stewardess usually keeps the food back in there.
Okay, I'll go take a look.
Cigarette, Joe?
No.
Tailor-made?
I don't want one, Harry.
Okay. Oh, here. Let me give you your
You
share.
keep it.
What?
Keep it, I said. I don't want it.
What's the matter with you?
I don't know. I'm getting fed up with everything. Us. This place, Fats, you, everything.
Nah, you'll feel better when we get on that boat to Cuba.
Hey, you guys!
Now what?
Yeah?
Come here, quick!
What is it?
Take a look in here. Look, there's a young kid.
Got her. Let me see. This kid's alive.
You crazy. How could he be?
I don't know, but look at him.
Nah, he's probably so messed up inside he won't live long.
We can't tell. Kids like this are strong. They take a lot, bounce back hard.
What you reckon we should do about him?
Nothing.
Just walk away from him, huh? Just forget he's here?
Well, what else can we do? You a doctor? Am I?
You don't look like he's hurt so bad he ain't bleeding.
If we're going to get to Lakeland before morning, we can't fool around with him.
Fats, take this rag outside. Dip it some water, will you?
So you put a cloth on his head. What are you, Joe? Some kind of healer? You got a magic
Go on,
cloth?
Fats. Do it, huh? Come on, Harry. Help me straighten him out. Come on. Take it easy. Hand me that blanket behind you. Okay.
Joe.
I'm not leaving this kid, Harry.
What?
I told you how I felt about things before. I'm fed up. I would have gone, but not... Well, I can't now.
But, Joe, you're the one that's been talking escape. You stood by while we killed the deputy.
All right.
You watched...
All right.
Now, all of a sudden, you get religion. Why?
This kid, that's why. This kid dies, he'd be just the same as if he were barrels of that shotgun right in his face and pulled the trigger.
Now, how do you figure that?
Because if that helicopter had a place to land, he'd be in a hospital by now. That's how.
Hey, guy! Sun's starting to go down.
Give me that rag.
Hey, maybe I can help, Joe. Let me see his
Get out of here, will you? Now, go on, both of you. Get out!
I'll give you half an hour. Then you're coming with us. And, Joe...
What is it?
Don't you worry about it. That kid'll be dead by then.
But the kid didn't die. And in a few minutes, his breathing came easier, like he knew he wasn't alone anymore. I looked through his clothes for some kind of identification, but there wasn't any, not even his flight ticket stub or baggage check. He'd been traveling with somebody. His father or mother or both. But he would live. Yeah, I'd get him to a hospital in time, and someday he'd know what I'd done for him. A nice dream, and then the half hour was up.
Joe!
I'm over here, Harry.
You notice the sky? It's clouding up.
Yeah, I noticed it's going to rain.
We're leaving, Joe.
Well, go ahead.
You're coming with us. We can't let you stay, Joe. They'll be here in the morning. You'll tell them where we've gone.
Now, you know me better than that, Harry.
Sure. Not even if they promise you a pardon, huh?
I'm not going with you, Harry. Now, you and Fats can... Where's Fats? Where is he, Harry? Fats? Fats?
Hey, Joe, go on! He's doing it for you, Joe. For you!
Fats. What did you do to the kid?
Now, Joe, I didn't do nothing to him. Harry told me to, but I didn't. No, don't hit me, Joe. Please, don't.
That's enough, Joe. Cut it out.
You put him up to killing the kid, huh, Harry?
It's for your own good, Joe. For all our good. We gotta stick together.
No. Not now, not after this.
You got a choice?
I think so.
Against this shotgun.
It's clouding up outside, Harry. You can't make Lakeland without stars. Or without a compass.
Huh? Where's it at? What'd you do with it?
No soap, Harry. You want that compass? You give me the shotgun.
You hit it while you were outside just now.
That's right, Harry.
Tie him up, Harry.
We can make him tell us where it is.
You want to try, fat boy? You go ahead. Well, go on. You got all night.
No, you know we haven't. Okay, Joe. You win.
Oh, Harry!
Shut up.
All right, Harry, break the shotgun. Come on. Give me the barrels, and I'll go get you the compass. They left a few minutes later. I didn't bother to wish them luck because I knew it wouldn't do any good. I put another blanket over the boy and went outside. It was just beginning to rain when I picked up the axe and started chopping away at one of the giant cypress trees. Might take all night. But tomorrow, that helicopter have a place to land. And I heard it. Like a ghost coming in from the Gulf. Heading across the Everglades toward Miami. People in Lakeland would hear it about 6 minutes. Other people, too, clear across the state. And it was gone. For a moment, it was a real quiet night. Only for a moment.
Suspense, in which Stacey Harris starred in tonight's presentation of Quiet Night. Listen again next week when we bring you another presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Charles B. Smith. The music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Helen Klebe, Herb Butterfield, Charlotte Lawrence, Tony Barrett, William Forrester, Joseph Kearns, Joe Duval, and George Walsh.
For dramatic excitement, don't miss the next explosive episode of the FBI in Peace and War, tomorrow night over most of these same stations. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. The Radio Workshop presents the new and unusual Friday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of jealousy and hatred in a circus aerial act. We call it Gallardo. So now, starring Victor Perrin, here is tonight's suspense play, Gallardo.
Knew I must kill Nicky. But when I knew, I accepted it and waited. This night, as always before our turn, we had been out in our coveralls and slop shoes for our last-minute check of the rig, testing the guy lines, tightening the screws. We did our work, but now it was not the same between us. We did not meet with our eyes. When we passed each other in the dressing room, we did not speak. On our cue, when we started down the entrance tunnel to the ring, I saw Nicky slow a moment to wait for Feather. Then he put his arm on her shoulder and leaned over to whisper to her. I saw her smile for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Galano, the sensational, world-famous aerialist, with a daring, dazzling, death-defying performance of the Flying Jumping!
And the waiting was over. This night I would kill Nicky. I went up the ladder and took my place in the catch trap. Then I watched while Feather climbed to the pedestal board. So graceful, so lovely, so cruel. I shut my eyes tight with the pain of loving Feather, and I thought of that day she joined us.
Just call me Feather.
I am Nicky. This is Rudy Gallardo.
Brothers?
We are the same as brothers.
You don't look alike.
I am ugly. Nicky is beautiful.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
There, now, I do not mean to embarrass you. You see, I know I am ugly, and I have great pride in Nicky's beauty.
Rudy, stop that. I was raised with Rudy by his family.
I caught Nicky's first leap.
When I was 6 and he was 9.
Even at 9, one could see I had the shoulders for catching, but could never be a flyer like my father before me.
Circus family, huh?
In the circus, there have been Gallardos for over 100 years.
I joined the circus to get away from a farm in Nebraska.
You are recommended by Concello.
Yeah, I toured with the big show last season. An act with 6 girls in Delamere. He was the principal flyer.
He's good.
Yeah.
Now, here is the setup of our act, Miss Feather.
Oh, just Feather. I left my real name in Nebraska.
I see. Now, we open with you doing a seat jump, then a fliffy and maybe a double. You do the double.
Well, I'll have to work on it.
You will practice. Then we do some passing leaps. I do a double full twister, cutaway maybe. We'll work it out. Then, of course, I finish with the triple.
Oh, I've heard about your triple.
Oh, you have?
I've heard you're as good as Cordona.
Oh, no. Cordona was the master. Maybe someday I shall be as good.
He is better than Cordona. He is the best ever.
Rudy, if I am that good, it's only because I have the best catcher ever. The flyer is only as good as his catcher, and you are the best.
You boys have quite a mutual admiration society going, haven't you?
But this is true. Always there are Rudy's strong wrists, right there when I need them.
You use a net, of course.
The net is there, yes, but...
The net is nothing in Nicky's triple. After the third spin on the breakout, so fast he comes, he would overshoot the apron every time.
But we never think about that. There will always be Rudy there to catch me.
Nicky had climbed to the pedestal board and was dipping into the rosin. Feather reached for the fly bar, ready for her first leap. As she started her swing, I locked my legs in the uprights and hung head down to catch her. On the catch, I thought of that day we started rehearsals, the first time I caught Feather. It was the first time there had ever been bad words between Nicky and me. I remembered that and the things that came after.
Some table, come down here.
Wait, Feather. What's that?
I said come down here. Feather, you too, Rudy.
What's eating him?
We will see. But don't try a come-down drop in the net. Take the rope.
Hey, Whitey, get a spirit level on that long bar. The frame looks cockeyed.
Here. I will help you.
Thanks. You handle that net up there like it was a mattress.
Oh, no. The net is never friendly.
But it is better now than in the old days. In my father's time, the nets were made by fishermen, and they had not set the joints. What's the trouble, Nicky? Why did you call a stop?
Because I thought it might be interesting to find out from Feather here just what she calls that stunt she favored us with, eh?
Well, I'm sorry.
It was a flyer we wanted, not a clown.
I know it was bad.
Never saw such a wealth of arms and legs going in all directions.
Well, the first try is
I thought you were a flyer.
I'll do it again.
Yes, you'll do it again and again and again. You will please not make me sick with such a performance as I just saw.
Nicky, do not be so hard on her. Anyone can get rusty.
We've got 3 weeks to get this act ready.
You will please not boss my act.
Your act?
Feather will rest. You will rehearse. Get up on the flybar.
You cannot order me around.
Get up on the flybar.
I'm sorry, Rudy. I guess we better call this rehearsal off.
You do not make the decisions. I am Gallardo.
Just the same, I am going to my dressing room.
Come in.
Nicky, what have I done?
Rudy, what's the matter with you?
I do not know. Truly, I do not know.
I never saw you so touchy.
To think I will talk to you like that, just the same as my own brother you are. I'm sorry, Nick.
That's all right. But, Rudy, watch it, huh? It's no good for a catcher to get jumpy.
It is just the last few days since that woman has been here.
Feather?
Yes. Did you ever see anything so beautiful? And yet there is something. I do not know. I cannot explain it. You cannot reach her. Like her eyes. Have you noticed her eyes?
Well,
they are big and yellow, like the eyes of a cat. And you look into them for a deepness that should be there and see only that they are big and yellow.
Oh, come now, Rudy.
And you wonder if maybe the deepness is not for you to see. So you look again and again, and it becomes a frantic searching for something that should be there.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Yes, I do not understand either, but she bothers me.
Rudy, she's only been here a few days.
Yes, that is it, Nicky. It is because she is new.
My friend, Feather is as old as Eve.
Jump like that. I'm not going to bite you.
You startled me. I was thinking about that cat.
I think you're scared of me. We've been on the road for over a month and you've hardly talked to me.
No, it is not that.
Well, maybe you're shy. Is that it?
Maybe.
Oh, Rudy, you're cute. Hey, I've seen you staring into that cage before. What's the fascination?
I do not know. She's lovely.
I think you're in love with that cat.
Did you know a Black Panther like that one killed Nicky's father?
No.
Not many people work with Black Panthers. Nicky's father had 8 tigers and a panther, which he loved. A beautiful animal. One night in the ring, the panther ripped him open. When they brought him to the dressing room, already dead, Nicky's mother looked at him, then took a gun to the menagerie and shot each cat between the eyes. Then she turned the gun on herself. That is when my mother took Nicky to raise.
Oh, that's horrible.
That is life. Things happen.
But why do you come so often to stare into this cage?
I do not know. She is so beautiful. I cannot figure out her treachery.
You're a strange one.
We're moving tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. Rudy, don't you think I'm beautiful?
Oh, yes.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you like me? Rudy, don't you like me?
Feather.
Well, that's better. I don't like to be ignored. It bothers me.
Feather. Beautiful Feather.
Oh, Rudy. You're cute. You're real cute.
Hey, Rudy, hand me that towel, huh?
Catch.
Thanks. Well, it's a good show tonight, huh?
Yes. Your best clothes are out.
I'm going into town tonight.
We're moving tomorrow.
I know it. Well, you're going, huh? What are you going to do tonight yourself?
I think I will go play pinochle with Princess Olga.
Princess Olga? She's over 70. Rudy, why don't you get yourself a girl? Have a little fun, huh?
You have a girl, Nicky?
I'm taking Feather into town.
You're taking Feather?
Yeah. We're going to have a little fun.
You like Feather?
Oh, she's quite a girl.
Are you in love with her?
Oh, maybe I am.
I love her.
What?
I love Feather.
But you hardly talk to her. What do you mean?
I guess I have loved her from the first time I saw her. Today she followed me into the menagerie after matinee. I kissed her. She wanted me to.
Oh, Rudy, she was teasing.
Don't say that.
All right. Don't get sore. But look, she's my girl.
Why should you have everything?
What's the matter with you, Rudy?
Maybe I'm jealous.
You know, lots of times I don't understand you. Right now, I don't understand you at all. This is silly. There shouldn't be this trouble between us.
You are right, Nicky. It is not good. But the trouble was there, and it grew until now, this night, when I knew that I must kill Nicky. I knew how it must be done, in the triple. Then there would be no mistake. Just a little higher on my backswing. Just a little slower coming in, a part of a second. And then, after the third spin, on the breakout, Nicky would reach, and I would not be there.
Listening to Gallardo, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Now, a public service message from CBS Radio. In time of flood or fire or other disaster, feeling sorry for the victims is not enough. When disaster strikes, someone must be on the spot and on the job to help. With your support, the Red Cross will be there. Join and serve your local Red Cross chapter now.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Victor Perrin, starring in tonight's production, Gallardo, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
We were midway through the act, preparing for the passing leap. It is a flashy thing, not difficult, but our timing had to be perfect. I sat on the bar of the catch strap and checked the tape on my wrists. Feather and Nicky dipped into the rosin. I waited for the signal, and I remembered. We'd been out about 3 months when we hit the storm. Rain day and night. We played to empty houses and lived in mud. Then came the wind that ripped the canvas and splintered the king pole. We had to cancel. We could not move on because a washout had closed the roads to all but emergency traffic, and our wagons could not get through. This is not good for circus people, to sit and wait. Allow me to remind you again, Princess Olga, it was your trick. You draw.
Oh, yeah. Rudy, for goodness sake, stop that drumming with your fingers.
Sorry. And what is that, please?
My melt.
You melt before you draw. You have already drawn a card.
Rodolfo Gallardo, I have had enough of your sauciness. I have been playing pinochle for twice as many years as you have been born now. Mind your manners.
I am sorry.
I should hope so. Forget the cards. I'll make us some tea. I visited the stables this morning. My horses are as ill-tempered as the rest of us.
It is this waiting.
The circus must move to breathe free. They'll have tea ready soon. Rudy.
Yes?
I have known you since you were born. And your parents before you. Nicky, too. I was on the show. I remember so well. I was ready for my turn. Waiting in the tunnel. That night the panther... Well, anyway, I'm not just a meddlesome old woman. Is it true what I hear?
What is that?
That Nicky's running with that woman and drinking?
A flyer does not drink during season.
They are saying that Nicky goes into the towns with that woman and comes back drunk. You didn't know?
No. No, I guess Nicky has not had much time for me lately.
Oh, that woman. She's bad.
Feather?
That Jenna come lately. She doesn't belong. She's not certain.
She is a good flyer.
She is a perfect machine. The precision of her movements is like a mathematical truth, but there is something missing. What? Heart? Heart. She has no heart.
She is beautiful.
Well, all right. So she is. This is no reason for Nicky to lose his head. Let him have his fun. He is a beautiful man.
Yes, he is.
But drinking at late hours are not for a flyer. Not doing kissing.
I will talk to him.
Do that, Rudy. I don't want to meddle, but do that.
I've been looking for you, Nicky. What are you doing?
I had some money locked in my trunk. I wanted to get it. I'm going into town.
Into town?
Whitey has permission to take a truck through to get supplies. I'm going with him. This waiting is driving me crazy.
Are you taking Feather?
No. What difference would it make if I was?
No difference, I guess.
Rudy, why don't you try minding your own business?
What do you mean?
You're always clucking around like an old mother hen.
No, I am not. I have hardly talked to you lately.
The way you look at me, I don't like it.
What are you saying, Nicky? I haven't seen enough of you to even know if what they are saying is true.
They are saying? Tell me, what is it that they are saying?
That you have been drinking. Is it true? Is it true?
I am not a child, Rudy.
They say you take Feather into town and that you come back drunk.
That's it. You are jealous.
No, I am not.
You are. You're jealous because Feather prefers me, huh?
That is not what counts now. A flyer does not drink during the season.
I do my act, do I not? I'm good. The triple? I'm as good as Codona, you said so yourself.
You are splendid, Nicky, but you can't afford one mistake.
You make me sick. I know you, Rudy. You're jealous of that, too.
What?
That I am the flyer, while you hang in the catch thread. Yes, you are Gallardo, but the applause is for me, huh?
Oh, no, Nicky.
Come on, be honest, Rudy. You hate me.
Nicky, no. Oh, no.
Hi. Oh, I gotta have somebody to talk to. I don't know how you boys feel about it, but if we don't move out of this soggy dump pretty soon, I'm going nuts.
Hello, Feather.
Hey, Nicky, you're all dressed up. Where you going?
Into town. Whitey's taking a truck in.
Take me with you?
I'm afraid I can't.
Oh, please, Nicky. I want to get away from this place.
It's not possible.
Nicky, please.
No.
Nicky. Well, how do you like that?
Feather, your clothes, they are wet.
What else? In case you'd like to know, it's raining. Look at these shoes, soaked.
No.
What's the matter?
Your shoes.
Well?
On the makeup shelf.
So?
Take them off.
What?
Take them off.
Rudy, what's eating you?
It is bad luck.
Oh, I think this rain's driving everybody nuts.
In a tent, show shoes on the makeup shelf bring bad luck. All circus people know that.
Honestly, if that isn't the silliest thing I ever heard, you circus people...
Never mind, Feather. Forget it.
Oh, Rudy. You're cute. Why don't you come over to my wagon and keep me company? I have some wine.
Thank you, Feather. I do not drink.
Well, that's all right. Come and keep me company anyway. I don't want to be alone. This rain.
I would like that.
Oh, wait, my shoes.
Here, let me help you.
What's the matter, Rudy?
Matter?
You're shaking.
But
Okay, Rudy. Well, come on. How do you like that Nicky going off like that without me? There now. That little wine didn't hurt you, did it? Now we'll have one together. Here, let me fill your glass.
No, I don't think so, Feather. No more.
Don't be silly. I feel much better since I got those wet clothes off and into something comfortable. Come on, Rudy, we'll drink a toast. To us.
To us? To you and to me? Feather.
Rudy, for heaven's sakes, quit mooning at me like that.
Do not make fun of me. I love you.
Oh, Rudy.
Please, Feather. I love you, but you are Nicky's girl.
Nick? Say, who does he think he is going off like that without me?
I would never leave you.
No, I guess you wouldn't.
But Nicky leaves, and then you are here with me.
He can't get away with that stuff with me.
Without Nicky, there would be you and me.
I ought to show him a thing
No,
or
Nicky.
two. Who does he think
Just
he is,
us.
anyway?
More wine.
I think he is.
Feather? Feather?
Huh? What?
More wine. I want to drink again. To us.
You were right. You aren't used to this stuff, are you, Rudy?
It is nice.
Yeah.
It is nice to be warm inside and happy with us. No, Nicky. Just us.
That Nicky.
To you, my beautiful panther.
What?
You are beautiful like the panther is beautiful.
Well, I've been called a lot of things.
Yellow eyes like the panther.
You're tight.
What?
You're drunk.
Is that it? It is nice.
Oh, Rudy, you're cute.
I have not known much happiness such as this. To sit comfortably with a woman as lovely as you. To be warm inside. It's good. It is very pleasant.
Hey, Feather, if you can be ready in 3 minutes, you can go into town. You'll be down by the cook tent. 3 minutes now. We don't wait.
Nicky.
Feather, stay here.
What?
You aren't going with him.
Of course I'm going with him, you clown.
The storm passed. The roads cleared. And we moved on to the next town, and the next, and the next. And always with me was the memory of the warmth and pleasantness of that moment with the woman. The cruel and beautiful woman. And the knowing that as long as there was Nicky, this could not be for me. Until finally this night, when I knew Nicky must die. We passed the signal to time the passing leap. Feather reached for the fly bar, and I locked in the uprights ready for the catch. First Feather, then Nicky, then Feather, then Nicky. Feather, Nicky, faster, faster, Feather, Nicky, like a juggler, like a crazy juggling act. Feather, Nicky, but wait, something was wrong. Feather, Nicky, it was Nicky. His timing was off. Nicky! He came in too fast at the end of his swing. I felt that my arms were tearing out, but I held. And in that second I knew Nicky, my brother, my friend. I could not kill Nicky. What madness had been on me. It was that woman. She did not belong. She was not circus. Feather, Nicky was taking too much lift. and crashed me. In the circus, for over 100 years, there have been Gallardos. I am the first Gallardo to tend the cats, the lions, the tigers, the panther. I find it pleasant enough. But of course, I often think how fine it would be to climb the ladder, to take my place in the catch trap, wait for a signal, lock in the uprights, and get ready for the catch, perhaps even in the big show with Nicky and Feather. Now there is nothing but to watch them. And this brace, I must wear this brace for always. Since that night Nicky crashed me, and I fell, I no longer have the shoulders for catching. Well, that is life. Things happen.
Suspense, in which Victor Perrin starred with Tony Barrett in tonight's presentation of Gallardo. Next week, we bring you the story of a day in the life of a woman who awaits an execution. We call it The Murderess. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's suspense story was written by Ann Dowd. The music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Eleanor Tannen, Bill Justine, and Virginia Gregg.
Tomorrow night, over most of these same stations, the FBI in Peace and War takes you along when they crack open another crime case. And though you're just an innocent bystander, you'll be in on every single thrill in this fast-moving demonstration of the law in action. Don't miss the excitement as the FBI in Peace and War goes out to get its man at this time tomorrow night. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed on most of these same stations by The Jack Carson Show. Thursday nights, there's action in the 21st Precinct on the CBS Radio Network.
Presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a transcribed story of a day in the life of a woman who awaits an execution. We call it The Murderess. So now, starring Kathy Lewis, here is tonight's suspense play, The Murderess. Unconscious time, taken something to make her sleep, something to keep her from the slow morning hours. The bedside clock showed
sometimes ran slow, and so she picked up the phone.
At the tone, the time will be 8:06 and 30 seconds.
Automatically, she adjusted the clock and noted the ashtray overflowing with half-smoked cigarette stubs. 11 hours and 53.5 minutes. Cheat the seconds and say 11 hours and 53 minutes exactly. It would be finished then. And she thought, calmly, as she had promised herself she would think today.
I know I can't help thinking about it. It's silly to try and push it away. But I've got to occupy myself with every minute, every second, then the time will pass. Lots of things to do. I'm lucky. I didn't think I'd be able to sleep at all. And I did get 5 hours. I'm lucky.
She got out of bed, and knowing the morning paper would be lying outside her door, she perversely delayed the moment when she would bring it in. Instead, going to the kitchen and turning on the flame under the kettle. It was at that moment of brushing teeth, washing face, that she saw, for the first time that day, the face in the mirror, her own. And she was drawn to it, leaning close over the sink, examining, searching, seeing in an instant of bright objectivity another face, a stranger.
Murderess. You, not me, but you. Your lips are chapped. It's always this time of year they get that way. You're a murderess. You killed someone. You killed him. I saw you.
And when the face stared back unmoved, she was afraid, and reached up to touch the face, to feel it, and know she was herself, and not the thing in the mirror. It was 8:30 when she sat at the kitchen table to drink her tea and open the morning's newspaper.
Daily execution tonight.
March 27th, Margaret Daly, convicted slayer of her husband John Daly, is scheduled to die in the electric chair tonight at 8 o'clock. After a lengthy trial and fruitless appeal, the attractive widow is still, according to her attorney, H. Hillman Adams, maintaining her innocence. No official word has been received from the governor's office, but it's felt unlikely that a last-minute reprieve will be forthcoming. Mrs. Daly, who shot and killed her husband 4 months ago, is reported to have spent last night in prayer.
That's not a good thing to do. I mustn't read anymore. When I go out, I won't look at the headlines on the newsstands. I won't listen to the news broadcast. Not today. That was very silly to read that. I wonder if I'd be praying. I wonder what she feels. Who is it?
Laura, ma'am. Morning, honey.
Laura. Laura. I forgot. You know, I forgot you were coming today.
Honey, if I had a nickel for every time I forgot. My auntie used to say to me, Laura, if you don't have your head screwed on tight, you forget it and leave it somewhere sure as the angel.
I've got some coffee on.
Oh, that would be fine. I never did get a decent cup of coffee this morning. Oh, everything was late. Bus was late. One of those devil in the air mornings, I guess.
Cream and sugar?
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm on my diet again. Here. Oh, thank you. It's a truly shame for one pretty thing. At our ladies' meeting the other night, we were talking about her. Most of us don't think that she done it. Oh, ain't it awful, Miss Miriam? when you think there's a light that's going to be no more than a few hours.
Laura,
She spent last night in prayer. Bless her heart. You know, Miss Marion, I guess I'm a silly, thoughtful woman, but I look at that face, and I say, Laura, that Mrs. Bailey, she's no murder. Just from her face, I say that. I don't think the court agrees with you, Laura. Court? Somebody had to pay, and they picked her. Because if you ask me, with these elections coming up and everything, they had to find her guilty. That's silly. No, ma'am, I don't think it purely is. From what I read, there's lots of chances for another woman to have done it. The other woman.
You sound just like one of those scandal magazines, Laura.
Well, if you ask me right now, someone is sitting laughing to herself right this minute, and she knows what she's done, and the good Lord will take care of her all right.
You better start vacuuming as soon as you finish your coffee, Laura. I'm going to get dressed.
She knew it had been a mistake to sit down with Laura. She'd wanted to make small talk, a friendly, non-important thing to pass the time. Or listening to Laura's pseudo-intellectual philosophies, which the clean woman so proudly expounded, and yet showing under the surface almost profound wisdom. She might even have talked to Laura about herself, of unhappiness, fear, relieving depressing weight without disclosing a secret. But now, Laura was alien. Laura suspected something that she knew. It was 10 o'clock, and there were 10 more hours until 8.
I'll get it, Laura. Hello.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Mother.
How are you?
Fine.
Did I wake you up?
No, I've been up since 8.
Oh, is Laura there?
Yes. You want to talk to her?
No. Just tell her I'm expecting her on Monday. I wasn't sure whether it would be Monday or Tuesday, but I decided Monday.
All right.
Are you all right, dear?
Yes, I'm fine.
You got one of those headaches again? I wish you'd go to the doctor about it. It worried me so much.
I'm fine, Mother. I haven't got a headache.
Oh, I'm glad. Would you like to come over for dinner tonight? I thought I'd...
No, thanks, Mother. I've got a date.
Oh?
It's nobody you know, Mother.
Well, that's all right, dear. I thought you might like to watch TV. There's a very good show at 8 o'clock. Jackie?
I'm sorry, Mother.
Maybe you could bring the date for dinner. And we could watch the show at 8, and then you could go on to wherever you're going.
I told you, Mother, I can't. Look, I've got to go now. I'll talk to you soon. Tomorrow.
All right, dear. Goodbye.
Miss Mary, can you help me? I want to move the cabinet, ma'am. It hasn't been cleaned behind there since North.
Oh, all right.
You just take the corner, honey. Don't strain yourself. Just kind of... I'll do the pushing. Now, just a whisker more. There. My, honey. If you've been listening to bills and things, that's where they are. I declare.
I'll take them, Laura.
Well, here you are. Oh, what a nice-looking gentleman.
Give it to me. It's a picture of him. I thought I'd lost it. I thought it was lost. She saw it. His picture was in the papers. She'll remember. She'll think about it, and she'll remember. It's a picture of a cousin of mine. I never liked him. He was a black sheep. You know what I mean. It caused a lot of trouble, Laura. I'd almost forgotten all about him. I'm sorry I was rude. It just brought back very unpleasant memories.
Oh, why, sure. That's all right. I understand. I had an uncle like that once, all he was a devil. Pretty thing, though. That cousin of yours sure reminds me of somebody. Somebody I've seen and know. And who could that be?
You are
listening to The Murderess, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hello, this is Marvin Miller. We'll return to our program in a moment, but first, here's something to think about. The United States of America is young among the nations of the world, but it has proven the value of its way of life. Perhaps the most important words in our national heritage are the first three words of the Constitution. We, the people. The people are in power, not an individual or a party or a group of individuals, but the people as a whole. The communists have corrupted this word people, just as they have made the words peace and freedom and liberty seem meaningless. Ask the citizen in one of the communist people's republics just how much he has to say about how his government is run. With us, the word means exactly what it says. It means everybody, no exceptions. And as citizens, we recognize our two responsibilities. First, to know what our rights are, and second, to defend those rights.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Kathy Lewis, starring in tonight's production, The Murderess, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. She had listened to the sounds of Laura vacuuming, kitchen harmonies, clinking of china, ringing of silver. She had bathed and dressed automatically, slowly, always listening, waiting for a pause in Laura's cleaning ritual. A pause that might indicate that she had remembered whose face it was in the photograph.
If she does remember, and she comes to me, what will I say? Do.
Unfastening the pearl necklace, hands momentarily frozen behind her neck. The sounds in the kitchen had stopped. The clasp of the necklace was secure, but all of the plans so carefully made to ease the passage of this terrible day were gone. She knew she could never recapture them. She thought,
but after tonight, it will be better. And tomorrow, and next week, and next month, better. It's only the waiting for tonight. That's all. What about Laura? Supposing she did remember him from the newspaper picture. Supposing she knows and doesn't say anything to me. Waits until I go out, then calls the police.
Be careful now, honey. It's slick over there.
Laura, I'm going out for a while. Get my hair washed. If anyone calls, tell them I'll be home by 2 or 2:30.
Yes, ma'am.
There's some cold cuts if you want them for lunch.
Oh, I'll be fine. Just a cup of soup, that's all.
she put on her hat and coat and left the apartment, closing the door with unnecessary force. At the elevator door, she stopped and waited for a few moments.
Silly. She doesn't know anything, suspect anything. Besides, she didn't have a chance to look at the picture for more than a second or two. Who'd believe her? Lots of people resemble other people. And if the police do suspect somebody else and they know it wasn't his wife. But if the newspaper stories were just a trick trying to make me think that she was going to die tonight, knowing she's innocent.
Yes, I know. Yes. 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 Well, I saw with my own eyes. Yes. Well, I'm just telling you what I know. That's right.
Laura.
Oh, Miss Marion, I didn't hear you.
Who are you talking to, Laura?
My sister Mary. No, baby, it's Miss Marion. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye. Oh, you sure did scare the lights out of me, honey.
I'm sorry. I forgot something.
And with the lie fresh on her lips, she went into the bedroom, sat on the bed, suddenly, feeling pale and cold. It was 12:15 on the bedroom clock. She had called the hairdresser and canceled the appointment. She knew that she couldn't leave the apartment, not at least until after Laura had gone, and that wouldn't be until 4:30. Laura had been calling the police. She was convinced of that.
But I don't think they believed her. Still, they might begin to wonder. They might investigate.
She was lying on the bed, arms folded behind her head, aware that her shoes were still on, sharp heels endangering the lacy counterpane, but not caring. Hearing the sounds of Laura's humming and an occasional groan as she stooped to her work.
Even if they did come, they'd never find the picture. They couldn't prove anything. I'd deny it. But what would I have to deny? I mustn't do that. Then they would suspect. Oh, I wish I could sleep. This isn't the way it was supposed to be today. Oh, I think I'll make some coffee. Hello?
Alice?
No. What number do you want?
Batting 35769.
You have the right number, but there's no one living here by that name.
I'm sorry.
You all right, honey? Yes. Well, you want me to make you a bite of something to eat? I'm just going to make some coffee. Well, maybe you'd feel more chipper if you... You want me to answer? I will. Hello?
Alice? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess it's still the wrong number.
Honey, you're real pale. Why don't you take off your shoes and take a lie down? Somebody trying to frighten me. That's the second time he called. Now, you take yourself a nap. That'll fix you. No, I don't want to. Oh, but, honey, you're all wrought up. You got something troubling you, Miss Marion? Come on, tell me. Why do you say that? There's nothing wrong with me. Was it seeing that cousin of yours, the one in the picture? Now, you can tell Laura. It was an old gentleman friend, not your cousin, wasn't it? And seeing him upset you, didn't it? I can tell. Oh, well, I'll make you a cup of coffee. Now, you lie down for a spell, and when I come back, you can talk it all out, honey. Make you feel better. You better get back to your work, Laura. I'm going out now. Honey, I'm worried about you. I wish you wouldn't go.
She didn't turn around, didn't answer the maid, pausing only for an instant to take up her pocketbook and coat. Then she left the house. For an hour, she walked in the city, aimless, not thinking, not seeing. And it wasn't until she noticed a cruising patrol car that things drew back into focus.
Perhaps they're looking for me. They found out. They know. I should have done something. What? Killed her? Killed Laura? Oh, he's crazy. Crazy thinking things like that. It's 3 o'clock. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5 hours. I'll go to the movie. They wouldn't find me in there. They wouldn't think of looking there. It'll pass the time.
She went into the first movie theater she saw, not looking at the marquee. Paid her admission, almost ran inside, then sank into the worn, shiny seat and leaned back in semi-darkness and watched the flickering light on the screen before her without seeing or caring about its content. It was 5 o'clock when the second feature began playing. For 10 minutes she watched, now seeing and hearing because the fantasy had momentarily taken her out of herself.
Not 7, you jerk. 8. Look, I got 34 apples, right? Right. You take 30 from me, right? Right. But you're a good guy. You hear that, Max? He says I'm a good guy. You give me back 3. Yeah, I get 7 now. You got 8. 4 and 4 is 8. Oh, you ain't got no brains. It's arithmetic. 7, 8, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 8. He said 8. You heard
She went out and didn't notice the side glances as she half ran down the street, her sobs catching in her throat, tears streaking her cheeks.
I killed him. Too bad. He should have been killed. I wish it was tomorrow. Tomorrow. I wish I was asleep, but I wouldn't wake up. Then I'd be dead. She'll be dead. At 8 o'clock. She'll be...
Oh, excuse me.
I'm sorry, officer.
You all right, ma'am?
Yes, I'm all right.
You sick?
Why? I don't look sick, do I? I'm fine.
You don't want to go wandering out in the street like that. You could get hurt.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm late, excuse me.
Sure. The patrolman looked after her, puzzled, caught the eye of a bystander, shrugged, exchanged an understanding grin, and continued his beat. It was 6 o'clock when she turned into a quiet cocktail lounge on a side street, needing the drink now to forget, to blot out the last 2 hours of waiting. She couldn't go home. She knew they'd be waiting for her there. Not to be seen again on the street until it was dark, until after 8 o'clock. And she sat in her shadowed booth, drinking slowly, then faster and faster, hoping for the dulling of sensibilities.
I'm not drunk. And I want to be.
Well, hello. Alone?
Alone? Yes.
Can I buy you a drink?
Drink?
Oh, it's kind of lonesome sitting here, isn't it? Oh, waitress. She drank with him, and he was faceless, nobody. She didn't even care that he sat close to her in the booth, urging her, how about another drink, honey? Slyly, insinuating. He said things that she didn't hear. It passed the time.
What's the time?
Oh, it's early.
No. What time is it?
You got a date? Break it.
I think I'm drunk now.
It's okay. Who is it? We're having fun, are we?
What's the time?
Well, it's 7. Oh, you care. Hey, how would you like to
go now?
What are you giving me?
I killed somebody, and I've got to go.
You're not feeling any pain, honey. Come on, let's have one for the road.
Goodbye.
Outside, it was dusk. She stood swaying for a moment, and the sidewalk tipped under her. She walked slowly, carefully.
In an hour, she'll be dead. In an hour. I wonder how long it takes to die. I think I know how she must feel now. Except she won't have to feel anymore. And I'll have to go on like this. Like today. Every day.
She stopped on the corner.
Paper lady? No. I don't think so. Is there a police station anywhere near here?
Yeah, 5 blocks down and on your right.
Thank you.
It was 7:15 when she went into the police station and said to the sergeant,
I want to give myself up. I killed John Bailey.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of courage on a safari in Africa. We call it Game Hunt. So now, starring Raymond Lawrence, here is tonight's suspense play, Game Hunt.
Move on ahead, will you, Charlie? See how much farther this bush stretches.
Yes, Bonner.
You and I'll keep on, Mr. Babson, but more slowly.
Seems to me it's been too slow up to now.
It hasn't been, Mr. Babson. You leave the pace to me.
The day had begun much the same as other mornings on the safari. They had left their base camp deep in the Kenya country before a cloudy dawn broke. Babson, an American businessman, Arcross, a professional hunter, and a semi-educated native tracker whose unpronounceable Maasai name had been simplified to Charlie. During the weeks behind them, there had been no vital call on courage. The game had been fleet of hoof rather than dangerous, and many hides and trophy heads had been gathered without undue incident. But inevitably, a safari such as theirs enters a period when moments of peril will be met. It is the hope of the professional hunter that by this time all the killings of harmless animals will have prepared the amateur for the dangerous game, assured him of his own power, tightened his reflexes so that he will operate correctly and calmly. Oftentimes it works that way. Arcross, Babson, and Charlie entered this hazardous phase when they started after lion.
Wait, here comes Charlie. Well?
He's not far, Bonner. Feeding on a zebra in a clearing. He's an ancient one and carries a great black mane.
Good. We've worked hard for him.
I hope he's worth it.
Shell in your chamber?
You think I'm that stupid, Mr. Arcross?
I just wanted to be sure.
All right. Well, can't we go on?
The wind is shifting some, Charlie.
It will work with us long enough, I think.
You think that because you're a lazy beggar and you want to stay on the game trail instead of fighting the bush?
No, Bonner. The wind will help us long enough. There, Bonner.
Giving the hyena a piece of his mind.
Why are we waiting? Can't we go on?
We'll go on. There you are. There's your trophy. A black mane.
Oh, he's big. He's a beauty. Can he smell us?
Not with that nose full of zebra blood he's got. The wind, Charlie.
It holds.
You won't be able to take him the way he is, low behind the zebra, Babson. But he's bound to move before long. Now let's settle into a good position and relax.
Right. He's a monster.
Lord, look at him, Gorge. He's got a few hundred lazy days behind him. A wife to kill his food, and nothing more than to eat and sleep and grow a fine mane so that he'll look good on somebody's wall. Your wall, Mr. Babson.
I've got the place for him.
The sun came up today for him just like every other day. But it's the last sun he'll see, thanks to you and to Charlie and to me.
Bonner.
We've ordered a lot of the last sunrises, haven't we, Mr. Babson? Eland, Kudu, Congoni, Oryx. No more suns for them.
Well, don't you want me to kill him, Arcross?
No. I'm tired of it. Killing's bad unless it's for food or to save your own life.
Well, now look. The wife is coming.
Oh. She's pretty. Careful, Babson. He'll move now. He's a proper one now. Doesn't want a woman meddling, even if it is her kill. Watch it carefully, Mr. Babson.
He's starting to move.
Take your time. He's only chasing the old lady off. You come back for his meat.
But he's moving away.
He'll be back and give you a good shot as he comes. No, Babson! Not now, not now. Why did you fire?
I hit him.
You didn't stop him.
I hit him well. I know I did. I might have done better if you hadn't been yelling at me.
Oh, you'd have done better if you'd listened to me. You got shot at him. He can live for days or weeks.
It goes into the elephant grass over there.
Sure, always the nearest place you can think of. Mr. Babston, there's your trophy. He's wounded and he's held up. And he's the most dangerous animal in the world right now. You want to go in after him?
No, I don't know enough about it.
You knew enough to fire when I told you not to.
Well, we've hunted over a week for a good head. That's all I was thinking of when I saw him running away. I wanted him.
Right now, he wants you, Mr. Babston. Stay here. Charlie and I'll go in and try and get him.
Well, why don't you leave him? He'll die. I know I hit him well.
Not well enough. It's against the game laws to leave a wounded animal. And he'll charge any man he sees until he dies. Charlie, run back to the truck. Bring my flask, the big one, and the heavy rifle.
Courage is defined as that quality of mind which enables one to meet danger and difficulties with firmness. Well, the call for it had suddenly come, and there was a lack of it. None was really expected of Babson, because his money had bought, along with other services and knowledge, that commodity which was Arcross's courage. But Arcross, for the first time in his career, didn't have the required amount for sale. In an intangible way, he was cheating his customer. The native sensed this lack as he and the white man crossed the clearing. After long and intimate association, he thought he knew the hunter. But what he saw now made him, in his turn, uneasy. They passed the torn remains of the zebra and continued on toward the inevitable charge of the dying lion.
I've finally got so that I hate them, Charlie. I've disliked them for a long time, but for almost a year I've hated them.
Which, Bonner?
The trophy hunters. Girls and the lords and the movie stars. The complainers about the sun and the rain and the flies. Now the game isn't really as numerous as they've been led to believe by the movies taken from airplanes. Nobody's told them that an airplane flight and a truck safari aren't the same things. Isn't that right, Charlie?
For me, Bonner, I hate the tall elephant grass.
Well, the elephant grass belongs here. It grows so that gut-shot lions will have a place to hide. This lion knew all along that one day our gut shooter would stop making ladies' dresses in Chicago and come and visit America.
Bonner, it is the wife. Does she tell him we come?
That she has a great lion's love for him, yes. If she's shallow, she's scaring the jackal and the hyena away so that she can eat. You know as much about lions as anyone. Why'd you ask me?
I thought you had a very deep understanding of these two.
I was only being sarcastic about the gut shooter. Have you found sign?
That way. It went into the grass beyond the highest anthill.
All right. Maybe from the top of it we can see what we're getting into. That's the nastiest stand of cover I've seen. Grass is over 8 feet high.
Yes, Bonner.
Can't see 15 paces into it. It'll take our friend only the time of a breath to cover that distance. And let's look for a sign.
Bonner. Blood. Dark and thick from deep inside.
No artery cut, though. He's a slow bleeder. A ruddy slow bleeder. Give me the flask, Charlie.
We could wait, Bonner. Our friend will stiffen.
Our friend will rest and lick his wounds and maybe stop the bleeding. And we'd have no blood store to follow. We'll keep on going. We went in here. An old game trail.
If it leads to water, we could find him there.
Unless he goes to the water and comes back to wait for us. And there's more blood up ahead. wind isn't for us now, Charlie. It's coming in from every quarter. You get our scent from any direction.
There's a smell of rain now, too.
I don't catch it. You sure?
It comes. Another hour, I think.
If you smell up a rain, the blood's fall be washed away. You smell too much. You smell the fear that's in me, haven't you?
For the first time? What is there about this lion and his wife?
Oh, nothing. Except a new feeling that I have. This is the last time out with a trophy hunter. There are better things to do than this. Oh, why do I do it?
The trophy hunters pay you much money.
You're an insolent beggar. Find some more far signs.
It is there, ahead, where he lie down. There you see? His head was here and looking this way.
Sure. Down the back trail. Waiting for us.
He was running when he got up. He'd look here. The claw signs. He's close enough that he caught our scent, got up and ran. He is not stiffened.
And he's waiting again, up ahead.
There's nothing else to do. To wait for us and to fight, or to wait for the slower death.
You have a wife and children, Charlie. How are they?
Eat well, one of them. The doctor has done much to stop the sickness.
Where'd you see them last?
Before this hunt.
You must want to get back to them as quickly as possible.
Yes, one of them. There, I see more sign up ahead.
The wife again.
She's closer.
What direction? Where is she?
Oh, the wind is against us now.
You don't know where she is?
No, Bonner.
Give me the flask. This does nothing to build bravery.
I have never seen you when you needed to ask for it.
I haven't either. I've never been afraid until this time. You've been to Nairobi, Charlie?
Yes, Bonner.
You like it?
No. There was too much noise.
I hate the city, too. But I found myself there. More of a reason to live, a woman. Said she'd be my wife. Something I've never had before.
A wife is good?
Not with this kind of business in the elephant grass. When you think of a wife, you don't do well with the problem of a gut-shot lion.
Tis the ancient one.
Where's he waiting for us, Charlie?
Oh, he has many places to be.
Stupid missionary school logic. Give me the big rifle. I'll carry it now.
Yes, Buona. Keep it dry, because the rain is coming.
You are listening to Game Hunt, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Now, a message from CBS Radio. United States savings bonds, when held to maturity, pay 3% interest. That's guaranteed interest, not subject to any gamble whatsoever. In planning your savings program, you should have a steady flow of United States savings bonds as part of your plan to make sure that some of your earnings will reap guaranteed dividends. Ask at your bank about the bond-a-month plan by which deductions are made automatically in whatever amount you can afford. Buy United States savings bonds.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Raymond Lawrence, starring in tonight's production, Game Hunt. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The rain started to fall approximately 45 minutes after our crossing the native entered the stand of grass. Mr. Babson took refuge under a tree from where he could watch the jackal and the hyena worrying the remains of the zebra, and the increasing numbers of vultures patiently awaiting their turn. He fully admitted to himself now that he'd been wrong shooting the lion the way he did. He was filled with self-incrimination at having sent 2 men to search out a danger that he had caused. He imagined their bodies being torn by the jackal and the hyena, with the vultures waiting their turn. The center of the stand of grass was now a place of dull gray light and darker shadows, and a place of sound. The beat of the rain and the gusty wind made any attempt at silence unnecessary. In a way, this was good, because talk was a tension release that Arcos very much needed.
Do you still find sign in this muck, Charlie?
Too much, Bonner. He stayed on the old trail, and his wife has been to him.
Has been to him?
See? Here. He's limping on the right leg in the back.
Look at the size of that forepaw. He's bigger than I thought.
And here are hers, going the other way again.
That puts her behind us now. She's hunting us, Charlie. We'll move on ahead. I'll watch the back trail. Charge may come from there first.
He's close, Warner. Blood spores here again. Here, very close. Or the rain would have washed it away, you see?
Very close, Charlie. It'd be nice if we could see farther into this grass. We'll rest here for a while. You know why I wanted to stop, don't you?
I've never seen this in you before.
Nairobi fear. And I'm not ashamed to show it to you, because you're my friend and you've seen me in better times. Flask, please, Charlie. I'm going to quit this business.
You stop all hunting?
Except for table meeting. Get a city job. A nice, safe, dull job in the city where you can go home every night after work. I've been
She's still behind us.
I've been a good hunter. It's been said that I think like an animal when I'm on the stalk, that I know what the game's going to do before it's done.
I've seen this with you.
And not anymore. Not after Nairobi. It left me. After the woman, I thought only as a man. I've been very bad with Mr. Babson. I mean, very bad right now. Female crossed the trail. Did you see her?
Yes, one.
I'm going to put her out of the way. We can't have her trailing along behind. Where is she, Charlie? It was close to here that she crossed.
Oh, farther ahead, Warner. You see it? The small grass broken.
I see it now. Come on. Bam! If he fired it, I hope he did better than the last time.
Arcos, is that you?
Yes. You all right?
I'm fine. I got the female.
Well, bend some of the grass against the wind so that we can locate you. Oh, I see it.
There. Here she is. She never did see me. She's lying with her back to me in the old game trail, looking in your direction, I guess.
Yeah, waiting for us. We were stalking each other.
When she got up to move to the side, I had my sights on her shoulder. As simple as that. Oh, isn't she a beauty?
Yeah. Lovely. It'll go well next to the males.
Where is he?
Well, we've been only a few paces away from him, but we haven't seen him yet. Mr. Babson, I told you to stay out in the clearing. Why'd you come in here?
Because I felt like a coward letting you two finish a job that I'd bunked.
Well, I want you to go back. You've done enough for us killing the female.
I'm going to stay with you, Arcross. It was my excitement and bad shooting that caused it all. It's my responsibility more than yours. I'm staying with you. Wait, I'd call myself a coward every time I looked at my trophies if I didn't.
All right. It's your privilege. But any time you feel like turning back, do it.
I won't turn back. I'll be all right.
Juana, here is where we were close to him. The blood is gone, but his marks still show.
They stay on the trail?
Not for long, I think.
Well, let's find out how long. Here we are. He's off to the left.
Oh, his back leg is very bad now.
Now, see here, Babson. The signs of his dragging it.
It wouldn't mean anything to me without being told.
I feel good now, Charlie. No Nairobi.
What does that mean, no Nairobi?
Oh, it's a vague term we sometimes use in our trade. Sort of uneasiness. Now, this'll go well if we all do our jobs carefully and calmly. You still want to stay with us, Babson? You don't have to, you know.
I shouldn't want to, I suppose, but I do. I feel good. I'm calm.
I said a lot of bad things about you, Mr. Babson, and I thought a lot worse. I'm sorry.
Oh?
Now, this is really quite simple. We'll move in a line a few paces apart. You on my left, Charlie on my right. When he decides to come, he'll charge anything that moves, so freeze when he starts. Charlie now draw his attention and swing his charge towards us. Well, this isn't to favor you, Babson. It's to give you a better target.
Well, I'll have him broadside, you mean?
Right. And don't move your position and keep firing until your rifle is empty. Reload and start firing again. We'll be doing the same. But he can carry a lot of steel.
Right. A few paces this way for me?
That's good. All right, Charlie. Take us to him.
Yes, Juana.
Charlie, ahead. See the tops of the grass moving against the wind?
I see it.
It could mean he's down and he can't get up. At any rate, we know where he is. All right, Babson.
I'd like to see him.
You will. Carefully now. He'll be less than 20 paces away when we first see him.
Do you see him? Do you see him?
Not yet. Don't fire. We want him closer.
Lord, good Lord.
Hold, Babson. You swing in this way.
I can't stay.
Please, Babson, don't run.
I can't hold. I can't.
Open up, Charlie. I'm trying to be good. Stop him now!
Juana? Does he die?
Careful, Charlie.
He's dead, Juana.
He doesn't look it, Charlie. You'd think he's ready to charge again, wouldn't you?
He's dead?
No, he isn't. Not for Mr. Babson, he isn't.
Juana.
Get the trophy hunter and bring him here. Load his gun with expanding ammunition. Bullets to finish the thing. To smash it.
Yes, Juana. I understand.
Oh, Cross, I'm ashamed that I ran, but I just couldn't help it. There was nothing I could do.
Of course there wasn't. Your first time and all.
Where is he?
Come here. I'll show you. Over there. You can just see his head.
Oh, yes, I see him.
He'll be ready to charge again if we let him rest. I thought you'd like the final shots.
Oh, I would.
Put your sights right under his ear and a bit to the front. Check the safety. Go ahead.
I hit him.
Again. Don't take any chances. One more. That'll do it, I think.
Oh, let's take a look at him.
Congratulations, Mr. Babson. You've killed your lion.
But his head. He's worthless as a trophy.
Yes.
What's ruined?
Isn't it a shame? I'm afraid it had to be this way. It's one of those things.
It was a gesture of contempt toward many trophy hunters. The destruction of an already dead trophy. Childish, perhaps, for a man of Arcross's age and experience. But it was important to him as the final act of his last hunt. Something that would be told and retold when old hunters gathered in Nairobi. A retribution that would be understood by the others. A thing that should happen to all uncontrollable gut shooters. The fear that was so important a part of the situation would never be mentioned. Except, perhaps sometime, very late at night, to his wife, when there would be true understanding of it.
Suspense, in which Raymond Lawrence starred in tonight's presentation of Game Hunt. Be sure to listen again next week when we bring you another presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's story was written by Gil Dow. The music was composed by Lucian Morawek and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Stacey Harris, Joseph Kearns, and Jack Crucian.
You bring the girl on the dance floor, and we'll supply the music for a rock and roll dance party any Saturday night over most of these same stations. Starring Count Basie and Alan Freed, CBS Radio's Rock and Roll Dance Party features top-name guest stars, plus the vocals of Joe Williams with Count Basie's band, every Saturday night. And on the guest list for this Saturday, you'll find the Chordettes and Tony Bennett. Add Rock and Roll Dance Party to your weekend listening, and your heart can go dancing even if you never tap a toe. Stay tuned now for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same CBS radio stations by The Jack Carson Show. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a murder and the body that couldn't be found. We call it The Lonely Heart. So now, starring Ben Wright, here is tonight's suspense play, The Lonely Heart.
Good morning, sir. I shan't be a moment. Poor dear. You'll be happier alone. So sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Quite all right.
Oh, terribly sad case that in the cage. Rather an odd hybrid. Canary and citral. Wasn't at all happy with the others, not at all. Such hybrids are so often sterile. That's tragic.
Yes.
How may I serve you, sir? A canary, of course. Such lovely friends they make, don't you think?
Mr. Leach?
Yes?
Chief Inspector Finchley, Scotland Yard.
Oh, my.
I wonder if I may ask you a few questions, Mr. Leach. They concern your wife. We'd like to know what you did with her body. He was rather an extraordinary little man, quite round, with an angelic face crowned by a fringe of fine white hair. He was obviously the kindest old man in the world. Unfortunately, Scotland Yard also suspected that he'd murdered his wife, Esther Leach, 2 years before. There had been no concrete evidence, only the woman's sudden disappearance. That and accumulated testimonies and clues gathered over a period of time. I disliked intensely what I had to do, but it had been at the insistence of Commissioner Blaine that the man be brought in for questioning. And therefore there was no choice but to take him down to the yard.
You've no right, you know. No right at all. This shocking accusation. No right at all.
You are not under arrest, Mr. Leach.
But you're quite wrong. I mean, it's absolutely absurd, this accusation. Although I suppose it can't do any harm answering questions, can it?
That's quite right. Mr. Leach, 2 years ago, your wife, Esther Leach, disappeared.
Yes.
She left in her will an amount of money. I believe it was, £2,000.
Yes, but it's not been proved that she is dead. I have not collected one farthing.
You were aware of the terms of the will?
Of course, as she was aware of the terms of mine.
Where did you meet your wife?
Through a club, as it were. Souls in Distress. They advertise, you know, but are perfectly respectable.
Oh, I'm sure of it. Mr. Leach, several of your neighbors have testified that on the last night that Esther Leach was seen alive, a violent quarrel took place at your home.
Nothing of the sort. I deny it. I deny it. A lover's quarrel, perhaps, but violent. Oh, no.
At the inquest, you stated that she left the following morning to take a holiday?
Exactly. Esther was a strong-willed woman. She felt that we needed to be apart for a few days in order to replenish our souls.
And she didn't tell you where she was going?
No.
And yet for 3 months you didn't feel it necessary to notify the police when she didn't return?
No. We were adults. Her need to stray from my side was understandable.
She wrote to you?
From time to time.
Oh, you have those letters, of course.
They were penny postcards, and I destroyed them. When I realized she deserted me, I had no wish to commune with the past.
Where were the cards posted from?
Oh, a great many places. Esther was a wanderer. Oh, Plymouth, Torquay, Bournemouth. Oh, great many places. She never gave an address.
Your nephew, Richard Cade, stated that following your wife's departure, you showed little interest in her whereabouts and still less after the inquiry.
Esther's nephew knows nothing whatsoever about anything. I'm sure Esther is alive and well. Happier without me.
I see. Tell me, Mr. Leach, did your wife own your shop and the flat above before your marriage?
We were a partnership.
Before you married?
She owned it.
Yeah. Well, I think that will be all for the present, unless you have anything to add.
Nothing, Inspector. Nothing at all, except, well, that I am shocked to think that you suspect me of doing an injury to my wife. Good morning, sir.
Now, look here, Finchley. I took Adamsel off the case because he wasn't making progress. Now you tell me that I made the mistake.
Well, you asked me, sir.
All right. What would you have done?
Well, I would have gone on where Adamsel left off. Kept a watch on Leach, but not let him know that we suspected him.
Blast it, man. We've got to do something. If the man's a murderer, he's been laughing at us for 2 years.
Well, I'll do what I can, Commissioner.
I want the body found. That's what I want. And I want Leach.
Well, if he's our man, sir, you'll get him.
What do you mean, if he's our man?
Well, as I told you, sir, he didn't admit to the charge, so until I can obtain the necessary proof, there's always a slight chance that he did not kill his wife.
Nonsense, the man's guilty.
You want me to arrest him?
Well, you know we can't do that. Insufficient evidence.
Exactly, sir.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'm not myself today. Liverish.
Oh, I know, sir. I feel just about the same. I had bloaters for breakfast. It was a nasty case, there was no doubt of that. And putting the suspect on guard had made it even more difficult. I went through Inspector Adamsel's report and noted one point which seemed to stand out. The nephew, Richard Cade, had been very insistent in his belief that his aunt had no intention of going away, and it was most unlike her to do so. I decided to pay a call on the gentleman. He owned a garage in the Old Kent Road.
Bob, when you're finished with that job, take care of the blue Daimler, will you? Oil and wash, right?
I beg your pardon. Can you tell me where I can find Mr. Cade?
That's me, chum.
Oh. Chief Inspector Finchley, Scotland Yard.
Oh, what again? Look here, one of your blokes has been nosing around asking questions for 2 years now.
I know.
Well, what's the matter? They give him the sack?
Not exactly, sir.
No, should have done. Don't notice my auntie's turned up.
Now, that's why I'm here, Mr. Cade. You suggested that it was doubtful that Mrs. Leach would have taken a trip under any circumstance.
That's what I kept telling them. Of course, they didn't listen.
Now, why do you say that?
Look, I knew Auntie before she married that artful swine Leach. She wouldn't take a step out of London. Said she was born here and would die here.
Oh, she might have changed her mind.
Oh, not Auntie. Not her. Stubborn old bleeder Auntie was.
Was, Mr. Cade?
Well, what do you think? Oh, come on. You know as well as me that Mr. Stanley Leach did her in. Him and that girl of his. Have you seen her? Works in toys at Selfridge's.
Oh, really?
Oh, you've got a surprise coming, you have. Ada Willett. Ada's quite a piece of goods. Of course, I don't know if I blame him. Auntie did have a face like a suet pudding. Still,
it's no reason to murder her.
Well, that's going a bit far, isn't it?
A bit, Mr. Cade, yes. Well, I'm sorry to have taken up your time.
All right. Hope you do better than the other one. I'd like to know that poor old Auntie's not floating about. It doesn't seem right somehow.
Your anxiety does you credit, Mr. Cade. Well, I'll let you know what happens. Thank you so much. Now, this was something that had not been in Adamsel's report. A girl, Ada Willis. That piece of information from the morning nephew I hoped would bring us a step closer to the murderer, so I went to Selfridge's and to the toy department. It was early afternoon and the floor wasn't crowded. A girl at the Meccano counter pointed out Ada Willis to me. She was winding a tiny mechanical doll when I saw her, and I remember how extraordinarily beautiful her hands were. Miss Willis was not quite what I had expected.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, I'd like to see one of those dolls, sir. How does it work?
I'll show you, sir.
No, how much are they?
2 and 6.
Well, I'll have one, please. No, the policeman there is such a happy little chap.
He's my favorite, too.
Oh, you like policemen?
I don't know. Does one? I never thought about it, really.
I'm a policeman.
Oh.
I should have said that when I first spoke to you.
Why?
Because I'm here on official business.
Oh. Now I understand.
May I ask you some questions, or would you rather wait until you get up? They concern Stanley Leach?
I'm not allowed to chat with customers, but you're hardly that, are you?
No. My name is Finchley.
Chief Inspector Finchley. I know. Stanley phoned me.
Oh, did he?
He said you might find out about me and wanted to warn me.
Do you know why?
Yes. You think he murdered his wife?
Oh, he told you about that?
Oh, yes, some time ago. And I expect you believe that I had something to do with it, too.
Did you?
No.
Is Mr. Leach planning to marry you?
Yes. May and December. Rather funny, isn't it?
Are you going to marry him?
If I have to?
If you have to?
Yes. Unless I can find out what I want before that happens.
Well, I'm not sure that I follow you.
You suspect that Stanley killed his wife. Well, I know that he did, and I'll marry him if I have to prove it.
What makes you so certain about Leach?
Because if she'd gone away as he said she did, she would have written to me.
Is that all?
And she would have come back. Nothing could have made her stay away.
How do you know?
I'm afraid I can't tell you.
Don't you know that if this is to lead to an arrest, I'll have to find out?
I suppose so. But at the moment, I can do more than you can.
Even if you have to marry him?
Even that.
During the next week, I went over every piece of information which had been gathered in the 2 years following Esther Leach's disappearance. Harris and I questioned everybody, friends, tradespeople. The answers were uniformly similar. They all said, or didn't say, the same thing. Each one suspected, swore, and made direct accusation, but not one could offer a shred of proof. Well, I finally came to the next-door neighbor, who claimed to have heard signs of a violent quarrel between the Leaches. He was a middle-aged man who lived alone, and he had the appearance of a witness who would not be prone to exaggeration or malicious gossip.
I don't know as I can tell you, Inspector. It's 2 years ago now, and I gave my evidence to that other chap. Adamsell, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Palmer. Still, if you don't mind, I should like you to refresh your memory.
Do my best.
Now, in your testimony, you stated that the only phrase you were able to hear clearly was, "I won't have it in the house." Is that correct?
That's right. Leach kept saying it over and over.
About how long would you say the argument kept up?
I don't know. 3/4 of an hour. I mind my own business, Inspector.
Well, in this instance, Mr. Palmer, I'm rather sorry that you did. Tell me, did you know Mrs. Leach very well before she married?
We'd have a word or two. A nice woman, I'd say. A bit sentimental. I suppose that came of loneliness.
But would you say that until the time you heard the quarrel, they were happy together?
Yes, I'd say that. Mind you now, I didn't like him from the first. There was something...
Yes, I understand. Well, now, Mr. Palmer, please think very carefully before you answer. Did anything at all out of the ordinary take place next door after Mrs. Leach was missing? Either something you may have seen in the shop or heard from the flat, or in the garden, possibly.
I'm not quite sure what would be out of the ordinary.
Well, digging at night or hammering, unusual amounts of smoke from the chimney, anything.
No, I don't think so.
All right. Did you ever meet Mrs. Leach's nephew, Richard Cade?
Youngish chap? Seedy looking?
That would be a fairly accurate description.
Once. He visited her now and again.
After she married?
And before.
She never spoke about him to you?
No. Not except that once when she introduced us.
Uh-huh. What about the young woman Mr. Leach sees?
Yes, that's odd. Can't make head or tail of it.
Does she come here often?
I couldn't say. A few times, though, she's been to the shop. When did the visit start? First time I saw her was about a month ago. I see. Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Afraid I haven't been much help. I'll show you to the door.
Thank you. Hello? What's that?
Parrot. Leach keeps it upstairs in the flat. Used to belong to her.
Oh?
Just a moment. That reminds me of something.
What?
Must have been a week or so after Mrs. Leach had gone. I remember it was about 10 o'clock. The parrot screamed like that. Then about 2 minutes later, Leach knocked on the door. He burnt his finger. Wanted something to put on it.
Was it a bad burn, Mr. Palmer?
Quite nasty.
Could it have been caused by,
acid, sir? I don't know. Is that different?
Oh, to a doctor, yes.
He said he burnt it on the stove. But he must have kept his finger there for a long time to get it to look like that. It didn't seem important enough to tell the police, though, and I forgot.
Ah, that's exactly what I meant, Mr. Palmer. Thank you very much indeed. At Scotland Yard, we're in possession of several known facts concerning murder in the British Isles. We know, for instance, that approximately 140 murders will take place during a year, and some 35 of these will occur in London. We also know that a great number of these crimes will be solved within hours. Others, of course, take longer according to the difficulties encountered by the scientific laboratories. In this case, however, we were faced with the problem of few, if any, physical clues. The missing body is an outstanding example. But this fact, too, with the knowledge we now had, worked to an advantage. In Britain, the murderer's chief disadvantage lies in getting rid of the body. In the confines of this island, it poses a tremendous problem. With this in mind, I assigned Harris a task which I hoped would, in a few hours, lead us to the body of Mrs. Stanley Leach. For I knew now, without a doubt, that she was dead. Then I obtained the home address of Miss Ada Willis and went there. Good evening, Miss Willis. May I come in for a moment?
I'm going out in a little while.
Well, I shan't keep you long.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Miss Willis, I want you to tell me the truth. What is it that you know about Mrs. Leach? Why are you so positive that she was murdered?
I won't tell you.
Because you're afraid?
No.
That's a lovely portrait. Is this your baby?
No, a nephew.
Oh, quite a resemblance.
My sister.
You haven't got a sister, nor a brother. You're unmarried.
I've got to go out now.
An appointment with Stanley Leach?
Perhaps. Please.
I think that you'd better tell me everything, Miss Willis. You see, we know a good deal already. It'll make it much easier, I think. Although the information I received from Ada Willis was nearly enough, I made no arrest that evening. As a matter of fact, 4 more days to locate the body, and only then were we ready to proceed. With the evidence at hand, I called the principal witnesses and the murderer to the yard. Now, this was not done for the sake of a dramatic accusation, but rather with the hope that, confronted by absolute proof, the killer would make a confession, thereby saving the Crown a considerable amount of money. Ready, sir? All right, Harris, bring him in, will you? Come in, please. Mr. Leach, will you sit here, please? Miss Willis here. Mr. Cade over here. Thank you. And Mr. Palmer. Thank you. Thank you. Now, to begin with, Mr. Leach, we know that your wife is dead.
Oh, my.
Due to the circumstances surrounding her disappearance, certain accusations have been leveled against you.
I know. unkind, terrible accusation.
Mr. Cade, you stated that your aunt would never have taken a trip away from London.
That's right. Auntie hated to travel. Never did.
Oh, but you're mistaken. She did go.
Very well. Now, Mr. Palmer, you testified that you had a quarrel, that the words were not distinguishable except for one phrase.
I won't have it in the house. That's what he said over and over again.
Mr. Leach, would you care to tell me what it referred to?
I don't quite remember, but...
Could it have been a baby? A baby that Mrs. Leach was planning to adopt?
Oh, good heavens, no.
Miss Willis, you said that had Mrs. Leach gone away, she would have written and most certainly returned.
Yes. I had a baby 3 years ago. It was sent to an orphanage. Mrs. Leach was going to adopt it since I couldn't take him back myself.
Ada, you didn't tell me.
Go on, Miss Willis.
I was working at Selfridge's. Mrs. Leach shopped there quite often. We became friendly. I told her about the baby. She never had one of her own. After she married Mr. Leach, she decided to adopt mine.
Did you tell him about the idea?
No, not until she made arrangements at the orphanage. That's when she told him the night before...
The night before your wife took her trip, Mr. Leach.
Oh, all right. That's why we quarreled. I admit that. But she said she was going away to give me time to think things over.
Mr. Palmer, you said that a week later Mr. Leach came over one evening and asked for help.
He had a burn on his finger.
Yes, it was an acid burn, Mr. Leach, wasn't it?
No. I burnt it on the stove.
Really? Well, that brings us to the unfortunate woman's body. Sergeant Harris, would you ask Mr. Heath to come in, please? Mr. Heath, please. Now, Mr. Heath, do you recognize any one of the persons seated here?
That gentleman.
Mr. Leach?
Yes.
Will you tell what you know, please?
Near as I remember, about a year and 10 months ago, he asked me if I'd be interested in buying something for the studio.
You had done business with him before?
Oh, yes. When he was in the taxidermist business, we used to purchase animals and such like.
Oh, your studio is a film company.
Yeah, that's right. I'm in property department.
Yeah, go on.
And Mr. Leach said he'd acquired a nice skeleton specimen.
Oh,
and,
oh no! Just a minute, Mr. Kane.
That's all right, Harris. Let him go. Now, Mr. Heath, you bought the skeleton?
Yes, I have the bill of sale.
Well, Mr. Leach?
You don't. You couldn't think that...
The dental work in the skull was identified. It was Mrs. Leach. Yesterday, your workroom was examined. Wire and other substances were found and exactly matched the materials used in the skeleton.
I'm not well.